Chapter 1813 Fighting the Metal-Devouring Evil Dragon. This large space was filled with skeletons. Long Chen looked and saw at least over 30 corpses, all belonging to 12th rank magical beasts. Just seeing a single skeleton of a 12th rank magical beast was already shocking enough, but seeing so many gathered together was another matter entirely. Long Chen suppressed his wildly beating heart, doing his best to stay calm. He crept forward and saw that this was a giant underground space. There were skeletons everywhere. In front of them was a giant stone pillar. There was a giant dragon skeleton coiled around it. This dragon skeleton looked like it had been made of gold. Divine light was still shining from it, illuminating this underground world. This golden skeleton was definitely a true member of the dragon race, not a drake. It had 2 horns on its head to distinguish it. This should be the metal-devouring evil dragon. It actually reached the death realm. It seems it forcibly broke through, and its longevity ran out, causing it to die here, said Evilmoon. The human race's netherpassage realm had corresponding levels amongst 12th rank magical beasts. There were 4 steps, stabilizing one's power upon entering the netherpassage realm, the life realm, the death realm, and the samsara realm. The first step was essentially not even a realm. It didn't require comprehension, just some time. It was the latter 3 realms that were very difficult to cultivate. Each of them was a threshold that could result in death. Originally, Evilmoon had thought that this metal-devouring evil dragon had only reached the life realm, but unexpectedly, it had entered the death realm. However, it had exhausted its life energy while in the death realm, not possessing the ability to transform death into life. It had died, but its skeleton was perfectly preserved. Evilmoon, I don't think it's so simple. Based on my years of experience with bad luck, I smell something fishy, said Long Chen cautiously. It really is strange. Its skeleton is still perfect, and its divine runes are still shining. That means its crystal core is still intact. Furthermore, look below its neck. Its reverse scale is still present and thrumming with dragon blood. That's what drew us over, said Evilmoon. Long Chen looked at where Evilmoon was pointing and noticed a golden scale floating in front of the skeleton's chest. Because its entire body was golden, that scale was covered up by the golden light. He hadn't noticed it at first. Most importantly, these skeletons are too bizarre. So many magical beasts died here. I feel like this is a... Suddenly, the cave rumbled, and Long Chen felt something moving behind him. Looking back, he jumped. At some unknown time, the path behind him had vanished. He was stuck here. When Long Chen turned back, he saw that there was now a path behind the metal-devouring evil dragon. That path was precisely the one he had entered from. He had no idea what had happened, but he had been moved into a death trap without realizing it. If he wanted to get out, he would need to get past the metal-devouring evil dragon and the mountain of skeletons. Just at this moment, the giant dragon skeleton on the stone pillar began to move. Its dragon head slowly turned toward Long Chen, and its mouth let out a booming voice. I really didn't expect to smell such a familiar scent. Ha ha ha, amazing. If I can devour you, I should have enough life energy to rise from the dead and step into the samsara realm. The metal-devouring evil dragon's voice rang through the air. It was speaking the human language. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. So you were playing dead, using your essence blood to draw these magical beasts over and then killing them for their life energy. Wrong. HMPH, the metal-devouring evil dragon race disdains feigning death. I simply failed while attempting to break through to samsara. My life energy was lacking, and even when I sacrificed my physical body, I was still unable to transform death into life. But then a few idiots began bumbling over here, attracted to my essence blood. Did they think they could take it? Even after failing my breakthrough, killing them was easy. But after absorbing their essence blood, I found that the life energy within them could allow me to attempt to break through again if I accumulated enough of it. Human race brat, you're very good in particular. You actually have true dragon essence blood on you, and it's so pure. Just who are you? The metal-devouring evil dragon's large eye cavities began to twinkle with a cold light. Who am I? If you want to know who I am, stand firm. I am the 17,589th generation heir to the divine dragon race. My name is Long Chen, ancestor to all dragons. The metal-devouring evil dragon's eye suddenly unleashed a ray of divine light. This underground world shook intensely, and Long Chen's mind sea quivered as an unmatched power invaded it. It was a golden sword that was trying to destroy his mind sea. However, it had just appeared when the divine gate star activated. A ray of light shattered the golden sword, Fuck, can you at least let me finish speaking? Shouted Long Chen. To dare insult my dragon race, you have some guts. The metal-devouring evil dragon clearly wouldn't fall for Long Chen's lies. It opened its mouth, and a wave of golden light spread. Long Chen's soul immediately felt like it was about to break. It was like millions of needles were stabbing into his head. A sea of spiritual strength was crashing down on his mind sea. However, with his divine gate star, that terrifying spiritual strength was unable to land a critical blow. No wonder those magical beasts were killed without being able to struggle. Your spiritual attacks are really vicious, said Long Chen. It's not just a spiritual attack. The dragon might made them unable to resist at all. However, it is useless against you. That's enough. Stop probing and kill it. Evilmoon didn't even wait for Long Chen. Its black marks lit up, and an evil air filled this space. It was sucking Long Chen's spiritual yuan away. Long Chen launched his strongest attack. Evilmoon rumbled, and it was like a bolt of black lightning crashing down on the waist of the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton. Its skeleton was cleanly cut in two. The metal-devouring evil dragon roared furiously. This is the aura of the dark evil dragon. You, a member of the Grand Dark Evil Dragons, have actually been refined into a weapon by humans. Evilmoon didn't reply. Its two dragon marks lit up, and killing intent soared as it attacked again. This time, its slash landed on the metal-devouring evil dragon's head. It was a heaven-shaking collision that caused Long Chen's hands to split open and bleed. Evilmoon itself went flying out of his grip. Dark Evil Dragon, don't you claim to be the emperor of the evil dragons? What happened to your dignity? What happened to your integrity? You're an insult to the evil dragon race. The metal-devouring evil dragon was infuriated. Although it only had half its body now, its sharp claws extended. Its claws looked like four golden hooks slamming toward Long Chen. Lightning flashed. Long Chen used the celestial lightning body blink to dodge this attack. As a result, its sharp claw landed against the wall, and this incredibly tough wall was cut through like it was tofu. Its sharp claws began to fly through the air as quick as lightning. Long Chen repeatedly dodged. Each time, those claws nearly struck him. It was incredibly dangerous as he weaved through the air. Just as it was crazily attacking Long Chen, Evilmoon suddenly slashed onto its neck, landing right on a joint. Its head came crashing down. Even once its head fell to the ground, its skeleton, which had now been split into three portions, suddenly began to move. All three segments reconnected. Long Chen, splash some of your essence blood onto its bones. Don't let it merge, shouted Evilmoon as it attacked again, sending the head flying. Long Chen didn't tarry. He flashed toward its neck and spat out a mouthful of blood. It landed on the bone. Long Chen was surprised to find that when his essence blood landed on its bones, its original golden color rapidly transformed into a white color. His essence blood contained true dragon essence blood. That was an essence blood that suppressed all other dragons, including their dragon bloodlines. The metal-devouring evil dragon still had a bit of its essence blood in its skeleton, but when it encountered true dragon essence blood, it was instantly suppressed. It wasn't even able to unleash its divine abilities. Long Chen repeatedly flashed through the air, spitting out blood on the segments of the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton. It was no longer able to reconnect its body. Bastards, you can all die. The metal-devouring evil dragon's body seemed to have been sealed, leaving behind only its head. At this moment, it opened its mouth, and 72 sharp golden teeth stabbed toward Evilmoon like 72 swords. Evilmoon was sent flying by one of the teeth. The metal-devouring evil dragon's teeth were its toughest weapon. Evilmoon was actually unable to block them. With Evilmoon sent flying, another one of those teeth pierced toward Long Chen. It was fast, and there was nowhere for him to run. Chapter 18:14 Golden Dragon Teeth. Little Heaven, Long Chen shouted, and the heaven-flipping seal appeared before him. It transformed into a giant divine seal that slammed forward. The entire underground world shuddered. The heaven-flipping seal was sent flying by the 72 golden dragon teeth, smashing into Long Chen's body. Long Chen coughed up blood. He felt like his entire body was about to collapse. These dragon teeth were all incredibly tough. Each one was as heavy as a star. If it hadn't been for the heaven-flipping seal, he'd have definitely died. Long Chen fled. He definitely couldn't allow himself to be struck by this attack again. Just at this moment, Evilmoon stabbed down from the air, inserting itself into the metal-devouring evil dragon's head and nailing it into the ground. Long Chen, get over here. Use a dragon blood seal, shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen immediately appeared beside Evilmoon, and a blood-colored rune appeared on his forehead. This was the seal used to control magical beasts. He didn't quite know what Evilmoon was planning. Evilmoon absorbed the blood-colored rune and sent it into the metal-devouring evil dragon's head. Bastard, my metal-devouring evil dragon race never submits to others. Idiot, who wants you to submit? Black chi suddenly burst out of Evilmoon. The golden head was quickly infected by that black chi. Cracks covered it. Finally, the metal-devouring evil dragon's skull shattered, and a giant crystal core appeared. Long Chen's blood-colored seal was on top of it. I'll absorb its soul essence, and that will conveniently help you subdue these dragon teeth. Those are true treasures. Focus. Using the crystal core as a foundation, try to control the dragon teeth, said Evilmoon. Black chi continued to flow out of Evilmoon. It enveloped the golden crystal core, causing it to start turning black as well. The roaring of the metal-devouring evil dragon could still be heard coming from the crystal core, but it was unable to stop the invasion of the black chi. Its roaring gradually grew quieter. Just at this moment, the 72 golden dragon teeth in the air shuddered. A small blood-colored rune appeared on each of them. There was no need for Evilmoon to remind him. Long Chen formed hand seals, and his spiritual strength was fully activated. It poured into the crystal core, and the blood-colored runes on the 72 golden dragon teeth grew brighter and larger. In the end, every dragon tooth was completely covered in the blood-colored runes. After fully covering the dragon teeth, the blood-colored runes shrank until they left behind a small mark at the bottom of each tooth. Success! Long Chen laughed. He waved his hand, and the 72 dragon teeth began to revolve around his body like 72 sharp swords. Ha ha ha, finally, these dragon teeth were just like Shang Yunfei's bone spears. However, the dragon teeth were far stronger. These dragon teeth will be your weapons, so count yourself lucky. If you hadn't possessed dragon blood, there would have been no way for you to subdue them. But then, calling you lucky is a bit much. Your luck really is garbage. I ended up underestimating the metal-devouring evil dragon. If I hadn't been hiding my aura from the start, a sudden sneak attack from it would have resulted in us being buried here, said Evilmoon with some apprehension. It had been too dangerous. If Evilmoon hadn't severed the metal-devouring evil dragon's body at the start, causing it to lose a large portion of its combat power, they might have died. If it hadn't been cut apart, the complete metal-devouring evil dragon's power would have definitely been even greater. It wasn't claimed to be unrivaled in close combat for nothing. Don't blame everything on my luck. Wasn't it all because of your own mistake of judgment? Hee. However, I won't blame you. As long as the results are good, it's fine, laughed Long Chen. He gripped one of the dragon teeth, and it shrank and grew according to his will. It was as cold as ice, a bone-chilling cold. Most importantly, its weight was absolutely shocking. They were even heavier than Evilmoon. Holding them with one hand was a bit too much. No wonder even the heaven-flipping seal with its immense defensive power was unable to block them, muttered Long Chen. The heaven-flipping seal was a defensive divine item, and since its item spirit was free to grow and unleash its power, it wasn't limited by Long Chen's cultivation base. It could be said to be his strongest defensive tool. However, even it almost failed today. Long Chen had almost been killed. The metal-devouring evil dragon's strongest point is its ability to gnaw on precious ores and grow stronger from their essence. That's why their teeth are natural treasures, and they stay with them for a lifetime. Since this metal-devouring evil dragon has reached the death realm, its teeth are definitely much stronger than most half-step divine items. However, without the crystal core, using them will require a great deal of Yuan spirit energy. Fortunately, your Yuan spirit is extremely powerful and capable of using them. You should take some time to nourish them with your soul and erase their vigilance toward you. They still have some remnants of their old master's will, but wiping that out shouldn't be difficult with your abilities, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded. He lovingly touched these golden dragon teeth for a while longer before putting them into his spiritual space. Once there, he used his spiritual strength to erase the lingering will of the metal-devouring evil dragon. After he was finished with that, he would nourish it, making the teeth feel better toward him. Other than the dragon teeth, he was also excited to have obtained an evil dragon's reverse scale. There was a large amount of evil dragon essence blood within it, and it contained all the energy it had been accumulating to attempt its breakthrough to the samsara realm. Now it had benefited Long Chen. The essence blood inside this reverse scale was enough for all the dragonblood warriors to use it. Once they refined the evil dragon essence blood, they would be true dragonblood warriors. You've taken the dragon teeth in reverse scale already, but don't forget the skeletons around. Of course, the metal-devouring evil dragon has sucked away the power of their flesh and crystal cores, so you'll only be able to use them as fertilizer. Before you start tidying up the battlefield, first absorb the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton into your primal chaos space. I want to absorb its dragon marrow. Hehe, just wait, Long Chen. I'm going into seclusion, and after I'm done absorbing the dragon marrow, I'll show you my true power. Laughed Evilmoon excitedly. This time, Long Chen and Evilmoon had both benefited. Long Chen had gained the 72 golden dragon teeth, which would become his strongest weapon, while Evilmoon had obtained the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton. Its goal was its dragon marrow. Long Chen put the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton into the primal chaos space. He found a secluded place for Evilmoon to calmly absorb it. Once Evilmoon absorbed its dragon essence, this corpse would be useless. Originally, Long Chen had also wanted the dragon claws, but Evilmoon had told him that it wasn't possible. The dragon claws were different from the dragon teeth. The claws didn't possess their own runes, so they weren't very useful. Most importantly, if he took away the dragon claws, the dragon marrow would no longer be complete. Only then did Long Chen learn that the dragon marrow was not just located in its spinal column, but throughout all of its bones. As for its teeth, rather than calling them bones, they were more like solid metal. They were the main tools the metal-devouring evil dragon used to eat its food. They might be priceless treasures to Long Chen, but they were useless to Evilmoon. So the two were taking what they each needed. After handling the metal-devouring evil dragon, Long Chen ran over to the mountain of skeletons. Just as Evilmoon said, they were essentially useless. All their energy had been sucked dry. They could only be used as fertilizer. Long Chen tossed them into the primal chaos space's black soil. Endless life energy filled the primal chaos space. That thick earth essence fruit tree didn't even need Long Chen to urge it on. It grew crazily. It was already several times larger than the original tree he had gotten it from, and it was covered with golden fruit that had already fully matured. The essence inside these fruits was also much greater than the original fruit that he had gathered. As for the world trees, they had already grown to their peak. They were no longer absorbing life energy. The dense life energy in the primal chaos space was condensing into mist. Seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. Based on his previous experience, when this mist reached its peak density, it would condense into divine life elixir. That was something that could instantly heal a person. It was a life-saving treasure. Although Celestials and Empyreans were capable of borrowing heavenly Tao energy to heal, it wasn't as fast as the divine life elixir, and it also used up more energy. After recovering a few times, they might have used up so much spiritual yuan that their combat power would drop. Seeing this scene in the primal chaos space, Long Chen thought that he would only need a few 12th rank magical beast corpses to start condensing the divine life elixir. After cleaning up the battlefield, Long Chen looked through every corner of this space. He wanted to see if there were any other precious natural treasures in the metal-devouring evil dragon's lair. However, he didn't find anything. Only then did Long Chen return along his original path. He quickly saw the light of the outside world. When he exited the cave, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Although he hadn't spent that much time in the metal-devouring evil dragon's cave, the attack of its dragon teeth had almost taken his life. After brushing past death, he was refreshed by the sunlight. Just thinking about how close it had been made him apprehensive. The yin-yang world was truly dangerous. Just as Long Chen was stretching his waist, a golden cauldron appeared in the air, and divine light flowed out of it, enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen, hand over the treasures you got, and I can give you a quick death. A figure appeared on top of the cauldron, looking arrogantly down at Long Chen. Chapter 18:15 The Power of the Dragon Teeth. Long Chen had just walked out of the cave when a giant cauldron locked him down with its divine light. There was a man forming hand seals on top of the cauldron, and heavenly Tao energy was flowing around him. He was an extremely powerful Empyrean. He looked coldly at Long Chen. As long as he wished it, his cauldron would launch a fatal blow. It could be said that Long Chen had been careless to land in his trap. If Long Chen made any strange movements, it would draw a full-strength attack from him. This person was extremely skilled in lying in wait and launching sneak attacks. Since you know me, I can't quite understand why you would target me. Other than that, your robes belong to those of the righteous path. Why are you making yourself my enemy? Asked Long Chen indifferently. In this world, the ones who could con Long Chen were Heavenly Fate Island. Everyone else was just playing around futilely. The reason Long Chen had walked out so brazenly was precisely to see what this fellow was thinking. He was clearly from the righteous path, and since it was the Martial Heaven Alliance that commanded them, even if they weren't friends, they shouldn't be enemies. The man sneered, feeling that victory was already in his grasp. He confidently said, "Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you think just your name would be able to scare off others? I'll tell you, if it weren't for Ku Jianying's backing, you'd have long since been killed by others. Do you think you'd be able to act so unrestrained otherwise? I admit that in a 1-against-1, I might not be your match, but you're so arrogant as to not even examine your surroundings with heavenly Tao energy. Oh wait, you're not even an Empyrean." He hadn't fought Long Chen before, but he had seen recordings of his fights and he suddenly recalled that Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean. This guy had been drawn over by a certain aura within this cave, but as soon as he arrived, he sensed terrifying fluctuations from within. Those fluctuations had quickly calmed down, and he wisely deduced that there had to have been a large battle inside that had just wrapped up. So he had hidden himself to see if there was an opportunity to launch a trap. He had been pleasantly surprised to see Long Chen brazenly swagger out of the cave. That was a huge opportunity for him. Even if you aren't an Empyrean, you could have at least kept an eye on your surroundings spiritually. If you had, perhaps I wouldn't have attacked. However, you were too arrogant. Do you really think the Martial Heaven Alliance belongs to you? What stupidity. Hand over the treasures and I'll let you die a quick death, sneered the man. His heavenly Tao energy was growing stronger. Despite his absolute advantage in having Long Chen right in his trap, he was still on guard. Other than the lock of his divine item, he was also drawing over more heavenly Tao energy to make sure that Long Chen had no chance to escape. Long Chen shook his head. None of that is important. The important thing is that you are a disciple of the righteous path, but you are still attacking me. Are you not afraid of this matter being spread? The Alliance head would destroy your sect. That was the point that Long Chen did not understand. No matter how blinded by greed a person was, they wouldn't take such a huge risk. Ha ha ha, do you think the Martial Heaven Alliance is still the old Martial Heaven Alliance? It has long since stopped being united. Ku Jianying is being a tyrant, ignoring the opposition of the sects to protect you. She has long since made herself enemies amongst the Alliance. Our sects don't even need you to kick us out of the Alliance, we've already announced that we're leaving. Other than that, in the yin-yang world, who would know that I killed you? Even if they did, so what? Killing others for their treasures is normal in the yin-yang world. I can entirely say that you were the one after my treasures and wanted to kill me for them, so I had no choice but to strike back and accidentally killed you. HMPH, at that time, I might even be called a hero to the common people. Quite a few sects would probably come to thank me. Long Chen nodded. Yes, and most importantly, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. That's a pretty good idea worthy of taking this risk. You're wrong. This isn't risky at all. You're already locked down by my earth-suppressing soul cauldron. You are my prey caught in my trap, and there's no chance for you to reverse the tides. Every bit of your energy is under my watch. As soon as you move, my earth-suppressing soul cauldron will annihilate you. You are already a dead man, so I'd advise you to hand over your treasures quickly. If you do, I won't humiliate your corpse, said the man. His heavenly Tao energy had reached a peak. He was very crafty. He thought that Long Chen was stalling him, but he was also stalling to strengthen his heavenly Tao energy. His earth-suppressing soul cauldron was rumbling with power. It had truly sealed all of Long Chen's paths. Long Chen seemed to not see this man constantly strengthening his divine item. He said, "Well, I suppose I don't need to ask any more questions. This is a waste of time." Smart. That's right, there's no need to waste any more time. No one will come save you here. Hand over your treasures, first of all, that black saber of yours. Long Chen's Evilmoon was extremely famous within the Martial Heaven continent. Countless experts were greedy for it. No one had ever managed to figure out its origin, but they knew it was an extremely terrifying divine item. Sorry, it's still busy. How about I give you this? A small tooth suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Its entire body was golden, and runes were flickering on it along with a strong evil air. That man was delighted to see such a treasure, but his expression immediately changed. He noticed that this golden dragon tooth's runes were rapidly growing brighter. A terrifying and fierce aura was rising, a sign that it was about to attack. Hence, He smashed his earth-suppressing soul cauldron at Long Chen. It was definitely an amazing divine item. Even amongst half-step divine items, it had to be amongst the top. It was no wonder he dared to attack Long Chen. Sorry, I'm not tired of life yet. Long Chen indifferently smiled. His Yuan spirit appeared out of his head. Sitting in midair, his Yuan spirit formed hand seals. The golden dragon tooth explosively grew, piercing toward the earth-suppressing soul cauldron. Divine light exploded in the sky, mixed with a scream from that man. Bang! A giant cauldron smashed into the ground. Its runes had gone completely dim, and there was a hole in its bottom. That terrifying divine item had actually been pierced by the golden dragon tooth, and its item spirit had been slain in an instant. It was completely crippled. As for the golden dragon tooth, after piercing the cauldron, its golden light grew brighter, and it actually broke through the void, trying to flee. Where do you think you're going? Long Chen shouted, and his Yuan spirit formed new hand seals. A blood-colored rune lit up on the dragon tooth. After twitching a few times in the sky, it returned into his spiritual space. Long Chen hadn't expected the dragon tooth to devour the cauldron's item spirit to strengthen itself. After getting a bit stronger, it had instinctively tried to escape his control. But it was suppressed now. The golden dragon teeth actually had such instincts. It seemed that Long Chen would need to fully erase their wills before he could use them easily. Otherwise, they might try to attack him at any time. Such a weapon was meaningless to possess. On the other hand, its power was shockingly great. Evilmoon had said that the teeth of the metal-devouring evil dragons were the most valuable things on their bodies. Their value far surpassed all their essence blood, so even their reverse scale was ranked second behind their teeth. The sharpness of the dragon teeth was monstrous. It was no wonder Evilmoon had said that the dark evil dragon race, which was ranked number 1 amongst the evil dragons, still didn't dare to let metal-devouring evil dragons get close to them. If they were bitten, they would definitely be doomed. Long Chen put away the dragon tooth and looked at the man. He was currently screaming and clutching his head. Clearly, the destruction of his divine item spirit had implicated his own soul. It was no different than having his soul torn apart. I think we can properly talk now, said Long Chen. Suddenly, a yellow talisman appeared in that man's hand. He crushed it, and spatial energy surged around him. This was an extremely ancient transportation talisman that activated almost instantaneously. Regretfully, Long Chen was even faster. A lightning blade slashed through the air, cutting off the man's head. His body was transported away, but his head was now in Long Chen's hand. Looks like you don't want to talk. Alright, I'll find out for myself. Long Chen sent a lightning needle into his head. Chapter 18:16 Endless Magical Beasts. So that's what's going on. No wonder he didn't care about the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen had slain this person's Yuan spirit and gone through his memories. Although some memories were sealed, he still managed to gain some useful information from the fragments of his soul. That person's sect had already cast its lot with Pill Valley. As for Pill Valley, they had guaranteed that after their sect left the Martial Heaven Alliance, as long as they didn't attack the corrupt path wouldn't dare to touch a hair on their heads. That was the same as what Long Chen had predicted. Without that promise, they wouldn't dare to leave the Martial Heaven Alliance. The corrupt path was most likely watching from the sidelines. At least, based on the current state of the continent, the fracturing of the Martial Heaven Alliance was extremely beneficial to them. What the corrupt path feared was a united righteous path. Whether the righteous path was fully united by Kujianying or Pill Valley, they would pose a fatal threat to them. However, now the righteous path was split between Pill Valley and Kujianying. Neither of them was able to fully unite the righteous path, so the corrupt path was happy to just keep watching them shoot themselves in their collective feet. Through that person's memories, Long Chen had learned that it wasn't just Pill Valley. Even the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, and the other top forces of the continent had expressed that they would support any sects leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance, making them feel even safer. What a pack of fools. The righteous path is being split up, and in the end, it will be devoured bit by bit. Is a verbal guarantee worth anything? Are they going to spend their lives listening to them for survival? Sneered Long Chen. Perhaps there was more behind it, but no matter how many benefits had been given to those sects, it didn't change the fact that a fractured righteous path was much weaker. Once the righteous path was fractured, the righteous sects would lose more power and authority gradually. Like this, the entire world's power structure would change. Pill Valley seems to have grown restless. It seems the Xian sect conducts its business better. Even now, the Xian sect had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. They showed great farsightedness. While the state of the board was still chaotic, it was possible to obtain great profit, but it was also possible to lose everything. The arrival of the Great Era hadn't caused the Xian sect to make any large movements. They were still waiting for their chance. They were acting in a much more stable manner than Pill Valley. Long Chen looked at the crippled cauldron on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to just leave it there. It was already fully broken. After all, his current status was no longer the same. If he brought it back to Guo Ran, through Guo Ran's tempering and dissolution process, he would be able to come out with some good materials, but it would be at most 1/100th of the materials that had gone into the cauldron. It wasn't worth it to waste so much effort for that. He took out a beast hide as well as a brush. He began to draw his own map. This map belonged to the expert he had just slain, and it recorded the places he had gone. Long Chen added the places he had gone to it. Within the yin-yang world, slowly probing the entire environment was the only option. It was also the simplest option. When two people encountered each other, they could share their maps. There would definitely be some areas that corresponded. Normally, as long as the two sides weren't mortal enemies, everyone would always choose to exchange maps. This was beneficial to everyone. Looking at the map, Long Chen cursed. This fellow had only encountered two 12th rank magical beasts on his path. As for himself, he had encountered them over and over again. If it hadn't been for the protection of the heaven-devouring ants, he would have been trapped by magical beasts. He felt like he had fallen into a magical beast hive. Hopefully, Yi Lingshan wasn't so unlucky. Long Chen prayed for her, but considering the luck of an Empyrean, he felt that she should be fine. Without the heaven-devouring ants, he had to be more careful. Evilmoon was focused on devouring the dragon marrow and couldn't help him for now. As for the dragon teeth, their will had not been erased, so they weren't too useful yet. The heaven-flipping seal had just used up the majority of its energy. Right now, he had lost many of his trump cards and needed to be more careful. As he carefully advanced, he kept his aura fully suppressed. He encountered quite a few terrifying auras, but this was Long Chen's first time obediently detouring around them all. What made Long Chen speechless was that the area he was going through was filled with 12th rank magical beasts. Sometimes there was only 1,000 miles between two of the magical beasts. This was extremely rare. A 12th rank magical beast's attack could cover tens of thousands of miles, so such a short distance was clearly threatening. However, they were all living peacefully. That was a bizarre scenario. Something must be up with this region. Long Chen came to a quick conclusion. If these were all magical beasts of the same race, perhaps it would be possible, but they were all of different breeds. Although he didn't dare to get too close to them, just based on his spiritual perception, he could sense a subtle balance between these magical beasts. It was a strange feeling. It's too bad Meng Qi isn't here, or she'd be able to find some clues. I'll have to record this place. Meng Qi and the others should be entering soon. Once they're in, we'll come together. Long Chen made a mental note of this. The further he went, the more concentrated these magical beasts became. He felt like he had truly entered a hive of magical beasts. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen carefully crept toward a phoenix lying on a large mountain. One of its giant eyes suddenly opened, and it glanced at Long Chen before actually ignoring him. Is that one sleeping? These magical beasts are definitely not normal. It seems they've come to an agreement not to disturb each other. Long Chen brazenly repeated this experiment on a white wolf. When he got close, it still continued lying on the ground. Looking at this wolf, a trace of sorrow appeared in his heart. He thought of Little Snow. Little Snow's crystal core was currently being nourished in the myriad spirit diagram. According to Meng Qi, the myriad spirit diagram was a marvel that was constantly strengthening Little Snow's crystal core. It was like a seed being constantly strengthened by the myriad spirit diagram's miraculous energy. If Long Chen could subdue a 12th rank magical beast, it would even be possible to merge Little Snow's crystal core with it and take over its body. Long Chen was a bit moved upon seeing this wolf, but he decided against it. This place was surrounded by 12th rank magical beasts, and wanting to fight it one against one was impossible. Furthermore, the intelligence of magical beasts wasn't high. If Little Snow was affected and its intelligence dropped, that would be terrible. A magical beast wasn't his target. Magical beasts weren't very talented. They were mostly limited by their breeds. If a magical beast's limit was the 9th rank, then it would never be able to break through to the 10th rank. Little Snow had previously broken through its limits repeatedly, resulting in a mutation. But even a mutation had its limits. In the end, it was unable to break through any further and took a curse for Long Chen, dying. So Long Chen didn't want this to happen again. He wanted a powerful Zon beast for Little Snow to take over, something on the level of true immortal Jiaoqi and preferably a wolf-type Zon beast. Long Chen got even closer to the wolf. It glared at Long Chen, baring its fangs threateningly, but it didn't make a sound. I have no evil intentions. I just want to take a look. I won't say or do anything. Long Chen waved his hand to it, indicating that he wasn't threatening it. He had just come to see what was going on. Although the intelligence of magical beasts was very low, with the 9-star hegemon body art, Long Chen was able to clearly convey his own will to others. This wolf should be able to sense what he was trying to say. As he had thought, the wolf's guard lowered slightly. It looked at Long Chen, who was like a mosquito to it. It seemed it truly felt like there was no threat. Only then did Long Chen climb up a tall tree. A chill ran through his back. He saw giant, magical beasts covering this land. Some of them were so huge that they blocked his sight, so he couldn't get a look at the core. He ran over to the wolf. "Hey, can you help me out?" Long Chen offered a medicinal pill. It was a spirit awakening pill, a 10th-tier giant pill filled with spirituality. It was one of the top-grade pills he had stolen from Pill Valley. The spirit awakening pill was used for increasing the intelligence of magical beast housepets. It would make it easier for them to fight alongside their master. Although it wouldn't make them as intelligent as a human, it still had some effect. Considering that it was a 10th-tier pill, it wasn't that effective for a 12th-rank magical beast, but its spiritual fluctuations made the wolf's eyes brighten. Long Chen tossed it into its mouth. The wolf hesitated, but its intuition told it that this was something good. It swallowed the pill. Without another word, Long Chen climbed up the wolf's head. Standing on its giant head, he had an even greater view. When he looked into the distance, he almost staggered off the wolf's head. Chapter 18:17 Scarlet Blood Spirit Fish. Even with Long Chen's guts, he jumped. There was a circular mountain area in the distance, and there were powerful magical beasts around it for tens of thousands of miles. They had gathered neatly around the mountain. They had their eyes closed, seeming to be absorbing something. Amongst them were various breeds, but they were all 12th-rank magical beasts. Even without using his spiritual strength, Long Chen was able to sense their terrifying auras. The ones closest to the ring were the most terrifying. If these magical beasts were to invade the martial heaven continent, it would be the apocalypse. Long Chen gulped. He had an urge to fly over and see what was going on in that circular mountain, but he suppressed that crazy urge. He couldn't even count how many terrifying magical beasts were surrounding it. The closest ones weren't as orderly as the ones where he was. Instead, they were randomly laying about. Long Chen was befuddled. There were so many 12th-rank magical beasts here, motionless. He slowly slid down the wolf. This place was too strange. Even he didn't dare to go any further and decided to make a detour. Once Long Chen was off, the wolf stood up. Perhaps it had been kneeling for too long, hence, it stretched, its huge mouth opening as wide as possible. However, it didn't make any sound at all. It seemed that all the magical beasts here had agreed not to make any unnecessary sound. That's when it stood. Long Chen suddenly noticed a hole in the ground beneath it. Bursts of immortal spiritual chi were coming from it. Before he could get a closer look, the wolf knelt again, blocking it. It looked at Long Chen for a moment before closing its eyes and meditating again. Are they using the energy here to cultivate? Long Chen felt like he had seen the truth. It was no wonder they were so neatly spread out. They were absorbing that mysterious energy. As for the powerful magical beasts surrounding the circular mountain, they had probably taken the best spots. Long Chen hesitated. He pushed apart the wolf's fur and tried to get underneath it, wanting to investigate this hole. Perhaps there was some treasure within. However, he had just moved when the wolf pushed Long Chen aside. It glared at Long Chen, baring its fangs at him. I just want to take a look. I won't disturb your cultivation, said Long Chen. Unfortunately, the wolf continued to bare its fangs at him menacingly. Fuck, with just this intelligence, you are only capable of being a magical beast. That spirit awakening pill isn't able to pierce your wooden head. Long Chen was speechless. This wolf didn't understand him at all. Or, perhaps even if it did, it wouldn't trust him. He could only leave. Long Chen went in another direction, slowly making a detour around this area of magical beasts. The further he went, the less common they became. That actually made him even more careful. Now that he was further away, these magical beasts wouldn't have any misgivings about attacking him if he entered their territory. As he was traveling, Long Chen suddenly looked to the left. He sensed the aura of a human expert. Long Chen had just gotten closer when sword chi slashed toward him. He easily dodged. "I'm not here to attack you. I came to exchange maps," said Long Chen indifferently. You're injured." So it was senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The person Long Chen had sensed was a wary man. He sighed when he saw Long Chen. His face turned pale as his attempt at acting tough to cover up his injuries vanished. His aura became chaotic. "What happened?" asked Long Chen. He handed over a medicinal pill. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this is too precious. If you just guard me for 4 hours, I can fully recover." That disciple was stunned when he looked at that medicinal pill. It was a top 10th tier medicinal pill. Although he was also a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Martial Heaven Alliance was immense, and it wasn't as if he had had any past relations with Long Chen. He was too embarrassed to accept. "I don't have that much time to guard you. Just take it. After exchanging maps, we can hurry up with searching. Based on how much time has passed, the Yin-Yang world should be fully open soon. A huge wave of people will be entering, so our chances of finding treasures will drop," said Long Chen, directly tossing the pill to him. The disciple gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it. Rumbling sounds came from his body. His manifestation appeared behind him, and his injuries rapidly healed. The disciple immediately took out his map, while Long Chen took out his. The two of them examined them and quickly confirmed where they met up. "Don't go here. This place is filled with terrifying magical beasts. When you exchange maps in the future, if they're on our side, warn them of this. If they're enemies, say that there are magical beasts gathered here and it's very bizarre. The situation is unclear, but there might be treasures," said Long Chen. The disciple nodded. After hesitating, he said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I have something to say that I don't know if I should mention." "If you have something to say, then just say it. We're all busy." "Well, I actually removed one spot from this map. That place. There are treasures. Of course you wouldn't share where the treasures are with others." "I wouldn't share it either," said Long Chen indifferently. From this person's injuries, Long Chen had guessed that he had been attacked by others due to treasures. Treasures that someone else found were their matter, so Long Chen wasn't angry. "Speaking of, it really shames me. I'll make a long story short. I saw a giant lake in that direction. There were scarlet blood spirit fish from the ancient legends inside that lake. Scarlet blood spirit fish, the ones that legends say can revive a person's bloodline and make their spirit blood surge. The scarlet blood spirit fish capable of reviving the power of one's ancestors. Yes, them." Now Long Chen couldn't remain as calm as before. Those fish were treasures from ancient times. They were like catfish, but their entire bodies were as red as blood. In the Martial Heaven continent, they had long since gone extinct. In fact, their entire existence was a legend. People suspected whether or not they had ever existed. Even in the ancient era, the scarlet blood spirit fish was an extremely rare existence. They were lifeforms with their own spirituality. Although they didn't possess any attacking power, they were very smart. The legend said that they only lived in environments with the purest spiritual chi. If the spiritual chi was too sparse, they would die. Just based on their living environment, there was no way they could survive in a world like the Martial Heaven continent. Even with spirit-gathering formations, it wasn't enough. The Martial Heaven continent's spiritual chi was no longer pure enough. That was why Long Chen was so shocked to hear this disciple mention them. The scarlet blood spirit fish could greatly help him and the Dragonblood Legion. The fish were able to excavate the greatest and most ancient power of a person's bloodline. That was practically a heaven-defying ability. I noticed the lake first, and I spent 5 full days luring one of the scarlet blood spirit fish. But as soon as it came out of the water, a bastard from the ancient race's sneak attacked me. If I didn't have armor protecting me, I'd have probably died. However, not only was I heavily injured, but he even snatched away the scarlet blood spirit fish," said the disciple hatefully. Now Long Chen had understood. This disciple had definitely been extremely excited at that time, while his sneak attacker was someone of great patience, having attacked at the very moment this disciple had succeeded. For him to have survived that sneak attack was already impressive. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I wonder. The disciple didn't know how to actually ask the question he wanted to. Long Chen laughed. Let's go. I won't let you leave with nothing for such valuable information. Of course, the prerequisite is that we can obtain some of those scarlet blood spirit fish. I'm confident. To tell the truth, the scarlet blood spirit fish are extremely important to me. My ancestral bloodline has completely declined. If I could use the scarlet blood spirit fish to revive it, I would be able to bring honor to my ancestors. It's my greatest wish in life. My father is already so old, but he still used his life and death energy to send me through. I hope you won't laugh at me for being stingy, said the disciple awkwardly. The two of them began flying through the air. Long Chen naturally wouldn't bother him over this. The scarlet blood spirit fish was incredibly precious, and he also wouldn't share information about them with others for free. What's your name? Sorry, I am Hua Ziguang from the Violet Light Sword Sect. The Western Zan region's Violet Light Sword Sect is quite famous. Based on your name, your sect must have great hopes for you. Long Chen nodded. He had heard of this sect, as there were very few sword cultivator sects with any fame other than the Heavenly Sword Gate. Long Chen was about to ask about the situation in the Western Zan region, or more precisely, what had that fellow Mo Nian been up to, but suddenly, the mountain range in front of them ended. A lake appeared with immortal mist curled around it. The spiritual chi here was so dense that just taking a breath would refresh a person's entire body. Bastard, so you're still here. Hua Ziguang suddenly let out a furious roar. His sword came out of its sheath, and a violet sword light erupted, attacking a person at the lakeside. His name Ziguang means violet light. Chapter 18:18 The Fishing Plan. Hua Ziguang let out a furious roar, and his sword let out a streak of light at the red-haired man on the lakeside. Even after being defeated, you dare to send yourself to your death. Today, that red-haired man sneered upon seeing that violet sword light. However, within that endless sword light, he suddenly saw a black-robed man looking at him indifferently. His pupils shrank. Hua Ziguang's sword fell. The red-haired man had hastily dodged, while his own whip appeared, unleashing waves that prevented Hua Ziguang from approaching him. Sorry, we're busy. The red-haired man rapidly retreated as he summoned his power. His heavenly Tao energy was soaring, but a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him, making his hair stand on end. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared behind him. He had no time to even wonder how Long Chen had gotten past his whip. Hence, he swung his whip at Long Chen. His whip had just moved when a scale-covered hand caught it. He suddenly felt a jolt of numbness. Terrifying thunder force was actually coming out of Long Chen's hand. The power the red-haired man had been about to use to activate his divine item was interrupted. He pulled as hard as he could, but he found that he couldn't budge his whip. Just at this moment, violet sword light pierced through his head. The red-haired man's aura vanished. Hua Ziguang's attack had even killed his Yuan spirit. Nice attack. Long Chen smiled. He had been very close to the red-haired man, but Hua Ziguang's attack had stopped just 3 inches from Long Chen's head. However, Long Chen didn't even blink. The red-haired man's corpse fell from the sky, and Hua Ziguang shook his head. Without you, I would have less than 30% chance of defeating him. As for killing him, there would probably be no hope at all. I can't accept your praise. Alright, no need for pleasantries. Look around to see if that scarlet blood spirit fish of yours is still alive or whether it has been turned to crap. Hua Ziguang hastily flipped through the red-haired man's spatial ring. He found quite a few treasures but no scarlet blood spirit fish. Hua Ziguang suddenly stabbed through the red-haired man's heart, and there was a scarlet sheen to the flowing fresh blood. He cursed, this bastard ate the scarlet blood spirit fish already. How hateful. This fellow had actually eaten it directly. It had to be known that a spiritual treasure like the scarlet blood spirit fish had to be consumed along with many other special medicines in order to fully stimulate its spiritual nature. Eating it directly meant that over 50% of its energy would be wasted. Thinking of that, Hua Ziguang had an urge to tear this corpse into a million pieces. This bastard definitely learned how I had lured the scarlet blood spirit fish, so he didn't want to leave, said Hua Ziguang. He looked at some leftover bait of his that was on the ground. Long Chen glanced at it and saw over 10 kinds of precious fruits and flowers crushed and pasted together. Hua Ziguang was quite smart to use this method. The scarlet blood spirit fish only liked to eat other things with great spirituality. Moreover, Hua Ziguang had also used a very tiny bamboo hook, as a metal hook was definitely unable to attract the scarlet blood spirit fish. As for the red-haired man, someone from the ancient races definitely wouldn't understand something like this. He probably didn't even recognize the ingredients in the bait. Long Chen also saw a sharp hook that the red-haired man had just made, most likely to imitate Hua Ziguang. There's a formation around this lake, correct? Long Chen looked at the vast lake. Yes, it's protected by a strange formation, and if you enter the water, your spiritual yuan will be sucked away very quickly. Even your spiritual strength and yuan spirit energy will rapidly run out. You'll die within an incense stick's worth of time. Furthermore, you can't attack the lake. I tested it and almost got killed by a rain of water arrows, said Hua Ziguang apprehensively. Long Chen couldn't help being lost in thought. Now he was feeling that the yin-yang world was truly bizarre. How could a masterless world have such a formation protecting a lake? He looked at the lake. Then he thought of the circular mountains surrounded by magical beasts. Everything was so bizarre. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let's fish together. With us working together, our chances should improve. Right now, we don't have to worry about others competing against us, so we should have pretty good odds. Hua Ziguang had already made several hooks, all made of bamboo. Even his string was made of the finest fibers at the bottom of tree bark. Long Chen hadn't expected Hua Ziguang to be such a craftsman. This kind of fishing method has a very low chance of success. Furthermore, more and more people will be coming as time passes. With so many people from various powers coming, these scarlet blood spirit fish will definitely flee when they sense their killing intent. Long Chen shook his head. According to Yan Nantian, the Nether Passage experts had sacrificed so much of their life and death energy to send only the best of the best inside the yin-yang world, just to get them 10 to 15 days of golden treasure hunting time. During this time, the number of people within the yin-yang world was very low. Hence, their chances of having to fight over treasures were also low. This was the best time to gain some benefits. Once a huge mass of experts entered, there would be opposition. Sometimes an enemy might just destroy a treasure that they couldn't obtain just so you also couldn't obtain it. Cooking a good stew wasn't easy, but ruining it was simple. All you had to do was toss a ball of dung inside. This was the 9th day since they had entered the yin-yang world. Time was going too quickly. It had taken Long Chen several days to get around the nest of magical beasts. His time had been wasted. If people started entering tomorrow, then there was no chance to succeed with Hua Ziguang's method. Any expert from the ancient races, corrupt path, or the Zan beasts could just toss a stone in the water, shout, or release the slightest killing intent, and it would scare away the scarlet blood spirit fish. Then what do we do? If we don't do anything, we won't have any chance at all, said Hua Ziguang anxiously. Here, use the tree bark to make a net. We'll net the fish, said Long Chen. What? The scarlet blood spirit fish are very slippery. That kind of net won't catch them. They'll run, said Hua Ziguang. It's fine. The main thing is the bait. I'm an alchemist, and I can make a bait that they can't resist. Once they eat it, they'll fall asleep. Once there's enough of them, we'll pull up the net, said Long Chen. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Hua Ziguang still followed Long Chen's instructions even though he doubted them. He flew to the forest and began stripping a tree bark. Based on Long Chen's design, he was weaving a net. Long Chen was very familiar with this kind of net. When he was young, he was constantly bullied. Without any companions, he always stealthily ran over to the outskirts. Having often seen fishermen fishing, he knew a great deal about this kind of fish trap. Once the fish entered the trap, the design made it difficult for them to leave. The inside was like a maze with only one exit. Hua Ziguang was creating the trap, while Long Chen was picking out special spiritual ingredients from the primal chaos space. It included seeds, flowers, and fruit. The scarlet blood spirit fish possessed great spirituality and only liked other things with great spirituality. This was something Long Chen understood even better than Hua Ziguang. He picked out the best ingredients. Mashing them together, he made a flower ring. It looks like a floral wreath. Well, that's fine. Long Chen wasn't very satisfied with his own craftsmanship, but he decided that it was good enough. With the flower ring complete, Long Chen also began refining some powders. He sprinkled them on the flower ring, and it began absorbing the powders. Long Chen was done quickly, but Hua Ziguang was still busy working, so Long Chen joined him. They quickly finished the fish trap. After finding a place near the shore with deep water, they slowly dropped the fish trap. There was a single long string the thickness of an egg attached to it. It was very sturdy. The water was clearly clear, and with their vision, they were able to see the bottom of the lake. They quickly saw 2-foot-long figures flit out of a crack at the bottom and swim over to Long Chen's flower ring. "They've appeared," exclaimed Hua Ziguang. However, his excitement seemed to have startled the 2 scarlet blood spirit fish, and they vanished back into the cracks at the bottom. "Your emotional fluctuations will be sensed by them. Calm down." Long Chen patted Hua Ziguang on the shoulder. "Sorry, I know." Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. About an incense stick's worth of time later, those 2 scarlet blood spirit fish swam back up. However, this time, they were very wary. They swam back and forth, moving as quick as lightning. After swimming around the trap several times, they finally slowly swam inside. They quickly reached the end. They swam around the flower ring a few times before carefully touching the fruit and petals Long Chen had added. When the first one finished eating a small petal, its movements became sluggish. The other one was also starting to react to the medication Long Chen had added. Just as Hua Ziguang's heartbeat was quickening from excitement, Long Chen lightly pressed a hand against his back. His powerful spiritual yuan sealed all the fluctuations coming from Hua Ziguang's body. "Don't get emotional. You'll scare them off." Chapter 18-19 Birdman of the Ancient Races. Hua Ziguang couldn't help being shocked. When Long Chen patted him on the back, he didn't have any ability to resist. His spiritual yuan was completely suppressed. For a person to completely suppress another person's spiritual yuan, they would need at least several times the amount of spiritual yuan the other person possessed. Although Hua Ziguang was also a disciple belonging to one of the top powers within the Martial Heaven Alliance, he couldn't fully trust Long Chen. However, this one move showed him that if Long Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. Now he knew just how terrifying the Devil King of the Eastern Wasteland was. Long Chen pulled on the fish net. It quickly reached the surface with 7 scarlet blood spirit fish inside. Hua Ziguang was delighted. He had spent an exorbitant amount of effort just to get one, but Long Chen had gotten 7 so quickly. Of the 7 scarlet blood spirit fish, 3 were large, and 4 were small. The large ones were around a foot long, while the smaller ones were only 3 inches long. It went without saying that Hua Ziguang's craftsmanship was amazing. Even these small fish hadn't been able to escape his net. Upon being dragged out of the water, the scarlet blood spirit fish seemed to lose their agility and nimbleness. They were still sluggish, with the medicinal effects having not yet faded. Hua Ziguang took out a wooden barrel and carefully released them within, adding some of the lake water. This way, they wouldn't die too quickly. They should be able to survive at least a month. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can keep them." Hua Ziguang respectfully handed them to Long Chen. They had been caught by him. He was worried that Long Chen would be irritated if he took them. "You can keep them." Long Chen waved his hand. He had already examined these fish. The larger the scarlet blood spirit fish, the more essence they had. The smaller ones were no good. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let's continue releasing the net and catch some more. When others come, they'll disturb us, and it'll be almost impossible to catch more," pressed Hua Ziguang upon seeing Long Chen looking around instead of releasing the net again. "This is the border. The fish are too small. Let's go test some deep areas." Long Chen began flying over to the center of the lake. The lake was so large that they couldn't see the end of it. Long Chen and Hua Ziguang flew for 2 hours without seeing the other side. Long Chen finally felt that this was enough and released the net. He suddenly found that the string they had to drag the net back was too short. Fortunately, Hua Ziguang was smart and had stored more of the tree bark. He rapidly made more rope, and the net quickly reached the bottom. It only took a few breaths' time before a mass of scarlet blood spirit fish appeared at the bottom. Hua Ziguang hastily formed hand seals, completely suppressing his own aura without Long Chen needing to remind him. He spiritually said, "Heavens, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. There are so many of them, and they're so big." Even his spiritual voice was quivering with excitement. These scarlet blood spirit fish were giant. At the very least, there were thousands of them, and the larger ones were 3 feet long. Long Chen was also delighted. However, he quickly found that things weren't working. The large fish entered the net and left sullenly because the net was too small to allow them to reach the bait. Only a few of them ate the bait and were trapped. He quickly pulled up the net, startling any remaining fish away. Only a dozen of them were caught inside, having eaten the bait. However, All of them were over a foot long. The larger ones were 2 feet long with astonishing blood chi. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've struck gold. 10 fish on this level are enough to fully awaken a person's bloodline power. Exclaimed Hua Ziguang. The giant scarlet blood spirit fish probably took several centuries to grow so long. If they sent the net down again, they would obtain enough for the 2 of them to use. At this time, a portion of the net had been broken by the larger fish. Hua Ziguang was about to repair it when he was stopped by Long Chen. You can keep these fish. As for the net, I'm not using it anymore. These fish should be enough for you, so there's no need for you to risk any more danger. I'm preparing to use a different method to fish, and it might be risky, so you can leave. Long Chen had found that this method was insufficient to catch the largest fish. He also didn't have time to create a larger, sturdier net. He wanted to take a risk before more people came. Furthermore, he not only needed large fish, but he needed an incredible amount of them, or there wouldn't be enough for the Dragonblood warriors. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how can you say that? If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have gotten even one. I know how to repay kindness. If you think I'll leave just because of some danger, aren't you looking down on me? Said Hua Ziguang. Having received Long Chen's favor and gaining such a treasure, how could he leave him now? No, you misunderstand. That's all right, you can stay. Help guard me. If anyone gets close, have them scram so that they don't disturb the fish. If they don't listen to your warning, kill them. Can you do that? Asked Long Chen. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone disturb you. Hua Ziguang patted his chest. He had to pay back his debt of the 20+ fish that Long Chen had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at peace. Even if he knew that he might die in battle soon, he was duty-bound not to turn back. All right, then stay in the air and keep an eye on the surroundings. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space. He cut off several branches from a world tree, forming a canoe. He then applied a lot of medicinal powders and crushed spiritual pills onto the bottom of the boat. He wanted to bait the scarlet blood spirit fish to him. Once he was done with this, he inscribed runes onto the bottom of the canoe with the powders. These runes could fully unleash the odor of the medicinal powders and also keep their essence within the runes. Once this was done, Long Chen released the canoe onto the lake. He crushed a large mass of medicinal pills and released them slowly into the water. Very quickly, a shocking scene appeared. Countless scarlet blood spirit fish began slowly swimming out of the bottom of the lake and toward Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had used over 700 kinds of fragrant powders as well as various spiritual fruits and flowers. These all posed a fatal attraction to the scarlet blood spirit fish. Heavens, is that a fish king? Up in the sky, Hua Ziguang saw it clearly. Long Chen's position was covered in blood-colored figures, but now a giant fish 3 meters long had appeared. 1, 2, 3. There were over 10 of those giant fish now. Long Chen was delighted. Those fish kings were the real treasure that he wanted. Just as he was about to pull them in, a figure suddenly flew through the air. He had a pair of wings on his back and an eagle's nose. He was clearly from the ancient races. Friend, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens. That ancient race expert had just appeared and hadn't even gotten close before Hua Ziguang appeared in front of him. He ignored Hua Ziguang, looking at where Long Chen was. There are actually scarlet blood spirit fish, ha ha ha. The ancient race expert laughed loudly, his aura erupting. Killing intent filled the air. Hua Ziguang was startled and infuriated. He slashed his sword at this expert, but he simply sneered. Long Chen, you want to get the scarlet blood spirit fish? Keep dreaming. The ancient race expert refused to fight with Hua Ziguang. After unleashing his killing intent, he soared into the sky, vanishing like a phantom. Once his killing intent was released, those scarlet blood spirit fish that Long Chen had lured over were instantly startled away. They fled, vanishing without a trace. The speed at which they fled defied imagination. Upon seeing that many scarlet blood spirit fish be frightened away by that ancient race expert, Hua Ziguang's expression was ugly. Sorry, I'm too useless. I should have directly killed him instead of warning him, apologized Hua Ziguang. He was ashamed. Even if you had attacked without a warning, it would have been the same. Your killing intent would have frightened off the scarlet blood spirit fish. They're too wary. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't that angry. Things rarely went smoothly for him in the first place. He was used to it. Then what should we do now? That bastard's too fast. He might come back in a bit, said Hua Ziguang worriedly. He really is troublesome. His ability at running is quite amazing, but his actual power isn't very great. For someone like him to appear, it means there's a problem. Maybe the gate to the yin-yang world has already fully opened, and other experts are pouring in. How's this? You go in the direction that he fled to guard. I feel like he most likely went to inform other experts from the ancient races. I will try to lure the fish over one more time, while also using a soul art to try to hypnotize them. This time, there can't be any failure. If you see anyone from the ancient races, you know what to do. Long Chen took a deep breath. Forming hand seals, his spiritual strength spread rapidly. He tossed entire medicinal pills into the lake. Chapter 18:20 Long Chen's anger. Long Chen's spiritual strength sank into the water along with the medicinal pills. He felt his spiritual strength rapidly running out. This lake was extremely strange. Fortunately, Long Chen's spiritual strength was strong enough to last for a while. As the medicinal pills sank to the bottom, through his soul, Long Chen noticed that the bottom of the lake was a land of rocky caves like a bee's nest, yet it was also like coral. These stones had strange marks on them, not looking natural. There was an endless flow of spiritual qi coming out of the rocks. Is this lake something someone specifically set up to raise the scarlet blood spirit fish? Long Chen had a sudden thought. The formations and rules of this lake were strangely and coincidentally set up for these fish. If that was the case, who was the master? There were oddities everywhere in the yin-yang world. Long Chen sent one of the pills into one of the caves. Through it, he could even see some of the scarlet blood spirit fish hiding in the depths of the cave. These scarlet blood spirit fish were hiding in their own secluded caves, but as he went deeper into the cave system, he saw that the caves grew larger, as did the scarlet blood spirit fish living within them. The fish eyed his pill. They swam around it, but they didn't eat it. He knew that these fish were sensing danger because his spiritual strength was attached to it. They were truly sensitive. His strand of spiritual strength was extremely well hidden, but they could still sense it. Fish brothers, please hurry. Otherwise, more idiots will be coming to disturb us. We don't have much time. Long Chen prayed inside. However, the scarlet blood spirit fish refused to bait. All of Long Chen's urging had no use. Finally, one of the scarlet blood spirit fish that was about a foot long swallowed one of the pills in one bite. After devouring it, it quickly returned to hide in its cave. With the first one taking a bite, the others quickly gobbled up the rest. They also warily returned to their caves after swallowing the pills. Long Chen's pills continued to spread, and more of the scarlet blood spirit fish devoured them. These were all pills containing precious medicinal ingredients of great spirituality. They were naturally great bait. Finally, one of the fish kings that was 3 meters long lowered its guard enough to swallow these pills. Seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. The fish king didn't feel anything strange after devouring the pills, but as the pills gradually dissolved inside the fish's bodies, they began to feel sleepy, almost as if they were intoxicated. They began slowly swimming to the surface. These fish had their minds muddled after consuming his pills. The trace of spiritual strength he had left on the medicinal pills was now controlling their souls, making them swim up. One of the fish kings flopped out of the water, landing in his little boat. It lay there motionlessly. I'll have to think of something. Long Chen had a sudden thought. The fish king vanished, reappeared in his spiritual space. Its soul had been controlled by him, and it was like his housepet. Just at this moment, the heaven-flipping seal released a wave of light that enveloped the fish king in his spiritual space. The fish king vanished along with the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-flipping seal entered the primal chaos space. When it did, Long Chen almost cheered. The scarlet blood spirit fish really had been brought into the primal chaos space, and it was still alive. It didn't seem affected at all. It was still well and alive. Yes, this is great. Long Chen was ecstatic. The primal chaos space let him grow vegetation, but living magical beasts couldn't enter. This time, he was just experimenting, but it had really succeeded. He immediately created a 10-mile empty pool in the primal chaos space. A large wooden barrel began drawing the lake's water into the primal chaos space. Before, Hua Ziguang had said that the lake water was special. It could be gathered slowly, but if he went too quickly, it would touch upon the laws of this place. After dozens of barrels of water, there was a small pool of water. He released the fish king inside it and loosened his control. At first, it panicked, swimming around chaotically. It even jumped onto land and flopped several times before returning to the pool. Once there, it quickly calmed down. It seemed it didn't dislike the environment of the primal chaos space. After all, the spiritual chi inside was very dense. The scarlet blood spirit fish calmed down, delighting Long Chen. He had no time to take out any more water because the rest of the pills he had thrown out had been eaten. His spiritual strength circulated, and thousands of scarlet blood spirit fish began swimming toward his boat because he was controlling their souls. One after another, the Fish King appeared out of the water. Long Chen drew them into his spiritual space, while the heaven-flipping seal brought them into the primal chaos space. More and more of them were surrounding Long Chen. They were jumping into his boat. The first ones he gathered were the Fish King. The small pool in the primal chaos space grew quickly. The Fish Kings flopped chaotically, some flying far away. Fortunately, the spiritual chi in the air of the primal chaos space was so dense that even on land, they had enough spiritual chi to absorb and wouldn't die. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. He sensed the power of a divine item erupting. Someone had come, and Hua Ziguang was most likely attacking. Bastard! Long Chen cursed inside. These scarlet blood spirit fish were special beasts, and controlling them with his spiritual strength was a delicate task. Too much spiritual strength and they would die. Moreover, the dead ones would have their essence quickly fade away. Controlling them had been like using a giant plier to do embroidery. He was surrounded by scarlet blood spirit fish, but if he tried to gather them all at once, all he would obtain was a pile of dead fish. Suddenly, a sharp aura locked onto Long Chen. That winged ancient race expert had returned. He was like a bolt of lightning, his sharp claw aiming for the back of Long Chen's head. You really are courting death. Long Chen was infuriated. He smashed a fist at him, but unexpectedly, this person was just fainting. His wings flapped, and he flew past Long Chen, grabbing the scarlet blood spirit fish. He managed to catch over 10 of them. However, he had just done that when Long Chen pointed a finger. A bolt of lightning shot out, causing the winged expert's expression to completely change. He sensed the terrifying power of divine lightning. His wings flapped again, and he suddenly fled into the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding Long Chen's attack. Just as he was forced to run, a spiritual arrow shot at Long Chen. What infuriated Long Chen the most was that this new attacker was from the righteous path. Right now, Long Chen's spiritual strength was focused on the scarlet blood spirit fish. Now that he was disturbed, either all the fish would die or he would be forced to let them run. Furthermore, once they were scared away, these fish would never return. They were such wary beasts that they wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. This person was forcing Long Chen to abandon the scarlet blood spirit fish. At the same time, he sensed several powerful auras rushing over here. Clearly, they had been summoned by this birdman of the ancient races. He had definitely spread word of the scarlet blood spirit fish so that Long Chen couldn't get them. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Long Chen's gaze was icy cold. His spiritual strength relaxed, releasing the scarlet blood spirit fish. They immediately vanished from sight. A lightning blade appeared in Long Chen's hand, slashing apart the spiritual attack. His figure vanished as he rushed toward that righteous expert. His lightning blade slashed down mercilessly. That righteous expert sneered, and a blood-colored saber appeared in his hand. Divine light shone from it, and he slashed at Long Chen, borrowing Long Chen's power to fly back. He had no intention of fighting Long Chen head-on, and he was confident in being able to get away. Ignorant and fearless, Long Chen's lightning blade suddenly exploded as it met the blood-colored saber. Thousands of bolts of lightning spread in every direction. The righteous expert had used the force behind Long Chen's blow to run away. He was still sneering. Just at this moment, a lightning hand pierced through his back and out his chest. That hand was now covered in sticky blood, but that blood was quickly vaporized by the thunder force. The righteous expert stared in shock at his chest. Suddenly, he exploded as the lightning arm shook. A berserk energy turned him into bloody mist. Ancient race idiot, if I don't kill you today, I won't be called Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were gloomy as he stared at a distant shocked birdman. Chapter 1821 Viciously Killing. Long Chen was truly angry. This ancient race idiot had scared away all the scarlet blood spirit fish. With their intelligence and wariness, they wouldn't fall for it a second time. He had already previously ruined this for Long Chen, and now he had brought over so many experts. Long Chen's chances of obtaining more scarlet blood spirit fish were essentially zero now. The righteous expert had already been slain, his blood scattering to the lake. The scarlet blood spirit fish were extremely sensitive to this, and they fled to the caves at the bottom of the lake, refusing to come out. Now that things had reached this point, Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. Killing intent surged in his eyes. This birdman had ruined his plans. The ancient race expert spread his wings, and light erupted in the sky. It was unknown what divine ability he used, but his wings grew explosively, tearing through the void. However, they had just spread when a lightning hand grabbed one of them. The ancient race expert let out a miserable cry as his wing was torn right off by Long Chen. Still holding his bloody wing, Long Chen coldly said, "Did you think your speed was unmatched? I want to see how you fly once I tear off both of your wings." Long Chen tossed the wing into the air and smashed it apart with his fist. Lightning flashed, and he vanished. The ancient race expert endured the pain of having his wing torn off. His wings were where he activated his divine abilities from. Tearing one off was like tearing a piece of his soul away. He summoned his manifestation, and a new wing grew. But his expression changed as Long Chen vanished. His remaining wing lit up, but before he could move, Long Chen's hand reached out, grabbing it and tearing it off. The ancient race expert cried out painfully once again. If Long Chen tore off his arms or legs, he wouldn't shout. But these wings were deeply connected to his soul. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. However, just as he was screaming, that scream was cut off like a knife had severed it. Long Chen's hand was clutching his throat, holding him like a chicken. Just at this moment, a mass of over 20 experts charging over came to a sudden stop. Amongst them were people from the righteous path, the ancient family alliance, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts. When Long Chen had slain the first righteous expert, they had been a bit shocked. However, the ancient race experts had rallied them, saying that they could kill Long Chen instantly if they joined forces. After all, he was the enemy of all of them. If over 20 Empyreans attacked at the same time, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Long Chen. It would then make him vulnerable to other experts. Once he was forced away, they would also have a chance to obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. Although this was risky, the enticement of the scarlet blood spirit fish was great enough for them to risk it. Based on their plan, that birdman of the ancient races should have lasted at least a few exchanges. After all, his heavenly eagle wings were a very powerful divine ability, granting him great speed. They could also be used for offense and defense. Unfortunately, this shockingly fast fellow was too weak in front of Long Chen. He wasn't able to resist in the slightest, getting caught in the blink of an eye. After catching him, Long Chen tossed him over to the other experts rushing over. The birdman was like a meteorite, moving 10 times faster than his own speed. Those experts let out startled cries. They tried to dodge, but Long Chen had thrown the birdman with so much force that he appeared in front of them as soon as he left Long Chen's grasp. 3 of them were struck. Although they had summoned their heavenly Tao defenses, they were sent flying. The birdman's physical body exploded, and a Yuan spirit flew out. He tried to run, as he found that the speed he was so proud of was a joke in front of Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink. Just before this, he had already despaired, thinking that he was definitely dead. But unexpectedly, Long Chen had tossed him away. His physical body might be destroyed, but his Yuan spirit had survived. It was unfortunate that as soon as his hope was reignited, it transformed into absolute despair again. A lightning arrow appeared in his vision. No! A cry of despair rang out as he understood just how foolish it had been to provoke Long Chen with his speed. Boom! That expert's Yuan spirit was slain mercilessly. The other experts' expressions completely changed. They were finally witnessing Long Chen's power. Hence, they no longer dared to even think of driving Long Chen away to obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. In truth, they had been tricked by the birdman. They didn't know that once the scarlet blood spirit fish were startled, they wouldn't appear again. Furthermore, with people being slain and their blood flowing into the lake, those scarlet blood spirit fish would stop searching for food. There wouldn't be the slightest chance of obtaining them again. If they had known that, they might have been calmer before acting. Regretfully, there weren't that many ifs in this world. Long Chen smiled coldly, and his figure vanished. Like a streak of lightning, he shot after those experts. Wielding a bone sword, he slashed it at one of the panicking experts. That expert didn't even have a chance to activate his divine item before being slain along with his Yuan spirit. This bone sword was one of the golden dragon teeth. He didn't dare to let them leave his hand anymore, or they would try to escape his control. The dragon teeth were incredibly sharp. His own hand had to be covered in green dragon scales just so that he could hold it. The dragon tooth was 3 feet long. It was a similar shape to a sword, and he used it very smoothly. If it had a hilt, it would be even more comfortable. Long Chen shot off for his next target. The golden dragon tooth smashed apart a quasi-divine sword that his opponent tried to block with. When that sword was destroyed, Long Chen clearly felt the dragon tooth absorb the sword's item spirit. The dragon tooth actually had a kind of instinct to strengthen itself. Think you can run? Keep dreaming. Long Chen suddenly summoned a ball of golden flames. He threw it into the lake below. The ball of flames exploded on top of the lake. The golden flames spread in every direction. The entire surface of the lake began to boil. Following that, ripples appeared in the water. They looked like scales. They had just appeared when water arrows shot out like concentrated rain, enveloping the region Long Chen was in. The water arrows flew from below, and the experts running for their lives were caught off guard. The water arrows pierced their bodies, eliciting sharp cries. The water arrows enveloped them like a storm. Each arrow possessed its own law. Some of those experts had their physical bodies explode on contact, leaving yuan spirits floating in the air. However, their yuan spirits began to smoke when the water arrows touched them. Their energy rapidly faded. Some of them tried to flee, but before they could get far, they were turned to nothing. Long Chen was also struck by a tide of water arrows. However, he was prepared since he had heard Hua Ziguang say that the lake possessed a law that would attack back if someone attacked the lake. He was standing on the heaven-flipping seal, which spread to cover him. The water arrows struck it, sending it and Long Chen higher into the sky. What shocked Long Chen was that the heaven-flipping seal rapidly exhausted a huge amount of its energy to block the water arrows. Long Chen almost coughed up blood from the impact of the water arrows. Fortunately, the lake returned to calm in a few seconds. The experts that had enveloped Long Chen had all been slain. In the distance, some more experts had been rushing over. However, upon seeing the terrifying sight, their faces were pale. They immediately turned around and fled. It really was terrifying. The heaven-flipping seal almost couldn't bear it. Long Chen himself was shocked. Hua Ziguang had said that the lake's counterattack had been powerful enough to almost heavily injure him. Long Chen had thought that the lake's attack could help him stall or trap these experts. Unexpectedly, the lake had directly slain them all. It seems the lake counterattacks based on the force attacking it. Fuck, it's a good thing I didn't go all out, or I might have died. Long Chen muttered to himself, feeling like he had almost conned himself to death. Long Chen rushed into the distance. He took out some large buckets and began absorbing as much water as he could. He wanted to gather as much as possible before these people's blood infected the water. However, this rate of absorption was too slow. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen suddenly formed a hand seal, and a terrifying suction force appeared. A giant whirlpool appeared in the lake as it sank a whole level. The lake immediately exploded, unleashing a terrifying wave that wrapped around Long Chen. I'm done, I swear. Bye. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he vanished. Chapter 1822 Leaving after killing. Long Chen fled at top speed. The entire lake was enraged, and huge waves were pouncing on him. Just now, Long Chen had absorbed a huge amount of its water, and the pool he had created in the primal chaos space was now full. That had provoked the lake. Before this, he had been hoping to absorb some scarlet blood spirit fish with the water, but he found that the primal chaos space was really unable to absorb living creatures directly. Then he had come up with the method of using the heaven-flipping seal to bring in the scarlet blood spirit fish one by one. By the time he had figured out this method, the Birdman had come to cause trouble, almost ruining things. Right now, there were only 27 scarlet blood spirit fish inside the primal chaos space. As they were all fish kings, the little pool of water he had gotten with the barrels of water had naturally not been enough. In any case, since there was no longer any chance of him gaining more scarlet blood spirit fish, he directly absorbed the lake's water to give the fish kings a better living environment. As a result, the fish were more comfortable, but Long Chen was now attacked from all sides. Long Chen repeatedly slashed a lightning blade, blowing apart the waves of water and creating a path for himself. He found that there was a strange energy within these waves of water. When his lightning blade touched them, he felt his spiritual yuan rapidly flow away. Long Chen decided to release the lightning blade, allowing Lei Long to control it. That way his spiritual yuan wouldn't be sucked away so quickly. After that, he enveloped himself in thunder force that separated him from the lake water. This water was too strange. Even when a single drop of it touched him, it sucked away his spiritual yuan, his spiritual strength, and his yuan spirit energy. Lei Long had its own energy. As a result, it could slash open a path, bringing Long Chen away. Mountains began to appear in the distance when they finally reached the end of the lake. Suddenly, Long Chen clapped himself in the head for his foolishness. Why hadn't he absorbed the water at the shore and then run? The lake wouldn't have been able to attack him. Just as they flew onto the shore, the lake stopped rumbling. It seemed to roar one final time before its attack stopped. Its attack range was limited to just the lake. Good, now no one can obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. Long Chen smiled coldly. Golden ripples had appeared over the lake. It seemed taking the water had touched upon some restriction, making the lake enter a furious state. If people flew over it, they might be fine, but if anyone dared to try to do anything to the lake, they would definitely be attacked and killed. The scarlet blood spirit fish had been scared away, while the water had been infected with blood. Before the lake was cleansed, they definitely wouldn't come out again. With them hiding in the caves at the bottom of the lake, no one could even entice them to come out, let alone capture one. There really was no hope of getting any more of them now. Long Chen quickly rushed over 2 mountains and saw violet light flying in the distance. Hua Ziguang was surrounded by 7 Empyreans. It went without saying that Hua Ziguang was not weak. He was worthy of being sent in ahead of the crowd. Even against 7 opponents, he wasn't instantly defeated. However, he was definitely at a disadvantage and caught by them. Hua Ziguang, who would have thought that you would be so foolish as to willingly be used by Long Chen? Don't you think you're stupid for sacrificing yourself for him? That many people went to kill him, and didn't you hear those explosions just now? Sneered an expert wearing robes of the righteous path. He was joined by 2 experts of the ancient races, 3 from the ancient family alliance, and 1 from the Zon beasts. Hua Ziguang clenched his teeth. His attacks were much sharper than the 7 of them. You're the idiot. Do you think the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts will become your support in the future? Once your use has come to an end, they'll abandon you. To betray your own side for some fake benefits, you're the real idiot. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is the pride of the righteous path and the human race. He has killed so many experts from the corrupt path, but you aren't grateful at all. How stubborn. It seems only death can cure your stupidity. Cursed the righteous expert. Yes, truly stubborn. Death really is the only cure for you. An indifferent voice rang out. It was very calm in everyone's ears, but it caused all 8 people's expressions to change. Hua Ziguang was delighted, while the other 7 were terrified. This voice was familiar to all of them. Although the 7 of them had never personally seen the master of this voice, they had seen him in photographic jades. A hand slammed onto that righteous expert's back, and he directly exploded from the force. His sword tried to fly away, but it was caught by Long Chen. If you don't want to die, you better obediently listen to me. Long Chen directed these words to the sword in his hand. It was a divine item, and if it dared to resist, he would destroy it. He smoothly slashed the sword through the air. A cold light flashed as one of the ancient race experts was cut in 2. Look closely. A sword user must have a sword user's pride and arrogance. With one sword, you can shake the universe, laugh at gods, and force the world to make way for you. Long Chen slashed his sword again, and it seemed to break the laws of heaven and earth. Time stood still. It was like this sword did not exist in this world. Sword light flashed, moving in an inconceivable arc. This arc exceeded the scope of the sword Dao yet also seemed to be part of it. Long Chen slashed his sword 6 times, each time killing someone. Whether they blocked or fled, or even tried to launch a suicidal blow, they were helpless in front of Long Chen's incomprehensible sword arts. Their ultimate fates were only death. Hua Ziguang was struck dumb. He had put his whole life into the sword Dao, but he had never witnessed such terrifying and refined sword arts. In the blink of an eye, those 7 experts that had suppressed him were slain. Furthermore, each of them had died so easily. Long Chen seemed elegant when attacking, as if he was dancing, as if it were just a show. But each move was a fatal blow. All the divine items stayed in the air, not daring to move or run. That was what Long Chen had ordered. He had locked onto these divine items with his divine sense. Although they were just quasi-divine items, he knew that the Dragonblood Legion needed some good weapons. All the Dragonblood warriors were using ancestral items. Even if he couldn't let them all use divine items, at least the squad leaders should have a divine item. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage in future fights. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. No, Master Long Chen. I beg of you, please accept me as your apprentice. Long Chen put away the divine items, and only then did Hua Ziguang recover from his shock. He actually knelt to Long Chen. He had been completely won over by Long Chen's sword arts. Long Chen pulled Hua Ziguang up, shaking his head. I'm just a dabbler. My sword arts were learned from my brother. You have great talent and power, but not the confidence and pride a sword cultivator should possess. A person needs to be humble, but sword cultivators are an exception. For a sword cultivator to feel humble is indecisive. You will see countless forks in the road ahead of you and hesitate for a lifetime. If you can't even see your own path clearly, you won't be able to become a true expert. Hua Ziguang looked at Long Chen. He felt like he had suddenly understood something, and he bowed. Many thanks for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. If I have any future accomplishments, it will be thanks to your favor. Hua Ziguang's own comprehension abilities were very great. With just a slight indication from Long Chen, he had found the greatest weakness in himself. That was because he sensed a confidence that only experts could possess. That confidence was something that would not be shaken, one that would be steady in the face of countless trials. Long Chen's reminder changed Hua Ziguang's life and would change the Violet Light Sword sect forever. But that was in the future. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how did things go? Did you get the Scarlet Blood Spirit fish? Fuck, a bunch of idiots chased them away. You didn't get them. Hua Ziguang was startled. Clenching his teeth, he took out his own Scarlet Blood Spirit fish. Long Chen hastily shook his hand. I did get some already, it's just that my household is too big, and the fish that I got aren't enough. As for what you have, it's not worth anything either. Then what do we do? Can we go back? No need. The Scarlet Blood Spirit fish are unobtainable by anyone now. Long Chen shook his head. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, is there anything you need my help with? I can go form an alliance with other righteous experts. No, I'm not afraid of anyone. If anyone wants to die, just send them over to me. If you have any good friends who have left the Martial Heaven Alliance or want to go against me, you can try to advise them. If they stay like that, they will sooner or later die to a scheme or die to my hands. Good brother, take care. If we can, let's meet again. Long Chen turned and left. More and more people were entering the Yin-Yang world. That was a bad thing but also a good thing. Chapter 1823 A Meeting of Fate. Long Chen had forcibly shattered the souls of the people he had slain while killing them. That was in order to flip through their memories. He didn't have the same refined control over his spiritual strength as Meng Qi did. If he tried to quickly look through them, the seals on their souls would activate, causing their souls to self-destruct. Although that wouldn't harm Long Chen, their memories would be fully erased. That was why Long Chen was forced to crush their souls into fragments. That would shatter the restrictions on their souls, allowing him to glance through the fragments. Through those fragments, Long Chen obtained a wider map. He also saw the threads that Pill Valley was weaving. The sects that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance had already formed a secret alliance with Pill Valley, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Zon Beasts, and other first-rate powers. The very existence of this alliance was a shot at the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Corrupt Path had already promised that if those sects didn't attack them, they wouldn't attack those sects. Of course, that was just a word game. As long as the Corrupt Path was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. They could make up a story that those sects had suddenly attacked them. Then they could openly crush them. So this alliance was weaker than paper. Anyone with a brain could see the crux of the problem. Long Chen didn't know what those people leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance were thinking. When the Martial Heaven Alliance fell, their so-called allies would become hungry wolves. Could it be all those people were idiots and didn't see that? Or were there more secrets that he didn't know yet? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue trying to understand their thinking, or what kind of scheme they were up to. He followed his own advice, that schemes were nothing in front of absolute power. Using intelligence to survive in this world was like dancing on the tip of a blade. One mistake, one miscalculation, and you would be done for. Relying on power was the correct path. That was why this world was one where the strong were respected. As long as you were strong, you could control everything. You wouldn't need schemes. The only precondition was that you were strong enough. A good display of this principle would be the comparison between the heaven-splitting battle sect and the Xuantian Dao sect. When both of them had declined, the Xuantian Dao sect had been whistling past the graveyard. They weren't even able to maintain their own dignity. On the other hand, the heaven-splitting battle sect might have become poor, but they were unyielding. If anyone provoked them, they would fight to the last. They refused to talk reason or bother with schemes. If someone was an enemy, they would fight to the death. So the heaven-splitting battle sect had become a sect of madmen in the martial heaven continent. However, these madmen were existences others didn't dare to provoke. No matter how they declined, they still managed to live with dignity. What was the point of cultivating? If it wasn't to live with dignity, then what? So the heaven-splitting battle sect's principles were very much to Long Chen's taste. If the Xuantian Dao sect did not have Li Tianxuan present, Long Chen really wouldn't feel any sense of belonging to the Xuantian Dao sect. The same was true of the Martial Heaven Alliance. He only respected and loved Ku Jianying alone. The others had nothing to do with him. Only the heaven-splitting battle sect had made him feel like a family as a whole. Drinking and eating with Bao Buping and Chong Hao, he felt like that was how a man should live. So even knowing that people had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance, he only felt them to be foolish. He wasn't angry. If those traitors had come from the heaven-splitting battle sect though, he would definitely hunt them down to the last. He wouldn't let anyone betray him. Matching these maps to his own, Long Chen obtained a great picture of the yin-yang world. This was one of the benefits of more people having entered. The region they could cover was greater, and it would be easier to notice some ancient relics. Although his attempt at capturing the scarlet blood spirit fish had ended up being interrupted, he was actually very satisfied now. He had just checked on the fish and found that they seemed infatuated with their new home. He had tossed a few spirit flowers and some fruit inside, thinking that they would placate them. However, they actually devoured them all. Two of them even jumped to the side of the shore and ate some precious medicines there before returning to their pool. The spiritual qi in the primal chaos space was extremely concentrated, and the life energy was so dense that it had almost condensed into the divine life elixir. That was the kind of environment that the scarlet blood spirit fish liked the best. They only liked places with abundant spiritual qi, and those environments had to be peaceful as well. In the primal chaos space, they seemed to become very hungry. They were swimming rapidly through the pool in search of food. What delighted him the most was that two of them were actually in a corner laying eggs. In just a few hours, those eggs began to change, transforming into translucent little fish. When Long Chen saw that, he almost shouted in joy. The scarlet blood spirit fish he had caught were multiplying. There were over 1,000 eggs in that one brood. In the primal chaos space, they had no natural predators, so these eggs would all mature. Just to prevent any accidents, Long Chen moved the eggs into their own little pool. He didn't want the scarlet blood spirit fish to eat them. He didn't know about their habits or if they ate their own eggs. If they were eaten, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He tossed in a lot of precious medicines, fruit, and flowers. The fish gobbled them up until they couldn't eat anymore. They lazily swam through the water. Long Chen was given a nice surprise. He didn't know if it was because the primal chaos space was a special world, but there were now 3 more pairs mating and laying eggs. The flow of time seemed different in the primal chaos space. Everything grew faster here, even the scarlet blood spirit fish. Although he didn't quite understand this aspect of the primal chaos space, he didn't care to figure it out. In any case, it was an amazing thing. Long Chen planted precious medicines all around the fish pool. In particular, he planted those that bloomed and bore fruit very quickly. That way, when the scarlet blood spirit fish grew hungry, they could swim over to the shore and eat as much as they wanted. As long as he gave them enough food, he was confident that he could breed even more of them. The primal chaos space is a real treasure. Divine items, they're garbage compared to it. Long Chen laughed inside. The primal chaos space was a miracle. It had helped him time and time again. A few more hours passed. The first batch of eggs had matured into inch-long scarlet blood spirit fish that were swimming around happily. Long Chen tossed in some powders of the food that he was feeding to the adult fish. Those small scarlet blood spirit fish quickly consumed them. They all liked things with great spirituality. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Long Chen went crazy with delight. These fish were growing exceptionally quickly. It seemed it wouldn't take that long for them to fully mature. The Dragonblood Legion can soar once more. In the future, I won't even need to fight. I'll just point to who I want my brothers to kill. Long Chen felt like flowers were blooming in his heart. He eagerly anticipated the day these small scarlet blood spirit fish became Fish King as well. Being nourished in the primal chaos space, their essence would be several times stronger than the ordinary scarlet blood spirit fish. Adding on the fact that he was feeding them precious 9th and 10th tier medicinal ingredients, each one of them was a treasure. Once they fully matured, he would never need to worry about money again. After finishing the arrangements for the scarlet blood spirit fish, Long Chen thought about it and flew in a certain direction. It was a region that no one had mapped out yet. Having gone through what the others had experienced since entering the yin-yang world, he hadn't found anything that interested him. It was the unknown regions that possessed greater chances of holding treasures. Those people's cultivation bases hadn't been particularly high, and their power was also not that great. The reason they had survived was precisely because they hadn't run into any precious treasures worth fighting for, or because they hadn't dared to take risks to obtain greater treasures. As for those who had obtained treasures, if they weren't particularly strong, they would probably hide themselves after obtaining those treasures. They would wait until they could use the treasure to increase their power to the point where they could protect it before going out in search of more. As for the place he was going, it was a craggy mountain range. The dense vegetation of the yin-yang world gradually faded here, replaced with thistles and thorns. It looked a bit desolate. The further he went, the more desolate it appeared. In the end, even the thorny undergrowth faded, replaced with barren stones. These stones gradually became a red color. Further onward, he saw a corpse of a human. The robes belonged to the righteous path, and there was a clean incision on the back of the head. This person had been slain in one attack, with even their yuan spirit annihilated. The corpse belonged to a young rank 9 celestial that still had a bewildered expression on his face. Even in his death, he hadn't understood what was going on. There's no heavenly Dao aura or the leftover aura of a divine item. There are no signs of resistance. It seems the dangers you can't see really are the fatal ones. Long Chen shook his head as he looked at the surrounding rocks. This person was most likely slain by his companion, by someone he trusted. As for why that person had killed him, who knew? The most dangerous thing in the cultivation world was a person's heart. This was an ancient teaching that had been true from time immemorial. Although Long Chen had killed countless people, he always kept his conscience clean. He had never felt any guilt for his actions. However, each time he saw someone being killed by someone they trusted, he would feel infuriated. Betrayal was something he couldn't accept. He continued onward. The land ahead was covered in mist, but this mist was actually dark yellow. It looked beautiful yet also extremely dangerous. Long Chen had just reached the misty area when a figure slowly walked out of the mist, just so happening to be walking directly to Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, his expression completely changed. Before he could do anything, Long Chen's sword was already slashing down mercilessly. A meeting of fate. Chapter 1824 Robbing the Robber. It truly was a meeting of fate because that person was from the Zan beasts and had been one of the people beside true immortal Jiaoqi who had targeted Long Chen outside the yin-yang world, saying that he would kill Long Chen as soon as he saw him. Fate had drawn them together here. The Zan beast had just noticed Long Chen when Long Chen's sword came slashing over to him. He hastily raised a battle axe to block. The Zan beast was blown back, while Long Chen's body also shook slightly. His sword was too light, and it might be alright against most Empyreans, but this Zan beast expert was an elite who had been sent into the yin-yang world ahead of the ordinary experts. Long Chen was also forced back in this exchange. This person's power was not inferior to Shang Yunfei's. Without a weapon suited to him, Long Chen actually had no advantage over him. The Zan beast expert's expression changed. After being blown back, he actually ran away. That dumbfounded Long Chen. This person was so powerful. Even if he wasn't as strong as Shang Yunfei, he was still on that level. That one exchange was enough for experts on their level to sense this. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, that would definitely come at a price, and to kill him would be very difficult. Unexpectedly, such a powerful expert directly fled. He was extremely fast, and Long Chen was still stunned when he vanished from sight. He was already injured. Examining his surroundings more closely, Long Chen saw a drop of blood on the ground left behind by that Zan beast. Long Chen walked over and touched the blood. Beautiful light shone from it. It was filled with the Zan beast's essence. There's a corrosive aura within it, as well as the power of a curse. I didn't see any big injuries, so he was most likely stabbed, either being struck by poison or a curse. So he was trying to find a place to heal. I just wonder who injured him. Was it another person or some native beast? This mist must be filled with dangers. Long Chen looked at the mist in front of him gravely. That Zon beast expert was very powerful, and Long Chen hadn't seen any injury on him. Whatever wound there was, it had to be very small. For such a small injury to make a Zon beast expert flee for his life in search of a place to heal, it definitely had to be very fatal. Should I chase that fellow? Long Chen liked that idea, but he decided against it. His chances of killing him were too low. If his prey just ran off in the end, it would be a waste of time. He continued forward, walking into the mist. Here, he found that this mist was condensed by a special law. It was not true mist, but something that seemed like the result of a formation. The mist contains an energy that blocks spiritual probing and tries to distract the soul. It would create hallucinations if someone's will wasn't strong enough. Long Chen immediately noticed the oddities of the mist, but it couldn't affect him. Continuing onward, Long Chen saw a figure standing in the mist, its whole body shuddering. He was just an ordinary rank 9 celestial of the righteous path. His eyes were closed, and he was covered in sweat. Long Chen patted a hand on his shoulder, causing him to let out a startled cry. It was like he had been startled awake out of a nightmare. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. That person looked at Long Chen with a hint of panic in his eyes. Your will isn't strong enough. You should leave. You will only die here. Long Chen only gave a simple warning before continuing onward. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The expert stood there with a complicated expression. I don't care if you left the Martial Heaven Alliance. Wearing the robes of the righteous path should be enough to state your position. I know there are things out of your control, I only saved you because we're from the same side. Long Chen indifferently waved his hand, quickly vanishing from that person's sight. Long Chen had already realized that this person belonged to a sect that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although he was wearing the Righteous Path's robes, there was a specific mark on his sleeves. That mark wasn't very conspicuous, but Long Chen had noticed it. Despite that, Long Chen had still saved him. In truth, some disciples were innocent. The ones who made the decisions were the higher-ups, and these disciples were powerless to change their decisions. As long as they hadn't raised their blades against him, Long Chen didn't want to kill them. It wasn't because he was such a nice person, but just that he had his own bottom line. The mist grew thicker as he advanced. The mental invasion also grew stronger, and other people would be seeing illusions everywhere. However, Long Chen's will was strong, and he wasn't affected at all. He didn't even need to summon a mental defense. Finally, the mist began to fade, and he saw a land of unending mountains. They were still barren, but now they consisted entirely of dark red stone. Ha ha ha, little girl, hand over your treasures and I'll spare your life. Long Chen had just walked out of the mist when he heard some shouting. Oh, someone's robbing others. Good, let's see if I can rob the robber. Long Chen quickly advanced. He also hid his spiritual fluctuations and aura. Once he was past a small mountain, he saw that there were two people, both from the righteous path. One was a man with fiery red light in his eyes, and he was blocking the path of a young woman. The man was an Empyrean with a powerful aura. He had yet to release his manifestation, but his aura was completely locked onto the woman in front of him. As for the woman, she was just a rank 9 celestial. Her aura was not very strong. She looked very weak, and she was like a lamb for the slaughter in front of this Empyrean. Long Chen looked strangely at this woman. He felt her figure to be somewhat familiar, but he didn't recall a rank 9 celestial amongst the women he knew. We're both from the righteous path and should be united. You haven't even seen the treasure, but you got greedy and want to kill me. Is this your Tao of cultivation? The woman shook her head. Her voice was a bit coarse. It was dry and tart. Her voice also seemed to contain great disappointment, as well as a sorrow that was difficult to describe. Long Chen got curious and switched locations to get a better view. Looking at her face, he found that her looks were very ordinary. She had quite a few freckles as well. It could be said that she was a bit ugly. However, her eyes were still very bright, but they were filled with a complicated expression of disappointment. Are you an idiot? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? What Tao? The cultivation path is one where the strong step over other people's corpses to advance. As long as there is profit, who cares? Don't waste any more of my time. I'll give you to the count of 3. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you. 1. The woman seemed to have given up on fighting. She sighed, "You, Zhang Yunxiang, are a generation's genius, the heir to the rain-slashing mountain house. Normally, you act very heroically. Your reputation is excellent, but who would have thought that there was such a sinister and merciless face behind that heroism? Just a quasi-divine item is enough for you to tear your fake mask off and want to kill me, a weak woman." The woman was holding an ancient sword with divine runes flowing around it. This man had targeted her precisely for that sword. Seeing that she was just a rank 9 celestial, he naturally grew greedy. Long Chen's mouth couldn't help but curse. Was this woman really an idiot? Did she not know not to reveal her wealth for nothing? She, a little rank 9 celestial, actually dared to openly hold a divine item. How was that any different from a child carrying a piece of gold and walking into a den of beggars? Stop wasting time. Although I rarely kill women, I don't have time to waste on you. Just die. That man's manifestation suddenly burst into existence. A rank 9 celestial's heavenly Tao energy would be completely stripped away by an Empyrean's manifestation. This woman had no chance to fight back. That person's palm slammed toward her, and she simply closed her eyes, seeming to be waiting for her death. A burst of wind blew back the woman's hair. However, the fatal blow she had been waiting for never came. That was because a hand had caught that man's wrist. Another person had appeared in front of her. When she saw that person, her entire body shook. She covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. The man that had been about to kill her suddenly saw someone else arrive and catch his attack easily. When he saw that person, he was filled with terror. "I suppose that you killed your companion before even entering the mist, correct? If you have a human's appearance, you should act like a human." Long Chen's domineering spiritual yuan surged into that man through his wrist, sealing his dantian. Just from this person's attack, Long Chen knew that he was the one who had killed the corpse that had died from a sudden sneak attack. Long Chen easily recognized his aura. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, He was terrified, wanting to argue. But in front of Long Chen's cold gaze, he found that he couldn't lie. At some point, his soul was completely sealed by Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I know my wrongs. Please, forgive me, I am willing to be your slave, too. Hand over all your treasures," said Long Chen indifferently. Chapter 1825 The Strange Woman. That person immediately took out 3 divine items. There were 1 spear and 2 swords. They were all quasi-divine items. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I've taken out everything I own. Can you please let me off?" That person immediately felt more relaxed upon seeing that Long Chen merely wanted to rob him. He felt that, as long as he handed his treasures over, Long Chen wouldn't kill him. "Don't try to trick me. I've killed many people. I'll give you to the count of 3, and if you don't hand over everything, I guarantee that you won't see tomorrow's sun." Long Chen smiled disdainfully. Long Chen's divine sense was completely locked onto this person. He could sense even the most imperceptible fluctuations. As nothing could escape his senses, lying to him was an impossibility. That person's expression changed. Under Long Chen's icy gaze, he finally submitted, tossing out another 7 divine items. This person was truly a marvel. Ordinary spatial rings were unable to store divine items. The only exception was a spatial ring that had reached the same level as a divine item. Otherwise, they would need to be stored in a spiritual space. In either case, he had to have forced the divine item to submit or sealed it, or he would simply be courting death. The self-detonation of a divine item would annihilate him. As expected, these divine items all had sealing runes on them. This person was quite skilled in this regard, or there was no way he could have sealed this many divine items with his power. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I swear these are all the divine items I have. I beg you to stay your hand and let me off." This person was pale, looking as miserable as if his parents had just died. He knew that Long Chen's spiritual strength was many times stronger than his own. Hiding anything from Long Chen was suicide. If he was tougher, he could refuse to hand over anything. He could have crushed his spatial ring, throwing the divine items into the chaotic flow of space so that no one could obtain them. However, in front of Long Chen, it was impossible for him to be tough. He still wanted to live, so he had no choice but to hand over his treasures. "You had quite a few." Long Chen smiled icily. Each of these divine items represented the life of an expert, or perhaps more accurately, the life of a righteous expert. This person's power wasn't worth crap in Long Chen's eyes. His guess was that all the people he had killed had been people who had trusted him, his friends. There was no other way he could have killed so many experts in possession of divine items. Long Chen, you're a peerless expert. I've already handed over my treasures. Killing me won't get you anything more. Will you still kill me? Probed the man brazenly. A glint of resentment flashed in his eyes. These divine items were all his treasures. For them, he had used his own connections, viciously attacking the people closest to him, but now, all those treasures had ended up in Long Chen's hands. He was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice. Long Chen suddenly slapped that person, sending him staggering back. Scram! After slapping him away, Long Chen didn't look at him anymore. He grabbed the divine items and put them in the primal chaos space. The man glared at Long Chen resentfully, but he didn't dare to express it. He rushed away, vanishing within the mist. You bastard Long Chen, just wait. I won't let you off for this. That person was in the midst of cursing Long Chen when he suddenly grabbed his head and tumbled to the ground, rolling around crazily. You bastard. You did something to my mind. When Long Chen had slapped him, he had sent a strand of spiritual strength into this man's mind. See? When his resentment and rage flared, it would cause his soul to rage as well. After that, the single strand of spiritual strength would transform into a sharp blade, and countless illusions began to appear in his head. He saw the friends he had betrayed and killed. They were covered in blood. Then he saw the very blade he had used to kill them in their hands. With it, they began to hack him over and over again. A terrified scream rang out. In real life, he was rolling around crazily, but in his mind, he was unable to move. He could only allow these people to cut him to pieces. Although Long Chen wasn't a soul cultivator, he had learned some simple soul arts from Meng Qi, and his spiritual strength was extremely powerful. When that person's resentment erupted, he would fall into his most terrifying nightmares. The more he was afraid of something, the more he would see it. These illusions used his Yuan spirit as fuel. They would continue until his Yuan spirit ran out of energy and was incinerated. Only then would his pain stop. However, a person's Yuan spirit had quite a bit of energy, and it could be incinerated for a long time. In other words, this person would slowly die amidst endless pain and suffering. Perhaps this was his retribution for betraying others. Long Chen put away all the divine items. He supposed he had made quite a decent profit. As for that person's fate, it was within his expectations. The woman gratefully bowed toward Long Chen. Although her looks were ordinary, every single one of her movements contained an indescribable charm to them that made Long Chen feel like she looked very familiar. There's no need to thank me. I was just being a robber. I'm even more evil than that person. But don't worry, I'm much superior and tactful. Speaking of which, that sword is a calamity in your hands. How about you give it to me for safekeeping? Again, there's no need for you to thank me. Long Chen waved his hand, looking at the sword in her hand. The woman actually chuckled at Long Chen. Miss, I'm in the midst of robbing people, so please be more serious. Respect my profession. Long Chen hardened his expression. The great founder of the Dragonblood Legion, an unrivaled heavenly genius, the unmatched Long Chen would actually rob a weak woman. I don't dare to believe it. The woman smiled at Long Chen without the slightest fear. Long Chen swore inside, so he had been recognized. He immediately said, I haven't been doing too well in the world lately. It's been tough. Sometimes I'm forced to be a robber to get some money to survive. Girl, why do you look a bit familiar to me? Do I know you? I know you, but you don't know me. I'm just a nameless little figure, a nobody. My talent is only ordinary, while you are a dragon amongst men. How could you know me? The woman sighed with sorrow. Hey, little girl, why do I feel like you sound world-weary? Did you enter the yin-yang world to seek your own death? Cough, I put that badly, but you know what I mean. Long Chen had seen all kinds of people, but he felt that this woman was different from all of them. Seeking my own death, perhaps. In the yin-yang world, I've seen many ugly things. I don't quite know what to do. A complicated expression appeared in her eyes. She seemed at a loss. TCH, another girl living in dreams. Long Chen shook his head. You're the same as that foolish Ziyan. Either you are always protected by others when looking at the world, or you learn about the world only through other people's mouths. Standing in the sunlight, you look at how amazing the world looks, yet you never see just how dark the places where the sunlight doesn't reach are. TCH, I'm not going to get in another argument with one of you. Just as Long Chen turned to leave, he hesitated. He took out a small arrow tube and handed it to her. This tube is an item used for sneak attacking that Guo Ran made for me. I'll probably never use it, so based on the destiny that brought us together, you can have it. I also benefited a bit thanks to you. There's a mechanism inside it that can be activated 3 times. Each time, it will shoot out 300 poisoned needles that will paralyze someone. If you use it at close range without any warning, someone like that fellow just now would definitely be struck. You would then have a chance to kill him. Even if you can't, you would have won a chance to run away. Girl, remember that life is beautiful, but it is definitely not perfect. When you despair, think of the things that make you happy, and you'll feel that no matter where you go, there will still be sunlight in your heart. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'm still busy, so goodbye. Long Chen waved his hand and vanished, leaving the woman holding the tube. She looked in the direction Long Chen had gone. Without being aware of it, tears streamed down her face. Did he recognize me? No one can recognize you. Furthermore, that evil weapon of Long Chen's is currently in slumber, so there's even less chance of him recognizing you. A voice rang out in the woman's mind. If he didn't recognize me, then he just gave an ugly, talentless girl that he didn't even know a life-saving treasure, as well as saving her and comforting her. He really is still the same. He has not changed. He's always been a good person. What makes a person good or bad depends on your viewpoint, just as Long Chen said. There were many things you couldn't see before this. Now that you've changed your viewpoint, don't you think you have seen a more truthful view? The girl nodded. It really is a different view. It's completely different from what my master and the elders taught me. Senior, I'm lost. What is there to be lost about? Again, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. What matters is where you stand. The things your master taught you are correct to her. As for what Long Chen said, he's also correct. As for that fellow that snatches treasures from others to live, he is also correct. Using any means necessary is a method of survival. Naturally, you are lost now, but if you want to see the world clearly, you'll need to view it from multiple angles. That's the only way you can find a more complete view. Senior, I want to return to my old status. Please. The mysterious voice merely gave an icy reply with no room for negotiation. Chapter 1826 The Path of Tempering the Heart. We've agreed that you will roam the yin-yang world as an ordinary rank 9 celestial for a month. During this month, I will suppress your cultivation base, your looks, your yuan spirit, your spiritual fluctuations, everything. Here, you are no longer the beloved and respected fairy Ziyan. You are just an ordinary cultivator that could not be any more ordinary. This woman was the elusive music immortal palace's Ziyan. Before entering the yin-yang world, she had been moved by Yan Nantian's words. She wanted to try looking at the world from another angle. Long Chen had always said that this world wasn't what she thought it was. She had thought that Long Chen's eyes had been clouded by slaughter and hatred. She had felt that he was wrong, that he couldn't see the sunlight. Hence, she had made an agreement with the 7-string C suppressing zither. It would suppress her cultivation base, change her appearance, and make her into a completely different person. As long as her life wasn't in danger, it wouldn't help her. This was a tempering experience for her, as well as an experiment. When she first entered, everything went well. She didn't bump into any other experts. Relying on her luck and intellect, she found quite a marvelous bounty inside an ancient cave. At that time, she had been very confident. But on the day that the large mass of experts had entered the yin-yang world, she had been robbed by 7 different experts. It was at this time that she found that her learning, her principles, her insights were all jokes. In this place, the only thing was naked greed. Talking reason, that wasn't worth a single copper coin. At the beginning, there had been several rank 9 celestials that had grown envious of her divine item, so they had tried to kill her. She had then relied on her power to repel them and run. Failing 7 times to talk things out with those people had given her a big impact. But the biggest impact was when she had saved an expert who had been injured and lost consciousness when fighting against a magical beast. After she had helped heal that expert, he actually launched a sneak attack at her, almost killing her. It had been the 7-string C suppressing zither that had been forced to come to her aid, killing her attacker. No matter what, Ziyan couldn't understand. If it hadn't been for her, that person would have died, so why would he want to kill her? Was it really true that greed would always win over everything? Was there really no gratitude? In the next few days, she had grown somewhat numb. Before this, she had been like a swan gracefully soaring over the land. She had seen endless mountains and rivers, endless beautiful scenes that made her feel like this world was so wonderful. Now, this swan's wings had been lost. She fell to the mountains and rivers, powerless. She had once firmly believed that as long as a person could comprehend the heavenly Taos, they would be able to reform the world. Now she felt that this line of thinking was laughable. She also experienced the double standards that Long Chen had brought up. All the experts that she had encountered wished to hear her music, and when they did, they praised her, giving her the name of the Zither Fairy. They prostrated themselves before her, listening closely to her teachings. However, when she had a different status, the same principles that she was taught before were met with derision and a killing blow. Those people couldn't even be bothered to let her finish speaking. They just wanted her sword. Day after day, Xian was in greater and greater pain. She felt her faith and beliefs crumbling around her. The world that she had known was all false. The elusive Music Immortal Palace's disciples only obtained the world's approval due to the elusive Music Immortal Palace's martial might. Without this foundation, they were just a joke. After the past few days, she didn't even know how many people she had encountered who had wanted to kill her for her treasures. She had not encountered a single person who had wanted to help her. Some people had just watched from the side indifferently, perhaps waiting for a chance to profit while she fought off her attacker. Recently, she had lost the desire to talk reason with others. Her heart grew colder and colder. This world made her heart cold. Without the status of Fairy Xian, she felt pained. The thing that she hadn't expected was that the first person to come to her aid would actually be Long Chen. Even without recognizing her, he had helped her and even given her something to protect herself. That made her grateful but also ashamed. Long Chen had always been a good person. He acted openly, in the same way that he thought. He didn't act one way while thinking another. Before this, she had gone against him, thinking that he was a demon who had slaughtered too many people and thus lost himself. She had wanted him to abandon his slaughter. Now when she thought back to that, she felt herself to be foolish. Wasn't giving up his slaughter just allowing others to kill him? Had she really been asking him to kill himself? She had even asked it so righteously. Thinking of that, she felt so ashamed she could die from it. These days where she had lost her status as Fairy Xian had been hell for her. She felt constant pain, and she was barely halfway through her month. That was why she begged the 7-string C-suppressing zither to free her from this torment. She didn't want to play this game any longer. Are you afraid of continuing because you don't want to see that the world is even worse and more evil than you've already seen? Asked the 7-string C-suppressing zither. Xian choked back some sobs as she nodded. Xian, this world belongs to the brave. Why do people want to become strong? Xian shook her head. If it was before, she wouldn't hesitate to say a few hundred responses, but now her head was a muddled mess. She no longer had her old confidence. Not everyone is full of wild ambitions. 99% of people just want freedom. They want to live with freedom and dignity. Long Chen's accomplishments are forced out by the cruelty of reality. If he didn't work hard, if he wasn't vicious enough, he would die. His lovers would die, and his brothers would die. As for you, you understand many principles, but you have never thought about what you live for. When you were born, your fate was set. You were to be a high and noble fairy, the heir to the elusive Music Immortal Palace. You accepted that fate, but Long Chen had his own fate. He was a lowly noble's son in an empire in the secular world. His fate should have ended within that rundown noble family. However, he was unwilling to allow fate to settle things for him. He fought against the heavenly Taos. He dared to go against the very heavens. As for you, your fate was set up by the elusive Music Immortal Palace. Are you willing to let your fate be arranged by others? Senior. Xian was surprised that the 7-string C-suppressing zither would say such words. Was it saying, don't be surprised, the reason I have always stayed in the elusive Music Immortal Palace is because I was waiting for a person to appear. That person is you, but it is not the current you. Child, don't be afraid. Be brave, clench your teeth and walk forward. Only by experiencing a painful struggle can you emerge from your cocoon. Many thanks, Senior. Disciple will definitely live up to your expectations, said Xian gratefully as she wiped away her tears. Child, you should know that you aren't alone. You not only have me, don't you also have an existence in your heart that's more important than anything else? Xian involuntarily thought of Long Chen. That free and unfettered figure that dared to do anything was always present in her heart. But he already said that the ties that held us together were severed. We are now strangers. Tears once more sprang up in Ziyan's eyes. She thought of the heartless words Long Chen had said back in the Grand Han. Foolish child, you were the one forcing him to say such things. You forced his people into desperate straits. How could he not be angry? Do you not know what kind of person Long Chen is? His people's lives are more important to him than his own. When you fought him at that time, you threw them all into great danger. Did you think he would say something nice? But he definitely hates me to death now. You really are foolish. Long Chen doesn't truly hate you. Did you not hear it? Hear what? Ziyan's ears perked up. Long Chen previously said that you were the same as that foolish Ziyan. That proves that you are still in his heart. Were you unable to even tell that? Hearing that, Ziyan felt like a curse had been lifted. She became brighter. Child, the great era has come. This world is facing huge changes, and a storm of blood is coming. No one can live off of just kindness. If you are really kind, if you really want to save the lives of this world, then work hard on finding the correct Tao, said the seven-string C suppressing zither solemnly. The correct Tao? You mean, the current heavenly Taos? Talking about such things is too early. I know you are a kind child, but you have to know that just kindness without the truth can easily cause disaster. The greater your power, the greater the disaster. Taking pity on a fish, you pour boiling water on it, releasing land tortoises in the river. Sometimes the harder you work, the worse you make things. You are like a larva in the cocoon struggling to become a butterfly. No one can help you. If someone helps you, you won't be able to open your wings in the future. You have to find your own truth, your own Tao heart. That's the only way you can find your way and no longer be lost. That's the only way you can become a true expert. I won't fail you, swore Ziyan. Let's go and continue your path of tempering the heart. Only then did Ziyan put away her emotions and slowly leave. She didn't go in any particular direction. She was leaving the misty region. The seven-string C suppressing zither didn't ask her to go looking for treasures. It wanted her to find her heart. That was her greatest challenge. Ziyan was unaware of it, but her life was currently undergoing a transformation. It was a frightening transformation, a transformation that would shake and terrify the world. Chapter 1827 Qi Fengshui. Long Chen saw many experts as he traveled. The majority of them had formed groups because they weren't very powerful. Most of them were rank 9 celestials. As for the occasional Empyrean he saw, they were just ordinary Empyreans whose manifestations had yet to begin awakening. A surprised and happy shout rang out from the distance. A good-looking woman rushed over to him. Long Chen looked at her and didn't recognize her. However, she was wearing the robes of the righteous path, so he supposed that they were on the same side. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, can I travel with you? Begged the woman. How are you alone? Long Chen frowned. This woman was just a normal rank 9 celestial. For her to enter the yin-yang world like this was essentially suicide. I got lost. My senior apprentice sister is past this region, but for me to get through it. This woman had been hiding this entire time, not daring to move. She only took the risk of coming out when she saw Long Chen. There had been experts in groups that had passed by her before, but she had been waiting for a group from the righteous path. Let's go. Long Chen nodded. As long as she didn't have any malice toward him, he didn't mind accompanying her for a while. Yes, thank you, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The woman actually excitedly hugged Long Chen. Cough, let's get going. Long Chen looked at this woman oddly. She seemed a bit excessive. But looking at her face, he didn't see any malice. She seemed completely innocent. However, this enthusiasm made him feel a bit awkward. Her chest was flat, and she pushed so hard against him that creaking sounds rang out. Hee, with senior apprentice brother Long Chen, there's nothing to fear. The woman laughed and patted her chest. Long Chen looked at her flat chest and gulped inside. Was it due to this habit that she had flattened mountains into plains? She looked to be in her 20s, but she hopped and shouted like a child, making Long Chen speechless. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I'm Qizan, and you can call me Xuanxuan. You might not know of me, but I bet you know my big sister. Qizan smiled proudly when she mentioned her big sister. Who is your big sister? Asked Long Chen. My big sister is Qi Fengshui. Hee, do you know her? What does she do? Long Chen had never heard of this name. Was she famous? Ah, really? You've never heard of the famous Clearwind sisters? Zan was disappointed. Sorry, I've always been in the eastern Zan region. I don't know much about the central Zan region. Then what about Yi Lingshan? Of course, I know her. Yi Lingshan and my big sister Qi Fengshui were given the name of the Clearwind sisters. Oh, I understand. Long Chen acted like he had come to a realization, but in reality, he simply had no idea who her big sister was. Hee, isn't my big sister amazing? It's too bad that she didn't get to see you when you were in Clearwind City. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you were really amazing on that day. You even dared to strike Nether Passage experts. Zan looked at Long Chen worshipfully. Her completely innocent face made it impossible for someone to question her sincerity. Long Chen was speechless. It really was a miracle that someone like her had managed to survive for so long in the yin-yang world. However, although she seemed a bit foolish, he liked her character. What are you looking at? Get out of our way before I kill you. The two of them were just walking when Zan shouted at a group of ancient race experts who were staring at them with shock. Her shout immediately caused their expressions to change, and they fled for their lives. Seeing that a single shout could scare so many experts to the point of fleeing like rats, Zan laughed delightedly. This is nice. It's even better than when I was with my big sister. Zan clapped her hands. She felt quite accomplished at borrowing Long Chen's prestige to frighten those people. Long Chen was speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He felt that for someone like Zan who didn't have power yet still liked to court death, she had to have relied entirely on luck to live so long. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, was I too naughty? Are you mad? Probed Zan. No, you can mess around as you please. Otherwise, life would be boring, said Long Chen magnanimously. Just how much trouble could she cause? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're even better to me than my big sister. She always scolds me when I borrow a bit of her prestige, saying that I need to grow up. You really treat me great. Zan's face reddened slightly. She looked at Long Chen gently, and that gaze made him jump. It couldn't be that she was about to offer her heart to him so quickly. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I really like you. How about you become my big sister's husband? Asked Zan bashfully. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. This twist caught him off guard. My big sister is as beautiful as Yi Lingshan, and her cultivation base is even stronger. If you become dual cultivation Dao companions with her, you'll definitely benefit. Most importantly, no one would dare to provoke me ever again. Zan clapped happily. Long Chen was still speechless. He even suspected that Zan's mental age was only 7 or 8 years old. Her way of thinking was very simple. Ignoring this, Long Chen continued rushing forward. Zan didn't let it go even once Long Chen didn't reply. She continued to bring up how amazing her big sister was. Long Chen's face twitched. He was starting to regret agreeing to bring her along. Zan, I'm very busy. Let's hurry along. Long Chen had no other method. He grabbed Zan's hand, and thunder force circulated around his feet. He shot off like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so great that the wind force was like numerous blades cutting Zan's face. She had no energy to speak now. Long Chen's world was finally quiet. Long Chen was in the midst of rushing forward when a ray of sword light pierced into the sky. It flashed with cold light as it slashed at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and punched the sword light. It exploded, but he was forced back. Long Chen was startled. This person's sword looked simple, but when it had met his fist, a burst of power had erupted. If he wasn't so powerful, he would have been injured. Just at this moment, sword images appeared in every direction around him. The only thing left in the world was sword light. He couldn't even see the sword user. There fast, Long Chen extended a hand, summoning his own sword. He pulled Zan closer so that she wouldn't be injured. Long Chen's sword unleashed waves of golden light that surged against the sword light. Explosive sounds rang out. Long Chen was shocked to find that each of these sword images contained the explosive power that the first one had possessed. Each was like an erupting volcano. A portion of Long Chen's energy was absorbed and forced back against him. This was an extremely high-level sword art. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and he slashed his sword again. This time, his slash contained a will to annihilate the world. The sword images were blown apart. His slash continued to strike the land, leaving behind a ditch so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. With the sword images broken, Long Chen finally managed to see who the attacker was. He saw an icy-faced woman. She was very beautiful, with long hair that fell to her waist. However, her face seemed like it was covered in frost. She was holding a 3-foot sword and looked at Long Chen with a bit of shock, but that shock vanished in an instant. Her manifestation erupted into existence, and millions of sword images appeared in it. She was an Empyrean whose manifestation had begun to awaken, and an extremely powerful one at that. Long Chen, release my sister, or I'll kill you even if I have to sacrifice this life of mine. The icy-faced woman pointed her sword at Long Chen, a divine mark appearing on her forehead. Her sword began to rumble. Long Chen was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Qizan only to see that she had put on a terrified expression. He was immediately enraged. Hee, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't be mad. It was just a joke so that you could see how amazing my big sister is. So, don't you think she's suited for you? Qizan laughed once she saw that Long Chen had noticed her behavior. She left and flew over to the icy-faced woman. This woman was Qizan's big sister, Qi Fengshui, a genius on the same level of fame as Yi Lingshan. She used to be stronger than Yi Lingshan by a level because Yi Lingshan was an independent cultivator who did not possess the same foundation. However, Yi Lingshan had now been taken under Ku Jianying's wing, having the support of the entire Martial Heaven Alliance. Qizan was very mischievous, so Qi Fengshui had a special way to get in touch with her and find where she was. Originally, Qizan had just been hiding in her original location, and Qi Fengshui would have gone to find her. However, upon encountering Long Chen, she had changed plans. With Long Chen pulling her forward, she had found that they were on a direct path to Qi Fengshui. Qizan had then sent a distress signal, startling Qi Fengshui. The latter had immediately launched an attack, only to find that it was all a misunderstanding. Qi Fengshui tapped Qizan on the nose hard. She angrily said, "When are you going to stop causing so much trouble? I was scared to death by you." Qizan had been about to cry, but that last sentence made her stop. This icy and fierce big sister always cared about her the most. "I was wrong. Don't be angry." Qizan hugged Qi Fengshui like a child that had made a mistake. "Well, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I'll take my leave." Long Chen turned to leave. "Wait, there's danger. Up ahead. If you go, a calamity could befall you," said Qi Fengshui. Chapter 1828 Xie Luo. A calamity could befall him. Long Chen was startled. Was it so exaggerated? He paused. At this time, a group of young men and women had rushed over, wearing the same robes as Qizan and Qi Fengshui. They were clearly from the same sect. "First, let me apologize for that misunderstanding just now. If you aren't in a rush, I have some information that I'm sure will be useful to you," said Qi Fengshui. "Then, I'll have to thank you." Long Chen truly wanted to hear what was up ahead. The two of them found a flat region to speak. The others put up a tent and left to patrol the area. There were a total of 13 of them. 9 of them were rank 9 Celestials, while 4 were Empyreans. All of them were at least above average. At the very least, they were much stronger than Qizan. Once they were seated, Qi Fengshui introduced herself. Only then did Long Chen learn that they came from Clearwind City's heaven-reaching ancient castle. That was a familial power with an ancient inheritance, and there were nether passage experts amongst them. They technically belonged to the righteous path, but they had not joined the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were their own independent power. In the Martial Heaven continent, many powerful forces were tough enough that they didn't fear the corrupt path. They stood on their own outside the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although they also fought against the corrupt path, they didn't have to listen to the Martial Heaven Alliance's directions, nor did they have to face their restrictions. They merely had a simple cooperation with the Martial Heaven Alliance. The heaven-reaching ancient castle was something that Qingqing had mentioned while they had been strolling through Clearwind City, but Long Chen hadn't paid too much attention to it then. In their previous exchange and through this information, Long Chen knew that Qi Fengshui was a very powerful existence. While she had been introducing herself, Qi Fengshui also stealthily used her divine sense to communicate with Long Chen. She said that Qizan was her little sister, but because her mother had injured her soul during her cultivation while she had been carrying Qizan, it had resulted in Qizan permanently being like a child inside. Although she looked like an adult, she had the heart of a mischievous child. Originally, they had entered together, but Qizan had run off secretly when they had entered the mist, wanting to play hide and seek. As a result, the mist cut off their secret communication method. That had panicked Qi Fengshui. Everyone had been looking in every direction. By the time Qizan walked out of the mist, she had already been very far away. Once she had confirmed her location, xianxia had rushed over, and as a result had seen Long Chen dragging her along. This girl really was mischievous, intentionally causing her to fight against him. Once she had explained all of this, xianxia added that she hoped Long Chen wouldn't hold it against them. That made Long Chen understand why Qizan was a bit odd and seemed like a child. Miss Fengshui, just before, you said that if I went any further, I might face a calamity. What were you talking about? Is the area ahead very dangerous? Long Chen brought the conversation back to the topic he was interested in. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this place is the den of a frightening beast. Perhaps the beast's inheritance exists within. The mist in particular has drawn countless experts over. The reason I said it was dangerous was because I previously encountered true immortal Jiaoqi of the Zan beasts and even exchanged blows with him, said Xianxia gravely. Long Chen was a bit surprised. What were the results? It actually can't even count as exchanging blows. In just one exchange, I was defeated. That's why I advise you to do your best to avoid true immortal Jiaoqi. He is very frightening. If he hadn't had some misgivings about my background and held back, my defeat would have been even more miserable. He was actually holding back a great deal. He is really that powerful. Xianxia nodded. When I fought him, he only used his Drake power and not his Qilin power. That was enough to defeat me. You might not know this, but true immortal Jiaoqi becomes a monster when he combines both his Drake and Qilin powers. No one can stop him in that state. If you trust me, I would advise you to search for treasures somewhere else to avoid that monster. Xianxia was telling the truth. She even told him about her shameful defeat. This was in consideration of Long Chen. Having exchanged blows with both you and true immortal Jiaoqi, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but your chances of defeating him are very low, said Xianxia. It seems he really is powerful. Long Chen nodded. Someone as powerful as Xianxia wouldn't say such a thing if she wasn't sure of it. That's why, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. That's why I have to go in. Long Chen smiled. I know you mean well, but I have my own Dao. I can't retreat. Even if that true immortal Jiaoqi had 3 heads and 6 arms, I wouldn't be afraid of him. In any case, our battle will come sooner or later. The more I try to avoid it, the more I blunt my own sharpness. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you really so confident? Asked Xianxia. It's not confidence, nor is it arrogance. You can call it my intuition. When you feel people as famous as you, people who might even be stronger than you, fall to your blade one by one, you will gain this kind of intuition as well. This intuition can only be grasped by those who have it. If you understand, then you understand, and if you don't, you'll never understand. Long Chen smiled. No matter how strong his opponent, he wouldn't be defeated. This was the confidence the 9-star hegemon body art gave him. If he didn't even have this confidence to win no matter what, he wouldn't be fit to cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art. I knew that senior apprentice brother Long Chen was unrivaled. He can definitely defeat true immortal Jiaoqi, exclaimed Qizan confidently. Xianxia acted like she didn't hear Qizan's words. This girl was always living in her own fantasy world. Ever since she had witnessed Long Chen's battle outside Clearwind City, she had viewed him as a god. If just true immortal Jiaoqi is unable to make you retreat, what if Xie Luo is added on top of that? Sighed Xianxia. Xie Luo. Qizan immediately quivered upon hearing this name, a fearful expression creeping across her face. Xie Luo, that fellow from the corrupt path with the evil spirit body, the one who has never lost to anyone in the same realm. Long Chen suddenly thought of a certain person. Hu Jianying had once warned Long Chen about this Xie Luo. He was the descendant of the corrupt path's leader, Xie Wenchen. Xie Wenchen was the one leading the whole corrupt path. He was practically a living fossil. It had been thousands of years since he had last shown his face. He was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. As for his descendant, Xie Luo, it was said that he had been tossed into an evil cave in his childhood. He had obtained the evil spirit body at the age of 8 and gained an unbreakable body. He had killed countless people, and his name terrified the righteous path. That's right, he has also entered. Although I didn't see him, I saw the corpses of several experts. They only had a single small injury, but all their blood qi had been sucked away, turning them into desiccated corpses. They were also all powerful Empyreans. The corrupt character appeared on their foreheads as well, which is the specific mark that Xie Luo leaves on the people he kills. It must be him, said Xianxia gravely. True immortal Jiaoqi might have some misgivings about her status, but if she encountered Xie Luo, he definitely wouldn't care. He would definitely attack. Perhaps she might survive, but all the others with her would definitely die, including Qi Zan. So Qi Fengshui had decided to bring her people away from here. With those two monsters present, she didn't feel any sense of safety. It was too dangerous, so she was also advising Long Chen to leave. If they left together, perhaps she might feel better in terms of honor. How is Xie Luo compared to Lang Yuyan? Asked Long Chen. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the corrupt path. He just didn't want to run into Lang Yuyan. One reason was because she was so terrifying, and the other was that each time he encountered her, her power would have gone through heaven-toppling transformations. Last time, in the spirit world, they had only fought briefly. However, Lang Yuyan had been like a phantom when attacking. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have died to her sword. Other than that, Sovereign Yun Shang had said that he had left two treasures for Long Chen. One was Dragonbone Evilmoon, while one was Evilmoon's Dragon Soul Essence. Both of those were supposed to have been left with Long Chen, but Lang Yuyan had suddenly appeared and taken the Dragon Soul Essence. That was out of even Sovereign Yun Shang's expectations. The arrival of Lang Yuyan might very well have changed the future of the entire world. As for what use the Dragon Soul Essence had, Long Chen was disappointed to find that Evilmoon couldn't answer. At that time, Evilmoon had cursed Sovereign Yun Shang ferociously because Yun Shang had sealed a portion of its memories. In other words, Long Chen had no idea what kind of change Lang Yuyan had caused by taking the Dragon Soul Essence. No one knew what would happen. Although Lang Yuyan had said that she would no longer hunt him down, that referred only to the game between the two of them. It didn't include the fighting between the righteous and corrupt paths. So when the two paths fought, if he met Lang Yuyan on the battlefield, it would definitely be a battle to the death. If Long Chen fought Xie Luo, he wanted to know how Xie Luo was compared to Lang Yuyan so that he could prepare himself for the future. The two of them are both the greatest geniuses of the corrupt path. They've never exchanged blows because Lang Yuyan has been in seclusion for a very long time. She only appeared briefly for the Devil Abyss battle. As for Xie Luo, he didn't attend, so there's no way to judge who is stronger between them. However, if you ask me, Xie Luo should be stronger. Lang Yuyan is a genius who grew up from nothing, while Xie Luo was raised directly by the leader of the corrupt path. At the very least, there is an immense difference between their cultivation conditions, deduced Qi Fengshui. Her deduction was backed by facts and reason. The cultivation world was truly like that. Talent was just one requirement for cultivation. Sometimes a powerful backer was even more important than talent. It seems the Devil Slaughter rankings really can't be taken too seriously. Many top experts didn't attend. Long Chen nodded. The ancient races, the corrupt path, the Zon beasts, the Bloodkill Hall, they all had only sent one expert to fight for the top 10. It was unknown just how many people with great power they were hiding. Alright, then thank you for this information. It seems the Yin-Yang world will be very lively this time. I'm going to go see if those two fellows really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Long Chen stood with a faint smile. It seemed he had some true opponents this time. He felt his blood start to heat up. Chapter 1829 Mysterious Giant Nest. Long Chen, are you really going? Qi Fengshui almost couldn't believe it. Either one of true immortal Jiaoqi and Xie Luo was capable of fighting him to the death. Encountering either one of them would be a miserable fight. If it was a 1 against 1, Long Chen might have some chance of running even if he was defeated. However, if the two of them joined hands, he would definitely die. She wondered if it was due to an overinflated ego, or more accurately, whether he was simply ignorant of just how terrifying the two of them were. Both Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi had terrifying foundations. They had received the best resources since their childhoods. Before the Shantian realm, all their advancements had been perfect. As for Long Chen, he had been in the eastern wasteland, cultivating in one of the branches of the Xuantian Dao sect. Those resources were garbage in comparison to what the two of them had been given. Qi Fengshui didn't know where Long Chen's confidence came from. Yes, I have to go. Long Chen nodded. He suddenly thought of the Zon beast expert he had encountered outside the mist. There had been a small wound on him that had still been bleeding. Moreover, Long Chen had sensed a curse energy or some kind of poison within that blood. At that time, he had guessed that the wound was very likely caused by someone from the corrupt path. Now that he thought about it, He supposed that the only one capable of making a top expert of the Zon beasts flee like that from a small wound was probably Xie Luo. However, since they were enemies, they would have to face each other sooner or later. Sooner was better than later. Fine, then I won't try to change your mind. Here is a map. Although it's not complete, it should be able to help you. Qi Fengshui handed Long Chen a spiritual jade. This was a rather more extravagant method of mapping. Spiritual strength was used in this method, and it made the map clearer. Although Long Chen could count himself among the nouveau riche, he had not gotten used to using such luxurious methods. He thickened his skin and handed over his own map. It could count as an exchange of maps. Now you can see the general outline of the beast lair. There are 3 regions, the outer region with the mist, the middle region with the rock forest, and the core, which is the real lair. The place we are in is the edge of the middle region. If you go straight, you'll enter the rock forest. I've exchanged this map with others before, as I didn't know what was beyond the rock forest, said Qi Fengshui. In the search for Qi Zan, Qi Fengshui had been searching around recklessly. She had encountered true immortal Jiaoqi. True immortal Jiaoqi had immediately launched a probing blow against her. After testing her power, he had left. Qi Fengshui also knew that true immortal Jiaoqi was just testing her, but she was ashamed to find that while he had figured out her power level, she had yet to find out just how powerful he was. The difference in power between them was too great. Many thanks. This will save me a great deal of trouble. Long Chen cupped his hands toward her. Can I ask what you intend to do now? Qi Fengshui bitterly smiled. We'll go searching in another region. Even if there are great treasures here, now that there are 3 monsters inside, I don't think we have any chance of getting them. There were now 3 monsters in this beast lair, true immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, and Long Chen. And those were just the ones that she knew of. There was no way to find out exactly how many monsters were inside. This was practically a lair of death. Even before seeing any treasure, she could already see plenty of danger. If she still charged in, the danger wouldn't be worth the potential gains. So Qi Fengshui wisely chose to leave. It wasn't even guaranteed that there was any treasure inside, but she knew that if Long Chen, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Xie Luo were to meet, they would definitely have a heaven-shaking battle. The 3 of them would have achieved their goal of fighting whether or not there was a treasure, but as for herself, she would have only thrown herself into danger for nothing. Then I'll say goodbye here. I wish you good luck, said Long Chen. His time was precious. Qi Fengshui looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. She didn't say anything else. She knew that Long Chen was determined to go find those 2 monsters. Perhaps the world of monsters wasn't something ordinary people could understand. Qi Zan didn't want to part with Long Chen, and she actually wanted to go with him. She was harshly scolded by Qi Fengshui before crying. Long Chen felt it was funny and comforted Qi Zan. Now wasn't a good time, but if they had a chance in the future, he would bring her around so that she could abuse his prestige to frighten others. Hearing that promise, Qi Zan was delighted. She made a pinky swear with Long Chen. Qi Fengshui looked at Long Chen with surprise. She hadn't expected that this merciless and vicious man that dominated his generation would also have such a gentle side. Because he knew that Qi Zan was mentally only 7 or 8 years old, Long Chen treated her as a child. After pinky swearing, he took his leave. He rushed toward the core according to the path on the map. Very quickly, he saw the rock forest Qi Fengshui had mentioned. It was truly a forest of rocks. The stones here stabbed into the sky like giant blades. Long Chen chose not to fly over the stones. That would make him too obvious. Who knew whether someone had laid down a trap here? He quickly advanced through the stones, but because there were so many of them, his speed dropped. On his way through, he noticed quite a few experts hiding behind the rocks. When they sensed him passing, they became still, but they couldn't escape his senses. Those people were traveling through the rocks very cautiously. No one dared to stroll through as brazenly as Long Chen. Long Chen felt quite a few divine senses sweep over him, but they quickly pulled back, most likely retreating when they recognized him. As he continued onward, he saw more and more experts. They came from various sects and powers. He even sensed the aura of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. It took him half a day of rushing to get past the rock forest. What replaced it was a giant nest. Even with Long Chen's previous experience, he jumped when he saw this nest. It was absolutely gigantic, easily soaring above the clouds. Furthermore, what he was currently seeing was just the tip of the iceberg. Standing in front of this nest, he felt himself to be minuscule. The nest was so big that he couldn't tell what kind of nest it was, however, its entire body was snow white, like fine jade. It still had light flowing within it. It's actually made of bone. Furthermore, those bones belong to extremely terrifying magical beasts. A chill ran through Long Chen. This giant nest was composed of endless bones. He had no idea what kind of pressure had been forced onto them to make them into bone walls. It looked as if the bones had been melted together so that they were seamless. This kind of pressure, they have to be the bones of magical beasts that reached at least the 12th rank. Long Chen examined the nest with shock. Just how many magical beast bones would it take to build such a giant nest? Just what level was the master of this nest? I have to hurry on in. There are definitely treasures here. I can't let others get them first. Long Chen's figure vanished. He rushed toward the cave. The closer he got, the more shocked he became. This giant nest possessed a terrifying pressure that caused the surrounding space to be in constant fluctuation. It was a no-fly zone. Within this region, it might be possible to glide, but it would take up thousands of times the amount of energy it would normally. As he got closer, he found that the nest was even more monstrous than he had thought. It took him 2 full hours to finally reach it. There was a large cave hundreds of miles wide. Even 12th rank magical beasts would be able to easily enter such a giant cave. Once he entered the cave, he saw that it continued onward, wriggling through the nest. He didn't know where it was leading him. Long Chen took out a sword, following the cave as he rapidly advanced. A fork appeared in the path ahead. Here, people had left behind all kinds of marks. There were some colorful dyes present. It's a maze. Long Chen was surprised. These were definitely marks left behind by experts to mark where they had come from. This is no good. I'll need to take a risk. Long Chen suddenly clenched his teeth. His spiritual strength fully erupted. His divine sense rapidly spread through the paths. This was an extremely dangerous method. If he was noticed by others and they attacked his divine sense, they could easily injure his soul. Long Chen's divine sense quickly reached through the 2 channels, and he found a 4-way fork. His spiritual strength continued to scatter throughout all the channels, and he quickly found more forks in the path. Long Chen saw the endless paths in his mind that spread like a spiderweb. There were many paths, many of which crossed each other, and some even led back to the outside, making it a waste of his time. It was no wonder people were leaving marks on the forks. Long Chen's mind suddenly shook. An expert had launched an attack on his divine sense, wanting to cut off his exploration. Attaching spiritual strength to his divine sense was a kind of extended soul art. It was easy for others to sense it. When Long Chen's divine sense went past that expert, that person had condensed his spiritual strength into a sword to attack him. The results of this attack made that person's expression completely change. His attack was actually unable to cut off Long Chen's divine sense probing. Before he could unleash a second attack, Long Chen's cold voice rang out around him. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 1830 Marrow Cleansing Pool. Long Chen used his spiritual strength to express his will, causing that person's expression to completely change. Long Chen's icy face appeared in his mind. He was unable to sever Long Chen's spiritual probing. He was someone from the ancient family alliance. After learning that this divine sense belonged to Long Chen, he no longer dared to continue attacking him. Although things were tense between the ancient family alliance and the martial heaven alliance, things hadn't fully fractured yet. They weren't at war. As for this person, he was now afraid. If Long Chen charged over to him, he would definitely die. The expert stood to the side, allowing Long Chen's divine sense to continue onward. As his divine sense spread further, it encountered more and more experts. Most of them attacked. Long Chen didn't bother hiding his spiritual fluctuations, and after attacking, they all knew who the master of this divine sense was. A few of the righteous experts stopped upon learning it was Long Chen's divine sense. However, some were crazily attacking when they knew it was him. HMPH, so what if you're Long Chen? You must be dreaming if you think you can cheat like this. Many experts attacked, not letting Long Chen's divine sense get past them. His divine sense was now split into thousands of strands, so there was no way for him to resist the full-strength attack of other experts. Once the strands were severed, he couldn't see any further into that path. Long Chen ignored those people and continued spreading his divine sense. He found that tens of thousands of experts had entered this giant nest. There were people from the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, and all sorts of other powers. Long Chen even sensed a few powerful flame cultivators who had to come from Pill Valley. Some avoided his divine sense, but others crazily attacked it instead. Some who were skilled in the aspects of the soul even launched spiritual attacks on him, following his divine sense to strike his mind sea. However, as soon as they tried that, Long Chen would sever that strand of divine sense, not letting them locate him. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but that he didn't have the time to bother with them. Furthermore, with his spiritual strength spread so widely, he had lost the ability to fight with them spiritually. Fortunately, just his name was enough to frighten off quite a few experts from the ancient family alliance, and they let his divine sense pass. As for the righteous experts, over 90% let him be. Only a few irritating fellows attacked to sever his divine sense. Despite so many people blocking his divine sense, he still managed to get a general grasp of this nest. It was truly a giant complicated maze. The people inside were like ants crawling within it. There were countless paths, and it was completely chaotic. As his divine sense continued spreading, it covered a larger and larger area. Finally, his divine sense reached an area hundreds of miles above him. There, he saw an empty space. But before he could get a clear view of this space, his heart skipped a beat. That was because he saw a giant multicolored bird currently fighting intensely. Long Chen couldn't help letting out a shout. It was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Cloud's giant wings came crashing down with amazing power, but she was sent flying, smashing into the wall. Feathers were falling off of her body. Long Chen's heart shook. Cloud had advanced to the 10th rank, and her innate divine abilities had started to awaken, making her incredibly powerful. When she summoned her true body like this, her power was such that even Ji Yuyong and the others would only be able to force her back. Who was capable of making her unable to receive a single blow? Long Chen had barely managed to glance at who was in the air when a spiritual arrow pierced through his divine sense. Did you think some weak soul arts could stop me? If I didn't want you alive, you wouldn't have been able to last 3 exchanges. Long Chen heard an icy voice resound through the air. An illusory figure entered his sight, fighting a giant drake. However, when the drake opened its mouth, it emitted a piercing ray of light that blasted apart the illusory image. Long Chen saw Meng Qi slowly descend from the sky. She stood on top Cloud's head, her expression grave. Long Chen's expression changed as he withdrew his divine sense. Then, lightning wings appeared on his wings and he pushed his speed to his peak. The reason for his abrupt change in expression was because Meng Qi's opponent was the true immortal Jiaoqi of the Zon Beasts. Meng Qi looked at the supreme heavenly genius of the Zon Beasts gravely. In just 3 exchanges, she and Cloud had been defeated. She felt powerless. This true immortal Jiaoqi had an ancestral spirit protecting him. Her spiritual attacks were completely ineffective. As for just Cloud on her own, she was unable to defeat true immortal Jiaoqi. True immortal Jiaoqi had created a domain around them through brute force. There was no way for them to run. Cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow, traitor of the Zon Beasts, we let you escape last time, but this time, I'll make you live a life worse than death so that the world can see how traitors are punished, said true immortal Jiaoqi. He clasped his hands behind his back, feeling completely confident. You evil people, you were the ones who coveted our race's treasures. How dare you call us traitors? Raged Cloud. Divine light flowed around Cloud. She had entered her strongest state and was almost berserk. Her hatred for the Zon Beasts was more intense than anyone. When the Zon Beasts had captured her last time, they hadn't dared to initiate a soul search. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had placed restrictions on everything related to their ancestral land. That was something that had allowed them to survive while being hunted by the Zon Beasts. The memories relating to their ancestral land were completely sealed. If someone forcibly conducted a soul search on them, it would cause their soul to crumble. So Cloud's secrets could only be obtained through torture. Those days of pain and despair were a time that she would never be able to forget in this lifetime. Now seeing someone from the Zon Beasts, she didn't care how strong he was. She was fearless. Her hatred drove her to be almost crazy. The pain she had gone through was something that only she knew. Cloud, don't be impulsive. Long Chen's coming. We just need to stall. Meng Qi sent Cloud a spiritual message. Just now, she had sensed Long Chen's spiritual fluctuations. Although they hadn't spoken, she knew that Long Chen was aware of what was happening. For his spiritual fluctuations to suddenly vanish, it meant that he was already rushing over. The reason he hadn't said anything was because he was worried about true immortal Jiaoqi sensing it. Meng Qi knew Long Chen well. True immortal Jiaoqi, do you really think you can kill us? Meng Qi stood grandly atop Cloud's head. Her robes were snow white. She was a peerless beauty. No, I won't kill you, at least not yet. If I kill you, I'll do it in front of Long Chen. I'll make him see his beloved woman have her head cut off right in front of him. I'm sure his expression at that time will be very marvelous. True immortal Jiaoqi smiled. His vertical eyes were icy, making him seem like a cold-blooded viper. If that's the case, then all the Zan beasts will be annihilated by Long Chen. Meng Qi smiled lightly. Despite it being a cold smile, it still made her seem like a flower blooming. I don't have time to waste. Xie Luo has also entered the nest. Once I kill you, I'll be taking the treasures here and then continuing onward. I can already sense that the true treasure is above. True immortal Jiaoqi's manifestation slowly appeared. The image of a drake appeared, its aura growing stronger and stronger. Meng Qi suddenly found difficult to breathe as she was a soul cultivator with a weak physical body. If it weren't for Cloud helping her, she would have long since been unable to resist. She might have even been crushed by this pressure. HMPH, you don't even know what kind of nest this is, nor do you know what that ancient pool behind you is. I guarantee that if you were to touch the water in that pool, this marrow-cleansing pool would immediately crumble. You wouldn't obtain anything, said Meng Qi confidently. The pool that she spoke of was at the core of this large space. There were 8 entrances to this area. In other words, of the thousands of channels here, only 8 led here. The pool itself was almost dried up. Only at the center was there a 3-meter deep and 30-meter long pool of water. There was some kind of almost gelatin-like fluid within the water, and it contained the aura of primal chaos. It was definitely a treasure. Meng Qi and true immortal Jiaoqi had noticed this place at the same time. This had naturally resulted in a bitter fight between the two of them. Regretfully, with her spiritual attacks having 0 effect, Meng Qi was at an absolute disadvantage. She was forced into desperate straits by true immortal Jiaoqi. When Meng Qi said that this was a marrow-cleansing pool, true immortal Jiaoqi's pupils narrowed slightly. Meng Qi was a beast tamer and knew even more than him when it came to magical beasts and Zan beasts. HMPH, don't think you can trick me. True immortal Jiaoqi suddenly sneered. He extended a hand, and his palm became covered by drake scales. A giant palm image filled this space, smashing toward Meng Qi. This was a powerful divine item, and in front of it, even Cloud seemed minuscule. The power behind this one palm caused the entire nest to shake. Cloud opened its mouth. A black thread of light shot out like a divine sword, but it shattered upon contact with that palm. You might be from the heaven-swallowing race, but your bloodline is impure. You're unable to unleash the full power of your divine abilities. Accept your fates. True immortal Jiaoqi smiled coldly. The heaven-swallowing race's divine abilities were frightening, but Cloud's bloodline was too impure to unleash their full potential. The difference between his bloodline power and hers was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as the giant palm was about to capture Meng Qi and Cloud, a streak of lightning appeared in front of them. A giant golden dragon tooth stabbed into the giant palm. Chapter 1831. Your head's not very good. Golden light erupted as the dragon tooth stabbed into the huge palm. It instantly pierced through and continued toward true immortal Jiaoqi. The sudden change made his expression change. The dragon tooth was as sharp as a sword, and an evil aura came from it that made his hair stand on end. Golden light illuminated this space. It was as if everything had been turned golden. Golden scales had appeared on top of true immortal Jiaoqi's fist. It was unknown what divine ability he had used, however, some of those golden scales had cracked, and a bit of blood leaked out. He was slightly injured. True immortal Jiaoqi shook his hand. He stared at a black-robed figure that slowly revealed itself as the golden light faded. He was carrying a very strange golden bone sword. Long Chen, true immortal Jiaoqi smiled cruelly. I didn't expect you to send yourself straight to me. Good, very good. Long Chen coldly stared at true immortal Jiaoqi, but in truth, he was filled with shock. True immortal Jiaoqi was truly powerful. Those golden scales emitted immense pressure, and their aura was very similar to Long Chen's dragon scales when he activated the green dragon battle armor. Moreover, the golden scales were even stronger since true immortal Jiaoqi was able to receive the dragon tooth barehanded. That meant true immortal Jiaoqi didn't just possess great defense but also shocking power. It was no wonder Qi Fengshui had repeatedly advised Long Chen not to come here. I also feel like it's very good. We can save time and fight to the death here. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and dragon scales covered his body as he directly summoned the green dragon battle armor. The dragon tooth unleashed a wave of golden light as he slashed it at true immortal Jiaoqi. When it comes to power, you aren't even close to my match. True immortal Jiaoqi sneered as golden scales covered his entire body. His 10-meter body looked like it was made of gold. After that, he directly smashed his fist at the dragon tooth. His giant fist was like a huge mountain. A massive chi wave erupted, knocking Long Chen back. It took him 5 steps to stabilize himself after being knocked back. However, true immortal Jiaoqi was still standing in his original location. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Power is the forte of the Zon beasts. You humans are ants in front of us. Do you know how laughable you are in front of me? Sneered true immortal Jiaoqi. He suddenly shot forward. All the scales on his body lit up as the power of his blood chi erupted. He unleashed a raging punch, one even more terrifying than his last punch. Long Chen slashed the dragon tooth 3 times, unleashing 3 waves of golden light. Insignificant. Long Chen, you aren't fit to be my opponent. True immortal Jiaoqi ignored Long Chen's attacks. His fist continued onward. 3 explosive sounds rang out. Long Chen's attacks all exploded when they struck true immortal Jiaoqi's fist. Golden light drowned this space. How disappointing. Long Chen, if this is all you have, you've really let me down. True immortal Jiaoqi suddenly switched to his other fist. Although his punch had broken Long Chen's attacks, those attacks had exhausted 30% of its power. That wasn't enough to pose a fatal danger to Long Chen. He thought that since Long Chen didn't dare to directly receive his punch, he was trying to weaken it first before receiving it. Did Long Chen not realize that he had another fist? Weakening his attack like this might be skillful, but it was a joke. He had heard that Long Chen was brave, but now he felt him to be a rabbit. True immortal Jiaoqi, you shouldn't always only look at the surface, otherwise, you'll suffer sooner or later. Your power is alright, but your head's not very good. Countless rays of light suddenly shot out of the dragon tooth, slashing at true immortal Jiaoqi. At the same time, Long Chen retreated, refusing to face him head-on. You're trying to provoke me. How childish. True immortal Jiaoqi was unstoppable with just his 2 fists. All of Long Chen's attacks were smashed apart. Just as he was smashing apart the golden rays, he suddenly realized something was off. Everything around him was drowned out by golden light. He couldn't see past it. Damn it. True immortal Jiaoqi suddenly had a thought. He turned back, and as expected, he saw Meng Qi within the marrow cleansing pool. By that time, the strange fluid within it had already vanished. True immortal Jiaoqi let out a furious howl. He realized that Long Chen's attacks had just been to draw his attention away so that Meng Qi could take the treasure. He had actually fallen for it. He had just shifted his attention to attack Meng Qi when the space behind him shook. A sensation of mortal danger rose in his heart, and he hastily looked back. He saw Long Chen holding a cyan brick and smashing it toward him. It quickly transformed to become gigantic. What? True immortal Jiaoqi didn't have time to react after having his attention focused on Meng Qi. All he could do was raise his arms above his head to block it. As a result, the heaven-flipping seal smashed into him directly. True immortal Jiaoqi shot off like a shooting star, smashing into the ground. The ground was made of the bones of terrifying magical beasts, so it was incredibly tough. As a result, true immortal Jiaoqi didn't even leave a mark on the ground before he bounced and flew even further, tumbling through the air. This impact caused the injury that Long Chen had given him to worsen. His fury immediately soared. He had actually been schemed against by Long Chen, and he had fallen for it. Moreover, Meng Qi had taken the treasure in this space. He now thought back to what Long Chen had just said. True immortal Jiaoqi, you shouldn't always look only at the surface, otherwise, you'll suffer sooner or later. Your power is alright, but your head's not very good. He almost went crazy with rage. He crawled to his feet with a furious roar, looking all around. After that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood when he noticed that Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Cloud had already vanished. This room was empty. You bastard Long Chen, pray you don't fall into my hands. True immortal Jiaoqi's furious roar shook the room. All of a sudden, his spiritual strength surged out through the 8 passageways leading to this world. He quickly managed to locate Long Chen and Meng Qi standing on Cloud's back. They were rapidly flying away. The instant his divine sense found them, Meng Qi flung out an arm. A spiritual arrow shot out. The spiritual arrow exploded through the channel. Countless soul runes appeared and charged into true immortal Jiaoqi's mind sea. Fuck. True immortal Jiaoqi clutched his head. He had no idea what magical art Meng Qi had used, but those soul runes had managed to follow his spiritual strength back to his mind sea. The Zon beasts did not specialize in spiritual strength, so his spiritual strength was weak. If it weren't for the protection of his ancestral soul, which had helped him block Meng Qi's spiritual attacks, Meng Qi and Cloud together would have managed to crush him. However, in his fury, he had sent his own spiritual strength out, allowing Meng Qi to strike back at him. True immortal Jiaoqi smashed the ground in his anger. Killing intent surged in his eyes. The spiritual strength he had sent out had been separated from him. It was equivalent to having his soul torn apart. However, there had been no way around this. If he had allowed Meng Qi's attack to fully invade his mind sea, he would have been powerless to do anything. His ancestral soul would only be able to slowly suppress her power, which would just waste his time. He was forced to sever the spiritual strength he had sent out. He shot into motion, chasing after them. Long Chen and Meng Qi stood on Cloud's back. Cloud had shrunk to just 30 meters, allowing her to nimbly fly through this cave system. Unfortunately, there were too many twists and turns. Cloud was unable to use her full speed like that. Long Chen had his hands pressed against the back of Meng Qi's head. He was giving his spiritual strength to her. Meng Qi's own divine sense was rapidly spreading throughout the cave system. Her spiritual arts were practically divine. She was 10 times faster than him at this, and her precise control allowed her to brush her divine sense past some experts without them even noticing. With the support of Long Chen's spiritual strength, Meng Qi quickly scanned the nest. She immediately found another large room like the one that they had been in. It was directly above that room. The two of them weren't that far apart physically, but the winding channels meant that it would take a while to reach it. It's him. She had just noticed the second room when she also noticed a figure wrapped in a sinister and bloody air. When her divine sense reached him, that person suddenly raised his head, revealing a face like a desiccated corpse. He opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot out at Meng Qi's spiritual strength. Meng Qi reacted quickly. Her spiritual strength quickly retreated, curling away from that person's attack. That blood arrow ended up striking the bone wall. A web of blood strands appeared on the wall and rapidly spread in every direction. "What terrifying curse energy!" exclaimed Meng Qi. "It seems he's the corrupt path's supreme expert, Xie Luo," said Long Chen somewhat gravely. This man was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 1832 King of the Corrupt Path. This Xie Luo gave Long Chen a feeling of great danger. That feeling was even greater than what he felt from true immortal Jiaoqi. No wonder Qi Fengshui said that Xie Luo's power should be even greater than Leng Yuyan's. He's definitely powerful. Xie Luo was surrounded by an evil air like a fiend from hell. The curse power he had just released gave Meng Qi goosebumps. I encountered this person before. He unleashed an evil technique, killing a large mass of experts. Back then, only myself and an expert from the Zon beasts managed to escape. I had my spiritual strength and Cloud speed, allowing me to escape. But that Zon beast expert was struck by Xie Luo's bone needle. He then used his brute power to charge back into the misty region, said Meng Qi. The evil spiritual art that Xie Luo had used back then had paralyzed people's souls. Although Meng Qi didn't fear any soul art, Xie Luo's soul energy contained a terrifying curse energy that she couldn't touch. Hence, she had been forced to run. She hadn't expected him to have directly charged into the second level. He's very crafty. He probably noticed true immortal Jiaoqi on the first level, so he gave up on the first level to get the second level's treasure. Now what? Asked Meng Qi. Their smartest decision would be to retreat now. Just true immortal Jiaoqi was so powerful. If this terrifying overlord of the corrupt path was added into the mix, Meng Qi and Long Chen would be pincered between them. Naturally we have to fight over the treasures. Who cares who they are? Even if they were Yama kings, they wouldn't be able to snatch away my treasures. Long Chen started pulling Meng Qi forward, but he suddenly stopped. This is no good. We won't get there in time. Long Chen had stopped because he found that with Xie Luo's head start, if they continued down this channel, Xie Luo would definitely get the treasure first. Both of you get back. Cloud, protect Meng Qi. Long Chen suddenly unleashed his divine ring, and his spiritual strength burst forth. One of the dragon teeth appeared in his hands, and this time, it actually let out a majestic dragon roar. It unleashed a giant pillar of light that stabbed into the wall. This time, Long Chen was unleashing the full power of the dragon tooth. The sturdy wall was pierced through, revealing another channel. Suddenly, another dragon roar came from the dragon tooth. It actually slashed toward Long Chen. I just knew you would rebel. Long Chen sneered and circulated his spiritual strength. The slave seal on it lit up, suppressing it. However, now that the dragon tooth's power had been fully activated, the will within it had also been woken. It was fighting intensely against the slave seal, and the suppression was taking effect very slowly. Let me help. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and her spiritual strength merged with Long Chen's. She was the true soul cultivator, and with her skill, the two of them instantly sealed the dragon tooth. Long Chen put away the dragon tooth. Inside, he was quite stunned. No wonder Evilmoon had said that the metal-devouring evil dragon's teeth were their most precious treasures. This one attack proved that Evilmoon was correct. The dragon teeth were incredibly powerful. In order to maintain their full divine nature, Long Chen had no choice but to slowly grind away the will within the teeth. He couldn't use the primal chaos space to completely suppress it. If he did, then a portion of its divine nature would be erased as well. They would be dead objects. Their power would sharply drop. Although right now he couldn't use their full power, they could still unleash their maximum power if he was careful. Long Chen, you open a path. I'll help you to fully refine this dragon tooth. Meng Qi suddenly wrapped her arms around Long Chen. Her spiritual strength flowed into his mind sea. Their spiritual strengths merged together. She was sacrificing a large amount of her spiritual strength to help Long Chen quickly refine the dragon tooth. She had personally seen how powerful this dragon tooth was. If she could help Long Chen fully refine it, Long Chen would be in command of an absolutely amazing divine item. Originally, Long Chen had wanted her not to sacrifice so much spiritual strength. Although she was a soul cultivator, this was still a huge amount of energy to her. But when he thought about it, there would be an immense battle soon. For him to obtain a good weapon for it was too important. Cloud brought them flying forward. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Meng Qi sighed and released Long Chen. Her face was slightly pale and covered in sweat. She was exhausted, but she smiled. In just that short time, she had used up a full 70% of her spiritual strength, while Long Chen had also used up 40% of his. Any more spiritual strength in Meng Qi's power would have been gravely affected, so she had been forced to draw on some of Long Chen's spiritual strength. With her precise control, the dragon tooth's will had been fully erased. Now there was no chance of it rebelling when he used it. It would listen to Long Chen's orders. However, while it had reached the point that it was subservient, to reach the point where it would fully cooperate with Long Chen to unleash the greatest possible power would take much longer. He would need to slowly nourish its item spirit. Only then could he unleash the dragon tooth's full potential. At this time, Cloud arrived in a large palace. This palace made Meng Qi let out a startled cry. At the center of this palace was a giant stone mountain. There were beautiful feathers, growing out of the stone mountain. Each feather was 30 meters long with a gorgeous blue color. There was a spirituality within the blue light that made the feathers look dreamlike. Although Long Chen didn't recognize what these feathers were, he knew that each of them was an absolute treasure. These feathers were emitting the terrifying aura of 12th rank magical beasts. Hence, their owner had definitely reached the 12th rank. These are blue-eye true feathers. Yes, they must be the true feathers of the ancient beast, the blue-eye peacock. Exclaimed Meng Qi, who cares about blue eyes? Hurry and take them. I'll stall him. Once you gather them, we have to hurry onward. There's definitely more treasure. After saying that, Long Chen summoned lightning wings and charged toward an opposing channel. As soon as he entered it, he raised his hand. A golden flame sphere was born. Before it was fully grown, he prematurely launched it, making it explode through the channel. The golden flames ignited the entire channel. From within the golden flames, a blood-colored hand appeared, brushing aside the flames and revealing a withered figure. This person was very tall but as skinny as a withered corpse. His hand looked like withered bamboo, but it was the bright scarlet color of blood. He was surrounded by a terrifying blood qi. He was Xie Luo. His eyes were very deep-set and almost dried up. However, there was an icy light within them. He had just brushed aside Long Chen's flame rampart when an even more dazzling light appeared. A dragon tooth roared toward him. Seeing that dragon tooth, Xie Luo didn't dodge. His withered hand raised, and just as the dragon tooth was about to pierce his hand, a black rune appeared on it. That rune twisted and wriggled as if it was alive. At the same time, an illusory blood figure appeared behind Xie Luo. It superimposed with him, and it also sent a palm forward, mimicking his movements. Xie Luo was blown back a dozen meters, but the dragon tooth was also sent flying. Long Chen had to catch it. When he caught it, his expression changed. The dragon tooth had actually been infected by black qi that was rapidly spreading. He's even able to curse an item spirit. Long Chen jumped in shock. Xie Luo had actually transmitted curse energy into the dragon tooth in that one instant of contact. And that wasn't all. The curse energy was now spreading to him. Long Chen raised a hand. Lightning flashed, forcing out black curse runes from the dragon tooth. They began to melt like snow in boiling water. The curse energy was quickly cleansed. Thunder force circulated behind Long Chen, forming giant waves. A lightning sea filled this channel. Long Chen once more went to block Xie Luo with the dragon tooth, wielding it like a sword. Long Chen. Xie Luo narrowed his eyes slowly. His mouth moved. Most likely, it was supposed to be a smile, but his skin was taut against his bones. He couldn't smile. That appearance was hair-raising. Good, your corpse will be an excellent addition to my collection. Become my corpse king. Xie Luo's voice was as painful to listen to as iron scraping against itself. The illusory figure behind him suddenly waved a hand, its aura growing wildly. Millions of bone lances shot toward Long Chen. Those bone lances were small, only a foot long. Rather than calling them bone lances, they should be called large bone needles. Each one of them was completely covered in countless black runes. Those bone needles rained down on Long Chen. There was no way for him to dodge so many of them. Watch out, Long Chen. Those bone needles are a combination of a physical attack and a spiritual attack. Just blocking one is useless. Meng Qi's voice transmitted into his mind. Chapter 1833 Top of the Nest. Long Chen repeatedly swung the dragon tooth, blasting the bone needles into bone powder. However, that bone powder wasn't really bone powder. Instead, those broken pieces transformed into smaller needles. Meng Qi was busy gathering the blue-eye true feathers, the strongest feathers of the blue-eye peacock, a 12th rank magical beast. Those true feathers were where its life's cultivation base and divine abilities were gathered. As for that rock they were inserted in, it had caused them to enter a slumbering state. Meng Qi was using up a huge amount of spiritual strength to gather them without waking them up. If she hadn't helped Long Chen refine the dragon tooth before, she would have it much easier. But now she wasn't capable of moving that quickly. There were a total of 999 true feathers. Just as she gathered the last true feather, she saw the endless bone needles. She couldn't help letting out a cry. Back when she had previously encountered Xie Luo, there had only been thousands of bone needles, and each one of them had been terrifying. She had been forced to use her spiritual strength to slow them down and flee, relying on cloud speed. Even one of the strongest Zon Beast experts to enter here had been injured after using a divine ability to attack the bone needles. With his powerful physical body, he had barely managed to flee. The most terrifying aspect of Xie Luo's bone needles was that they were a combination of a physical and spiritual attack. When one of the bone needles exploded, it unleashed another spiritual and physical attack. There was no way to dodge. The curse energy on the bone needles would cause a person to instantly become absent-minded. In a fight against experts, that one instant was the difference between life and death. Meng Qi had some regrets now about coming here. She hadn't managed to fully describe just how powerful Xie Luo was to Long Chen. Now they were in trouble. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon shook this room. A wild lightning dragon coiled around Long Chen, protecting Long Chen from the endless bone needles. Those bone needles exploded upon contact with Lei Long's body. Both their spiritual and physical aspects were blown apart. It was only the larger foot-long bone needles that Long Chen hadn't previously destroyed that didn't immediately explode. Instead, when they stabbed into Lei Long's body, they started to crack. Xie Luo's expression changed. He had never encountered such a powerful thunder force. His unstoppable bone needles had met their bane. Long Chen's thunder force was no longer ordinary lightning. It contained a trace of divine power. The curse energy on the bone needles might not be afraid of ordinary lightning, but in front of divine lightning, there was no way for it to resist. Xie Luo snorted coldly. A blood-colored curved saber appeared in his hand, and a sinister aura erupted out of it as though millions of ghouls were wailing. This was a terrifying evil weapon. Its murderous aura was not inferior to Evilmoon. The blood-red saber fell, unleashing a blood moon that slashed toward Lei Long. Lei Long instantly exploded. Even it was unable to block that blood-red saber. However, as it exploded, it unleashed countless sparks. When those sparks faded, Long Chen had already vanished. Bastard. He actually ran. Xie Luo's expression was grim. He had no idea when Long Chen had escaped. Long Chen had used the lightning dragon to draw Xie Luo's attention while he himself left. Considering the divine nature of Long Chen's thunder force, it was impossible to probe beyond it spiritually. So after Long Chen had been wrapped around by the lightning dragon, Xie Luo had lost his ability to sense Long Chen's existence. He had taken out such a powerful trump card, but Long Chen had fled an unknown time ago. He was infuriated. Fuck, this bastard's definitely going to the third floor. Xie Luo's expression suddenly changed. He thought of the crux of the problem. An expert on Long Chen's level wouldn't choose to flee. Fleeing was equivalent to accepting that he had been defeated. Perhaps it might be nothing to others, but for peerless experts, a single defeat could be a fatal blow to their Dao hearts. Of course, if he had other reasons, as long as those reasons were strong enough, running wouldn't affect him at all, let alone cause a heart devil. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and a large figure charged out. It was true immortal Jiaoqi who had previously been thrown off by Long Chen. Because his spiritual strength wasn't powerful, even if no one blocked his divine sense, he was unable to cover the entire nest instantly. All he could do was probe the channels as he flew. There he had noticed the palace on the second level, and he had seen Meng Qi gathering the blue-eye true feathers. In order to fight over them, he had charged his way through the walls. His body was covered in Qilin scales now, and he had summoned a halberd. It was something created from a Qilin horn. The tough walls were broken through one by one. However, he was still one step too late. Long Chen and Meng Qi had already run off. Trash. True immortal Jiaoqi glanced at Xie Luo disdainfully. He suddenly charged to the roof, stabbing the Qilin halberd above him. The roof was pierced through, revealing a channel. The area above the palace on the second floor was also filled with channels. True immortal Jiaoqi no longer had the patience to search for the right path. He was using up a great deal of energy to charge through with berserk force. A glint of killing intent appeared in Xie Luo's eyes, but he controlled his anger. His lips curled in disdain. He saw that true immortal Jiaoqi was just charging up with brute power. He wasn't choosing the correct channels. Xie Luo's blood-red blade also slashed up at the roof. He charged into a channel. Long Chen was pulling Meng Qi as he flew onward. Meng Qi had already sent Cloud back into her spiritual space. These channels were growing narrower as they went, and Cloud was unable to show off her speed in these channels. Because of it, Long Chen was faster. Damn, they're both getting serious. Long Chen could hear the explosive sounds coming from below. When his divine sense reached out, he saw the two of them breaking through the walls with brute force. Their efficiency was quite shocking. Long Chen, maybe we should leave. We've got the marrow cleansing essence which can help Cloud reforge her skeleton and greatly upgrade her potential. As for the blue-eye true feathers, they're an even more priceless treasure. Each one of the feathers was the strongest true feather of a 12th rank blue-eye peacock. Once I refine them, I'll be strong enough to protect myself against even the strongest opponents. We don't need to take any more risks, said Meng Qi. Due to gathering the blue-eye true feathers and refining the dragon tooth, Meng Qi had used up a great deal of her spiritual strength. She was almost exhausted. Right now, Long Chen was slowly transmitting some of his own spiritual strength to her. That would affect his own combat power. Two of their strongest enemies were right below, chasing them. If Long Chen continued to compete with them over the next treasure, things would be even more dangerous. Don't worry, let's first see what the treasure is. If it's suitable, we have to take it. If it's not, we'll destroy it. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. If he couldn't obtain the treasure, no one else could, especially not those two. But Meng Qi felt a bit guilty. Her strongest aspect, her spiritual strength, was completely suppressed by the two of them, so she couldn't help. It's fine, I can handle them. If I want to get through, no one in this world will be able to stop me. Trust me. Long Chen tightened his arm around Meng Qi's waist, helping her to be at ease. He had his own trump cards, and he wasn't afraid. Seeing his smile, Meng Qi felt comforted. Long Chen had changed over the years, but that smile hadn't changed. Stay behind me and summon Cloud. It's about time. We can't let them catch up. Long Chen suddenly summoned the dragon tooth again. It smashed into the wall. This time, Long Chen was also going all out. The dragon tooth forcibly made its own channel through the nest. He had no choice because he could see that idiot true immortal Jiaoqi charging straight through the walls. Although that idiot was facing constant obstructions, his speed was actually quite quick. As for Xie Luo, he avoided the thicker walls, saving him a great deal of energy. Although Long Chen had moved first, true immortal Jiaoqi was actually reaching the target more quickly. With his divine sense, Long Chen managed to sense a giant platform up above. However, that platform had some kind of terrifying pressure that was blocking his divine sense from seeing anything more. He had no idea what was up there. When he tried to force it, his soul twinged and a grave feeling of danger appeared. He hastily retracted his divine sense then. Long Chen was sure that there was a priceless treasure on the platform above. He poured his spiritual strength into the dragon tooth, fully activating its runes. Fortunately, the dragon tooth was incredibly sharp. Piercing through these walls wasn't too difficult for it. It was all thanks to Meng Qi helping him fully refine it, or there was no way he could activate it like this. Finally, he broke through the final barrier. The passageway brightened. It was like there was a sun illuminating this space. He found that the third level was actually the top of the nest. He didn't even know how high up they were. Illuminated by the constant sunlight of the yin-yang world was a massive figure. A blue-eyed peacock. Seeing that massive figure, Meng Qi let out a startled cry. Chapter 1834 Peacock Essence Blood. It was a giant peacock dozens of miles tall, completely covered in bright feathers. A beautiful light still came from it, yet that mighty and sacred aura also contained a ferocious nature. It's a corpse. Long Chen recognized it as the corpse of a 12th rank magical beast. Its corpse was still fully intact. It had a pair of blue eyes that still seemed to contain life in them. Meng Qi, bring Cloud to that blood pool. Long Chen suddenly noticed a giant blood pool ahead with immense blood qi within it. Its fluctuations were practically identical to the pressure of the blue-eye peacock. From that, it could be assumed that the blood pool was created from the blue-eye peacock's essence blood. Long Chen had no time to think why the corpse and essence blood were located at separate sides of the platform. It didn't make sense why they were so far apart. However, even if it didn't make sense, there was no time to consider it. Meng Qi and Cloud flew off to the blood pool, while Long Chen went to the blue-eye peacock. Just as he moved, he noticed intense spatial fluctuations in the distance. That place formed a perfect triangle with the blue-eye peacock's corpse in the blood pool. Long Chen could vaguely see a single feather within that twisted space. Is that this blue-eye peacock's true feather? Long Chen suddenly changed plans. He charged toward that twisted space. Just at this moment, two figures charged out of the ground. Both of them immediately noticed the giant blue-eye peacock's corpse. This corpse is mine. Xie Luo's eyes immediately lit up, and he charged over. True immortal Jiaoqi sneered and was about to fight over it with him when he glanced toward the distance. When he saw the blood pool, his pupil shrank. Get away from the essence blood and I'll spare your lives. True immortal Jiaoqi immediately switched targets. He saw that this blood pool contained concentrated essence blood. The blue-eye peacock was a beast from ancient times, and it was known for being cruel-natured and slaughtering countless lifeforms. In that time, it was capable of swallowing a whole city's lifeforms in one gulp. The blue-eye peacock existed only in legend in the martial heaven continent, so seeing it personally was shocking. The purity of an ancient blue-eye peacock's blood essence had to be amazing. To a Zan beast, a single drop of that blood was a priceless treasure. Seeing the whole pool, true immortal Jiaoqi was ecstatic. However, he was infuriated to see that Cloud had a head start. He charged over, having no interest in what direction Long Chen was going. That essence blood was a must-have for him. Cloud summoned her giant true body. Opening her mouth, she swallowed the pool of essence blood in one gulp, not leaving even a single drop behind. If other magical beasts or Zan beasts tried to devour the essence blood like this, they would instantly explode. However, Cloud possessed the heaven-swallowing divine ability. This essence blood wasn't instantly digested or refined. Instead, it was stored in a separate space. Furthermore, there was a certain bloodline connection between the blue-eye peacock and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Legend was that they were both descendants of the ancient phoenix. So Cloud was not attacked by the essence blood. Seeing this, true immortal Jiaoqi let out a furious roar. For him, wanting to gather that essence blood would definitely cause it to fight back. If it had fought back against Cloud like that, he was confident in being able to obtain the majority of it. However, now all of it had been taken by Cloud in an instant. True immortal Jiaoqi became anxious. His Drake illusory figure appeared behind him. He had to kill Cloud to get that essence blood back. If he had the assistance of the essence blood of this ancient beast, he could fully stimulate his bloodline, multiplying the power of his divine abilities. Then he would be able to dominate the land. Run. Long Chen sent Meng Qi a message. As soon as he had come up here, he had noticed that there was a mysterious barrier protecting the exterior of this giant nest. To enter here, you had to walk up the levels of the nest one by one. If you tried to fly up directly, you would be blocked by the barrier. Furthermore, flying to this height was impossible. You would be cut down by the spatial winds at this height. But what about you? Asked Meng Qi worriedly. Don't bother with me, you go first. I have my own way to leave. We can meet where we agreed afterward, responded Long Chen. He had already reached the twisted space. He was standing in front of a long divine feather. Meng Qi looked from Long Chen to the furious true immortal Jiaoqi. Clenching her teeth, she had Cloud run. Cloud spread her wings. A golden light shot from her mouth. The exterior had looked calm, but when Cloud's attack flew out, it struck something and shattered into a million pieces. A giant barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire nest. Fools, this nest is protected by a formation. You won't be able to escape. If you're smart, you'll immediately hand over the blue-eye peacock's essence blood. Roared true immortal Jiaoqi. In just a few more seconds, he would be able to reach Cloud. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless at this moment. Other than him, there was also Long Chen and Xie Luo present. Xie Luo was currently trying to gather the corpse, but the blue-eye peacock's corpse was shining brightly, and Xie Luo was having trouble approaching it. He was unleashing his full power just to gather it. If Xie Luo obtained the corpse while Long Chen obtained the feather, then their next move would be to come here. Long Chen would protect Meng Qi, while Xie Luo would also fight against him over the essence blood. So true immortal Jiaoqi had to get the essence blood right this instant. Cloud didn't panic at all upon seeing her attack shatter. Instead, she sent a message to Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, be careful. Suddenly, all of Cloud's feathers blazed with light. She opened her mouth, shooting out a black circle. When that circle appeared, the world dimmed. Damn it, it's the heaven-swallowing Voidbreaker. True immortal Jiaoqi cursed. He suddenly raised the Qilin halberd. Attacking at this distance would definitely cause the attack power to drop and make it easier to dodge, but he had no choice. A giant halberd image appeared in the sky, slashing down at Cloud. However, true immortal Jiaoqi was still just slightly too slow. The black circle that Cloud had spat out struck the barrier, causing a black ripple to spread. It formed a giant fluctuating gate. Cloud and Meng Qi charged through that fluctuating gate. It was like they had entered water, and they vanished just like that. Once they vanished, the barrier returned to normal. True immortal Jiaoqi's attack struck the barrier, but his attack didn't cause the slightest ripple. Damn it! True immortal Jiaoqi roared. He clenched his teeth furiously. This barrier was too powerful to break. However, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing Sparrow race had a very monstrous innate divine ability that could construct a spatial channel. The spatial channel couldn't lead very far, at most a few hundred miles, but it could cause a spacetime displacement, allowing Cloud to slip past normal restrictions. No ordinary barriers were able to hold her. This was also another reason why the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows were able to continue surviving in the outside world despite being surrounded several times. This kind of divine ability was something only those at the 11th rank were capable of using, and yet Cloud had used it at the 10th rank. Suddenly, rumbling sounds rang out. In the distance, Long Chen had a twisting spatial portal open behind him. The giant feather was currently entering the spatial portal. Bastard, once I capture you, they'll be forced to hand over the essence blood. True immortal Jiaoqi suddenly charged at Long Chen. Long Chen was busy gathering the feather, but it possessed its own terrifying will. Long Chen had also used up too much of his spiritual strength, resulting in him feeling even greater pressure. Fortunately, his will was strong enough. The divine ring rumbled. No matter how ferocious the master of the feather had been while they had been alive, this feather still had to submit in front of Long Chen's will. Even though the feather itself knew it had no choice, it was still fighting back. Fuck, so you refused to give me face? Long Chen roared. He gave up pulling it into his spiritual space. Instead, a large black hole appeared behind his back. When that black hole appeared, the feather immediately stopped resisting. It quivered in terror, allowing Long Chen to put it away instantly. Once it was pulled into the primal chaos space, it didn't dare to move. It didn't even dare to release its aura. Originally, Long Chen hadn't wanted to pull the feather into the primal chaos space. That was because even he couldn't control the primal chaos space. For example, when he had subdued the dragon teeth, he hadn't pulled them into the primal chaos space. While he was the master of the primal chaos space, he couldn't control it. Anything that dared to go against his will would be annihilated by the primal chaos bead. The primal chaos bead had its own will, and it wasn't something that Long Chen could control. If the feather had continued resisting, the primal chaos bead would have destroyed it, wasting this treasure. If he hadn't been pressed for time by true immortal Jiaoqi, Long Chen wouldn't have taken this risk. However, things had worked out. As soon as the primal chaos bead revealed its power, the feather immediately turned still. "Brother Xie Luo, I'm done, but you're not. Let me come help you." Long Chen laughed. Ignoring the furious true immortal Jiaoqi, he charged at Xie Luo, or more accurately, the blue-eyed peacock's corpse. Chapter 1835 Plucking a Bird's Feathers. Xie Luo was doing his best to gather the corpse of the blue-eyed peacock. However, he didn't have a primal chaos bead. Only life star experts could condense their own astral space. As for spatial rings, there was no way ordinary ones could contain this corpse with its ferocious will. Although the blue-eyed peacock had long since died, it still had a remnant will that made it difficult to force it into anything. Xie Luo was trying to pull it into his spiritual space, but it was difficult. He had already used a secret technique of the corrupt path to seal the blue-eyed peacock's crystal core, but he was still unable to move it quickly. Seeing Long Chen was coming to cause trouble, Xie Luo was enraged. "Long Chen, you dare? Haha, there's nothing I don't dare to do in this world." Long Chen laughed. Instead of attacking Xie Luo, he jumped onto the blue-eye peacock's back and pulled on one of its giant feathers. Long Chen directly plucked off the giant feather. That feather looked almost identical to the feather he had obtained before. It was bright and multicolored and still retained a powerful aura. This feather was also a true feather. Most blue-eyed peacocks only had a single true feather, but this one's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 12th rank, and it had borne 9 true feathers. It was just that of those 9 true feathers, only one was the original true feather. That was the true feather that had accompanied it from the day it had been born. Inside were its inherited divine abilities, making it also called the inheritance true feather. The other 8 true feathers were born later, and those feathers were what this blue-eyed peacock had been planning on relying on to advance to the 13th rank. According to reason, having already reached the samsara realm, this blue-eyed peacock should have reached the realm of being almost undying. Even if it failed its breakthrough, it could undergo nirvanic rebirth. It wouldn't die here, especially not with its essence blood and original true feather separated from it. That was very strange. Long Chen didn't have time to consider those things though. He also didn't know what these 9 true feathers represented, but his intuition told him that these 8 feathers on the corpse were definite treasures. "Bastard!" Xie Luo roared. This corpse's feathers were very important. A portion of the blue-eyed peacock's power resided within its true feathers. Their divine marks were the foundation for its divine abilities. "Don't be so emotional. It's just plucking a few feathers." Long Chen was as quick as lightning, plucking the remaining 7 true feathers in an instant. His efficiency sparked disbelief as he gathered the full set. It was unknown if it was because there was the original true feather in his primal chaos space, but those true feathers didn't resist when he plucked them. Just like that, they were gathered into his primal chaos space. Once the 8 true feathers were plucked, the blue-eyed peacock dimmed. Its feathers lost their original splendor. It no longer looked as divine as before, and its aura weakened by over 50%. An ancient halberd came piercing toward Long Chen's back. True immortal Jiaoqi had arrived. To handle this attack, Long Chen's golden dragon tooth smashed into true immortal Jiaoqi's halberd. A terrifying explosion erupted. Long Chen's hand split open, and blood poured out. Even having already summoned the green dragon battle armor, he was still injured and sent flying. With Long Chen and true immortal Jiaoqi exchanging a fierce blow, the blue-eyed peacock's corpse was blown into the air. That delighted Xie Luo. Before this, it had been impossible for him to budge the corpse at all. In the air, it could be easily pulled into his spiritual space. However, he was also infuriated because he knew the reason that it was blown into the air was because Long Chen had plucked its 8 true feathers. In other words, having lost its 8 true feathers, this corpse's power had sharply fallen. Xie Luo formed a hand seal, causing the blue-eye peacock to fly to him. Then, a blood-colored gate appeared behind him. That was his spiritual space. Don't be in a rush. Let me help. Long Chen couldn't snatch the corpse any longer, having been blown back by true immortal Jiaoqi. So he kindly shot a ball of black flames at it. The black flames exploded on the blue-eye peacock, unleashing a wave that enveloped it. The berserk energy caused the entire nest to shake. Long Chen was actually using the black illusion dragon flame. The eruption of the flame sphere brought with it a wave of powerful spiritual strength that caused Xie Luo's spiritual space to almost collapse. The shocking thing was that the blue-eye peacock was actually ignited by the black flames. Its feathers were burned to ash. That shocked even Long Chen. Originally, he had just been planning on irritating Xie Luo with this. It had merely been a probing blow. Who would have thought that the legendary blue-eye peacock would be unable to resist the black illusion dragon flame? Its feathers were all incinerated. What they were unaware of was that the runes on those feathers were all linked to the 9 true feathers. With the 9 true feathers gone, the remaining feathers had lost their defensive power. As for the black illusion dragon flame, its power was definitely terrifying considering it was ranked second on the Earth Flame rankings. Long Chen, I will skin you alive. Flames almost spurted out of Xie Luo's eyes. The blue-eye peacock had lost all of its feathers now. Many of its divine abilities had just been lost, and its value had dropped. Wow, the corrupt path's people are so ungrateful. I kindly plucked your chicken for you, so you can cook it easier, but instead of thanking me, you threaten me. The corrupt path is truly contemptible. Long Chen shook his head. At this time, true immortal Jiaoqi was blocking his retreat path. His entire body was shining like gold. He trapped Long Chen between himself and Xie Luo. He knew that Xie Luo was even angrier than he was. Although he was also enemies with Xie Luo, in comparison, Long Chen was his true target. If the two of them joined hands, there would definitely be no chance of Long Chen escaping. Capturing Long Chen related to obtaining the blue-eye peacock essence blood. The blue-eye peacock looked like a roasted chicken, and Xie Luo looked like he was about to go crazy. The reason he so adamantly wanted this corpse was because he had a method to control it and activate the blue-eye peacock's divine abilities. Although they wouldn't be as powerful as when it was alive, he was confident in restoring 70% of its power. To have a peak 12th rank magical beast fighting for him, who would dare to resist? That beautiful dream had been ruined. Even if he did refine the corpse into a puppet now, he wouldn't be able to fly through the air on it like a divine steed. If he did, he didn't know how many people would laugh at him. Xie Luo put the blue-eye peacock's corpse into his spiritual space. Without the feathers, taking it was much easier. Blood runes began to revolve in Xie Luo's eyes. A blood-colored figure condensed behind him. The sound of mournful wails shook the room. That blood-colored figure was sinister and terrifying. Looking carefully, it looked like a conglomeration of millions of lifeforms screaming and struggling in pain. When it appeared, the world also turned blood-colored. Xie Luo was truly furious. In all his years, no one had dared to treat him like this. His killing intent soared. I need Long Chen's life. If we cooperate, we have to catch him alive, so I can search him for the essence blood. The rest of his belongings will be yours, shouted true immortal Jiaoqi. To prevent the off chance of failure, he chose to join hands with Xie Luo. Scram, who do you think you are to cooperate with me? I'll kill Long Chen and refine him into a puppet so he'll be my eternal slave. At the same time as Xie Luo shouted, the millions of devilish ghouls behind him also roared furiously. Xie Luo's blood-red saber suddenly pointed toward the sky. As a result, his saber image struck the barrier around the nest and caused it to quiver intensely. It then hacked down at Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath. His expression was serious. He put away the dragon tooth and took out Evilmoon. Evilmoon was in slumber and unable to help him. However, it was the weapon he was most used to using. Without a hilt, the dragon teeth weren't capable of unleashing his power. Even if Evilmoon was unable to help him, just its hardness and weight were enough. The power of his 108,000 stars erupted. Facing both Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi, Long Chen couldn't hold back. A black saber image crashed into the blood-red saber image. The entire nest quivered. Black and red energy appeared at the top of the nest. The experts within the nest were shaken. Although they didn't know what was going on, they felt terrifying auras rising. There are peak experts fighting. Hurry, let's see just who is so terrifying. Chapter 1836, each harboring sinister intentions. Black and red light collided against each other. When Long Chen's Evilmoon met Xie Luo's blood-colored saber, the entire world suddenly dimmed. When Long Chen received Xie Luo's attack, he found that Xie Luo was also physically powerful, only a bit weaker than true immortal Jiaoqi. Just as he was about to circulate his energy to force Xie Luo back, his heart shook. Lightning flashed. A lightning barrier enveloped Long Chen, blocking a wave of bone needles. Xie Luo had also launched his bone needle attack silently, and Long Chen had almost fallen for it. Long Chen unleashed a burst of power, forcing back Xie Luo. Xie Luo hadn't expected Long Chen's reaction speed to be so fast. He had launched an attack with his saber and his bone needles at almost the same time, but the light from his saber covered the bone needles. As for his furious expression from before, half of it was real, but half of it was fake. He had also wanted to capture Long Chen alive, not just for the true feathers but also to force Meng Qi to hand over the essence blood. Unfortunately, Long Chen's reaction speed was too fast. He had clearly had his attention focused on his saber but had still managed to force back the bone needles with a quick defense. Long Chen had just forced back Xie Luo when a golden halberd stabbed toward Long Chen. Let's see just which one of us is stronger. Long Chen met the halberd with another slash of his saber. When Long Chen collided with true immortal Jiaoqi's halberd, he felt like he had been struck by a star. He almost coughed up blood. Long Chen was startled. When true immortal Jiaoqi was using his full power, he was actually so powerful. Long Chen was blown back. On the other hand, true immortal Jiaoqi was only forced back a dozen steps. With each step, cracks appeared in the nest. Even this tough nest was unable to bear their power. True immortal Jiaoqi stamped his foot on the ground, causing part of the nest to actually shatter. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. When he looked back up, he saw that Xie Luo had already shot after Long Chen. Long Chen repeatedly blocked Xie Luo's attacks 17 times, while lightning spurted out of his body, blocking the bone needles. The bone needles possessed both poison and curse energy. Once struck, it would gravely affect Long Chen's combat power. Then the battle would essentially be over. Good, I didn't think your body was so powerful. Your corpse is just as valuable as the blue-eye peacocks. Xie Luo smiled sinisterly as he attacked with his saber. Xie Luo possessed a rare evil spirit body, which gave him an unmatched skill in controlling corpses. He was very interested in all-powerful corpses. He could refine them into corpse puppets to be his subordinates. Xie Luo found that Long Chen's value as a corpse was extremely great. His physical body wouldn't lose to true immortal Jiaoqi who was from the Zon beasts. If he was refined into a puppet, he would be a fearless undying existence with amazing killing power. You're thinking too far, said Long Chen indifferently as he continued blocking with Evilmoon. His divine sense was also locked onto true immortal Jiaoqi. After that first exchange, true immortal Jiaoqi hadn't attacked again. He was calmly watching. That attack just now had been to test Long Chen's power. It could be said that they were relatively evenly matched in power, so neither one of them could suppress the other. True immortal Jiaoqi was still angry with Xie Luo for not cooperating. Hence, he had given up that thought. He was now waiting for his opportunity to launch a fatal attack while Long Chen and Xie Luo fought. If he had a good opportunity, he wouldn't mind killing Xie Luo as well. Although the corrupt path and the Zon beasts didn't interfere with each other's businesses, there was an eternal competition between heavenly geniuses. Any threats had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Seeing true immortal Jiaoqi just standing there and watching coldly, Long Chen naturally knew what he was thinking. This was helping him greatly. He was fighting intensely against Xie Luo, while his divine ring was forcibly absorbing heaven and earth's energy to replenish his spiritual strength. Due to refining the dragon tooth and gathering the original true feather, Long Chen's spiritual strength had been exhausted to the point of affecting his combat power. Now he was quietly recovering while fighting. With the divine ring, the spiritual yuan he was using up was being replenished as quickly as he used it. Their fight was an intense one. Shocking explosions, saber images, and chi waves erupted over and over again. As their fight progressed, a few figures gradually appeared at the top of the nest. These were experts that had been exploring the nest. They hadn't found anything of value, but they had been drawn over by the terrifying auras coming from the top. True immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, and Long Chen. 3 monsters actually came across each other here, exclaimed an Empyrean from the ancient family alliance. More and more experts appeared. When they saw the 3 of them, they all gasped. These experts were all on guard against each other as well. The ancient races stood to one side, the corrupt path stood to another, while the righteous path hid in a corner. They were in no mood to start a fight. They were all watching Long Chen and Xie Luo fight. That Xie Luo is claimed to be the corrupt path's #1 genius, the descendant of the corrupt path's leader, Xie Wenchen. As for that monster of the Zan beasts, he's the one who got fourth on the devil slaughter rankings, true immortal Jiaoqi. Long Chen's definitely dead, sneered an ancient race expert. The fact that Long Chen had slain Shang Yunfei had infuriated the ancient races. They had publicly announced that they were splitting ties with the Martial Heaven Alliance and would no longer communicate with them. Although they hadn't started a war, their attitude was clear. Seeing Xie Luo fighting Long Chen with true immortal Jiaoqi watching like a tiger lying in wait, those enemies of Long Chen were delighted. As for the righteous path's experts, they had gathered. There were over 100 of them, with only a small portion being Empyreans. The majority were rank 9 Celestials. What do we do? Should we send a distress signal? Otherwise, senior apprentice brother will be in danger. An Empyrean sent a message to these experts. How would you send it? And to who? That Empyrean was struck speechless. Who would he send this distress signal to? Who would come to help Long Chen? Who actually had the power to help him? That was Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi. In front of them, even other Empyreans were cannon fodder. Fuck, whatever. If Long Chen does end up in danger, I'll put my life on the line to help him escape. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is the only hope of the righteous path rising. If he falls, the righteous path will be doomed, said a rank 9 Celestial suddenly. The rank 9 Celestial's words moved all the people here. His cultivation base might be low, his combat power might be weak, but this heroism was moving. In the Great Era, all the various powers were soaring. The corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zan beasts, they were all giving birth to countless heavenly geniuses. Although the righteous path was also home to the birth of many heavenly geniuses, in comparison to the others, their power was clearly lacking. In the righteous path, Long Chen was the only one who could suppress all other heavenly geniuses, look down on all others in his generation, and be undefeated in the same realm no matter what monstrous geniuses he faced. In the eyes of many of the righteous path's disciples, Long Chen was an undefeatable legend. Although countless people were denouncing him in the world, it didn't affect Long Chen's particular charisma. Even as countless other heavenly geniuses were raised and monsters appeared, no one could shake him from his position as the #1 figure of the righteous path. Even some people who had never seen Long Chen before also made their determination to help him escape even if they had to die. Brother, this courage of yours is admirable. If senior apprentice brother Long Chen is in danger, you can count me in. Another person is another chance of escaping, said an Empyrean. Count me in too. Me too. Over 30 experts made an agreement. As long as Long Chen was in mortal danger, they would work together. Even if they had to detonate their divine items, even if they had to detonate their own bodies, they would win Long Chen a chance to escape. He was the only hope of the righteous path. They were willing to use their lives to protect this hope. The other righteous experts were silent. However, a few looked at them disdainfully. Those were disciples of the sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. But even having left the Martial Heaven Alliance, they were still part of the righteous path, so they were standing with everyone else. If only 1 or 2 people were speaking up for Long Chen, they would definitely pour cold water on them to dispel their passion. However, there were too many of them now, so they didn't dare to provoke them. If they did, they might be killed. So they only sneered inside. As Long Chen fought Xie Luo seemed to be repeatedly retreating, whether intentionally or not. It just so happened that Long Chen was being drawn further and further away from true immortal Jiaoqi. Long Chen smiled coldly. It was just that he didn't bother exposing Xie Luo. He continued fighting within a small area, not forcing his way through. He was focused on recovering his spiritual strength. This is a battle of monsters. It doesn't seem as crazy as I imagined it. What's going on? Muttered some people inside. Although the battle looked intense, with each move being extremely sharp, such a battle didn't seem to fit with Long Chen and Xie Luo's level. True immortal Jiaoqi was still watching coldly. He gripped his Qilin halberd. He looked like a bird of prey focused on his prey. Suddenly, Xie Luo's blood-red saber unleashed a burst of light. Its power surged, forcing Long Chen back. It's now. Xie Luo laughed. His Yuan spirit appeared out of his head, forming hand seals. Blood chi surged into the sky. The void exploded, and one figure after another appeared. They were corpses wearing ancient robes, surrounding Long Chen, an evil glint in their eyes. Their terrifying auras made people shiver. Seal! Xie Luo shouted. Light erupted, out of the corpses' eyes, weaving into a giant ball that trapped Long Chen. Chapter 1837. A heaven-shaking saber. 108 corpses had appeared at once, a white light shooting out of their eyes and wrapping around Long Chen like a giant cocoon. It happened so quickly that no one could react. Once Long Chen was caught in the cocoon, divine runes appeared on the corpses' hands, and they pressed against the cocoon. The blood-colored divine runes spread, covering the cocoon. They formed a million chains that fully sealed the cocoon. The cocoon had just appeared when it began to quiver. Clearly, Long Chen was fighting to break free inside. However, once those blood-colored chains covered the cocoon, it instantly became still. People were still shocked at the appearance of the corpses when the cocoon became still. There was no time for anyone to react. The righteous experts were dumbfounded, especially those that had sworn to protect Long Chen. They had thought that Long Chen would only be defeated when true immortal Xiaoqi joined in on the fight. Their cultivation bases weren't high, but they were confident that striking when true immortal Xiaoqi joined in was the best time to save Long Chen. However, true immortal Xiaoqi hadn't moved at all before Long Chen was simply sealed. There was no chance for them to interfere at all. Release Long Chen, or I'll cut off your head. Long Chen had just been sealed when a golden halberd pierced toward Xie Luo. True immortal Xiaoqi was finally joining in. You want Long Chen? Keep dreaming. Long Chen's been sealed by my corpse spirit seal art. The corpse poison inside will quickly exhaust all his energy and make him a puppet. I will be his master, and his everything will belong to me, sneered Xie Luo. While fighting, he had been secretly laying down a barrier within an area. This was one of his unique abilities, and he was confident that no one else would recognize what he was doing. When Long Chen entered that area, he would trigger the barrier. The barrier was not an attacking or defending barrier, but a controlling barrier. It would make a person lose consciousness for just a moment. No matter how strong Long Chen's spiritual strength was, he would lose consciousness and have illusions invade his mind. This would only affect Long Chen for a blink of an eye, but that was enough to determine victory or defeat in a battle between experts. The instant Long Chen had lost consciousness, he had activated the corpse spirit seal art that he had been preparing. This trap had been ready for a while now, but every time he had drawn Long Chen over to that area, Long Chen had inadvertently avoided it. Now, he finally stepped into it and was sealed. Now that Xie Luo's seal was complete, he no longer had to worry about Long Chen. He was sure no one could break out of his sealing art. At the very least, no one had ever broken out before. Xie Luo met true immortal Xiaoqi's halberd with his blood-red saber. A powerful qi wave surged out. Powerful astral winds buffeted the spectators. It felt like knives were cutting their faces. The intensity of this one exchange was greater than Long Chen's fight with Xie Luo. Could it be that Xie Luo wasn't using his full power while fighting Long Chen? Only now is he using his real power. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen was sealed now, and Xie Luo's fight with true immortal Xiaoqi far surpassed Xie Luo's fight with Long Chen in terms of power and aura. HMPH, Long Chen's fame is all fake. The reason he could fight so long with Xie Luo is just because Xie Luo wanted to capture him alive. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't even be able to receive 10 moves, sneered an ancient race expert. Let alone 10 moves, he probably wouldn't even be able to take 3 moves. HMPH, the Righteous Path's #1 expert was created through bragging, it seems. He was just duping his own people. The Righteous Path has no top experts. Other experts added their own mocking voices as they looked at the Righteous Path's experts. If they weren't intent on watching this battle between peak geniuses, they might have even surrounded those righteous experts. Xie Luo, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really not going to hand over Long Chen? Demanded true immortal Xiaoqi. What lands in my hands belongs to me. If you aren't smart, I won't mind adding you to my corpse collection as well. Sneered Xie Luo. Then you can die. Drake power. True immortal Xiaoqi suddenly shouted, and the drake figure behind him grew explosively. The cry of a dragon could vaguely be heard. The golden light shining out of true immortal Xiaoqi's body condensed entirely into his Qilin halberd. You're the one who will die. Xie Luo laughed sinisterly. The blood-red figure of Xie Luo's manifestation suddenly extended its arms into Xie Luo. A sea of blood-colored runes poured into his body. Evil spirit possession. Xie Luo's body transformed, and he no longer looked like a desiccated corpse. He transformed into a normal-looking person. As their power grew explosively, the ground beneath their feet began to constantly crack. This incomparably sturdy nest was unable to bear their power. Heavens, what kind of power is this? This nest was so tough that for them, a full-strength attack wouldn't even be able to damage it. Now it was covered in cracks. Now is the best time to save senior apprentice brother Long Chen. One of the righteous experts suddenly charged into the battlefield heading for the cocoon, taking advantage of when the two of them were fighting to save Long Chen. Following him, over 30 experts shot over. The divine items in their hands began to shine brighter and brighter. They had made their preparations to detonate their divine items. Their actions startled everyone. They hadn't thought that the righteous path's disciples, which had always been cowardly like mice and never been united, would risk their lives to save Long Chen. Xie Luo merely sneered disdainfully. This corpse spirit sealing art of his could not be broken through external power. Even he would need to undo the seal bit by bit. Even if the corpses guarding the cocoon couldn't stop them, they wouldn't be able to break the seal. In his view, they were sending themselves to their deaths. He ignored them and continued fighting true immortal Jiaoqi. His fight with him was reaching a climax, and he couldn't be careless. Those righteous experts had just gotten close to the cocoon when a black saber image tore out of the cocoon. It pierced into the sky, tearing through the barrier around the nest. That huge saber image possessed horrifying power. It slashed down like a celestial blade. Following it was an explosive cry. The barrier around the nest exploded. The celestial blade slashed down at Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi mercilessly. True immortal Jiaoqi and Xie Luo were both shocked, especially Xie Luo. He had never thought that Long Chen would be able to break his seal. The truth was that Long Chen had long since seen through Xie Luo's intentions. He had intentionally let himself be sealed. His spiritual strength had fully recovered, allowing him to use his trump cards at their full potential. He didn't fear this kind of sealing art. Just as the two of them reached a climax in their fight, Long Chen suddenly unleashed the forbidden seventh form of Split the Heavens. Back then, the old man had repeatedly warned him not to use the seventh form until he reached the Life Star realm. Otherwise, he would become a cripple. However, Long Chen was extremely confident in his meridians. He had decided to take this risk to see if he could eliminate the two of them. The void exploded. Fragments of it transformed into dust. That terrifying barrier appeared weak in front of the seventh form of Split the Heavens. Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi's expressions changed. If they were struck by this saber, they would definitely die. Right now, their power was locked against each other. Whoever pulled back first would be struck and injured before the saber even arrived. Pull back together. Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi exchanged a look, and the light from their weapons erupted. Both of them hacked up blood, their faces turning as pale as paper. Just now, they had severed their own energy. Pulling it back would take too long. Severing their own power like this was a kind of taboo. It was very harmful to the body, equivalent to attacking oneself. However, even as they coughed up blood, they didn't hesitate. Their divine items blazed with divine light as they attacked Long Chen's saber image. At the same time, they retreated. In this scenario, they were unable to unleash even half their power. Who would foolishly stand there? They naturally chose to run. Their attacks instantly shattered upon contact with the celestial saber. The two of them once more coughed up blood and tumbled into the distance. The leftover power of the celestial saber crashed down where the two of them had been. The nest was cut through as easily as tofu. Originally, the place that Long Chen was at was near the edge of the nest. Now his attack had cut the nest cleanly in two. A huge ditch appeared, and it went so deep it was impossible to see the bottom. Everyone was struck dumb. They stared in shock at Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a god who had just walked out of the cocoon. His wild and domineering aura made their hearts turn cold. Holding Evilmoon, he circulated Thunderforce around his feet. He was about to shoot after the injured Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi when his expression changed. Lei Long appeared, swallowing those disciples who had been trying to save Long Chen but were now struck dumb. As for Long Chen himself, lightning wings appeared on his back. He shot away with Lei Long, vanishing from sight in an instant. Just as everyone was still confused as to why Long Chen was running, the nest exploded. Black chi suddenly surged out of the bottomless ditch Long Chen had made. This black chi contained terrifying death energy. Large hands appeared, reaching out for them. Chapter 1838 Terrifying Black Hand. Startled cries rang out. The black hands had an absolutely horrifying aura. Everyone instantly fled. These people were all experts amongst experts. They were extremely fast, but those hands were even faster. They began to grab experts. Anyone grabbed by those hands exploded into bits. Their yuan spirits flew out of the remnants of their bodies and quickly withered into nothingness. Sounds of despair rang out. The nest had suddenly transformed into hell on earth. Long Chen hadn't gotten far when one of those large hands chased after him. Long Chen immediately felt a chill. This hand contained an indescribable energy that inspired terror. You guys run. I'll block this attack. Long Chen had Lei Long release those experts who had wanted to save him. That large black hand was slamming toward him. Don't get emotional, just run. Long Chen waved his hand, sending them flying away. He found that the black hand was locked onto him. Others could leave, but he couldn't. He wasn't sure, but it seemed that his attack had broken some kind of law in this place, causing the black hand to want to kill him. Even though he had been the first to run, he had not managed to reach a safe zone. That black hand was pouncing toward him. If he tried to block it, these experts would be killed by the shockwave, so he had them leave first. The black hand was even faster than he was. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen prepared to unleash the seventh form of Split the Heavens again. However, he had just activated his acupuncture points when he coughed up blood. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. When he had used the seventh form of Split the Heavens before, he hadn't felt much, but now that he tried again, he suddenly found that his meridians were extremely weak. If he hadn't sensed this early enough and pulled back, his meridians would have all shattered. He hadn't listened to the old man's advice and had used the seventh form of Split the Heavens before reaching the Life Star realm. Considering how powerful the seventh form was, he was lucky that his meridians had only been shaken. If it was anyone else, their meridians would have been destroyed. Damn, it's that corpse poison. I was actually poisoned. Long Chen sensed his condition and was shocked to find that he had underestimated Xie Luo's corpse spirit sealing art. A portion of the corpse poison had bypassed his thunder force to invade his body without him being aware of it. Long Chen couldn't help being regretful over how he had tried to play a trick to kill the two of them. He had been too greedy. Instead of gaining any advantage, he had almost destroyed his meridians, had been poisoned, and was now being hunted down by this hand. With his meridians damaged, Long Chen couldn't use his spiritual yuan. His yuan spirit came out. There were no other techniques he could use. He could only summon Lei Long and Huo Long. The two of them possessed their own stores of energy. However, without the support of his spiritual yuan, their power sharply dropped. Lei Long and Huo Long were blown apart upon contact with the hand. The hand merely shook slightly, but it didn't stop. Fortunately, that was enough for Long Chen to escape its lock. He shot away, covered in sweat. That hand had made him smell the scent of death. That was the air of death, of darkness, of corrosion, of severing all life. That was something he had experienced once before. It was very similar to the air of the netherworld. Long Chen rapidly fled. He was gratified to see that hand begin to retreat after missing. It didn't attack again. It seemed it had a set attack range, and Long Chen had already escaped it. As for the righteous disciples, they cheered when they saw Long Chen escape alive. They had never imagined a peak expert like Long Chen would use himself to block a fatal attack for them. You guys should run. This place is too sinister. Brothers, thank you for your loyalty. I wish you well. Let us meet again. Long Chen waved to those people as he fled. He had no choice but to leave. The corpse poison was invading his body and weakening him. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed the problem with his meridians. This had all been too dangerous. His meridians had almost been shattered. If that happened, he would be crippled. Even if he had the primal chaos space, recovering from that would be almost impossible. That wasn't a problem with his physical body that could be instantly healed. If his meridians shattered, he estimated he would need at least the majority of the year to recover, during which time he couldn't fight. In the yin-yang world, let alone a condition in which he couldn't use his spiritual yuan, any condition that was not his peak condition was dangerous. So Long Chen really felt regretful. He had wanted to play smart and eliminate the two of them right then and there, but he had almost caused himself to die. That kind of foolishness wasn't something he wanted to repeat a second time. This kind of game wasn't fun at all. This time, he had experienced the terror of the seventh form of Split the Heavens. He had just used a rudimentary form of it, the simplest form with the least danger, but had still harmed his meridians. The old man had told him that when using the 7th form of Split the Heavens, connecting all the acupuncture points was just the first step. The next step was to reconnect the final acupuncture point with the Dantian and once more send the energy through the 63 acupuncture points. The energy added up but put even greater stress on the meridians. If he could do this 7 times, then he would be able to unleash the full power of the 7th form of Split the Heavens. The first time he used the 7th form of Split the Heavens, his meridians had started to crack, but due to the corpse poison, he hadn't noticed. When he tried using it a second time, he had realized something was wrong and scattered his spiritual yuan, but that had still almost caused his meridians to explode. Looking at the distant nest, he saw the black hands slowly sink back underground. They were claws from hell that had slain people before returning to their home. I wonder if true immortal Zhaoqi and Xie Luo got away. Hopefully, they didn't have a good ending. Long Chen prayed for the 2 of them as he left. However, he knew that the 2 of them still had their own trump cards. They had definitely not used them during that battle. They had wanted to pay the lowest price and expose the fewest trump cards to achieve their goals. After all, there had been 3 of them there, and even if one of them was killed, the remaining 2 could spread information about the other's trump cards. It was precisely because he had seen this point that Long Chen had hoped to eliminate the 2 of them before they had unleashed their full power. If his attack had struck them at full power, it truly might have been able to kill the 2 of them, but regretfully breaking through the barrier around the nest had slowed it down and given them enough time to defend. If he hadn't been poisoned and his meridians hadn't been harmed, right now would be the best time to hunt the 2 of them down. Regretfully, it seemed the heavens were against him. Long Chen flew away, consuming 2 medicinal pills used for expelling poison. These had been personally refined by him. Xie Luo's corpse poison was extremely powerful. It would take time to expel it. More importantly, he also had to heal his meridians during this time. His meridians were only cracked right now, so healing them didn't take too long. 6 hours later, Long Chen was able to just barely circulate his spiritual yuan, but he couldn't fight. Although this battle had been very dangerous, Long Chen still felt that it was worth it when he thought of the gains. Just the original true feather was enough to make countless heavenly geniuses go mad. Once Meng Qi refined it, she would be able to activate the blue-eye peacock's divine abilities. That power wasn't something he could imagine. The most unexpected thing this time around was the existence of righteous experts that had risked their lives to try and save him. Furthermore, there had been over 30 of them. That moved him. Perhaps the righteous path wasn't as bad as he thought. There were still many hot-blooded, righteous people within it. Not everyone was so foolish, and not everyone was such a manipulator. This was his first time feeling that there were still many good disciples in the righteous path. As Long Chen flew, he spread his divine sense, avoiding any experts. After all, now wasn't a good time for him to fight. After a day, Long Chen arrived at a ravine. Meng Qi had been waiting for him here, and she immediately threw herself toward him, hugging him. She had been very worried. "Where is Cloud?" asked Long Chen after kissing her on the forehead. It had been a long time since she had been so intimate with Long Chen, causing Meng Qi to blush slightly. "Cloud has begun refining the marrow cleansing essence. She's in seclusion in my spiritual space." "Good. Once Cloud's done, she can refine the blue-eye peacock's essence blood. She'll have completely transformed." Long Chen nodded with a smile. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow and the blue-eye peacock had originated from the same race. That essence blood was extremely helpful to her. "Meng Qi, let me give you a gift." Long Chen smiled and waved a hand. 9 beautiful feathers appeared in the air. Meng Qi covered her mouth, staring at them with disbelief. Chapter 1839 Expelling Poison and Healing Injuries. The original true feather. Meng Qi looked at it in disbelief. When Long Chen had been taking this feather, the space around him had been unstable, making her unable to see what had been within. Furthermore, she had been focused on the blood pool. This time, she immediately let out a startled cry upon seeing this treasure. "Long Chen, thank you." Meng Qi excitedly hugged Long Chen. These 9 true feathers were treasures made in heaven for her. She had previously obtained 999 true feathers from the 2nd level of the nest, but these 9 were qualitatively on a completely different level. She had already refined those feathers and could use them as flying swords, but these 9 true feathers could be used to unleash powerful divine abilities. She would only be able to tell how strong they were once she refined them. Just as Meng Qi anxiously tried to take the true feathers, the original true feather began to resist again. Its aura began to rise. Long Chen snorted and was about to unleash the pressure of the primal chaos bead to suppress it when he was stopped by Meng Qi. This original true feather contains the blue-eye peacock's will. It can't be subdued with brute power. Even if you do suppress it temporarily, it won't stay suppressed for a lifetime. It would rather self-destruct if you force it. Leave it to me, I'll have it slowly get used to me, said Meng Qi confidently. Long Chen nodded. Meng Qi was much more skilled in this regard and never acted crazily like he did. If she said that she could do this, there would be no problem. Long Chen summoned Huo Long to protect them. Lei Long had already used up too much energy and needed to rest. While Meng Qi tried to communicate with the original true feather, Long Chen began to expel the poison and heal his meridians. This wasn't his first time dealing with poison, but it was his first time encountering a poison that could enter his body through his thunder force without him being aware of it. I suppose it's to be expected of the legendary evil spirit body. Although I don't understand it too well, it definitely looks badass. Expelling this corpse poison was proving to be very difficult. It had actually invaded his spirit blood, spiritual yuan, and even his soul. He needed to erase it bit by bit. Long Chen was quite surprised. Fortunately, he had noticed this poison soon enough, or it might have paralyzed him. Xie Luo was even more dangerous than true immortal Jiaoqi, as this kind of silent danger was much worse than true immortal Jiaoqi's fierce attacks. 3 days later, Long Chen had finished expelling the corpse poison and repairing his meridians. However, he no longer dared to test using the 7th form of Split the Heavens. It really wasn't something he was capable of controlling yet. Unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't try using it again. After using it, his meridians would be unable to endure any more impact for a while. He would be powerless to keep fighting. He looked at Meng Qi and saw that she had long since woken up. She was looking at him while leaning her head in her hands. When he opened his eyes, she blushed like a maiden. Meng Qi, what evil did you commit in your last life? Sighed Long Chen. For a fairy like you to suffer by an ordinary man like me, you must have committed quite a few sins in your last life. Or this would have to be the luck of several of my lifetimes to end up with you, said Long Chen. He brushed Meng Qi's cheek lightly. Meng Qi smiled faintly. She rebuked, is this how you trick the others? Long Chen raised 3 fingers. Fool, I'm teasing you. What are you swearing for? Meng Qi pulled Long Chen's hand down and tapped him on the forehead. Hehe, it's because I've already said everything I have to say to you. You're the one who understands me the best, said Long Chen. These were the words of an expert, especially the word best. It was practically divine. Naturally, women like to be unique and unrivaled. This best made all the women beside him feel special and irreplaceable. Meng Qi cuddled next to Long Chen. Her fragrance filled his nose. Long Chen tightly held her, feeling peaceful and content. Meng Qi, I feel like as long as you're with me, even hell would be a wonderland. Liar, I won't fall for it. Although Meng Qi said that, she held him tighter. Suddenly, Meng Qi pushed Long Chen away in a panic. She turned around, her face redder than ever. Even her ears were red. You've reacted. Long Chen immediately felt embarrassed. He took a few deep breaths, forcing down the swelling that had occurred without his knowledge. Meng Qi, have you finished refining the blue-eyed true feathers? Asked Long Chen to change the subject. Meng Qi smiled happily. Suddenly, 999 true feathers appeared in the air, each one of them emitting a sharp air. How powerful! Long Chen was amazed. Each of these feathers gave him a great deal of pressure. These true feathers came from 999 different blue-eyed peacocks. The power of their cultivation bases is condensed within them. Although they're already dead, I can use my spiritual strength to activate their own innate attacks. The power of that innate attack is equivalent to 30% of their power when they were still alive. Although it's just 30%, when all 999 of them are added together, although I haven't tested it, that power will definitely be amazing. Meng Qi excitedly held Long Chen's hand. She truly adored these beautiful true feathers. Long Chen was stunned by this. If she could unleash 30% of the power of a living blue-eyed peacock, then when 999 of them were combined, it would definitely be a stunning sight. Then what about the original true feather and the 8 other true feathers? Have you refined those yet? Asked Long Chen. Those were even more priceless. Not yet, I can only slowly pacify them and win their trust. Otherwise, there'll be no way for me to control them. It shouldn't be a problem though. Once Cloud finishes refining the blue-eye peacock essence blood, she can help me, and things will become much easier, said Meng Qi. The 999 true feathers vanished. Although they had been refined by her, to use them at will would require her to nourish them with her spiritual strength. Is Cloud fine still? Asked Long Chen. There's no problem. As a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, she has a definite bloodline connection to the blue-eye peacock, so the essence blood doesn't reject her. Once she manages to refine that essence blood, not only will her own bloodline mutate, strengthening her innate divine abilities, but she might even gain the divine abilities of the blue-eye peacock. Regretfully, there is no image of the blue-eye peacock on the myriad spirit diagram, or Cloud would be able to control even more divine abilities, said Meng Qi regretfully. Careful not to get too greedy, teased Long Chen. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's inheritance is already powerful enough. It's not at all inferior to the blue-eye peacock. As long as Cloud can master the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's divine abilities, that would be enough for her to look down on the rest of the world. After all, the words heaven-swallowing expression represent a kind of taboo. You are correct, Meng Qi nodded. It's just too bad that you didn't get anything from the nest. All the benefits went to me and Cloud. Long Chen had worked in the nest entirely for her and Cloud, even injuring himself without obtaining anything. Who said I didn't benefit? At the very least, I've gotten a good estimate of Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi's true power, said Long Chen. Bringing up Xie Luo and true immortal Jiaoqi made Meng Qi's expression darken. The two of them are real monsters. Experts on that level don't have any weaknesses. Meng Qi's spiritual strength was essentially useless against the two of them, making her feel profoundly powerless. After entering seclusion a while ago, she had reached the point of having her manifestation begin to awaken. Her Yuan spirit had grown stronger, and her spiritual strength had multiplied. At the same time, Cloud's own power had grown explosively. That had made her extremely confident, but this confidence was given a grave blow as soon as she entered the yin-yang world. Long Chen, are they stronger than you? I can't say. Neither of them exposed their true power or trump cards. However, I did the same, so we can't say who's stronger or weaker. But you don't need to worry, I definitely wouldn't fear fighting either one of them. I'll probably just be at a disadvantage in a 2 against 1. The two of them were truly powerful, and none of them had wished to expose their trump cards. Those were the tools they would need to kill their opponents. The two of them were definitely the most powerful opponents Long Chen had seen so far. You don't need to worry about them. Now you have the true feathers, and Cloud's power will definitely soar once she finishes refining the essence blood. You'll then definitely be able to fight people like them. Even if you can't beat them, you should be able to escape, comforted Long Chen. Speaking of which, what about everyone else? How are they doing? Asked Long Chen. Chapter 1840 Returning to the mysterious mountain range. Only now did Long Chen have time to ask about the Dragonblood Legion. Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others had finally come out of seclusion, with their manifestations reaching an initial awakening level. With that, their control over heavenly Tao energy had reached a whole new level. With the help of the Blood Essence Stones and Blood Soul Stones, their physical bodies and souls had also grown much stronger. Not long after they came out of their seclusion, they rushed over to the Yin-Yang world. Before Long Chen had entered, Ku Jianying had sent the Xuantian Dao sect a message that all Dragonblood warriors were to charge into the Yin-Yang world. By the time they arrived, the gate to the Yin-Yang world had been fully opened, and it did not require Nether Passage experts to exhaust their life and death energy to send them in. However, even before they entered the Yin-Yang world, the Dragonblood Legion had ended up having a fight with a group of experts from the Ancient Family Alliance. When Long Chen had slain Shang Yunfei, the Ancient Family Alliance had broken ties with the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although they had yet to express any hostility, it was very heavily implied. At that time, the Ancient Family Alliance had had a group of dozens of Empyreans, as well as experts from the ancient races that had come. They had blocked the path of the Dragonblood Legion, telling them to scram, even yelling obscenities at Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others. The furious Tang Wan had been the first to attack. She had directly slain one of the Empyreans of the Ancient Family Alliance. As a result, a huge battle erupted. Hundreds of powerful experts had tried to kill the Dragonblood Legion. Under Sha Chen's orders, the Dragonblood Legion had instantly surrounded those people. In just a few seconds, they had been slain. From start to finish, it had just been a few breaths' time. Those experts that had provoked the Dragonblood Legion were all slaughtered. The other experts that had been present at that time were all pale with horror. That was because the ones that had slain those powerful experts were the ordinary warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. Chu Yao, Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and the others hadn't attacked. Just the ordinary Dragonblood warriors were able to kill those attackers, including the dozens of Empyreans. Those powerful Empyreans appeared to be weaklings in front of the Dragonblood warriors. They couldn't even resist. Through Sha Chen's arrival and training, the Dragonblood Legion had truly become extremely terrifying. These experts had wanted to take advantage of the Dragonblood Legion since they didn't have many Empyreans and Long Chen wasn't present, destroying the name of the unrivaled Legion. However, unexpectedly, these people had ended up being a training opportunity for the Dragonblood Legion and were annihilated. Other than Guo Ran and Sha Chen, everyone was shocked by their power, including the Dragonblood warriors themselves. They hadn't expected their new formation to be so powerful. Guo Ran and Sha Chen had cheered excitedly, especially Guo Ran. Countless people had witnessed that brief fight, and others who had thought about fighting them immediately retreated with dismay. Upon entering the Yin-Yang world, Guo Ran decided not to have everyone split up so that they wouldn't encounter any of the peak experts present. As long as the Dragonblood Legion didn't spread out, they wouldn't need to fear any experts. Such a terrifying legion was enough to sweep through the Yin-Yang world. However, of their top experts, several had left. Yu Zifeng had left on his own. No one had ever managed to figure out his true power. The Dragonblood warriors all thought that Yu Zifeng was the strongest existence in the Dragonblood Legion after Long Chen. Once Yu Zifeng left, Meng Qi had also chosen to depart. She had Cloud, and she herself was a powerful soul cultivator. Adding on Cloud's power and speed, she would be able to escape alive no matter who her enemy was. It was just that having entered the nest, there had been nowhere for her to go. The twisting paths meant that Cloud couldn't take advantage of her speed. Since Meng Qi had wanted to go, Chu Yao also chose to leave. Lu Ruyan had said that she sensed something in the Yin-Yang world calling out to her, so she wanted to search for it. Thus, the Dragonblood Legion was currently being led by Tang Wan Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan. Although it was a bit inconvenient for over 10,000 people to be traveling together, it was safe. With so many people, they definitely wouldn't overlook anything while searching through the Yin-Yang world. As for whether they could find any treasures, that was entirely up to luck. Even if they couldn't find any treasures, considering Guo Ran's nature, conveniently plundering others was definitely possible. Long Chen truly understood Guo Ran far too well. If he couldn't find any treasures, he would definitely send a small group of the Dragonblood warriors out to cause some trouble and parade themselves around, baiting their enemies to attack them. Then the entire legion would come crashing down on them, and if they didn't hand over their treasures, Guo Ran would teach them why flowers were red. Long Chen nodded once Meng Qi had finished speaking. Yu Zifeng and Chu Yao should be fine on their own. If Meng Qi hadn't been unlucky and encountered true immortal Jiaoqi, she also would have been fine. As long as they didn't encounter experts on the level of true immortal Jiaoqi and Xie Luo, they would definitely be safe. Encountering experts on that level wasn't so easy. Opportunity existed within danger. Without taking risks, there was no way of gaining anything. Taking risks was in itself a kind of cultivation. Long Chen, do you feel like that nest was very strange? Asked Meng Qi suddenly. While soothing the blue-eye peacock's original true feather, I used a secret art from the myriad spirit diagram that can quickly soothe souls. However, the will of the blue-eye peacocks will contains endless grievance and resentment. It seems it died in an extremely miserable way, causing its will to be very fierce. It took me a long time to calm it down. Through its will, I could almost see how it was cruelly slain, its essence blood extracted, and its true feathers plucked. Meng Qi's own voice contained a bitter tone. Although she hadn't managed to see the complete scene, she had managed to glimpse some memories of the blue-eye peacock right before its death. The original true feather in Meng Qi's spiritual space buzzed as if resonating with Meng Qi's words and emotions. Meng Qi once more used her spiritual strength to comfort it. This original true feather might not contain its own intelligence, but it contained a portion of the blue-eye peacock's will from right before its death. It truly was very strange. When I broke the nest, black hands came out of the ground and killed the experts present. According to you, that blue-eye peacock in the nest was slain by others, and its essence blood, corpse, and original true feather were deliberately separated. Long Chen suddenly slapped his leg and exclaimed, "Wait, it seems there were some faint fluctuations at the top of those 3 spots. Most likely, it was the formation supporting those 3 things. The hands didn't come out because I broke the nest, but because I broke the barrier." Long Chen nodded with comprehension. He had felt that the nest was very strange, but he hadn't managed to figure it out. But through Meng Qi's reminder, he was sure that this place was artificially made. It's too bad Sha Chen isn't here. With his understanding of formations, he might be able to see some clues, said Meng Qi. This formation was most likely absorbing heaven and earth's energy to support the corpse, essence blood, and true original feather. That appearance. It was like raising pigs. Meng Qi and Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. If their guess was correct, then this yin-yang world was not a masterless world. They were stealing treasures that others were nourishing and raising. If the master of those treasures were to learn of their actions, what would occur? Is the yin-yang world really the land of some major figures? Meng Qi's voice quivered slightly. If that really was true, how terrifying did the master of the yin-yang world have to be? Let's not bother with that so much. Perhaps the master already died a long time ago. Even if they haven't, we should still take these things. It's always the most daring people who have the most gains. I've even dared to take the things of a Yama king, so who cares? Come, I'll bring you to a good place, said Long Chen with a smile. Where? Are we not going to regroup with the Dragonblood Legion? Asked Meng Qi. They have Guo Ran leading them, so they'll be fine. Furthermore, they also have a formation Grand Master like Sha Chen present. I'm not worried about them. Long Chen began to fly away with Meng Qi. With Cloud refining the essence blood, they could only fly themselves. I found a mysterious place previously. Let's go see if we can get anything from there. They quickly arrived at an unending mountain range. When Meng Qi saw those terrifying 12th rank magical beasts spread throughout this territory, she shivered. What are you thinking of doing? Just picking out a couple steeds for you. Don't joke around. With my spiritual strength, there's no way I can suppress a 12th rank magical beast. It's definitely impossible before breaking through to the Life Star realm. We'll just try. I happen to be the king of these beasts. When they see me, they don't even dare to make a sound. Even if I kick them, they won't say anything. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Meng Qi definitely didn't believe such nonsense, but as Long Chen led her deeper, she saw more and more 12th rank magical beasts standing even closer to each other. She felt like she was going crazy. If they were to startle these magical beasts, not even 10,000 lives would be enough to escape from here alive. The most unbelievable thing was that Long Chen actually brought her to a giant snow wolf. He actually brought her right in front of its face. What are you doing? Meng Qi was pale with fright. Long Chen jumped onto the wolf's back, and Meng Qi felt like her heart had stopped beating. It's fine. This is my old friend. This was the wolf that Long Chen had encountered before. Seeing Long Chen return with another person, it glanced at him for a moment before closing its eyes again. Long Chen brought the stunned Meng Qi up the wolf's head. He patted its head. Brother, can you stand for me? We're not high enough to see the amazing scenery. Chapter 1841 The Giant Egg at the Bottom of the Lake. The wolf, which had previously ignored Long Chen, bared its fangs at him now for giving it an order. However, it had just expressed its anger when Long Chen tossed out a medicinal pill that entered its mouth. The wolf's anger instantly vanished. After hesitating, it decided to stand. Once it stood, they had a higher vantage point, and Meng Qi finally saw the circular mountain in the distance. When she saw that the mountain was surrounded by countless powerful 12th rank magical beasts, she sucked in a cold gasp of air just like Long Chen had done. What is going on? She asked. I'm not sure, but look, under the wolf is a cave. There's a special aura coming out of it, said Long Chen. This is the aura of primordial life, said Meng Qi with a strange expression after sensing the air coming out of the cave. The wolf seemed to be somewhat alarmed to see Long Chen and Meng Qi eyeing the cave, so it knelt down once more, staring at them. Meng Qi had already jumped off of it, but the wolf stubbornly blocked the cave, no longer letting the two of them look. What is this primordial life aura? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi said, it refers to the energy of a mother's amniotic fluid. It's the fluid which births life. Humans, magical beasts, Zon beasts, they all rely on this primordial life fluid to grow in the womb. But why would such an aura be here? Meng Qi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. However, this primordial life fluid which she had sensed was incredibly grand. She had never sensed such terrifying fluctuations. "Come, let's go sneak a peek," said Long Chen. "Sneak a peek." Meng Qi looked at the distant concentrated 12th rank magical beasts. "It's fine, they just guard their own territory. We don't look like threats, so they won't bother us. Furthermore, because there are so many of them around, they won't make any moves until they have to. Perhaps there's a treasure in that circular mountain, so I feel like we should risk it." Long Chen smiled. "Even at this time, you can still smile. No wonder others call you a monster," sighed Meng Qi. But that smile loosened her tense nerves. Meng Qi couldn't help sighing. If she could advance to the Life Star realm here, she would definitely have a chance to gather a few powerful housepets with this many 12th rank magical beasts obediently lying here. However, the Patriarch and Li Tianxuan had harshly warned all of them before entering the Yin-Yang world that they could not make that breakthrough within this world. Otherwise, their cultivation bases would stagnate and they would never be able to advance again. Meng Qi currently only had Cloud, and she had never had a chance to gather stronger housepets. Ordinary 10th rank magical beasts weren't worth the effort for her. Long Chen brought Meng Qi forward carefully. They didn't intentionally suppress their auras because that would only raise the guards of the magical beasts. They simply walked over, passing by the magical beasts. Some of them looked coldly at them. Only a few unfriendly ones stood and raised their hackles at them in warning. However, even they didn't attack. When they encountered those bad-tempered magical beasts, Long Chen would make a slight detour around them, indicating he was harmless. After doing that, those magical beasts didn't bother him. As they went further in, the magical beasts grew more concentrated. Some of them were extremely tense, making it so Long Chen had to carefully bypass them. He found that the further he went, the stronger the auras of the magical beasts grew. However, the stronger they were, the better their temper was. Perhaps it was because they were so strong that they viewed the two of them as ants, so they weren't wary when they passed by. Both of them quickly arrived at the circular mountain. There was no longer any way forward unless they crawled on top of the bodies of the magical beasts because they were standing side by side. "Now what?" whispered Meng Qi. "The two of them didn't dare to fly here. If they were in the air and those magical beasts attacked, they wouldn't have a chance to dodge." But while they were on the ground, these magical beasts seemed to be restraining each other and wouldn't easily attack. "There's a silver horn bull over there. That kind of magical beast has a slightly better temper. Maybe we can test going over with it." Long Chen pulled Meng Qi past a black gorilla to the bull. The silver horn bull's horn was gigantic and flickered with divine light. It seemed to be absorbing something through that horn. Long Chen and Meng Qi quietly climbed up its body. The silver horn bull didn't react at all. Standing on top of its head, they looked inside the circular mountain. This was actually a giant volcano, and there was dense immortal mist covering it. An endless flow of life energy flowed out of it. Just taking a breath here would fully refresh someone. These magical beasts were all quietly lying here in meditation, greedily absorbing the immortal mist flowing out of the volcano. Unfortunately, the mist blocked their sight as well as their divine sense. They couldn't see the situation within. Long Chen carefully slid down the silver horn bull's ear. Suddenly, its giant eyes slowly opened, making Meng Qi jump. However, after looking around, it lazily closed its eyes again. It had clearly noticed them yet didn't care. Seeing Long Chen continue sliding out as if nothing had happened, Meng Qi sighed. It took big guts to follow Long Chen in his adventuring. Anyone with a weak heart would have been frightened to death. Not good. Long Chen and Meng Qi suddenly found that they were unable to sustain flight within this region. After sliding off the bull's ear, they couldn't float in the air. They began to involuntarily descend down the volcano. Meng Qi covered her mouth so that she didn't scream. They began to fall like two stones. A no-flying zone. Long Chen was startled. It was impossible to fly within this volcano. It seemed that there was a special law prohibiting their magical arts. Long Chen grabbed Meng Qi's waist and held on tightly as they fell. They quickly entered the mist and became unable to see anything. Even their divine sense was restricted. The two of them felt like they had become ordinary mortals. Long Chen maneuvered so that Meng Qi was sitting on his arms, while he stuck a leg out. Once they landed on solid ground, he could cushion their fall so that Meng Qi wasn't injured. However, they continued falling for a full incense stick's worth of time without reaching the bottom. The two of them were both astonished. Just how deep was this volcano? Finally, Long Chen felt his foot strike something. He was about to push Meng Qi up when he found that it was actually water. What was beneath the immortal mist was actually a pool. They immediately sank into it, unleashing a huge wave. Long Chen did his best to raise Meng Qi up and soften the impact. In truth, after going through the Blood Essence Stone's upgrade, Meng Qi's physical body could not be compared to ordinary soul cultivators. This kind of impact was unable to injure her. The two of them swam up. They looked around and couldn't see the end of this lake. Above them was the immortal mist that blocked their sight to the outside world. This water. Meng Qi suddenly looked at the lake in shock. Long Chen also felt it. This water made his pores open naturally and absorb the spiritual qi in the surroundings. It made him feel relaxed, and there was also a nourishing energy within this lake that cleansed his soul. It's a whole lake of primordial life fluid. How is that possible? Exclaimed Meng Qi. Let's find out. Long Chen swam downward. He felt like he had seen something deep within the water when they had fallen in. The water was clear, allowing them to see up to 3,000 meters away. At the bottom, he saw something white, but he didn't know what it was. Finally, after around another incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen managed to see what that white object was. It was actually a giant egg, and it was even larger than a mountain. It was covered in runes and emitted a frightening divine pressure. Meng Qi, take a look. Do you recognize this egg? Long Chen sent a spiritual message. Meng Qi slowly approached. She was about to touch it when Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed a terrifying burst of energy, and he pulled Meng Qi behind him. The giant egg's runes shook ever so slightly. A wave of light struck Long Chen. The entire lake shook, and huge waves crashed down. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was shocked to find that several bones in his chest had been broken. Although he had helped Meng Qi block this attack, Meng Qi also suffered, feeling like her body was about to be crushed. The two of them exchanged a look, seeing each other's shock. Then they looked at the seemingly innocent egg. It actually knew how to attack. Long Chen gestured at Meng Qi, telling her to get further back. He took out a dragon tooth and stabbed it at the egg. The egg's runes erupted with power. Long Chen felt like his body was about to explode, and a powerful wave sent him flying. Chapter 1842 Strange Altar. Long Chen was directly blown out of the lake. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following him was the dragon tooth that he caught. Long Chen, are you alright? Meng Qi came charging out of the water, swimming over to his side. Huge waves rocked the lake, which pulled the two of them further apart. I'm fine, shouted Long Chen. He quickly recovered. In truth, that attack had almost destroyed his body. Meng Qi, do you know the origins of that egg? How is it so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Those runes on top of it were nothing more than a passive defense, and yet their power was so immense. I've never seen or heard of such an egg. Those runes on top of it aren't recorded in any of the ancient scriptures that I've read. There wasn't even anything similar to them, said Meng Qi. Even though Meng Qi was a skilled beast tamer, she had never heard of anything like that giant egg. Let's go back. Long Chen once more descended into the water, slowly approaching the egg. This time he saw it clearly. It was truly like a giant mountain. If it weren't for the fact that it was round and smooth, Long Chen might suspect it really was a giant egg-sized mountain. Its body was like jade. The divine runes that had activated just now had calmed back down. The egg looked completely innocent again. Just now, the two of them had been fooled by its outer appearance, resulting in them almost being killed. This time, they were much more careful. They didn't touch it again, instead swimming below it. As they descended, they noticed 8 giant chains binding the egg. These 8 chains were 30 meters thick and had blood-colored runes on them. They emitted a fierce aura, like they were the bones of a devil. The 8 chains had astonishing blood-chi fluctuations coming from them. As for where the chains were coming from, there was no way to tell. They stretched far beyond where they could see. What is going on? Is it absorbing the egg's energy? Asked Long Chen. No, they're not absorbing the egg's energy. It's the egg that is absorbing some kind of mysterious bloodline energy from the 8 chains. These fluctuations are terrifying, said Meng Qi. Neither Long Chen nor Meng Qi could figure out what this egg was. They carefully went around the chains, continuing downward. Finally, they saw that beneath the egg was actually a giant altar. The altar was so large that the giant egg was resting on top of it steadily. As expected, none of this is natural. Long Chen and Meng Qi exchanged a glance. The yin-yang world was filled with oddities. Long Chen and Meng Qi already suspected that the nest they had come across had been arranged by someone to nourish those three things. Now there was this mysterious pool with a giant egg and altar within. Just who had created all this? And what was their goal? Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the mysterious coffin he had come across in Devil Spirit Mountain with Chong Hao and Bao Buping. Inside had been a sleeping man. There's an image here. Meng Qi's message interrupted Long Chen's thought process. Long Chen looked where Meng Qi was pointing. There was a giant carving on the lower portion of the altar. It was just that it was so big, and they were too close to see what it was. When they backed up a bit, they saw it was an image of a wolf. A giant wolf looked up at the stars in the quiet night. Behind it was a full moon. It was a very simple stone carving, but when he saw it, an image of that terrifying wolf appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was staring right at him. Long Chen suddenly heard Meng Qi shout into his ear, and he woke up from his stupor. He was shocked to find that at some point, he had walked right over to the altar. There was a blood pool at the center of the altar, and this blood pool also had a band connecting it to the bottom of the egg. It looked almost like a baby's umbilical cord. It was a startling and frightening sight. This image doesn't have a formation on it, but just the will carved into it is able to make people form an urge to sacrifice themselves to the blood pool, said Meng Qi, her face pale. As a soul cultivator, Meng Qi had reacted quicker than Long Chen. The two of them had both been drawn over to the altar. Looking at the blood pool, they shivered. It seems this egg is the young of a wolf race. It's just that we don't know which race, said Meng Qi. Do wolves give birth to eggs? Long Chen looked at her, dumbfounded. Fool, what wolf would have eggs? Don't you see that umbilical cord leading from the blood pool to the egg? Clearly, the wolf fetus was inserted into the egg, while the blood pool should be the mother's blood. As for the 8 chains in the lake water, including the immortal mist at the top, they should all have been prepared to incubate this giant egg, said Meng Qi. Meng Qi, are you saying? Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, Meng Qi's eyes also brightened. She knew what he was thinking. Will it work? Meng Qi knew that Long Chen wanted to merge Little Snow's crystal core into the egg so that Little Snow could seize the body of the embryo inside. I don't know either, but I want to try it. Long Chen couldn't suppress his own heartbeats. The life form inside this giant egg definitely had a terrifying origin. If Little Snow could take control of it, no one would be able to know just how powerful it would become. Meng Qi, I'll use my own essence blood to form a blood rune, but my control over my spiritual strength isn't tight enough. Help me out. The first thing we should do is take a look at what's inside. Long Chen paused for a moment to calm himself down. Then the space between his eyebrows split open, and his purest essence blood condensed into a dragon-shaped rune. This rune contained his qi, his essence, and his spirit. Seeing him do this, Meng Qi formed consecutive hand seals, summoning one spiritual rune after another that stuck itself to the essence blood. Both of them were solemn. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The blood rune slowly entered the blood pool. When it approached the blood pool, as Long Chen had expected, a powerful suction force drew it in. A sharp pang of pain stabbed Long Chen's head, but he bore the pain with gritted teeth. His divine sense continued to stick to the blood rune. This was definitely extremely dangerous. Long Chen was having his own mind enter the blood pool, and through there, enter the giant egg. His spiritual strength clung stubbornly to his essence blood. Suddenly, a fierce howl rang out in his mind, and his whole body shook. That was a howl that could shatter stars. It was something that should never exist in this world. Blood poured out of his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. I'm fine. Continue. That terrifying howl seemed to want to shatter his soul. He knew that this was the leftover will of the owner of the essence blood in the pool. It wasn't targeting him, but just this leftover will was enough to almost shatter his soul. Long Chen was unable to imagine just what kind of existence the master of this pool had been. After a while, before his essence blood had even fully merged with the blood pool, he felt like his soul was being torn apart. However, he still persevered, protecting the blood rune. Meng Qi's own soul was hidden within it, but she couldn't expose herself. Long Chen wanted her to be in charge of examining the changes throughout this process, but his focus was on protecting the blood rune and making sure it didn't dissipate. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of sneaking his blood rune into the cord connecting the blood pool to the egg, but it was actually automatically sucked over there. My essence blood contains the green dragon's essence blood. The blood pool isn't rejecting it, so as expected, This egg isn't here to just absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth. It is absorbing other things as well. This had just been a guess, and if it hadn't succeeded, he would have thought of some other way to enter through the 8 chains, but it had actually succeeded. His essence blood slowly flowed through the cord. Through his essence blood, he sensed terrifying pressure from all directions that might shatter his essence blood. Fortunately, his spiritual strength was strong enough, or this drop of blood would have been crushed at the start. Eventually, his mind shook. He felt like his essence blood was being crushed. His expression changed, and his yuan spirit appeared as he pushed his spiritual strength to his limit. "Alright, you can pull back your spiritual strength," shouted Meng Qi. Long Chen immediately pulled back his spiritual strength, and in that instant, his blood rune exploded. Long Chen felt the world spinning around him. He almost fainted. Having pulled back his spiritual strength, he had lost his connection to his drop of essence blood. His face was a bit pale, and he had exhausted most of his spiritual strength. Long Chen summoned his divine ring, absorbing the endless energy within this lake water. He rapidly recovered his spiritual strength. "How was it? Did you see what was inside?" asked Long Chen urgently. "I saw it. Here." Meng Qi pressed a finger against his head, and a scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. Chapter 1843 Mysterious Lifeform. While Long Chen had opened the path inside, it had been Meng Qi who had managed to see and record the situation inside. While he was confident in his powerful spiritual strength, his technique was not refined enough, and he couldn't be distracted by doing 2 things at once. Meng Qi's spiritual strength had been protected by Long Chen within the essence blood. Now, she allowed Long Chen to see what she had seen. It was a world of creation, like they really were inside an egg. There were even egg whites and egg yolk. However, the yolk contained a giant figure floating within it. There were 9 openings throughout the egg from which chains condensed of blood runes merged into the yolk. Long Chen felt like he could see blood flowing within the chains, entering the egg yolk. Of the 9 openings, 1 was connecting the egg to the blood pool, while the other 8 were the chains from the lake. The 9 openings had an unending flow of energy entering the yolk. The young was 3,000 meters long. It was still an embryo, looking like the young of a dog. It was furless and still not fully opaque, so it was possible to see its giant heart beating. Long Chen realized that the huge pressure he had felt squeezing his essence blood had actually been the result of this heartbeat. Other than the 9 main chains, countless translucent chains were sending surges of energy into its body. Although it wasn't even fully developed, the pressure it gave off made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Just what kind of existence is this? It's just an embryo, but the pressure it gives me is even greater than that of the 4 Grand Elders. Meng Qi removed her finger, and that image faded. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's shock. The existence within this mysterious egg was absolutely terrifying. "Should we still continue?" asked Meng Qi. This egg probably related to heaven-shaking secrets. Who could predict the consequences of getting involved? "Yes, we're going through with it. The embryo still hasn't formed a consciousness, so Little Snow's soul should be able to easily take control," said Long Chen. This opportunity was not one he could pass up. "But before we go through with it, we need to rest. I used up a great deal of my spiritual strength and essence blood. We only have 1 chance to send Little Snow's crystal core in, so we have to be in peak condition. This time, there could be no mistakes. If Little Snow's crystal core was destroyed during the process, it would completely vanish from this world." 6 hours later, Long Chen and Meng Qi finally approached the egg again. Long Chen now gathered a fist-sized sphere of his essence blood. This was his purest essence blood, and taking out so much of it made him pale. Meng Qi looked at him with worry, but she didn't say anything. Opening her hand, a fiery red crystal core floated in front of Long Chen. This was Little Snow's crystal core. It had been nourished by the myriad spirit diagram this entire time. It was now much smaller than before but contained great power. "Little Snow, we'll have to take a risk this time. If it works, we'll never have to part again." Long Chen gently kissed Little Snow's crystal core. The crystal core brightened slightly as if responding to him. He knew that Little Snow's will and memories were locked within the crystal core. Back when the Eastern Wasteland Bell had sealed Little Snow's soul inside the crystal core, it had said that Little Snow's soul would enter a kind of hibernation. "Little Snow, we'll be able to fight alongside each other again soon." Long Chen hardened his heart. Wrapping the crystal core with his essence blood, he slowly sent it toward the blood pool. Meng Qi was also completely focused, her arms tightly wrapped around Long Chen's back. Her spiritual strength was helping Long Chen endure this difficult process. They didn't know if it was because of the previous experience, but the blood pool didn't reject his essence blood. It directly absorbed and channeled it into the egg. Once inside the egg, that terrifying heartbeat rang out once more. It was like divine thunder, shaking Long Chen's soul. Fortunately, he had Meng Qi helping him share the burden this time, so it wasn't as bad as before. He slowly sent Little Snow's crystal core over to the embryo. The closer it got, the more dangerous he felt that life form to be. Long Chen almost started to regret it. He felt that he had been too decisive this time. Could such a terrifying life form really be taken over by Little Snow? It felt like it could wipe away Little Snow's soul with a single thought. However, the arrow had been loosed from its bow now. There was no turning back now. Having his essence blood enter had been difficult, but pulling it out was impossible. Long Chen, Little Snow wouldn't be able to take over this kind of existence. It would be better to have Little Snow merge with it. That way, this pure soul will have Little Snow's memories, and there will be two souls inside it, but Little Snow's soul will have the dominant position. Little Snow will still be Little Snow, transmitted Meng Qi. We can only do this. Long Chen nodded. If Little Snow tried to take over, it would activate this lifeform's automatic self-protective measures. Little Snow would be destroyed. This lifeform's soul was currently a blank piece of paper. Having Little Snow's soul merge with it was actually no different from taking over it. The main difference was just that it was safer. Little Snow's crystal core slowly landed where that lifeform's head was. The crystal core opened, and bursts of spiritual strength began to merge into that lifeform. Long Chen and Meng Qi's hearts tightened. If that lifeform reacted, Little Snow would be destroyed. Fortunately, the lifeform didn't react. It continued to lay there in slumber. Finally, 2 hours passed, and Little Snow's spiritual fluctuations vanished. The crystal core fractured and transformed into powder. The entire egg shook ever so slightly, and the lifeform also quivered for a moment. That embryonic dog actually opened its eyes. It made a sound. When Long Chen heard it, tears overflowed his eyes. That sound, those spiritual fluctuations, they were familiar. Little Snow had succeeded and was saying hello. However, just a short moment later, it couldn't keep its eyes open any longer. It once more fell into slumber. Its two claws seemed to wave as if it didn't want to sleep, but it couldn't resist the call of slumber. Success. Both Long Chen and Meng Qi opened their eyes, tears overflowing. They had succeeded. Little Snow would be revived. Meng Qi hugged Long Chen tightly. She knew this had been a constant scar in Long Chen's heart. For Long Chen, Little Snow had chosen to sacrifice itself by taking a curse. That had been Little Snow's choice. Unable to advance any further, Little Snow hadn't wanted to hold Long Chen back, so it had chosen a dignified way to die. Ever since Little Snow died, Long Chen was rarely happy. Although things had improved afterward, he had never forgotten about it. Now that Little Snow had merged with this life form, when it hatched, it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying existence. Most importantly, it would retain Little Snow's memories. Little Snow would still be Little Snow, Long Chen's closest companion. It took a long time for them to calm down from their joy. Long Chen slowly approached the egg. However, he couldn't get too close before runes suddenly appeared on the egg. This egg was protected. Fortunately, the life form inside it is also from a wolf race. Little Snow won't change too much, said Meng Qi. Yes, if it was a serpent or a centipede, I wouldn't let Little Snow merge with it. Long Chen also smiled. It felt like a curse had been lifted. He felt more relaxed than he had in a long time, and his smile was brighter. Long Chen suddenly felt filled with confidence toward the future. Now we should consider how to leave here, said Meng Qi. This was a no-flying zone, and their magical arts were suppressed. Leaving was definitely a big problem. It shouldn't be too difficult. If we follow one of the chains, perhaps we'll find a way out, said Long Chen. The two of them swam up. Long Chen had Meng Qi choose a chain. She was curious why Long Chen didn't pick one himself, but he merely said that his luck wasn't good. Following that chain, they finally reached the edge of the lake. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on taking some of the water here. This water was capable of cleansing the soul and tempering the body. Most importantly, it possessed a trace of divine energy. However, he decided against it. This water, this entire place, they were all prepared for the egg. If Little Snow needed the water, it would be bad for him to take it. Following the chain, they found that it stabbed into the cliffside. The path came to an end. Alright, let's climb. Here, I'll carry you. Long Chen smiled and squatted. Meng Qi also smiled faintly. She wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck tightly from behind. It seemed that it had been a long time since she had been in such intimate contact with Long Chen. Hold on tightly. Don't fall off. Long Chen took a deep breath. Using two sharp daggers, he repeatedly stabbed them into the cliffside and used them as handholds to climb up. Chapter 1844 Silver Wing-Horned Eagle. Although the laws here restricted their flying, that didn't affect Long Chen's power. Stabbing a dagger into the cliff, he fiercely pulled, sending him hundreds of meters into the air. This was fast, but he had to be careful. The cliffside was bare and uneven, and the immortal mist blocked his sight. If he went too fast, he might crash into a protrusion from the cliffside. He wasn't worried for himself, but he'd be distressed if Meng Qi was injured. Meng Qi was holding on tightly, smiling. Her soul was linked to Long Chen's and she could feel what he was thinking. Long Chen was oftentimes a fool, yet he was always gentle with her. Sometimes happiness was just that simple. Having a person to be concerned about and having a person constantly within one's heart, even if it was in a dangerous situation, could make you feel blessed. That made her think of what Long Chen had said before. As long as she was present, even hell could feel like a wonderland. After climbing for the better part of a day, the mist finally became sparse. Long Chen could see the clear sky again. They had reached the opening. Long Chen, do you think those magical beasts will attack us now? If they do, we'll have to fall back down. That really is a possibility. The two of them were soaked in the lakewater and infected by its aura. This immortal mist was a treasure to these magical beasts, and if they went up, there was no guarantee the magical beasts would ignore them like before. Actually, falling from an attack wasn't the worst-case scenario. More likely, they wouldn't even have a chance to fall. If these terrifying 12th-rank magical beasts were to attack, they probably wouldn't survive. Don't worry, I have a method. Long Chen suddenly began to climb left and right. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? No need. Hehe, I've already found it. Long Chen began to climb at an angle. They quickly arrived at a cave. Meng Qi saw another cave entrance further away. Then looking around, she saw there were many similar openings all around. Do you remember those magical beasts in the mountain range that weren't moving? There's a hole beneath them. I feel like these caves are part of the natural terrain that leads here, but that snow wolf up there was too stingy to let us through. Each of these caves should lead out to one of those openings. We can randomly pick one instead of taking the risk of climbing out here. The two of them entered the cave. However, upon entering, they found that this cave wasn't naturally made. It seemed to have been dug by some unknown magical beast. It seems some magical beasts good at digging holes began to dig their way over to the volcano to steal the spiritual qi, but before they could benefit, they were kicked out. Long Chen shook his head with a sigh. Meng Qi nodded. This guess was very likely. The magical beasts that they had crossed on the way here didn't look like the kind that could dig holes like this. Why don't we see those magical beasts' corpses? Muttered Meng Qi to herself. Ah, they must have been drawn over by the altar. Their spiritual strength wasn't strong enough to resist its lure, and they became sacrifices to the blood pool. According to reason, there was no way this many magical beasts could just obediently lay there. A few must have tested to see if they could snatch the treasure. However, Long Chen and Meng Qi hadn't seen a single magical beast down there, not even a corpse. When they factored in the blood pool at the middle of the altar that lay at the bottom of the lake, it made sense. These magical beasts wouldn't be able to resist its pull. Even Meng Qi and Long Chen had almost sacrificed themselves. It seems the existence Little Snow has merged with has a very amazing origin. All kinds of energy are being sent to it as nourishment. Long Chen had never seen such a giant investment. To place a terrifying lifeform's young into an egg and then send all kinds of energy to nourish it, just what kind of lifeform was worth such an investment? Don't worry about it, now that its soul has merged with Little Snow, they are one. No matter how terrifying its origin, it is still Little Snow. Little Snow will become our strongest support in the future, comforted Meng Qi. Meng Qi knew that Long Chen was starting to worry. He cared too much about Little Snow and was afraid of some accident occurring. He was afraid of Little Snow no longer recognizing him in the future. The path was completely straight, and they went along it without an accident for an hour before seeing the end. Based on how far they had gone, they guessed that it should be the outer edge of this region. There's a feather. It's a bird magical beast up above, said Long Chen upon seeing a giant feather on the ground. It was very beautiful, looking as if it had been made entirely out of silver. It looked like an ornament made by a silver craftsman. It's the silver wing-horned eagle. It's a comparatively more gentle beast. As long as we don't show any hostility, it normally wouldn't attack us, said Meng Qi. Although the silver wing-horned eagle was also a magical beast, other than hunting, it rarely killed. It wasn't as fierce as other magical beasts. Magical beasts were naturally ferocious and tyrannical. Even if it wasn't to eat, they normally liked killing. Even if you didn't provoke them, they would still kill weaker magical beasts instinctively. Compared to average magical beasts, the silver wing-horned eagle was much gentler. Unless it felt threatened, it normally wouldn't attack. So upon seeing its feather, Meng Qi sighed with relief. They continued onward, and the path began to go up. They quickly saw a silver ceiling. Just like the other magical beast, the silver wing-horned eagle was using its own body to block the exit, absorbing the sparse aura coming out of it. Long Chen pulled Meng Qi over. At this moment, he realized that the no-flight law had vanished at some point. They were no longer restricted. Long Chen pushed open a small space for Meng Qi, and the two of them charged out from a gap between the silver wing-horned eagle's giant feathers. Past the silver feathers, Long Chen finally saw the sky again, the sun. He took a deep breath of relief. Just at this moment, a silver head turned toward them. Two tufts of down stood high on its forehead, looking like two high horns. This was naturally the origin of the name of the silver wing-horned eagle. Magical beasts were different from Zon beasts. Their bloodlines were inferior, and their intelligence was extremely low. They couldn't control themselves. Humans gave them names based on their appearances or divine abilities. At this time, the silver wing-horned eagle was staring at Long Chen and Meng Qi coldly. Even its eyes contained a silver glint to them. They were like two sharp swords. Meng Qi, didn't you say that the silver wing-horned eagle's temper is very good? Why don't I feel the same way? Long Chen's hair rose. He found that the silver wing-horned eagle had formed a killing intent toward the two of them. Suddenly, two rays of light shot out of its eyes, shooting straight toward them. Long Chen dodged, pulling Meng Qi with him. That silver light shot into the distance, piercing a distant mountain. Not good. We've been in the lakewater for too long. It smells us and wants to eat us, exclaimed Meng Qi. As a beast tamer, it was easier for her to sense the emotions in a magical beast's spiritual fluctuations. Meng Qi, Cloud is in seclusion, so you need a powerful housepet. I feel like this silver wing-horned eagle is decent. I'll give it to you as a gift. Long Chen looked around and saw that since they were on the outer edge, the magical beasts weren't as concentrated. His divine ring appeared behind him, and Evilmoon appeared in his hand. A saber image slashed toward the silver wing-horned eagle. The silver wing-horned eagle didn't dodge, and its body didn't even move. A giant beak pierced toward the saber image. Long Chen smiled coldly. Just as his saber was about to land, 5 stars lit up in Long Chen's eyes, and a powerful pressure descended. Long Chen's power increased by 10 times. As a result, Evilmoon smashed hard onto the silver wing-horned eagle's beak. The immense power sent it flying. The silver wing-horned eagle had clearly viewed the two of them as nothing more than ants, so it was too lazy to even move its body. As a result, Long Chen's sudden increase in power caught it off guard. After sending it flying, a golden dragon tooth appeared in the sky, striking the silver wing-horned eagle's head. Blood splashed. The dragon tooth pierced through the silver wing-horned eagle's skin, causing its blood to spurt out like spring water. In that instant, the silver wing-horned eagle no longer dared to move. The dragon tooth was touching its crystal core. As long as the dragon tooth pressed forward ever so slightly, it would lose its life. Although the silver wing-horned eagle was a 12th rank magical beast with great power, its low intelligence made it unable to take advantage of its immense power. Its life was now in Long Chen's hands. It knelt on the ground. As the dragon tooth was keeping its head pressed down, it didn't dare to move. Magical beasts are just beasts. They have great power but don't know how to use it properly. Long Chen shook his head. Meng Qi was greatly shocked. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. He was able to so easily subdue a 12th rank magical beast. Give it the slave mark. It won't dare to resist, said Long Chen. Chapter 1845 Return to yourself. Only with Long Chen's reminder did Meng Qi react. She formed hand seals, and a giant slave mark slowly flew over to the silver wing-horned eagle. Its body shuddered. Its instincts told it to run, but Long Chen made the dragon tooth light up, causing it to lose its will to flee. Meng Qi's slave mark was like a net, slowly wrapping around the crystal core. However, just as it was fully wrapped and the slave mark was about to take effect, it exploded. Meng Qi tried again, but even after 3 tries, she couldn't succeed. It's no good. My cultivation base is too low. I can't control a 12th rank magical beast soul. Even if it doesn't resist, I can't place a slave mark. Try again with my essence blood. Long Chen sent a drop of his essence blood over to Meng Qi. Meng Qi then sent it into her slave mark. It once more wrapped around the crystal core. It shuddered, but at that moment, a dragon roar came from within the slave mark. The silver wing-horned eagle's body trembled intensely. The slave mark lit up and finally took effect, branding itself on the crystal core. It worked. Meng Qi was so delighted that she clapped her hands. She actually had a 12th rank magical beast as a housepet. Long Chen pulled the dragon tooth out. He smiled, not expecting this. Originally, he had been prepared to unleash his full power, but he had actually subdued it in one move thanks to its carelessness. Even he was surprised. Is it because of Meng Qi's character? If that's the case, isn't it bullying? Why was it that other people's luck was so good, while if he wanted to obtain something for himself, he would always run into countless difficulties and then end up with nothing? The difference between 2 people was truly great. Long Chen looked at the excited Meng Qi who was already using her spiritual strength to placate the silver wing-horned eagle. He was speechless. When would he get such good luck? However, luck wasn't reliable. Long Chen found that the disturbance over here had drawn the attention of quite a few magical beasts. There are no problems, right? Asked Long Chen, a bit uneasy. If the slave mark was too loose, Meng Qi would be in danger. No problems at all. The slave mark is already embedded deep within its soul, and it's very secure. Long Chen, thank you. Just now, you really were handsome. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen worshipfully. In one easy move, he had subdued a powerful 12th rank magical beast. From the moment he said that he would be giving her it as a gift, it had been less than a breath's time. Seeing her worshipful appearance, Long Chen finally comprehended why Guo Ran liked being a poser so much. Being worshipped like this truly felt good. To tell the truth, this is your luck. If I was trying to catch my own housepet, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In the end, Long Chen told the truth about this accomplishment. Meng Qi smiled faintly. I wasn't talking about the result, I was talking about your confidence. That's already handsome enough. I knew that even if you didn't rely on luck, you would succeed either way. Meng Qi knew that Long Chen never relied on luck to live. His accomplishments were created through himself and his power. So he wouldn't lightly promise anything, but once he did, he would be 100% confident in doing it. This confidence of his was especially charming. I said you were handsome and didn't rely on you. Fool, stop messing around. Meng Qi suddenly realized Long Chen was just acting like he hadn't heard her to get more compliments. Ah, your praise is just so great that I want to hear more. I'll only blush if you praise me more, laughed Long Chen. HMPH, what about the praise from the Pill Fairy and Fairy Ziyan? Only then would your face show an opening, said Meng Qi. When Meng Qi brought up the Pill Fairy and Ziyan, Long Chen couldn't help being embarrassed. Do you see your current expression? What, are you finally embarrassed? That's not your style, said Meng Qi with a smile. Embarrassed? Me? I'm incapable of learning that skill. My one good point is my thick skin. It's just that the Pill Fairy and Ziyan are people I don't know how to face. I don't know if one day my hands will be stained with their blood. The Pill Fairy's father was the master of Pill Valley, Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun was currently causing a disturbance, drawing all the large powers to target the Martial Heaven Alliance. Pill Valley had long since started breaking off dealings with the Martial Heaven Alliance. From a long time ago, they had reduced the number of medicinal pills they would sell to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Now, they refused to sell them even a single pill. The Martial Heaven Alliance could only rely on its own stockpiles of pills as well as the Huayan sect. This was another reason why many sects were leaning toward Pill Valley rather than sticking with the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen, you're overthinking it. Have you already forgotten what you said back then? I heard it straight from Wan said Meng Qi, her lips curling. What did I say? Wan said that she asked you about your dreams. Didn't you say that your dream was to become an accomplished, meaningful, and improved big scoundrel? Meng Qi looked at him with a teasing light in her eyes. But right now, you no longer have that appearance of the scoundrel from the eastern wastelands. You are starting to grow more and more unlike yourself. I remember when you were so evil that you would do anything. But now you're so careful, and you try to make plans that end up failing and bringing even greater trouble. Didn't you often say that if life and death are up to the will of the heavens, you would snatch your own fate from the heavens? Just how grand were you back then? But as you pick up more and more burdens, you can't release them. Sooner or later they'll crush you. Becoming serious, Meng Qi asked, do you know why I, Wan Ziqiu, Chu Yao, and Xiao Chen all like you? Isn't it because I like courting death? Said Long Chen awkwardly. Meng Qi smiled. You could put it that way. It's that wild nature of yours that no one can control. Perhaps there won't be a good ending first by following you, but the process will definitely be marvelous. Life is like a dream, and death is the end of the dream. Other than immortals and gods, no one can escape death. We like you so much that we are willing to share you, treating each other like sisters. It's all for the future. Having decided to follow you, we don't expect to have any smooth and steady days. We're prepared to be destroyed along with you one day. So each of our days together is incredibly precious, a blessing. The Dragonblood warriors feel the same way. They've given their lives to you. We aren't following you to live longer, but to live a brilliant life following an unrivaled hero. Even if it's just the explosion of a firework, the flash of a shooting star, that one moment of brilliance is truly living. A cultivator hopes to shine, not for 100 years, but to shine as bright as possible, to leave their mark in history. So Long Chen, don't think too much about it. Little Snow's revival is just a matter of time. Lay this burden down and relax. Return to your old self. That wild and unruly Long Chen that was like a battle god. It's time for him to come back. Return to your old self. These 5 words rang out like thunder in Long Chen's ears. His mental realm instantly became clear. He looked at his current self, then thought of when he had left the Phoenix Cry Empire. His heart had changed from that high-spirited time. What was he afraid of? The worst case was only death. Even if he died, he would release his own light, expressing his unbending will to the world, releasing his furious roar. Thank you, Meng Qi. You really are my good wife. Starting today, I, Long Chen, am reviving. Fuck, rookies on the Martial Heaven continent, get ready to tremble. Long Chen suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. His domineering voice shook the land. It was full of arrogance, of wildness, the roar of the great Peng that hated the heavens for being too low. Meng Qi looked at him with tears in her eyes. She knew that Long Chen had endured far too many things. He had many things to be bitter about, but he kept that bitterness inside, not letting others see it. All she could do was help Long Chen share his burden. Seeing him look like he had been freed from a curse, she had an urge to cry. Following Long Chen's roar, dozens of other voices responded. Clearly, he had started the surrounding magical beasts. They viewed his roar as a provocation. Powerful auras began to rise. Hey, don't misunderstand, I was just testing my throat. You guys can sing amongst yourselves. Long Chen jumped onto the silver wing-horned eagle with Meng Qi. Was this a joke? If they were besieged by dozens of 12th-rank magical beasts, what would they do? They flew away, leaving behind only Meng Qi's tinkling laughter. Chapter 1846 Di Feng and the 3 Great Corrupt Kings. Meng Qi, if you look at me like this, I'll get embarrassed. Long Chen and Meng Qi were both sitting on the silver wing-horned eagle's back. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. Meng Qi was looking at him with a teasing smile. Just now, his appearance had made her laugh a long time. Your face has finally turned red, laughed Meng Qi. Long Chen rubbed his fiery face, sighing, it seems I still haven't cultivated enough. I need to bitterly cultivate in the future so that I can learn Mo Nian's shameless ability. Speaking of Mo Nian, I heard that he had entered the yin-yang world and immediately had an intense fight with the ancient family alliance's peak genius, Di Feng. It's said that both sides were injured and have retreated, said Meng Qi. Di Feng, who's that? I've never heard of him, but it sounds familiar, said Long Chen. You might not know Di Feng, but you know Di Xin. That Di Feng is Di Xin's big brother. Really, how do you know that? Long Chen was startled. He supposed Di Long had some skill to be so useless yet still have 2 sons. I only learned of it from a soul search when I killed an ancient race expert. That ancient race expert was sent in along with you, said Meng Qi. When Meng Qi had left the Dragonblood Legion to search for her own treasures, she had ended up being blocked by an expert from the ancient races. That expert was extremely powerful, but his luck was bad. Meng Qi had found an opening in his soul-protecting item, and she had also had Cloud. With the two of them attacking, they had quickly defeated him. Once defeated, trying to get away in front of Cloud was a joke. He was slain, and his Yuan spirit was devoured by Cloud. So Meng Qi had managed to piece together a few memories from his Yuan spirit. Through his memories, Meng Qi learned that Di Long actually had another son named Di Feng. That person was very mysterious, and very few people knew of him even within the ancient family alliance. However, for the opening of the Yin-Yang world, this Di Feng had come out, using the status of the ancient family alliance's top genius to enter. Di Feng had just entered when he encountered Mo Nian. As Mo Nian was the #1 wanted criminal of the ancient family alliance, they had fought an immense battle. As for that expert that Meng Qi had slain, he had rushed over to the battlefield but had come too late. By the time he arrived, the two had finished and were slinking away, injured. He had tried to block Mo Nian, but Mo Nian had used a single arrow to shake his soul. His Yuan spirit had almost shattered, so he had fled. That Di Feng really is bizarre. How could Di Long keep one of his sons secret for so long, while leaving the other to roam around brazenly, doing whatever he wants? Based on that person's memories, Di Feng is older and has a different mother. Such a person should be even more famous than Di Xin, but Di Long kept quiet to the point that the outside world didn't even know of him. He only reveals himself now that Di Xin is killed and the Yin-Yang world is open. What could his goal be? It truly has a strange scent to it. The ancient family alliance is in chaos thanks to Mo Nian, while Di Xin's death caused their people's hearts to become unsteady. For Di Long to send out Di Feng now, don't you think it's to make Di Feng the leader of the ancient family alliance and have him become the leader of the junior generation? After all, for a savior to appear amongst the ancient family alliance's disciples at this chaotic time will cause them to unite and support him, guessed Meng Qi. That's definitely a reasonable guess, but I feel like there's something different about this. Think about it, although Di Xin was extremely talented, he was an idiot. Shen Baijin was able to string him along easily. As the leader of the ancient family alliance, Di Long wouldn't raise such an idiot as his successor, yet he allowed him to act as stupidly as he pleased, even letting him show off his status as the heir to the ancient family alliance. Such a person would sooner or later be killed by someone. I suspect Di Long wanted that son of his to die. Long Chen frowned. But that's impossible. It does seem impossible, but I feel like Di Long is scheming very deeply. It seems like I'm being used by him. I didn't feel it so clearly before, but now that this Di Feng has appeared out of nowhere, I feel like this is a gambit that he arranged. I killed Di Xin, causing his mother to break her ties with Di Long. It seems she ran back to her family to complain, and her family has a shocking origin. Did Di Long sacrifice Di Xin to make his wife crazy? But why? To borrow her family to target the Martial Heaven Alliance? Would that really be worth the price of losing a son? Could it be that Di Long doesn't get along with his wife? Did his wife give him a green hat? Was Di Xin not his son? Oh, it seems Di Xin really doesn't look that similar to Di Long. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Alright, stop randomly guessing. Your imagination is crazy. Meng Qi shook her head. The main question is how strong Di Feng is. I wish I had managed to see that fight. If he could fight evenly with Mo Nian, then he's definitely a monster. At the very least, he's on the same level as Xie Luo and true immortal Zhaoqi. You have such a high opinion of Mo Nian. When he left the eastern wastelands, he was just an ordinary rank 1 celestial, said Meng Qi. Hehe, we created miracles, so others can as well. Just think about what kind of person Mo Nian is. Despite being a constant poser, he hasn't been killed. He's besieged during the day and digging up tombs at night. I don't even know how many people want to kill him, but he's still living happily. If he doesn't have the power of someone on that level, he would have long since been buried himself. The fact that Mo Nian could live to this point is no coincidence. Furthermore, his origins aren't as simple as I thought. Grand Elder Yan Nantian said that the original leader of the ancient family alliance isn't the Di family but the Mo family. That Mo family is most likely Mo Nian's family. One reason Di Feng suddenly appeared might also be to target Mo Nian, or more accurately, to participate in the battle between the Di family and the Mo family. But they can scheme as they please. Starting today, I'll give my head a good rest. In the future, no matter what trouble I encounter, the only thing to do will be to kill, said Long Chen, clenching his fists. Last time, he had tried to trick his opponents with a ploy, only to almost get killed without getting a chance to release all his power. He didn't want that nonsense to occur again. He wanted to go back to his old style. Meng Qi saw that Long Chen truly had recovered his old, sharp high spirits. It was like he had returned to his youth, a time that was unsteady and immature yet filled with liveliness and dreams. As the silver wing-horned eagle continued flying, they encountered experts time and time again. Long Chen would always go exchange maps with them. Of course, sometimes they would encounter corrupt experts, and that made it even simpler. He would directly kill them and perform a soul search. On the way, they ended up encountering one tough person from the corrupt path. Before Long Chen could attack, the silver wing-horned eagle unleashed a ray of silver light from its eyes. That corrupt expert had been a very powerful Empyrean, but despite going all out, he was blown to smithereens. Even his divine item was destroyed. That made Long Chen jump in shock. Inside, he patted himself on the back. Fortunately, the silver wing-horned eagle had been careless back then, or truly defeating it would probably have come at a great price. That person from the corrupt path had definitely been an elite. He had most likely entered in the same group as Xie Luo. Yet, even such a figure was unable to receive an attack from the silver wing-horned eagle. Its power was even greater than Long Chen had estimated. The three great corrupt kings. When Meng Qi did a soul search of that expert, her expression changed. Amongst the corrupt experts, many of their memories were sealed with restrictions. However, from this person, she learned a shocking piece of news. This time, the corrupt path had sent in the three corrupt kings. Xie Luo was actually only one of those three. Xie Luo came from the heavenly evil sect. Their sect master was Xie Wenchen, the corrupt path's leader. Other than the heavenly evil sect, the corrupt path had two other giant sects with great power. One was the Ghost King sect, while the other was the underworld abode. Although she could only get a few memories from that person's soul, she learned the names of those peak experts. There was Xie Luo from the heavenly evil sect, Awakens from the Ghost King sect, and two experts from the underworld abode, one of whom was called Mingjia. Those three were called the three great corrupt kings, claimed to be the corrupt path's strongest geniuses. As for the other person from the underworld abode, it was Long Chen's old acquaintance, the Devil Empress Lang Yuyan. Many of this person's memories were sealed. He had clearly known many of the corrupt path's secrets, so there were even more seals. Other than those names, there was no other information of value. Even their appearance was blocked, let alone their cultivation bases or power. What do you think? Meng Qi looked at Long Chen. Chapter 1847 Corrupt King Mingjia. Nothing much. It's just the names of more people I'll have to kill. Long Chen shrugged. He was too lazy to even remember their names. Since he had determined his cultivation path, he would just charge down it. Now he knew why the heaven-splitting battle sect was always so straightforward and direct. Before this, he hadn't quite understood how their disciples could be living so simply and happily without thinking about anything. However, now he knew that this was a kind of cultivation attitude. It was also a kind of wisdom toward life, but only today did Long Chen fully understand it. I was talking about Lang Yuyan. If you face each other, what will you do? Asked Meng Qi. That won't happen. She has promised not to target me any longer, said Long Chen. Lang Yuyan was an extremely proud figure. She had said that she would no longer hunt him down, so she definitely wouldn't. She would also not target the people beside him, or she would no longer be Lang Yuyan. Then when the battle between the righteous and corrupt path erupts, she will just stand to the side as a spectator. No, she just won't raise her blade against me. But there's plenty of other people for her to kill. We'll kill the corrupt path, and she'll kill the righteous path. We just have to stick to our own targets. Why force ourselves to charge toward each other? But Meng Qi was still worried. Lang Yuyan was too terrifying. If they were to face her, most likely in the entire Dragonblood Legion, only Long Chen would be able to stop her. Furthermore, she had once helped them in the spirit world. If they were to really become enemies, would they still be able to kill her mercilessly? Could they really fight all out? There's no need to worry. I understand Lang Yuyan, and she won't do such a thing. She can be excluded from the list of our enemies, as she will definitely try to avoid us. After all, the Yin-Yang world is huge, and we're here to search for treasures. Battle is second. No one wants to start a bitter fight only for others to benefit. But now I know that the monsters of the large powers are no longer able to stay low-key with the opening of the yin-yang world. Just the corrupt path has the three great corrupt kings in Lang Yuan. So the Zon beasts wouldn't just have true immortal Jiaoqi, and the ancient family alliance wouldn't just have Defeng. The ancient races, Pill Valley, the Bloodkill Hall, who knows how many monsters of theirs have entered the yin-yang world now. There are so many monsters that the Devil Slaughter rankings are essentially meaningless. Hehe, now it will be lively. Long Chen's own attitude had changed. He was no longer worried, and he felt his blood starting to heat up. Fortunately, the Dragonblood Legion had already grown up, and the captains were also monsters. There was no need for him to worry about them. This time, he would release himself. The strong were created through slaughter. Now they should see just who was stronger. Everywhere the silver wing-horned eagle passed, the experts around would flee. When Long Chen came down and said that he wanted to exchange maps, they were relieved. They thought that this terrifying 12th rank magical beast was hunting. More and more experts had entered the yin-yang world, and as everyone exchanged maps, they learned more about the terrain. Of course, some people concealed the best places that they had found. However, Long Chen only exchanged maps with disciples from the righteous path, and he first gave them his map. When those disciples saw a map dozens or even over 100 times greater than their own, they were too ashamed to hide anything. They gave him what they had mapped. Eventually, Long Chen learned some news of the Dragonblood Legion from one of the disciples. That person had been in a mountain range and witnessed the Dragonblood Legion fighting a magical beast. He said that they had slain that magical beast and obtained its young. Quite a few experts had tried to interfere and snatch their gains, but those experts had been slain by the Dragonblood warriors. After that, this disciple left. Long Chen was delighted to hear this news. He had the silver wing-horned eagle quicken its pace in that direction. When they arrived, they saw that a fierce battle had been fought here. There were still bloodstains on the ground. Based on the fluctuations, that blood belonged to a 12th rank magical beast. There was also a nest on the top of the mountain, which was empty. It's the nest of a blood-pattern lion vulture, said Meng Qi quickly upon examining the surroundings. As a beast tamer, she could tell the master of the nest. Let's go. They're that way. Long Chen could easily distinguish the Dragonblood warriors' auras, especially those who had come with him from the eastern wastelands. He found which direction they had gone. I'll put away the silver wing-horned eagle. The slave mark is quite a burden at first, and its soul is damaged. It needs to rest. Meng Qi's spiritual strength wrapped around the silver wing-horned eagle. Its giant body faded. Long Chen gave Meng Qi a pile of medicinal pills. Some were spirit awakening pills and soul nourishing pills, and there were all kinds of medicinal pills beneficial to magical beasts. This silver wing-horned eagle was currently being controlled through brute power. If it could become a loyal follower, it would be even better. So they had to give it some benefits to make it feel that its new life was better than before, and by a great deal at that. The two of them quickly flew in the direction the Dragonblood Legion had gone. Long Chen was pulling Meng Qi along as lightning covered their bodies. Their speed wasn't lower than the silver wing-horned eagle at all. After rushing for a day, they heard the sound of fighting coming from a distant mountain valley. They also felt a terrifying aura. They immediately rushed over. A powerful qi wave blew apart the mountain they had just passed. Long Chen waved his hand, blocking the qi wave and astral winds. Within the valley, there was a man floating in the air, holding a black broadsword. Endless death qi swirled around him, and a pair of black wings was within the manifestation behind him. From the distance, this person looked like a winged fiend, and black qi revolved around him like thousands of coiling black dragons. This person's aura was no weaker than Xie Luo's. That man was looking down on over 12,000 Dragonblood warriors on the ground of the valley. The Dragonblood warriors were all shining. Runes revolved around their weapons, and there seemed to be faint threads connecting all their weapons into one entity. Guo Ran was in his golden armor, his sabers pointed toward the man. Long Chen saw that Guo Ran's sabers were already damaged. Guo Ran's sabers were only peak ancestral items. The only reason he was able to face that man's divine item was because he was borrowing the power of all the Dragonblood warriors. Otherwise, his saber would have long since exploded. Behind Guo Ran were Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Sha Chen. They stared gravely at the person before Guo Ran. Sha Chen was forming hand seals, prepared to attack at any moment. I've long since heard the Dragonblood Legion's name. I thought you were only capable of crushing the weaklings of the righteous path, but you actually do have some skill. Even so, you're just a group of trash. No matter how you gather the power of ants through a formation, ants will still be ants. Even all their power combined cannot defeat a dragon. Today, I, Mingjia, will personally annihilate you so that the righteous path's stories about the world's #1 legion being the bane of the corrupt path can end. Hearing that person's name, Guo Ran and the others' expressions changed. They had also slain some corrupt experts and learned the names of the 3 great corrupt kings from them. They had been so unlucky as to encounter such a terrifying existence. In their previous clash, they had almost been unable to hold on. Mingjia smiled coldly and raised his broadsword. Black chi revolved around it, condensing into a giant black curtain in the sky. The black curtain spread, turning the entire world dark. This darkness contained only death. The previous attack was just 50% of my power. Now I'll show you what absolute power is. In front of this power, the righteous path can only kneel and beg for mercy. Death will be your only option. As Mingjia's voice resounded through the air, the world seemed to become hell on earth. The entire Dragonblood Legion was locked down by that terrifying broadsword. Fuck, we might not be able to receive this attack. Even if we can, we'll have to pay a price, said Sha Chen darkly. Mingjia's power was too great. Worst of all, his manifestation sucked away all the heavenly Tao energy in the surroundings. Other than the few Empyreans, the others who were only ranked 9 Celestials felt isolated from their heavenly Tao energy. Without that power, they could only rely on their spiritual yuan to activate their armor and weapons, and that meant their ability to share energy was weakened. It seems to be a legendary paragon art, or there wouldn't be such a phenomenon. Guo Ran was also gloomy. There was no way to resist such power. Just as Sha Chen said, if they could manage to block it, at least half the Dragonblood warriors would be slain. They couldn't receive it, but there was also no way for them to run. Death is your fate, but you don't need to be afraid. You won't be alone. I'll quickly send Long Chen to hell with you. Meng Jia sneered. His broadsword grew larger until it became a giant crescent moon. Does it feel good to brag so much? Just as Guo Ran and the others were wondering how to face this attack, a lazy and indifferent voice rang out, delighting them. They all looked in the direction of that voice. A bolt of lightning pierced through the air, shattering the black curtain. Light illuminated the world once more, and a figure appeared within the endless lightning. Boss! Guo Ran and all the warriors of the Dragonblood Legion cheered at once. Chapter 1848 A Confrontation of Paragon Arts. Wild lightning covered Long Chen, and a pillar of light pierced the sky. The black curtain that had enveloped this world was forcibly torn apart. Following Long Chen's arrival, more and more lightning appeared. Millions of lightning dragons roared through the air. More and more of the black curtain crumbled, and more lightning manifested. The world was torn into 2 halves, one side filled with lightning and the other with darkness. Long Chen was like a lightning god standing above all Daos. Last time, I didn't get a chance to go all out against Xie Luo. This time, I'll see just how much power the 3 great corrupt kings have to dare be so arrogant in front of my Dragonblood Legion. A lightning spear slowly condensed in Long Chen's hands. It was no ordinary lightning spear this time, as it was condensed of countless lightning dragons. As more lightning dragons merged into it, its aura grew more and more powerful. Rumbling rang out that shook the world. Suddenly, the lightning vanished. All of it had been sucked into the lightning spear, and the world became quiet, deathly quiet. Ming Jia narrowed his eyes. The current Long Chen with his lightning spear looked like the Grim Reaper with his sickle. Even the heavens didn't dare to release a sound. Most shocking of all, Mie Jia's sword, which had been connected to another world's power to unleash a paragon art, was actually slower than Long Chen. Long Chen was also using a paragon art, but he had completed it almost instantly. Ming Jia's broadsword suddenly shook. He had finally gathered enough energy and then slashed his sword at Long Chen. Underworld King Life Reaping Slash. The black chi filling the world suddenly vanished, absorbed by his sword in an instant. The huge black crescent moon slashed down at Long Chen. Guo Ran and the others were shocked at the sight of this attack. It was even more terrifying than what they had imagined. With most of their heavenly Tao energy stripped away, only a few of them would have survived this attack. In the face of this powerful attack, Long Chen's battle intent blazed. Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Long Chen's spear left his hand. It flew out like a bolt of lightning. The spear instantly grew explosively, becoming a battle god's spear, causing the void around it to shatter. Each of its millions of runes erupted like a volcano. The lightning spear crashed into the black crescent moon. The space around them twisted wildly as though the entire world would collapse. Fragments of the void danced. Space-time was destroyed. It was like thousands of years passed in an instant. Guo Ran and the others were in their strongest defensive state but still felt their heads buzzing from the shockwaves. Their heads became blank and unable to think. The huge shockwaves caused the heavens to collapse, the earth to be torn apart, and the mountains to flatten. This was a clash of paragon arts. A clash between paragon arts was a clash between worlds. When Guo Ran and the others recovered, they saw that everything around them was black. They thought that they had died. However, they quickly realized that they were wrong. They began popping up from underground. As soon as they came up and saw the light again, everything turned black again. Up in the sky, Long Chen had slashed Evilmoon into Ming Jia's black broadsword, unleashing a sky full of black mist. What the fuck? Guo Ran had just popped out of the ground when he was sent flying by the astral winds of their fight. He tumbled back, even covered in his armor. Although he didn't get injured, the rapid spinning made him almost vomit. With Evilmoon in his hand, Long Chen attacked time and time again, each slash sharper than the last. His divine ring was present, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. He wasn't holding back. Ming Jia was forced to retreat as he blocked Long Chen's attacks. Each of Long Chen's attacks was as heavy as a star. That power had long since surpassed the limit of a human. Ming Jia's arms were shaking, and he almost lost hold of his sword. Ming Jia was shocked by Long Chen's power. He was even stronger than the stories. Just now, in the clash of their paragon arts, despite him starting earlier, Long Chen had completed storing up energy first. His cast time was much quicker, but its power was not one whit lower. They were actually evenly matched. Both of them had coughed up 3 large mouthfuls of blood, with an unknown number of bones broken. However, Meng Jia had a secret art that made his injuries heal in the blink of an eye. He had been about to attack Long Chen while Long Chen was healing, but he found that Long Chen looked fine and was the one to attack him. The black wings in Ming Jia's manifestation were constantly quivering, wrapping him in black qi. So that's the case. Your aura is very similar to the netherworld. As for those wings, they contain the scent of hell. Is your family related to the netherworld's jailers? Asked Long Chen lightly as he continued to attack. Meng Jia couldn't help being shocked. His cultivation technique truly required the qi of the netherworld. When he had advanced to the soul transformation realm, he had started borrowing the netherworld's qi to cultivate, and that pair of wings in his manifestation was called the grasp of hell. Although he only knew its name, none of his family's experts had told him their origin. For Long Chen to suddenly say it, how could he not be shocked? Nonsense. Don't think a single paragon art will allow you to compete against me. You're far too lacking. Ming Jia's manifestation suddenly unleashed a burst of power. Long Chen was forced back several steps, while Ming Jia also took advantage of this to retreat. Holding his black sword at a slanted angle, 9 bone-like runes on it slowly lit up. However, just at that moment, Ming Jia's expression changed. An invisible wind blade had silently appeared behind him. It suddenly quickened, slashing toward him. Ming Jia's divine sense swept out and found that at some point, the Dragonblood Legion had gathered together. Standing at the front was Tang Wan. Everyone's energy was pouring toward her, and this wind blade was her masterpiece. The wind blade spun rapidly, slicing through space. The current Tang Wan had already started awakening her manifestation, and her control over wind energy had reached a terrifying level. Adding on the Dragonblood warrior's assistance, Ming Jia would definitely be heavily injured if he was struck. Without thinking about it, Ming Jia swung his sword at the wind blade. The wind blade exploded, but he felt a strange suction force appear from its explosion, causing his body to become sluggish. At that moment, Evilmoon unleashed a giant black saber image that slashed down. Long Chen's lazy voice rang out. "Idiot, our goal isn't to fight you, but to kill you." "Bastard," raged Ming Jia. He hastily pulled on his broadsword to block. Although he blocked it, his block was too hasty. As a result, his arms were broken, and he was sent flying. He tasted something sweet as he almost vomited blood. Inside, he was infuriated. Hence, sword qi condensed within his sword as he prepared to unleash an attack at Tang Wan and the others. However, his body had just stabilized when one beautiful feather after another shot toward him like sharp swords. Each of these feathers contained a sharp aura. With 999 of them shooting at once, Ming Jia's expression changed. Light erupted from his sword as he slashed it repeatedly, forming a layered net that blocked Meng Qi's attack. The feathers crashed into the net, unleashing huge ripples in space. Ming Jia's expression changed. Those feathers were extremely tough, and when they landed on his net, they didn't break. At most, he only managed to repel them. Just at that moment, the divine light of those feathers vanished. Replacing it, a single silver ray of light pierced toward him. What? Ming Jia was stunned, not even having sensed this attack before. There was no time to dodge. The silver ray of light landed squarely on Ming Jia's body. His body instantly exploded. Ha ha ha, so the corrupt path's 3 kings are only at this level. Who asked you to show off? Laughed Guo Ran. His laughter had yet to end when the ground exploded, and a figure charged out of the earth, slashing a black sword at Guo Ran. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. That sword had already reached Guo Ran. This surprising figure was precisely the Ming Jia whose body had just exploded from the silver light attack. He had once more appeared, choosing to attack Guo Ran. Just as Guo Ran was about to be slain by Ming Jia's sword, a black saber slashed toward Ming Jia from a strange angle. Chapter 1849 Bizarre Technique. Ming Jia's sudden appearance was completely unexpected. However, Long Chen seemed to have already seen through this move of his and activated the celestial lightning body blink. Originally, he was unable to confirm where Ming Jia was after his body had exploded. His thought was that he would attack Meng Qi, but unexpectedly, Guo Ran was truly good at provoking other people's ire and had turned himself into Ming Jia's target. To block Ming Jia's attack was too late. Long Chen could only strike Ming Jia from behind, forcing him to receive this attack if he wanted to kill Guo Ran. However, Long Chen was a bit worried. Ming Jia's movement art was too bizarre. Just now, he had clearly been struck by the silver wing-horned eagle's attack, but the instant his body exploded, it was like he had shed his skin. Perhaps what had exploded was a substitute, while his true body had appeared underground and attacked Guo Ran. If Meng Jia could use this movement art a second time, then Guo Ran would definitely be doomed. He would choose to strike Guo Ran while receiving Long Chen's attack and then slip away. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ming Jia chose to block Long Chen's attack. He was sent flying. It was unknown if Ming Jia's slippery technique wasn't ready to be used again, or whether it came with a price that he felt wasn't worth Guo Ran's life. Having brushed right past death, Guo Ran was covered in sweat. Just now, he had really thought he was about to die. HMPH, you were lucky this time. Next time, I definitely won't be as careless. I will definitely cut off your head, Long Chen. Ming Jia was flying back from Long Chen's attack. Before Meng Qi and the silver wing-horned eagle could attack again, he formed hand seals, summoning a black gate behind him. He stepped into it, vanishing from their sight. All the Dragonblood warriors were shocked by his power. He practically had an undying body. Having such an existence target them was definitely not good. Long Chen went to the hole in the ground. That was where Ming Jia had come out of. Pushing aside the dirt, he noticed something a few hundred meters into the ground. He took out 2 wooden strips. Between the 2 wooden strips was a small black object, about as long as a chopstick. It looked like an awl, and at the end of it was a little person forming a hand seal. This sculpture, it looks just like Ming Jia. Guo Ran and the others came over to examine it. There was no aura coming from the awl. It looked like a normal metal. This should be the crux of Ming Jia's strange technique. This was how he slipped away like a cicada shedding its shell. I feel like I saw a black light shoot out back then, but it was too fast, and I couldn't grasp it with my eyes or soul, said Long Chen. Yes, there's still a trace of Ming Jia's spiritual fluctuations on it. Although it's almost impossible to sense, I can confirm this little sculpture was the substitute that Ming Jia used to save himself. However, I have no idea how he managed to switch places with his true body and a puppet. This kind of magical art is practically flawless. The 3 corrupt kings are truly powerful, said Meng Qi. They had clearly seen Ming Jia be killed, and other than Long Chen, they had all fallen for it. As for Long Chen, the only reason he had deduced that Ming Jia hadn't died was because of the sharp intuition of the 9-star hegemon body art. He hadn't even seen any clues. This kind of technique was truly terrifying. He's very sinister. If it was a 1-against-1 and you saw him be killed with your own eyes, you'd be dying to his sword the next moment without understanding what was going on, said Tang Wan-er. Everyone's expressions were grave. This time, They had come out in high spirits since their power had been raised to an unprecedented level. As they could slaughter Empyreans en masse and slay a 12th rank magical beast, Guo Ran had been so excited that he was starting to view themselves as unrivaled. However, a blow was given to their confidence now. This substitute puppet technique isn't so easy to use. It definitely comes at a price, or Guo Ran, you would already be a corpse. Furthermore, if it was so easy to use, there wouldn't be 3 kings. There would only be one emperor dominating everyone else. I'm confident that the next time he encounters you, he won't even have a chance to run. This technique of his has been exposed now, said Long Chen. Boss, you're speaking too highly of us. I'm sorry, we've lost you face. Sha Chen suddenly walked forward, ashamed. He and Guo Ran had spent a great deal of time and effort to create the formation runes for the Dragonblood Legion to raise their collective power. Originally, he had been hoping to show off the results with pride, but the results were that they had almost been annihilated. Even after spending so many resources, Sha Chen found that they were unable to defeat even one enemy. What nonsense are you spouting? You've already done very well. Ming Jia is one of the Corrupt Path's 3 kings, an existence at the top of the Corrupt Path's millions of geniuses. Do you think that title was given for nothing? With your current power, as long as you don't encounter monsters on that level, you can dominate the rest of the yin-yang world. That's enough to be proud of. Long Chen smiled. Boss, they really are monsters. I thought that the Dragonblood Legion was almost unrivaled now, but this is quite a blow. Guo Ran took off his armor, collapsing on the ground. He hugged Long Chen's leg, bawling, Almighty Boss, please give me the power to show off. Otherwise, I won't have anything to live for. As he said this, Guo Ran wiped some mucus and tears onto Long Chen. Fuck, get away. Long Chen immediately flung Guo Ran off, cursing, grow up. How can I grow up? Boss, we spent all the accumulated wealth of the Dragonblood Legion, thinking we could shake the world. But we were crushed by a single person. How am I supposed to live with myself? Guo Ran really began to cry. Perhaps others didn't understand, but Sha Chen was feeling the same thing. They had come here completely confident but had almost been destroyed by a single person. Just how were they supposed to explain themselves? Get up and stop crying. Your boss might not have other abilities, but making money is easy. I've already made quite a bit after entering here in advance. Other than that, there's no need to be so dejected. Starting from today, you won't need to fear anyone. The next time Ming Jia encounters you, he won't even have a chance to run. Long Chen wriggled his eyebrows a few times with a smile. Boss, did you get something good again? Guo Ran immediately shot up with a pleasantly surprised expression. Scram, I knew that you were just faking. Cursed Long Chen. Guo Ran leapt from crying to smiling far too quickly. Long Chen realized that Guo Ran had acted so bitter because he was afraid of being scolded for losing. For now, tell me, how did you encounter this person? Asked Long Chen. Through their explanation, Long Chen learned that Guo Ran, Tang Wan Sha Chen, and the others had led the Dragonblood Legion to crush everything in their path. They hadn't encountered anyone who had given them much of a fight. Even 12th rank magical beasts could be slain. However, they would wait for Sha Chen to set up a formation stealthily to injure it beforehand. Perhaps they had been a bit too arrogant. Anyone from the ancient races, ancient family alliance, or the Zon beasts would be forced out of their way, while anyone from the corrupt path was killed on sight. Perhaps it was because of how vigorously they had been searching for treasures that Ming Jia had noticed them and specifically gone over to attack them. Fortunately, Long Chen had found them in time. Boss, we obtained 5 young blood pattern lion vultures. Do you want one? It'll be very flashy as a steed. Guo Ran presented 5 little lions only a few feet tall. They each had a small pair of wings on their backs. These young had yet to even open their eyes, so this was the best time to tame them. Keep them for yourselves. Guo Ran, Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, Ming Yuan, Li Qi, the 5 of you can have one. Then all the captain class fighters will have a steed. It's good for flashiness and power. Long Chen smiled. Having a 12th rank magical beast as a steed was definitely flashy. However, Long Chen didn't care for such a steed. Just little snow was enough. Haha, I told you that boss wouldn't want a steed on this level. HMPH, now you believe me, right? Laughed Guo Ran. Bastard, you were just testing me. Long Chen angrily slapped Guo Ran in the back of the head, eliciting laughter. Guo Ran truly had said that Long Chen wouldn't want a steed on this level. Even a 12th rank magical beast wasn't enough for him. Sha Chen, you can have this blood pattern lion vulture. We can share a flying steed. Guo Ran had Sha Chen place a slave mark on his lion. Guo Ran didn't need such a steed because his armor could fly on its own. This steed would only be used to show off. As for Sha Chen, he needed such a helper. It was beneficial to his safety, and it could stall for him to unleash his magical arts. Should we leave one for Wild? He doesn't know how to fly, said Ji Yu Yong. It's fine. If Wild got hungry, he'd probably eat it, so no need, said Long Chen. Everyone nodded with a laugh. That was true. If Wild got hungry, other than humans, he would eat anything. Alright, Sha Chen, I need you to set up a barrier. I'll show you your boss's harvests during this time. As soon as Long Chen said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 1858 True Legion of Dragonblood Warriors. Atop a high mountain, there was a giant cave that was home to a 10th rank magical beast. It was being chased out of its home. After that, Sha Chen set down a formation so that others couldn't peep on what was going on inside the cave. He also set down something to block out sound, so even if there was a commotion, no one would hear anything. All the Dragonblood warriors were looking at Long Chen eagerly, wondering what surprise he had brought them this time. In truth, I really am gratified by your current power. With Sha Chen and Guo Ran's help, you finally have the power that the Dragonblood Legion should possess. Against Ming Jia, it wasn't that you weren't strong enough, but that he suppressed you. We only have a few Empyreans, while Ming Jia's manifestation completely crushed you from feeling the energy of the heavenly Daos. Ming Jia is an apex figure in the corrupt path and is also an apex figure of the entire martial heaven continent. If he hadn't used a paragon art, you would have been able to fight much longer against him. That's enough to be proud of. Have you already forgotten your origins? What level were you at originally? He is a genius born with a divine item in hand. We have climbed to our current heights step by step and can already compete with him, so don't be depressed. It should be Ming Jia who's depressed. He's definitely somewhere cursing and breaking furniture to vent, said Long Chen. This defeat had affected the Dragonblood Legion's morale, so Long Chen needed to give them some encouragement. Ming Jia was in existence on the same level as Xie Luo. Against such an impressive opponent, even Long Chen couldn't say that he would definitely beat him. What he could say though was that if any other group with the same cultivation bases as the Dragonblood warriors were to face Ming Jia, they would have been annihilated in an instant without any ability to resist. Starting today, you will be completely transformed. I guarantee that the next time Ming Jia sees you, you'll beat the crap out of him. Everyone, take a look at my harvest. The time to share my booty has come. Long Chen's eyes were shining. That appearance didn't look like a generation's expert, but more like a bandit distributing his ill-gotten gains. Li Qi, Song Ming Yuan, the first treasure is for you guys. Long Chen waved his hand, and a pile of yellow fruit appeared in front of them. This is a treasure. I'll try it. Guo Ran was fast, and he immediately grabbed one and bit into it. Expecting a sweet and juicy bite, Guo Ran instantly spat it out. Boss, you're conning me. This isn't fruit, this is dirt. You want us to eat it? Guo Ran continued to spit as if he had just taken a bite of sand. These are thick earth essence fruit, peerless earth elemental treasures. I've seen them in an ancient scripture, shouted Li Qi suddenly. Thick earth essence fruit consisted of pure earth energy that contained a kind of divine nature. That divine nature made it an inborn earth essence, the most primordial earth essence in the world. Guo Ran, you fool, you actually wasted such a priceless treasure. Cursed Song Ming Yuan, it's fine, I have as many of this fruit as you want. Hopefully, you can absorb more of it and awaken your manifestations. Perhaps you too will become the first in the Dragonblood Legion to fully awaken your manifestations, said Long Chen. There was a giant thick earth essence fruit tree in his primal chaos space. More fruit kept maturing every day, so it was enough for the two of them. It must be hard on you, eating dirt all day. Guo Ran comforted the two of them sympathetically. This fruit was essentially just dirt, like sand. That mouth feel was not good. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan completely ignored Guo Ran. They began consuming the fruit, swallowing even the skin, not wasting a single bit of it. If Guo Ran hadn't shown others what it felt like to eat one, others would think that it was truly a delicious fruit. Alright, the thick earth essence fruit is just a starter, and just for Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan. Now we're getting to the main dish. Long Chen took a deep breath. He had to suppress his own excitement. Starting today, you will be true dragonblood warriors. A golden scale suddenly appeared in the air in front of everyone. A fierce aura came from it, and the roar of a furious dragon shook their ears. Other than Long Chen, everyone's jaws dropped. This scale. Could it be? Guo Ran couldn't speak properly. Correct, it's a dragon scale. It's the reverse scale of the ancient beast known as the metal-devouring evil dragon. Inside is its essence blood. When I obtained it, it was just preparing to make a breakthrough to the samsara realm, so the essence blood inside it is very pure and powerful. Once you absorb it, your blood will be dragon blood. Once you can control it, I'll teach you the dragon blood body tempering art. You will also be able to upgrade your bodies with dragon blood. How is it? Are you looking forward to it? Long Chen laughed mischievously. Boss, is this really possible? Ji Yu Yang's voice shuddered. He knew Long Chen wouldn't lie to them, but he still couldn't believe it. It seems you've coveted the dragon blood body tempering art for a long time. Don't worry, you can do it. However, when you're covered in dragon scales, this bright head of yours will probably turn golden, said Long Chen. Everyone laughed excitedly. Long Chen's green dragon battle armor was something they were all aware of. That was one of his strongest techniques, and that explosive energy excited them each time they saw him use it. Never in their dreams would they have thought that they would also learn this skill. They really would be dragonblood warriors. Alright, other than Meng Qi, Wan and the healing disciples, everyone should prepare to absorb the essence blood. I've tested it, and it should be more than enough for everyone. So you should absorb as much blood as possible, with the precondition that your mind can endure the dragon pressure, said Long Chen. His gaze swept over everyone. Guo Ran, you can go first. Boss, why me? I feel like Ji Yu Yang going first would be the wisest choice. After all, he's sturdier, said Guo Ran, immediately getting a bad feeling. Stop messing around. The first drop has the least impact, and considering your weak willpower, you won't be able to draw out a single drop by the end, said Long Chen. Oh, many thanks, boss. Guo Ran excitedly followed Long Chen's instructions, placing his hand on the dragon scale. Long Chen patted the scale, and it shuddered. A sharp aura appeared, cutting open Guo Ran's palm. A golden drop of essence blood entered his palm. Guo Ran's whole body shook, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His mouth frothed, and his eyes almost rolled into the back of his head. Long Chen ignored him, continuing to force another 2 drops into Guo Ran's body. Guo Ran suddenly shot back, smashing into the wall of the cave. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and fainted, his body still twitching. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling a chill. Guo Ran was just the start but had lost consciousness. Long Chen had to forcibly add the next 2 drops, as Guo Ran hadn't even been able to bear the first one. Hehe, actually I lied. The first drop is the most berserk. Guo Ran's will is too weak, so it just so happens that the will of the dragon blood can temper him. Now that the most berserk will has been used up, it should be easier for the rest of you. Don't bother with him, enduring this tempering is good. As for the rest of you, I won't help. Rely on your own power to absorb as much essence blood as possible, suppressing its will and erasing its berserk nature. Only by suppressing it yourselves can the dragon blood flawlessly merge with your essence blood. As for Guo Ran, I had no choice but to help him. However, helping him would lower the quality of the essence blood he absorbed. But no one asked him to cultivate like this. The rest of you can rely on your own power, the more the better. Ji Yu Yang, it's your turn. Meng Qi and Tang Wan exchanged a glance. They looked at Guo Ran who was still twitching, and this was their first time feeling that he was pitiable. It seemed he had already been conned by Long Chen many times. Ji Yu Yang stepped forward, pressing his hand against the dragon scale. A drop of golden blood flowed into his palm. Ji Yu Yang's body shuddered, but he quickly calmed down, absorbing a second drop. Long Chen nodded. Ji Yu Yang's physical body was truly powerful, and his will was tough. This essence blood contained the metal-devouring evil dragon's will and wasn't so easy to subdue. Ji Yu Yang repeatedly absorbed 3 drops of its blood without his expression changing. This showed his power. 3 drops, 5 drops, 10 drops. Suddenly, Ji Yu Yang couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying by the dragon scale. Chapter 1851 Fully Refining the Golden Dragon Teeth. Ji Yu Yang finally couldn't endure any longer. However, he had absorbed 37 drops of the metal-devouring evil dragon's essence blood, far surpassing Long Chen's expectations. He had originally guessed that Ji Yu Yang's limit would be around 20 drops, but Ji Yu Yang's will was strong enough to suppress the blood of the metal-devouring evil dragon. After absorbing the essence blood, Ji Yu Yang sat on the ground, his face a bit pale as his veins bulged. It was vaguely possible to see golden blood flowing within his body. Following him was Li Qi. He absorbed 23 drops before reaching his limit and being blown back. After Li Qi was Song Mingyuan. He absorbed 24 drops before coughing up 2 large mouthfuls of blood. He received quite an injury, almost having the metal-devouring evil dragons will invade his mind. Long Chen was forced to suppress it. After them were the squad leaders. They were also very powerful, with each person absorbing around 15 drops. Some of them absorbed 1 or 2 drops more or less than the others, which meant that the difference between them was quite small. Of course, this statement was only true if you ignored the one twitching on the ground. The ordinary Dragonblood warriors had a limit of 10 drops, but that was very gratifying. They had already surpassed Long Chen's expectations. Their tough wills were comparable to any peak genius. Originally, he had estimated that he would have half of the metal-devouring evil dragon's essence blood left once everyone was done absorbing it, but now it was almost used up. There were less than 100 drops left. "Boss, do you think I can handle a drop of it?" asked Sha Chen. All the men had finished absorbing it. Even some of the women had absorbed it. Now, he was the only man who hadn't absorbed it, along with Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the healing disciples. His face was burning hot. "I don't think you should. Although you have gone through the upgrade of the Blood Essence Stone and the Blood Soul Stone, your physical body doesn't have that much potential. A single drop can take your life. Furthermore, your profession is a Grand Formation Master. That's an extremely rare and noble profession. Why envy others?" Long Chen shook his head. "It's because he can't outdrink anyone in the Dragonblood Legion or outfight them, and he's too embarrassed to outcurse them. He wants to blend in," said Tang Wan with a smile. Long Chen came to a realization. Sha Chen was more delicate than the rest of the Dragonblood Legion. If he wore a scholar's band, he would look just like a scholar, which wasn't the same style as the rest of the coarse Dragonblood Legion. "It's not that, I'm getting along very well with everyone in the Dragonblood Legion," said Sha Chen awkwardly. "Since you've joined the Dragonblood Legion, we're a family, so you don't need to compete or try to make yourself more like everyone else. Don't force yourself to be someone you're not," said Long Chen, patting Sha Chen on the shoulder. Sha Chen wasn't very talkative and was more reserved. Long Chen was a bit worried he felt out of place. "You've misunderstood. I have a different reason for wanting to absorb that metal-devouring evil dragon essence blood. I have a crazy idea. I want to create a formation connected through bloodlines. If it works, then supported by bloodline power, we won't need to use outer runes to merge our energy. It will increase the efficiency, increasing our power while decreasing the exhaustion rate," said Sha Chen. Long Chen and the others were surprised. So Sha Chen had actually thought of something like this. If it really worked, the Dragonblood Legion would completely transform. "Your physical body isn't strong enough. It would kill you, but I can erase 90% of the metal-devouring evil dragon's will before sending it into your body. That should be the limit that your body can endure. It should be enough for your purposes," said Long Chen after a moment's thought. "Good, I just need to have the ability to feel it and see if I can make a formation so that the power of everyone's spirit blood can be joined together," said Sha Chen excitedly. Long Chen extracted a drop of essence blood. He erased 90% of the power within it before slowly sending it into Sha Chen's body. However, even having 90% of its power erased, Sha Chen turned pale, his whole body trembling. Sha Chen was a formation cultivator. His energy was mostly focused on his soul. Formation cultivators could be called a kind of soul cultivator, and their weak physical bodies were something that they couldn't do anything about. "Alright, they're in seclusion refining the essence blood. The rest of you don't need to be envious. There's good stuff for you as well." Long Chen called over Meng Qi and the others. Taking out a large roasting sheet, he showed them a large fish that he had already finished cooking. "Come, I'm treating you to some fish." Long Chen smiled. "Alright, then we'll have a taste of boss's craftsmanship." The healing disciples were mostly women. Seeing the piping hot fish, they took out their knives and forks. "Yes, this fish is definitely delicious. It melts as soon as it enters the mouth. Its fragrance overflows. What kind of fish is this? It's so good," exclaimed Tang Wan. "I heard it's called scarlet blood spirit fish. The taste is alright." Long Chen also took a big bite. The scarlet blood spirit fish wasn't just a treasure. It was famed for its flavor and was something said to be the main dish for major figures back in ancient times. Its taste truly lived up to the legends. Never heard of it, but it really is delicious, praised Tang Wan'er as she continued taking big bites. Meng Qi was in the midst of chewing slowly and savoring it when she thought of what Long Chen had just said. Her eyes suddenly widened. What did you just say? Scarlet blood spirit fish, the one with the heaven-defying ability to awaken one's bloodline, one of the most precious ancient treasures ever. That scarlet blood, spirit fish, well, I suppose, if you wanted to, you could put it that way. Long Chen smiled. Meng Qi's plate dropped to the ground. She grabbed Long Chen, shouting, "You fool, the most precious thing about the scarlet blood spirit fish is its blood. You actually roasted it. Do you know, with such a giant fish, there would be at least a 50% chance of it being capable of awakening a person's bloodline power. Heavens, have you gone crazy?" The always calm Meng Qi had such a huge reaction. Seeing Long Chen destroy a priceless natural treasure like this, Meng Qi was speechless. So its blood is useful. Alright, next time I'll bleed it before baking it, said Long Chen. Next time, wait a minute, you mean, you have more? Meng Qi's beautiful eyes stared at Long Chen with disbelief. Yes, as many as I want. Even if you wanted to eat it all day, I could satisfy you. Long Chen winked. Long Chen, you're evil. You definitely did that on purpose. Raged Meng Qi upon realizing she had fallen for his teasing. She angrily pinched him, causing him to laugh. It seemed that this was his first time managing to find such success teasing the ever-calm Meng Qi. He felt truly accomplished. Within the primal chaos space, he was constantly feeding the scarlet blood spirit fish, and they were constantly breeding and growing. Now, Long Chen had over 700 fish kings that were more than 3 meters long. As for those a meter long, there were tens of thousands of them, and he couldn't count the even smaller ones. As long as he continued to feed them, they would continue reproducing. That was why Long Chen dared to take out a fish king as a snack. Its taste was even better than he had expected. In an incense stick's worth of a time, a 3-meter fish king was finished by over 50 people. Long Chen proposed roasting another one, but Tang Wan'er shook her head, saying that if she ate another one, her stomach would explode since she wouldn't be able to stop herself. After a fish king had entered their stomachs, they felt completely relaxed, even lazy. Tang Wan'er leaned against Meng Qi, feeling an urge to sleep. Meng Qi looked at the dragonblood warriors who were covered in sweat as they refined the dragon essence blood. They had entered a bitter meditative state. She couldn't help saying, "Is it really alright for us to be enjoying fish while they're like that? That's called different people have different fates. Don't pity them. Once they refine the essence blood, you'll have to be the ones envying them. Wan'er, I'll be preparing a scarlet blood spirit fish for each one of you. You can absorb their essence blood. As for the actual fish, I'm sure you have your own methods. Whether you boil or steam it, roast or bake it, it's up to you. In any case, its flavor is locked in its flesh and won't interfere with anything else. Meng Qi, I'll need your help. Help me refine the dragon teeth. Evilmoon is in seclusion, so I need them." During the next while, Meng Qi and Long Chen began working on refining the 71 golden dragon teeth, slowly erasing the metal-devouring evil dragon's will. Tang Wan'er and the others were the most blessed, absorbing the scarlet blood spirit fish's essence blood while enjoying its taste. A week passed. With Meng Qi's help, Long Chen had finally finished wiping away the original wool of the dragon teeth. He no longer needed to worry about a backlash. Now he could nourish them with his mind. Other than Evilmoon, he had new divine items that he could control with his soul. That filled him with confidence. If Xie Luo, Ming Jia, or true immortal Zhaoqi had been forced to the point of unleashing the full power of their divine items, he would have been at a disadvantage. Before this, that was especially true of Ming Jia. While Long Chen thought that he would be able to endure it himself, the rest of the Dragonblood Legion wouldn't have been able to. With the dragon teeth refined, Long Chen left the rest of the fish kings with Meng Qi and the others, letting them slowly absorb them. Reviving their bloodlines was a somewhat slow process with low chances of success. Long Chen had them absorb the scarlet blood spirit fish's essence blood slowly and temporarily not go out. Once the Dragonblood warriors finished refining the dragon essence blood, he would impart the dragon blood body tempering art to them. He recorded the method for training in the dragon blood body tempering art in photographic jades and left it for them. After arranging everything, he stealthily slipped away. In the end, he still wished to fulfill Yan Nantian's request. Although Yi Lingshan was definitely also searching, he couldn't place all his hopes on her. Leaving the mountain valley, Long Chen looked at the map. Choosing a location that others hadn't stepped into yet, he began flying over. Chapter 1852. Dogs are loyal, nobles aren't. Before going out, Long Chen left the divine items he had seized to Meng Qi so that she could distribute them. The Dragon Blood warriors would need to get used to their power after refining the Dragon Blood. Only then could they train in the Dragon Blood body tempering art. This would require quite a bit of time. Long Chen also told Meng Qi to do her best at refining the blue-eye peacock's true feathers. If she had the silver wing-horned eagle, the 999 true feathers, as well as the original true feather, Meng Qi would be able to fight on the same level as experts like Xie Luo and true immortal Zhaoqi. It just so happened that everyone was in seclusion now, so once the Dragonblood warriors finished refining the essence blood, she could go roaming on her own again. As for awakening her bloodline, the main thing would be whether or not any terrifying experts had ever appeared amongst her ancestors. If no such amazing figures had appeared amongst them, there wasn't much potential to be excavated for her bloodline. However, if such a peerless expert had appeared once, then she would be much more powerful. Anyway, whether or not such a powerful figure had ever appeared, the scarlet blood spirit fish could still make her bloodline purer. It could increase the quality of her spirit root and even draw her closer to the heavenly Taos. Even in the worst-case scenario where they had little effect on her, they would still cause her spiritual strength to multiply. Because soul cultivators mostly inherited their spiritual prowess, so she would awaken at least a bit of power in that aspect. Long Chen had also tried it, and he didn't know if it was because of the 9-star hegemon body art, but the scarlet blood spirit fish had no effect on him. He could only satisfy himself with the taste. As for the wood cultivators, once their core energy was fully excavated and awakened, Long Chen trusted that they would become the strongest healing core. Leaving the mountain, Long Chen flew toward a place that hadn't been marked by anyone. He wanted to search through as many places as possible. Stop. This path was opened by me, these trees Iya. Long Chen was in the midst of flying when 3 masked experts blocked him. However, when they saw who it was, they immediately fled for their lives. Get back here, or you'll all die, snorted Long Chen. Those 3 experts froze. They had just started fleeing, but they didn't dare to continue. They obediently returned. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we were just joking. Don't take it so seriously. In this world, who would be so stupid as to dare to rob you? One of them took off his mask, and repeated bowing toward him. It seemed he knew that if Long Chen wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take him the slightest bit of effort. But experts on his level would disdain killing people like them as well. They had been quite unlucky to encounter him. His aura had been hidden, and he was wearing black robes. They had thought that he was a lone expert of the corrupt path or from some other race. The majority of the righteous path's disciples wore white robes. The corrupt path mostly wore blood-colored robes, but a portion of them liked black, so they had mistakenly assumed Long Chen was from the corrupt path. Not sensing anything special about his aura, they had immediately swaggered out, but then upon seeing his face, they had almost crapped their pants. That's right, senior apprentice brother Long Chen is a mighty hero. One of the others added a few gratifying words. Who you rob has nothing to do with me. Hand over your maps. Are there any interesting regions nearby? Asked Long Chen. The 3 of them hastily took out their maps. One of them obediently said, we slew 7 corrupt experts in the past few days. During the soul search, we noticed a sinister forest nearby. Based on their memories, quite a few powerful experts are gathering there. Most likely, there is some strange life form there that can kill others in a bizarre way. These corrupt experts were fleeing from that region. Then, we cut them down, said one of them proudly. It seems you specialize at plundering the corrupt path. Asked Long Chen with a bit of surprise. Not really. We'll rob anyone, even those from the righteous path, but we won't kill them. As for other races, we don't care that much. However, we do choose to target corrupt experts more, said the first one that had spoken. He looked at Long Chen nervously. Long Chen looked at him and smiled faintly. You're quite smart. This person was smart because he had chosen to tell the truth. That made Long Chen feel better about him, and this behavior didn't give Long Chen a reason to kill them. The cultivation world was one where the strong devoured the weak, and the righteous path in particular was a scraggly bunch. Many of them had left the Martial Heaven Alliance. The righteous path was currently in a very tumultuous period. Who was friend or foe was unclear. Plundering the people from the righteous path but not taking their lives was already better than most people. The reason this person chose to tell the truth was because he felt that he didn't have the ability to lie in front of Long Chen. Being a bit smarter might increase the odds that Long Chen would let them off. Are these two your brothers? Long Chen looked over the three of them, finding that this person was the leader. Just now when the three of them had blocked him, it had been the other two to block his path and draw his attention, while this smart fellow had snuck up behind him to launch a sneak attack. Yes, although he didn't know why Long Chen would ask such a thing, he could only obediently answer. Good, using your smarts for others is real smarts, said Long Chen. Just now, when the three of them had fled, they had gone in an arc, leaving almost identical distances between each other. That meant that this person had been thinking about the other two, or he would have chosen to flee in the other direction. In that scenario, Long Chen would most likely choose to chase after the two of them, and so this person's odds of fleeing safely were much higher. But he hadn't done that. Being stared at by Long Chen, this person felt like his soul was laid bare before him. He couldn't help sighing. Senior apprentice brother's praise is too much. I, Wang Mao, cannot accept it. The three of us are just independent cultivators. My two brothers were set up by others in their sects and kicked out, while I was also crowded out, and in my anger, I schemed to kill the other side. Unfortunately, I ended up exposing myself and had no choice but to flee from my sect. Later on, while searching for an ancient remnant, I was injured and almost died. It was my two brothers who saved me. As a result, the three of us chose to become brothers closer than blood brothers. We will live and die together. Actually, we've been constantly doing some shameful things these years, but we have no choice. It's to live, to get stronger, to not be crushed like ants. Not bad. Dogs are loyal, but nobles aren't. It is the people living on the bottom rungs of life that end up with greater integrity and camaraderie. When the yin-yang world closes, you can come to my Xuantian Dao sect or the Martial Heaven Alliance. Don't roam around the world aimlessly. The righteous path needs people like you, even if you're bandits, said Long Chen. This person couldn't be called a good person, but Long Chen had seen his heart and felt that he wasn't bad. Even bandits could act open and above board. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've been abandoned by large sects. Do you really think we can join? So what if you were abandoned? I almost left the Martial Heaven Alliance myself. If there's no place for me there, I'll make my own place in the world. The righteous path is already a mess, and the ones causing the mess are those without any unyielding backbone. They only know how to scheme all day and backstab each other. However, the huge waves recently could be called a big thing. They will wash away the trash. A person can lack intelligence and brains, but they can't lack that unyielding nature. Well, there's no need for me to say so much. When you get back, go find Yi Lingshan. I'll say that I have found a few capable helpers for her, so you can just follow her in the future. She is the heir to the Martial Heaven Alliance, so following her will definitely be good for you, said Long Chen. The heavenly genius Yi Lingshan. Will she really accept? The three of them were startled. Yi Lingshan was famous, and they didn't think they were a good match for her. She most definitely will. If she doesn't, you can come to the Xuantian Dao sect, but I wouldn't worry about it, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan needed to cultivate her own personal group. Although Wang Mao's group wasn't very powerful, once such people accepted a leader, they would be absolutely loyal. Low combat power could be made up for with resources, but loyalty was difficult to cultivate. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't thank you enough. Wang Mao's group knelt toward Long Chen. The last few years had been hard on them. They longed to join a powerful sect, but they didn't dare to at the same time, feeling like no sect would accept them. Get up, don't randomly kneel, it's such a loathsome etiquette, said Long Chen hastily. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I have a favor, said Wang Mao. Well, in our group, we actually have a few other brothers. Can? Wang Mao blushed. This group of his was clearly a bandit group. As long as you can trust them, you can bring them in. However, you all have to be prepared. If you join a sect, you are bound by the sect's rules. You won't be as free, said Long Chen severely. That won't be a problem, promised Wang Mao. Alright, then I'm going to take a look at that mysterious forest, said Long Chen. He had obtained the map, and that region was marked clearly by Wang Mao. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please wait a moment. I have something here that might be helpful to you, said Wang Mao suddenly, taking out a certain object. Chapter 1853 Butterfly Wing Dragon Bone Mandara. Long Chen looked at the object blankly. It was a small bone with many lines carved into it. The bone was slightly translucent and emitted odd fluctuations. It's a strange thing we obtained from one of the Zon beasts we cut down. Through a soul search, we learned it's a secret communication tool of the Zon beasts. If this bone is activated, it can search the surroundings to see if there are any Zon beasts nearby. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, if you take it, you'll be able to gain some information. When many Zon beasts gather in one place, there's a higher chance of there being treasures. You can activate this bone with spiritual strength to search for the nearby Zon beasts, however, it requires a special technique to use it to communicate with them, and that technique was guarded by spiritual restrictions, so we couldn't learn it. We were planning on throwing away this bone because we didn't want the Zon beasts to attack us, but I feel like someone like you doesn't fear that, said Wang Mao. Long Chen naturally wouldn't fear it. He didn't even know how many Zon beasts he had slain, so he had no misgivings. He directly accepted the bone. Telling them to be safe, he set off in the direction they had pointed out. The yin-yang world was huge, unimaginably huge. However, leaving was not difficult. When the second group of experts had entered, they had come in through several large gates. Several channels had appeared between the yin-yang world and the martial heaven continent, and it was possible to come and go through those gates. Anyone in the soul transformation realm could go through them as they pleased. However, that was only the case while the yang side of the yin-yang world was facing the martial heaven continent. When the yin side started turning over, they had to immediately leave, or they would never be able to leave again. Long Chen saw a few experts carefully searching the land as he rushed over. He ignored them, going straight to his target. The high mountains gradually became plains. Short trees appeared, as well as mist ahead. Long Chen's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to have come to a realization. The yin-yang world's treasures were all protected by formations to block others from gathering them. The blue-eye peacock's nest had been like that, and the mysterious egg's location had also been like that. This place was the same. There had to be many restrictions inside. As expected, once he got closer, the mist blocked his divine sense. He didn't dare to continue flying. He landed, walking steadily on the ground. Just as he approached the mist, he saw a corpse ahead. It was a mangled mess as if it had been cut by 1,000 blades. It was beyond recognition. Not even his Yuan spirit could escape. Long Chen saw a ball of black qi on this person's forehead. His Yuan spirit had been destroyed within his mind sea. This person was a rank 7 celestial. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. In the dangerous yin-yang world, even Empyreans had no guarantee of safety. Rank 9 celestials were dancing on the tip of a blade. They could lose their lives at any moment. For a rank 7 celestial to also come here, their chances of surviving were minuscule. However, Long Chen had no intention of laughing at this person. He just felt a bit bad inside. This world was just so cruel. Without resources, without a powerful background, the only thing you could do was risk your life. There truly were existences that could soar from nothing, but the odds were constantly against them. Risking their lives to create miracles, the person who succeeded would have their name shake the world, but the millions of others who did the same but failed would not be remembered. No one wanted to throw their life away, but sometimes there was nothing that could be done. Everyone wanted to live with dignity, everyone had dreams, and everyone had things that they wanted to protect. There was no high or low when it came to lives, noble or lowly. It could only be said that the cultivation world was just this cruel. Long Chen tore apart the ground, burying this person. Folklore said that people needed the earth to be at peace, and only then could they enter reincarnation. Those whose corpses were left in the wild would become lonely ghosts forced into a miserable existence. Long Chen had never believed in that kind of supernatural thing, but he did believe in dust to dust, earth to earth. People ate the earth's seed and would return to the earth when things were over. It could also be considered a kind of reincarnation, another kind of continuance to life. Long Chen had just taken a few steps past the corpse when a tender vine lying amongst the grass suddenly snaked around Long Chen's leg. Thorns on the vine stabbed into his leg like a viper injecting its poison. At the same time, countless vines shot out at him from the surroundings. Long Chen coldly stared at the vine twisting around his leg. Those thorns were stabbing into him as hard as they could, but they couldn't injure him. His leg was covered in green dragon scales. The thorns couldn't break his defense. Long Chen's arm shook ever so slightly, and a burst of power erupted, blowing away all the vines twining around him. Long Chen stamped on the ground, causing the earth to crumble. A large figure appeared, looking like a giant ginseng. Around it were tree demons with countless roots attacking Long Chen. With a single pointing of his finger, a lightning sword pierced its body. That pile of tree demons instantly withered. Continuing onward, he saw another corpse in less than a mile. However, he didn't bother with this one as it belonged to the corrupt path. As he continued forward, the ground continued to split open. Tree demons came out and attacked him, but his footsteps didn't pause. His lightning blades slashed repeatedly, destroying the tree demons. After the tree demons were slain, they all quickly withered away, transforming into nothingness in just a few breaths. More and more tree demons appeared as he went deeper. They weren't particularly strong, most being around the level of 10th rank magical beasts. However, there were many of them, and they attempted to stab him with their toxic thorns. They could have a fatal danger to ordinary celestials, but they were nothing to Long Chen. He couldn't even count how many of the tree demons he killed. In any case, after 2 hours, the tree demons were still continuing to wildly assault him as if they didn't have brains of their own and didn't know fear. Slashing his saber once more, he cleaned up the tree demons ahead of him and saw light. The endless tree demons stopped. Instead, he saw a world of birdsong and flowers ahead. The air was filled with a fresh and clean flavor, invigorating him. It was like he had just had a good sleep. However, that was just on the surface. Right in front of him was a corpse. It was a red-robed man from the corrupt path. He was peacefully lying there as if he was asleep. He still had a satisfied and intoxicated smile. But he would never wake from this sleep. Long Chen suddenly shouted. The beautiful world around him suddenly changed as his spiritual strength erupted. A large and imposing mountain range appeared. These mountains each had a large tree on top of them. They were like beautiful pavilions. Each one of their leaves emitted a dream-like haze. The traps really come one by one. Long Chen shook his head. That disciple had charged his way through the battles with the tree demons too. See a beautiful world. As soon as he relaxed, his mind was invaded by the illusions, and he died without even realizing it. Those leaves on the trees had a strange rune on them that emitted the dream-like haze. As soon as you looked at them, you would feel sleepy. Even having unleashed his powerful spiritual strength in breaking the illusion, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. Those ancient trees gave him a sense of immense danger. He slowly advanced. Passing mountain after mountain, he chose a random path that winded around them. Only midway through did he realize that these mountains had a formation protecting them. Each mountain had a formation covering it, and the core of the formation was the tree at the top. A translucent barrier could be seen covering each of the mountains, and starlight sparkled on top of the barriers. Each sparkle was a formation rune, which was actually the exact same as the runes on the leaves. It couldn't be that all the formations are linked, right? Seeing the unending mountains with a tree on top of each, Long Chen couldn't help gasping. He felt like his guess was correct. These strange runes in the formations had made this world sink into a special rhythm. It was like the tide, pushing and pulling. There was definitely a connection between them all. He carefully advanced. After passing by a few more mountains, he suddenly noticed a strange flower growing on top of one of the mountains. That flower was very strange. It had 7 leaves that looked very similar to dandelion leaves. The 6 petals were in 3 groups of 2, each pair looking like butterfly wings fluttering. Bursts of fragrance came from it. It's the butterfly wing dragon bone Mandara. Long Chen let out a startled cry spontaneously. After shouting it, he actually came to a blank pause. I recognize this flower and know it's a treasure, but I don't know its use. What does that mean? His intuition was telling him that the butterfly wing dragon bone Mandara should be used for refining pills, but he didn't know what pill. Were his pill sovereign memories incomplete? Well, there was nothing he could do about that, and he had no time. He would first get the flower before anything else, but how was he supposed to get it? With the formation protecting it, he couldn't directly pluck it. He then roamed around the mountains before his eyes suddenly lit up. His luck had finally taken a turn for the better. He found that there was another butterfly wing dragon bone Mandara that was growing outside the formation. It wasn't behind the barrier. It was on the very edge. Long Chen carefully crept over. Taking out a jade shovel, he lightly scooped it out of the ground along with its roots. Delighted, He was about to put it away when a sharp ray of sword chi slashed toward the back of his head. Chapter 1854 Heavenly Fate Expert. The sharp attack came without the slightest warning. Only once it was about to strike him did Long Chen sense it. His attacker was definitely very powerful. With a cold snort, Long Chen didn't even look back. Lightning runes appeared, and it was like he was suddenly yanked away. He appeared further away. The sharp sword chi struck the barrier, causing the barrier's runes to quiver intensely. Countless runes surged toward the strange tree at the top. That tree suddenly rocked, its leaves emitting rays of divine light that shot toward the attacker. Not only that, but the surrounding mountains, formations also lit up. It was like a chain reaction, and rays of light shot out mercilessly from all directions. Fuck, Long Chen cursed inside. Those light rays were including Long Chen in their range. He didn't even have time to dodge. Countless light rays shot their way at him, their sharpness causing goosebumps to creep over his skin. But fortunately, they were focused on the other person. When the light rays faded, Long Chen looked around. Everything had gone back to normal. As for that person, he had vanished. There wasn't the slightest trace of his existence left. There was no corpse, not even a bloodstain. How vicious. Long Chen clicked his tongue. This formation was truly terrifying. Let alone a soul transformation expert, even a nether passage expert would probably have died. Just now, he hadn't gotten a good look at who had attacked him, but based on their abilities to sneak up on him so well, they had to be a powerful expert and might have been amongst the first wave of experts to be sent in. However, even an expert on this level was killed by this formation without being able to make a sound. Long Chen blessed his luck that he hadn't tried to snatch anything from behind the barriers. Just now, he really had been thinking about doing so. Looking at the results though, he abandoned that idea. He put away the butterfly wing dragon bone Mandara. Just one was enough with the primal chaos space. He could breed as many of them as he needed. Although he didn't know how to use them, his intuition was telling him that it was a priceless treasure. It seemed this place was a private garden that was protected by a grand formation. This place definitely has a master. But who is it? Long Chen was filled with suspicions. If all of this belonged to someone, then why wouldn't they have actual people defending the treasures? Just relying on formations wasn't very reliable. Continuing onward, he saw that some of the mountains didn't have formations protecting them. However, there were also no precious medicines growing within them. It seemed that they had already been gathered. As he went onward, he felt like he was in a maze. All the mountains were almost identical. It was all too easy to get lost. Long Chen left his own specific spiritual marks as he advanced, so at the very least, he could retreat. Radiant Fire Flower, 7-star Primordial Yang Grass, 4-claw Heavenly South Star. Fuck, I can see them but can't get at them. Long Chen's heart was dripping blood. Although he had gained a few outliers on the edges of the mountains, the majority were locked behind the barriers. All of you, just wait. Sooner or later, you'll be mine. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This was the only way for him to comfort himself. Suddenly, some light fluctuations drew his attention. He immediately began rushing over in that direction. However, within this place, he couldn't go in a straight line. He had no choice but to detour around the mountains. As he got closer, the fluctuations grew clearer. People were fighting, but their fighting fluctuations were suppressed. You should just stop. Within this place, you aren't a match for me. Obediently surrender, and I won't harm a hair on your head. A man's voice rang out. His voice was very gentle, but calculating, as if everything that had happened was within his expectations. He was advising someone, but his tone was unquestionable. This voice was foreign to Long Chen, and he couldn't help being curious who would be so brazen as to fight here. If he touched the formations, he would be annihilated. The Martial Heaven Alliance has never offended Heavenly Fate Island. Are you not afraid of the Martial Heaven Alliance's army crashing down on your Heavenly Fate Island? Demanded a woman, her voice full of righteous indignation. Long Chen was startled. This voice belonged to Yi Lingshan. Hiding his aura, Long Chen slowly got closer. Passing a mountain, he finally saw a somewhat spacious mountain valley. But it was only 10 miles wide. This mountain valley was the only space in the surroundings that wasn't protected by a formation. Within it was a woman with a sword fighting a man. The man had cyan robes and wore his hair in a Taoist topknot. He was wielding a strange weapon. It looked like a sword but had no blade or tip. It was a ruler covered in various runes as well as meticulous marks of tiny scales. Neither of them had activated their manifestations, Nor did they dare to go all out here. All their power was focused within their weapons. What surprised Long Chen was that the man's strange ruler seemed to be able to predict the future. Each time, his moves would block Yi Lingshan's attacks before she could fully unleash them. Each time she tried to attack, he would easily resolve it. As for when he attacked, his attack would always catch her off guard. Yi Lingshan was clearly at a disadvantage. His strange ruler was blocking Yi Lingshan's attacks perfectly. It was like he was playing around. The Martial Heaven Alliance. Do you think it's the old unstoppable alliance? When Ku Jianying went into seclusion, the Martial Heaven Alliance's interior was infiltrated by outsiders. On the surface, it looks like 20% of the righteous path has left the Martial Heaven Alliance, but there's over 30% of people who have adopted a wait-and-see approach. For a single Long Chen, Ku Jianying has become enemies with the rest of the world. Her stubbornness has brought a calamity to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves fighting for the Martial Heaven Alliance just because Ku Jianying insists on protecting Long Chen? I guarantee that as long as she doesn't expel Long Chen, more and more people will leave the Martial Heaven Alliance, until it finally completely fractures. As long as the proportion of people who want to leave surpasses a third, the equilibrium of the Martial Heaven Alliance will be shattered. We're already not far from that number. The Martial Heaven Alliance's destruction is an unstoppable trend. My Heavenly Fate Island has already read that this is the will of the heavens. The destiny of the Martial Heaven Alliance has come to an end, so I'd advise you to surrender while you can, or death will be the only thing left for you. The man's words weren't wrong. The righteous path's hearts had never been united. They constantly schemed and fought amongst themselves. The Martial Heaven Alliance was not a sect, but a force of all the righteous path's sects to resist the corrupt path. When the Martial Heaven Alliance had first been formed, it had been because the righteous path's experts and sects had been like sand. Each individual could be easily picked off and suppressed by the other large powers, let alone the corrupt path's sneak attacks. In the face of a mortal crisis, the righteous path had united into an alliance. This alliance had been on an unprecedented scale. All the righteous path's disciples had been united, and the Martial Heaven Alliance had instantly leapt to become the largest alliance on the Martial Heaven continent. Its position was something that no one could rattle. Now, however, people seemed to have forgotten why the Martial Heaven Alliance had been established, as well as the dark times the righteous path had experienced back then. They had also forgotten the history of how the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts had almost caused the righteous path to be destroyed. It was a typical case of forgetting about the injury once the scab healed. Many clever people fell victim to their own smarts. They thought that the change of the era would cause the state of the world to completely transform, and they wanted to get as much out of this new era as possible. They wanted to rise in the world. However, they had overlooked the fact that those who weren't on their side could be harboring ulterior motives. Their allies might be peaceful now, but that was a facade. In the future, when they finally bared their fangs, it would be too late. Yi Lingshan originally hadn't known about all of this because Ku Jianying hadn't told her. However, she had asked Long Chen about it, and Long Chen had already told her about how he had seen through the false faces of the righteous path a long time ago. As a result, she didn't place her hopes on them. Now hearing this person's words, Yi Lingshan clenched her teeth angrily. Heavenly Fate Island is definitely behind this. You're the ones sowing dissension, you bastards. Ha ha ha, sowing dissension is the specialty of Pill Valley. As for Heavenly Fate Island, we just follow the will of the heavens. I'll tell you the truth. Having entered the Yin-Yang world, Long Chen will never be able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. There will no longer be a Long Chen in the Martial Heaven continent. As for you, if you surrender, you'll have a high position. You can join us. As long as you condemn Ku Jianying for some evil deeds and help us topple the Martial Heaven Alliance, we will give you the alliance to lead. There will be no need for Ku Jianying to die first. You can become the alliance head right now. How's that? Asked the man from Heavenly Fate Island. As if, I, Yi Lingshan, will not betray my master even if I have to die. Raged Yi Lingshan. These people were really sinister. They actually wanted Yi Lingshan, Ku Jianying's most important disciple, to betray her. If she went through with that, it would be the final nail in the coffin for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their morale would plummet, and they would really fracture. Alright, then I'll have to settle for the next best thing. Once I kill you and give your head to Ku Jianying, I'll see if her temper really is as explosive as the stories say. Maybe she'll directly start a war, haha, laughed the man. However, his laughter was interrupted by an icy voice. How about I cut your head off instead and gift it to the master of Heavenly Fate Island? Chapter 1855. The Ancestor of Conning. That Heavenly Fate Island disciple thought that victory was in his grasp, that everything was in his control, but when he heard that voice, his expression completely changed. He slowly turned around. His voice shuddered. Behind him was the person he had wanted to avoid the most. Long Chen was slowly walking over to him with a cold smile. Yi Lingshan was ecstatic to see Long Chen, but she shouted, "Be careful. This person is a master of calculations. Every move is within his expectations." This warning came from her own experience. This disciple had wielded his ruler while forming seals with his other hand, clearly constantly performing calculations. He was able to calculate, attack, and speak all at once. That had fully shocked Yi Lingshan. She felt profoundly helpless against him. It was like they were playing chess, but each of her moves landed her further in his trap. There was no way for her to beat him. Furthermore, in this location, there was no way for her to go all out. She could only use technique to win, but she was being read like a book. She had never felt so powerless. That feeling of having power but not being able to use it was hateful. Heavenly Fate Island's experts could not be judged according to just power. Their fighting style was absolutely bizarre, and it made others feel like they had no hope of victory. A master of calculations, Long Chen still had a faint smile. If he really was a master of calculations, he wouldn't have entered the yin-yang world. You've been fooled. At most, he is a dabbler. Long Chen refused to believe this person could fight while calculating the opponent's next move. Even if there was someone capable of such a feat, it was definitely not someone like the person before him. In battle, 1,000 changes could occur in a second. By the time he calculated the result of one move, he'd already be dead. So Long Chen refused to believe this person could be powerful to that extent. "It's true," exclaimed Yi Lingshan. "It's all right. I'll expose his scam." Long Chen suddenly stepped forward, a sword appearing in his hand. After that, a cold light calmly slashed toward the Heavenly Fate Island disciple. "HMPH, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Let me experience your moves to see if you are really as amazing as the legends say." The disciple's ruler slashed out at a diagonal angle. It just so happened to be Yi Lingshan's weakest spot, and she instinctively dodged. Missing Yi Lingshan, his ruler spun to strike Long Chen's saber. It looked coincidental, but it was an absolutely perfect move. This kind of technique was definitely not normal. He managed to force back Yi Lingshan and block Long Chen's sword just like that, as if everything was within his calculations. The marks on his ruler lit up, and a portion of Long Chen's power was stripped away as if it had landed on cotton, making Long Chen feel like he couldn't unleash his power. "Oh, this is a bit interesting. Lingshan, get back. I'll exchange a few more blows with him." Long Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed he had underestimated this person. This one move of his was inconceivably perfect. It was not something that could be explained with common sense. Long Chen repeatedly attacked, using a different move each time, but that disciple blocked him every time. Sometimes, he would also take advantage of an opening to attack with his ruler, aiming for Long Chen's vitals. Although this Heavenly Fate Island disciple had not unleashed his Heavenly Tao manifestation, his aura was very powerful, and his attacks were sharp. Although he couldn't compare to the likes of Xie Luo and true immortal Zhaoqi, he was definitely the strongest existence below that level. Someone on his level was definitely worth being sent in by a nether passage expert in advance. "All your techniques are within my control. All your secrets are in plain sight to me. In front of me, you have no chance of victory. This is all you have," sneered the Heavenly Fate Island disciple. Yi Lingshan grew more and more nervous. She clenched her sword. Even Long Chen's techniques were well within this disciple's calculations. She prepared herself to interfere when Long Chen was in danger. Although that would damage his reputation, now wasn't the time to care about that. This disciple from Heavenly Fate Island was too strange. "When it comes to conning people, I was born on a completely different level from you. I've used 19 different techniques now, and you've blocked me 19 times and counterattacked 3 times. Your moves are quite varied, but your legs are like blocks of wood, and your waist is as clumsy as a pig. That's not how someone fights with power. Your so-called calculations are nothing more than you recording your opponent's moves and transmitting them to your divine item, this strange ruler. Your ruler automatically blocks and attacks for you. Does that have the slightest thing to do with your calculations? Who do you think you're trying to trick?" sneered Long Chen. "Nonsense. The disciple cursed angrily at Long Chen's words. Hearing this, Yi Lingshan was shocked. It was like a flash of lightning had appeared in her mind. She seemed to grasp something. Before this, she hadn't noticed, but now she found that this disciple's movements truly seemed to lack some synergy between his arms and legs. A normal person wouldn't see anything odd, but Yi Lingshan had experienced more than her fair share of battles. She was able to tell that this disciple wasn't using power from his legs or waist. That truly didn't make sense. No matter what technique someone used, they had to store up power to unleash it. Power always came from the feet, or the attack would be as light as a feather. This disciple wasn't fighting with his whole body, but he was still able to unleash quite a bit of power. That was strange. Was it all his divine item? Yi Lingshan didn't quite believe it. This isn't nonsense. Based on my years of conning and experience protecting myself from scams, I can see the special runes on your ruler. It has most likely recorded all the techniques and counters of the continent. As long as you show it what move your opponent is doing, the ruler will automatically come up with the most effective method to block it. This ruler is like an abacus, calculating the opponent's techniques. Heavenly Fate Island really comes up with some interesting things. You actually have something like this to scam others. However, this thing has a fatal weakness, said Long Chen. Bastard, don't talk rubbish. You are courting death, raged the disciple. His ruler began to shine as its runes lit up. Its power soared. What, are you afraid of me exposing Heavenly Fate Island's scam? You might be able to con others, but you can't con me because I'm the ancestor of conning people. Since you refuse to accept the truth, I'll show you your ruler's greatest weak spot. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Then, just as suddenly, he spat at the disciple's face. This disciple had never imagined that Long Chen would do something like that. His ruler quivered and then actually became still. That disciple instinctively turned his head to dodge Long Chen's spit, but this action moved his face right into the path of a large hand. Long Chen's left hand slapped him across the face. His skin split open, and blood flew. Right after the slap, Long Chen kicked him in the crotch, and a strange sound rang out. It was almost like the sound of an egg being crushed. A heart-rending cry came from the disciple. He collapsed to the ground. His divine item was about to flee when Long Chen grabbed it. He then tossed it into the primal chaos space. The ruler actually fought within the primal chaos space. It exploded. It wasn't that it self-detonated, but that the primal chaos bead had annihilated it. No one could go against the primal chaos bead's will within the primal chaos space. If it didn't submit, then the primal chaos bead would automatically destroy it. Even Long Chen couldn't stop it. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't scolding the disciple but the divine item. For it to go against the primal chaos bead, it had been courting death. Yi Lingshan covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. Even with her combat experience, she was stunned by this. This powerful and bizarre Heavenly Fate Island disciple had been handled just like this. A spit and a slap was all it took. Looking at the disciple groaning on the ground, she noticed that his legs had grown longer. Well, more accurately, the place where his legs split had gone up now. Long Chen's kick had truly been vicious. The pain from that place was something that even Heavenly Tao energy couldn't suppress. He was rolling on the ground, crying in pain. Long Chen's foot stamped on his chest. The sounds of a dying pig came to a sudden stop. The world became silent. All right, stop singing. I'm sure singing for so long takes it out of you as well. Let's get to business. Long Chen squatted down, looking at this disciple of Heavenly Fate Island. Chapter 1856 Ants Climbing a Tree. To the side, Yi Lingshan felt like she was dreaming. Even seeing that Heavenly Fate Island disciple lying there, she still couldn't quite believe it. Long Chen kicked the disciple, saying, "You said that sowing dissension is Pill Valley's specialty. So are you saying that the main culprit behind targeting the Martial Heaven Alliance is Pill Valley, while you are just accomplices?" I didn't say anything. That disciple's face had distorted from the pain. It was definitely the only spot no man could endure being struck. Not only that, but Long Chen had sealed his meridians so he couldn't block the pain with his spiritual yuan, let alone fight back. "Oh, not bad. You have some guts. Hee. To tell you the truth, I really like people with guts," praised Long Chen. "It just so happens that I'm looking for someone with bigger guts than me. I get particularly excited seeing a tough guy like you. Thank you for giving me such a chance. I hope I'll get to personally witness a courageous hero be born." What are you thinking of doing? Don't get any crazy thoughts. Luo Tianji, am one of Heavenly Fate Island's 4 Fate Princes. If you touch a single hair on my head That Luo Tianji hadn't even finished speaking when Long Chen reached out and yanked a bunch of his hair out. Even part of his scalp was torn off. Yi Lingshan jumped. Long Chen's actions were too sudden. Just now, he had been smiling so brightly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you saying? If I touch a single hair on your head, what will happen? It couldn't be that you'll kill me for that, right? Gosh, wouldn't I have just provoked a calamity then? Asked Long Chen, feigning surprise. Yi Lingshan was speechless. How could a peerless expert like Long Chen look like a bandit now? However, Luo Tianji's previous actions had made it so that she felt no pity for him. Long Chen was helping her relieve her hate. As expected, evil people were best handled by evil people. Luo Tianji finally revealed some expression of fear. He recalled how Long Chen was said to never submit to threats. It was due to that character that he had enemies on all sides. For Luo Tianji to have threatened Long Chen now, he could only blame himself. He finally felt fear because he had heard that Long Chen was vicious and ruthless. There was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. What are the 4 Fate Princes? I've never heard of them, demanded Long Chen. Did this fool think that he could threaten him in his current position? Before Luo Tianji could answer, Yi Lingshan explained, the 4 Fate Princes are the top disciples of Heavenly Fate Island. The Island Master will eventually pick one of them to be his heir. In other words, one of the 4 of them will eventually become the new Island Master. I heard that all of them have abandoned their true names, instead taking on the name of Tianji, and using their master's surname as their surname. Since he's called Luo Tianji, his master should also be surnamed Luo. To raise a disciple on the level of the Fate Princes, his master should be on the level of the Grand Elders, with a cultivation base in the Nether Passage realm. My master isn't just a Nether Passage expert, he's the Vice Island Master. He controls the majority of Heavenly Fate Island's matters, shouted Luo Tianji. He was now using his own life as a bargaining chip. He had to show that he had enough value and enough of a background to make Long Chen have some misgivings about killing him. Perhaps that was his only chance to survive. This time, he was smarter and didn't add the part about not touching a single hair on his head. Long Chen wouldn't touch a single hair but would rip it out by the handful. Oh, how amazing. I've been rude. Since you're such a big figure, things are easier. Originally, I was worried that you wouldn't know much information, but now I'm at ease. Here's the first question. Are the people targeting the Martial Heaven Alliance backed by the full power of Pill Valley? Asked Long Chen. I don't. Just as Luo Tianji tried to say that he didn't know, Long Chen slapped him across the face. His skin instantly split open, and half his teeth fell to the ground. Long Chen's ability at slapping out teeth was very sharp. Long Chen, you know my status. If you kill me, you know the consequences. Roared Luo Tianji. Kill you? No, I won't kill you. Long Chen shook his head. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared in Luo Tianji's eyes, but he suppressed it. Long Chen acted like he hadn't seen anything and continued, I just want to see if the possible future Island Master is a true courageous hero. After saying that, Long Chen took out a bucket. Lingshan, you're in for a treat. I'll show you the 18 Iron Man tortures I learned from the jailers of the Phoenix Cry Empire. What are the 18 Iron Man tortures? Asked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen smiled brightly. In the Phoenix Cry Empire's prisons, there are 360 forms of torture for the convicts. The tortures are split into different ranks, low, medium, high, and Iron Man. It is said that the Iron Man tortures are so great that even a man made of iron would open his mouth during them. I've heard that no one can endure all 18 tortures, but I refuse to believe it. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, everyone is immortal and isn't skilled in cultivation. They will barely survive a single one. But cultivators have great life force and won't die so easily. That's why I also want to see if a person can survive all 18 tortures. If such a person exists, they are truly worthy of being called a hero, and I will respect them. Then up until now, has anyone survived them? Yi Lingshan caught on and began to cooperate. It's very regretful, but no one has lasted through more than 10, sighed Long Chen. However, he quickly looked at Luo Tianji, causing a bad premonition to rise in the latter's heart. However, perhaps I might succeed today. Oh, Grand Fate Prince, I hope you won't disappoint me. Long Chen began to encourage Luo Tianji as he arranged a stove on the ground. He placed the iron bucket on top of it and opened a hole. Let's start the first Iron Man torture. Ants climbing a tree, said Long Chen. Ants climbing a tree, that sounds quite interesting, said Yi Lingshan. Of course, in the Phoenix Cry Empire, the jailers would catch a few hundred fire ants and toss them in a bucket. The convicts would be bound to the barrel, their butt facing the opening. They would then seal the other side and raise the heat. The fire ants would go crazy from the heat and want to escape. There was only one exit, but it was covered by that person's butt. As a result, those little fellows would think of some way to get out. Lingshan, let me tell you, I've heard that some of the amazing fire ants are able to crawl out through people's mouths. I don't know if it's true or not, but hopefully we'll be able to see today. Just wait here, I saw a group of fire ants when I first entered. They looked very strong and are probably a special variation. They were as thick as a finger. I'll catch them now. Grand Fate Prince, hopefully you'll give me a good display. Long Chen began to leave. Yi Lingshan had originally felt the name to be quite interesting, but from his detailed explanation, she shivered. At first, she had thought that cutting Luo Tianji into pieces would be the only way to resolve her hatred, but now she was starting to sympathize with him. Having fallen into Long Chen's hands, he was doomed. Based on Long Chen's character, his goal wasn't to play with him, but to play him to death. You city people really know how to play, sighed Yi Lingshan. She had been born in a poor area. Killing people for their wealth was common. However, today Long Chen was opening her eyes to the world. Wait a moment, shouted Luo Tianji with terror. Wait for what? I won't permit you to go back on our deal. I rarely admire experts, and if you back out, my admiration might turn into rage, said Long Chen. Luo Tianji didn't know what to say. What? Don't worry, those fire ants are very close. I won't make you wait too long. No. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Daddy Long Chen. Grandpa Long Chen. Great ancestor Long Chen, I submit. Please, let me go. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, pleaded Luo Tianji. He was broken, he didn't want to die, but Long Chen's techniques were worse than death. Thinking of those fire ants entering his body, let alone experiencing it, just thinking about it was unbearable. He regretted entering the yin-yang world. How had he been so unlucky to encounter a Yama king in such a large place? Long Chen, ask, said Yi Lingshan upon seeing him hesitate. Compared to asking questions, I'd rather see that display. I'm at a loss, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was speechless. Long Chen truly was a demon king. Even she didn't know if he was trying to scare Luo Tianji or if he really wanted to torture him. It's fine, we should have a chance afterwards. So I'll ask first, and if you lie, we can continue playing ants climbing a tree, said Long Chen. Chapter 1857. The source. I wouldn't dare to lie, cried Luo Tianji. Long Chen suddenly slapped him in the face. Are you even a man? If you don't even dare to lie, what good are you? If you don't lie, how am I supposed to do the ants climbing a tree? Luo Tianji was still dazed from Long Chen's slap. Now he didn't even know how to reply. To the side, Yi Lingshan almost laughed. Long Chen was truly evil. Not even the truth was acceptable. Alright, tell me, is Pill Valley the one trying to fracture the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen slapped him once more, scolding, we knew it was Pill Valley a long time ago. Get to the details. The current Luo Tianji didn't view his life as a bargaining chip anymore. His life was fully in Long Chen's grasp. Death wasn't frightening, what was frightening was a life worse than death. More importantly, he had always been afraid of death. I'll speak. Pill Valley has great ambitions. These years, they've been competing against the Wyan sect, and they want to topple it. They secretly expressed their wishes to the Martial Heaven Alliance years ago, hoping for them to stop buying the Wyan sect's pills. As Luo Tianji explained, Long Chen and Yi Lingshan learned that a portion of the Martial Heaven Alliance's enmity with Pill Valley stemmed from the Wyan sect. The Martial Heaven Alliance had refused Pill Valley when they had made that offer, saying that the Martial Heaven Alliance was nothing more than a united front for the righteous path. They could not restrict the freedom of the righteous path sects. Anything that was not beneficial to the righteous path's development could be thrown away. So they refused Pill Valley's request to monopolize the medicinal pill market. In truth, the Martial Heaven Alliance's decision was definitely correct. Only through freedom of competition could there be an improvement. With a monopoly, the righteous path would be controlled. Although Pill Valley claimed to be neutral, outside the world's fighting, who could say anything for sure? Who could guarantee that each generation of Valley Masters would not have any wild ambitions? If Pill Valley monopolized the medicinal pill market, the Righteous Path's life would be in Pill Valley's hands. They would be led by the nose. The Huayan sect's pill market was very beneficial to the Righteous Path. The first benefit was that the price of the medicinal pills would be more stable. Pill Valley couldn't raise the prices to outrageous levels because they had competitors. The aftermath also proved that the Martial Heaven Alliance's decision was correct. As the world's #1 alliance, Pill Valley hadn't dared to offend them. The Martial Heaven Alliance ignored where the medicinal pills came from. They accepted them from Pill Valley and the Huayan sect, deciding which pills to buy based on the price and quality. When the Huayan sect first stepped foot into the medicinal pill market, it had been supported by the Martial Heaven Alliance in secret. Their alchemy department rapidly developed to the point that they actually occupied a tenth of the pill market. A tenth might not look like much, but medicinal pills were not the Huayan sect's main business. For them to have such accomplishments was amazing. They had forcibly ripped out a piece of Pill Valley's meat. Pill Valley had naturally launched a counterblow at that time. They had tried to step foot into the Huayan sect's territory and start some auction houses. However, Pill Valley's people were all arrogant and disdainful of others. Everything they said was hurtful, so it wasn't long before this new department of theirs went bankrupt. They had no choice but to leave that market. They had even turned into laughingstocks during that time. It was starting then that Pill Valley's reputation began to gradually fall. Hearing this, Yi Lingxian and Long Chen immediately knew that Pill Valley wanted to use medicinal pills to control the entire world. To control the world, the Martial Heaven Alliance needed to be controlled. However, the leaders of the Martial Heaven Alliance had seen through their goals. Not only had they refused their request, but they had even secretly supported the Huayan sect. This way, the Huayan sect and Pill Valley had become competitors, and the monopoly was broken. Without a monopoly, they were much less dangerous. However, it seemed that the Martial Heaven Alliance had underestimated Pill Valley's ambitions. Unable to control the Martial Heaven Alliance, they instead allied themselves with the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Zon Beasts, and even the Ancient Family Alliance and some of the righteous sects. Through external pressure, they forced the interior to break. Clearly, Pill Valley had been scheming for a long time. The current Martial Heaven Alliance had fallen into Pill Valley's scheme and was now in a very dangerous and chaotic state. Heavenly Fate Island had only been drawn over to the lure of profit, becoming Pill Valley's helpers. However, when Yi Lingxian realized all this, her expression changed. Heavenly Fate Island's power to peer into the heavens allowed them to make very accurate predictions of the past and future. If they had allied themselves with Pill Valley, didn't that mean they had foreseen Pill Valley's victory? Had the destiny of the Martial Heaven Alliance really come to an end? Don't fall for their self-claimed fate-reading abilities. The future can't be read. They only know a few superficial tricks used for conning others. For example, isn't this fellow one of the 4 fate princes or something? He should be very skilled amongst their disciples, but if he could read the future, how could he fall into my hands? Mocked Long Chen. Yi Lingxian's eyes brightened. That was true. If their calculations were always accurate, how could it be that this person had been unable to see the imminent danger that had been about to befall him? Little bird, tell me, how many people came from Heavenly Fate Island this time? Asked Long Chen. 19. All 4 of the Fate Princes have come. The rest are all elites amongst elites. We were sent in with the first wave, said Luo Tianji. He explained it at all very clearly because he knew being half-hearted would only earn him a slap. So many people entered in one go. So they're targeting me. Long Chen's lips curled. Explain in detail, ordered Long Chen after another slap. Luo Tianji lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred and rage. He was one of the 4 Fate Princes and had never been treated this way. However, his life was in Long Chen's hands, so he obediently said, yes, they mostly came to target you and the Dragonblood Legion, as well as her. He nodded toward Yi Lingxian. Our mission this time is to gather all the experts and annihilate you within the Yin-Yang world. Once you're dead, the Righteous Path's morale will receive a fatal blow. That's also our mission. Yi Lingxian's expression changed. Long Chen, you should hurry and send a message to your Dragonblood Legion. No need, I just saw them. Right now, these fellows have no intention of attacking. My guess is that they are still taking advantage of this time when everyone has only just entered the Yin-Yang world to gather some treasures. As for the Dragonblood Legion, that's a matter for later. Furthermore, Even if they wanted to gather everyone to attack us, everyone is currently searching for their own treasures, so no one would listen to them. Yi Lingshan nodded with a bitter expression. It seems I'm still a fool compared to you. Yi Lingshan was also a genius who had soared from a low background. She had experienced many obstacles, many pitfalls. Normally, she would view herself as smart enough, but now she found that her head wasn't as good as she thought. Long Chen had seen through this point without even thinking about it. She couldn't even retort against his guess. In the end, brains won't let you change fate. It relies on power. Long Chen shook his head. More and more, he was admiring the old man. The heaven-splitting battle sect's cultivation style was definitely correct. As a result, Long Chen understood the phrase man proposes, God disposes even better now. Little bird, tell me, do you know how to lie? Asked Long Chen. No, definitely not. Luo Tianji hastily shook his head. Then do you need me to teach you? To the side, Yi Lingshan was speechless. This fellow Long Chen really wanted to play Luo Tianji to death. Luo Tianji lowered his head, not responding. His hand shuddered slightly. He was clearly infuriated but forcibly suppressed himself. To tell you the truth, cooperating so well leaves me no reason to use the 18 Ironman tortures on you. So I'll just ask you another question. Who is this old ghost? Long Chen waved his hand. His spiritual strength condensed into the image of an elder. That elder's expression was icy, his eyes filled with rage. His gaze looked like a sword that could pierce a person's mind. Master. Luo Tianji couldn't help being surprised. This person was his master, but he was also the elder that had attacked Long Chen when Long Chen had returned to the eastern wasteland for his parents. At that time, he had arrived one step before Heavenly Fate Island's expert. After capturing that expert, this mysterious elder had launched a spiritual attack from across space. That attack was something he had been powerless to resist, but the Divine Gate Star had automatically launched a counterattack, forcing his opponent back. What Long Chen didn't know was that the Divine Gate Star's counterattack hadn't just forced back his opponent, it had destroyed that person's heavenly eye that he had only condensed after spending years of effort. That elder was Luo Tianji's master, and the expert that Long Chen had slain in the eastern wasteland was another one of his disciples. He had never mentioned the destruction of his heavenly eye to anyone, nor had he ever told anyone about his defeat to Long Chen. It was too embarrassing. That was why even Luo Tianji didn't know about Long Chen's enmity with his master, nor did he know that a portion of Heavenly Fate Island's decision to join Pill Valley came from this elder's enmity with Long Chen. So he's your master. Haha, this must be fate. But I just want to ask you one more question. Is your hand trembling because you're angry? Because you're afraid, or is it because you're preparing some kind of sinister move to kill me? Long Chen looked at Luo Tianji with a faint smile. Luo Tianji's expression suddenly changed. His gaze was sinister as he slammed his hands together into a hand seal. Two strange runes erupted from between his hands. Light exploded from Luo Tianji's head. A ray of light shot through the runes from his two hands, and those runes transformed into divine power. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to dodge. Even Yi Lingshan was encompassed by that divine light. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended. Chapter 1858 Attack of the Divine Gate. Luo Tianji's expression was sinister. He had a bad feeling that Long Chen had seen through his intentions. However, at this point, he had no choice but to release this final move of his. He had to bet everything. The divine light shot out of his glabella. Passing through his hands, the runes on his hands were activated, and divine light enveloped Long Chen. Yi Lingshan's expression completely changed. This was the pressure of a Yuan spirit, and it was so powerful that she couldn't move. This kind of power was not something a soul transformation disciple should possess. It's the pressure of a nether passage expert's Yuan spirit, exclaimed Yi Lingshan. The instant that Long Chen was enveloped in that divine light, the light in front of him condensed into the form of an elder. That elder was precisely the one that Long Chen had shown before. It was Luo Tianji's master. Without a word, the elder's palm slammed forward, filled with the power of his Yuan spirit. Old fellow, I've been waiting for you a long time. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Suddenly, his own Yuan spirit appeared and formed a hand seal. This hand seal had a triangular hole in the middle. Within that small hole twinkled a single star. It's you. Only then did the elder see Long Chen's face. His expression suddenly changed. He pulled back his palm and slammed his hands together. Just at that moment, the divine gate within Long Chen's mind opened. The light of the divine gate star was unleashed, and a sharp sword made of yuan spirit energy shot out. Long Chen actually activated the divine gate star to attack. The elder's image was pierced by Long Chen's yuan spirit sword and vanished into nothingness. It happened so suddenly that it was over before Yi Lingshan could react. That elder had just appeared before vanishing. The old ghost fled quite quickly. An unhealthy rosiness appeared on Long Chen's face for a while before he suppressed it. That was the price of unleashing this attack. This attack was something he had come up with after almost being killed by this elder the first time. At that time, the divine gate star had activated automatically. Later, by constantly communicating and testing the divine gate star, Long Chen had figured out how to unleash this attack to prevent such a scenario from occurring again. This was also why Long Chen hadn't directly slain Luo Tianji. Instead, he had acted like he hadn't seen his actions to draw over one of Heavenly Fate Island's experts. Last time, even the disciple's soul had possessed a restriction that summoned the elder. Luo Tianji was one of the 4 Fate Princes, so he definitely possessed a similar defense. Regretfully, Long Chen's attack was one step too slow for this crafty elder. As soon as he sensed the danger, he fled. Long Chen's attack struck nothing more than an empty image. With his current power, Long Chen still couldn't properly utilize the divine gate star's full power. So, using it came with a certain price. His spiritual space was shaking, and it brought with it a soul-tearing pain. This attack that he had been preparing for a long time had actually been avoided. Long Chen couldn't help being irritated. How dangerous! Within a certain cave of the martial heaven continent, the elder's expression was pale. This elder was one of Heavenly Fate Island's grand elders, as well as the Vice Island Master, Luo Tianji's master. A strand of his yuan spirit had been within Luo Tianji's mind sea to prevent the worst-case scenario. It would allow the elder to kill Luo Tianji's enemies if he needed it. This strand of his yuan spirit was something he would have been able to pull back if it was within the martial heaven continent, but this time, it had happened in the yin-yang world. As a result, his yuan spirit was now permanently damaged. That was very detrimental to his future cultivation. Naturally, he wouldn't leave any of his yuan spirit on ordinary disciples. It was for disciples that he cared about deeply or who had special missions. Previously, when he had sent a disciple to the eastern wastelands, that disciple had just been a core disciple and had not reached the qualifications to be protected by his yuan spirit. However, since his mission had been to capture Long Chen's parents, the elder sent along a wisp of his yuan spirit to protect that disciple and keep track of him. When Long Chen had tried to invade that disciple's soul, it had activated that wisp of his yuan spirit, and as a result, the elder had almost been killed. The divine gate star had followed Long Chen's yuan spirit to destroy his heavenly eye. This time, it had been even more dangerous. Long Chen had actually learned how to control the divine gate star and make it attack on his own initiative. This idiot, I told him not to face Long Chen. If he did encounter him, he was supposed to direct people over to him in secret. My words actually went in one ear and out the other. Raged the elder. Long Chen was not within the domain of things that they could calculate. Only by calculating things about the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Dragonblood Legion, the Xuantian Dao sect, and some other people near Long Chen could they get a general prediction of Long Chen's next action. So Long Chen was extremely dangerous to the people of Heavenly Fate Island, and the disciples who had been sent into the yin-yang world had been warned not to approach him. They should run as far as possible from him. In truth, this matter was also this elder's fault. Luo Tianji and the others thought that their skill in reading the future meant that they would be able to tell when danger was about to befall them. They also had the attack of a Nether Passage expert's yuan spirit to rely on. If he had told Luo Tianji that his yuan spirit attack was useless against Long Chen, Luo Tianji would definitely have run immediately instead of arrogantly testing Long Chen's power. No good, I have to alert the others. They have to stay away from Long Chen, or those idiots will just send themselves to their deaths one by one. The elder's expression was gloomy as he walked out of the cave. Luo Tianji was dumbfounded. The incomparably powerful and godlike master of his had actually fled as soon as he had seen Long Chen. Luo Tianji's entire body felt cold. He despaired. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words his master had told him, "Don't get close to Long Chen." Regretfully, he understood too late. "Long Chen, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die." Luo Tianji knelt on the ground, begging. In front of death, his heart crumbled. Yi Lingshan looked at him contemptuously. She hated people like this the most. They looked at others like they were ants that could be crushed as they pleased, taking lives without batting an eye. But when it was their turn, they began to act pitiful. They never thought about the people that had begged them to live as well. Give me a reason, said Long Chen indifferently. Luo Tianji suddenly clenched his teeth. I can tell you a major secret of Pill Valley. In truth, behind Pill Valley is. Luo Tianji's whole body suddenly stiffened. Long Chen's expression changed, and he hastily reached out, placing a hand over Luo Tianji's forehead. His powerful spiritual strength surged into Luo Tianji's mind. See, what is behind Pill Valley? Demanded Long Chen. Regretfully, Luo Tianji could no longer answer. When Long Chen's spiritual strength invaded Luo Tianji's mind, he saw the latter's yuan spirit rapidly withering away. His spiritual strength was unable to stop it. Long Chen let go, and Luo Tianji's body fell to the ground. His eyes were staring blankly ahead. It was a spiritual restriction. He probably didn't even know about it. As he talked about something protected by that restriction, it devoured his yuan spirit, killing him, sighed Long Chen. Even the 4 fate princes would be killed to keep this secret quiet. What kind of secret could that be? Yi Lingshan was stunned. Long Chen shook his head. Things were probably more complicated than he had thought. Before dying, he said that there's something behind Pill Valley. Is he saying that there's another backer behind Pill Valley, or that Pill Valley has more moves left? Yi Lingshan's expression was grave. This giant scheme was shockingly huge. Don't waste your time worrying about things you can't change. I also won't change myself to follow other people's plans. Life is like a game of chess. There are countless experts and wily old foxes that have lived for countless years. Who could possibly beat them? Said Long Chen indifferently, as if he didn't care about this giant scheme. Then what should we do? Asked Yi Lingshan. Raise our own power. When others find you to beat you in chess, smash their chessboard and then smash their heads. That's all. Long Chen smiled. I'm being serious, said Yi Lingshan. So am I. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't, then you won't get it no matter what I say. So rather than wasting the effort, let's focus on searching for treasures. Long Chen flipped through Luo Tianji's body but didn't find anything rare. He saw a jade plate carved with monstrous images that he didn't understand. He guessed it had something to do with calculating the future. The rest of what he had was just a few spirit crystals and some weapons, but most unexpectedly, Luo Tianji's spatial ring was of a high enough grade to store divine items. He had over 30 divine items inside. Although the majority were quasi-divine items, that was definitely not bad. After emptying Luo Tianji's pockets, Long Chen and Yi Lingshan moved on, searching through the rest of the area. Chapter 1859 The Mysterious Gate. Long Chen, even now, I don't understand how you defeated Luo Tianji, said Yi Lingshan as she looked at Long Chen carefully picking a precious medicine at the edge of a barrier. She was truly puzzled. Long Chen had defeated Luo Tianji far too easily. It was unbelievably easy. It had to be known that she had been driven almost insane by Luo Tianji's ability to predict her moves. That feeling made her want to cough up blood. She felt powerless. Long Chen plucked a small hairy grass. However, its hair was actually tiny thorns. He continued searching as he said, originally, I thought that you had experienced about as much as me and wouldn't be so easily conned. It seems I've overestimated you. Stop spouting nonsense and tell me, said Yi Lingshan. A magic trick depends on the cover. Have you not seen any magicians performing tricks on the street? Asked Long Chen. Of course I have, but what does that have to do with Luo Tianji? Demanded Yi Lingshan. I already said, 90% of Heavenly Fate Island's abilities are used for conning people. When he fought with you, he relied on mental warfare, making you befuddled and unable to fight effectively. In truth, all of his abilities were worthless. That ruler of his had memorized the techniques, fighting style, attack angles, and counterattacks used on the continent. The one fighting you was actually the ruler, and the reason he could make you feel powerless is because of this special location that does not permit you to unleash your full power. If you could, he wouldn't have necessarily been a match for you. His trick relies entirely on his divine item. Do you understand? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen looked at her. I say, you look smart, but you still don't understand. Fine, I'll call you smart. Now stop keeping me in suspense, said Yi Lingshan, rolling her eyes. Long Chen had tiptoed around the answer this whole time, refusing to answer directly, making her teeth itch. Heavenly Fate Island gathered the techniques of all the sects and schools of the martial heaven continent and came up with the most efficient way to counter them. This kind of method is useless for most people because a person can't react that quickly. However, the divine items of Heavenly Fate Island are able to precisely calculate what technique to use. When they see the beginnings of your move, they can see through your technique, and the divine item will come up with the most effective way to counter it instantly. The reason I could break it so easily was because I have 2 peerless divine abilities that I've perfected, unique to me. His divine item was unable to calculate how to counter my divine abilities. As for Luo Tianji himself, having relied on his ruler for so long, his own reactions are slower than normal people. After spitting at him, he instinctively dodged and then I slapped him, adding a kick to break his 3rd leg. Then, he collapsed. Life is just that simple. Long Chen shrugged. Just that simple. Just that simple. Yi Lingshan was surprised, but she also found it funny. Based on what he said, that Luo Tianji was nothing. Her fear for Heavenly Fate Island vanished. Long Chen, you're really smart, praised Yi Lingshan. I said you're really smart. Yi Lingshan instantly understood he was playing her based on his smile, and she angrily said, if you want to hear fawning, I'm sure there'll be an endless line of people who will sing your praise. So why bother? That's different. The praise and worship of a beauty, well, that feeling of accomplishment is completely different, chortled Long Chen. No wonder Master told me to be careful of you, saying that your strongest point wasn't your combat power but your pick-up arts. I don't know how many beauties you've tricked with this mouth of yours. Yi Lingshan turned her head toward Long Chen. What, the Alliance head? She actually gave me such a high evaluation. Exclaimed Long Chen. How shameless. Yi Lingshan shook her head. Despite knowing he was doing it on purpose, she still couldn't hold back some laughter. TCH, who needs shame? Said Long Chen righteously. Long Chen suddenly bowed ever so slightly while looking solemnly into the distance. What, are you bowing to your master? Asked Yi Lingshan with surprise. No, I'm paying my respects to the me that had shame and integrity. The day I stepped into the cultivation world, they were buried. After all these years, I don't know how they're doing, sighed Long Chen. Yi Lingshan laughed, never having encountered someone like this in her life. He talked about serious things like they were jokes and jokes like they were serious things. Have you ever been serious in this lifetime? Are you trying to make me laugh my guts out? Demanded Yi Lingshan. Of course I've been serious. When I kill people, I'm always very serious, said Long Chen, suddenly squatting down to pluck another precious medicine. Yi Lingshan put away her smile. I came here because I heard someone say there were countless medicines here. You want to see if there's something that can extend one's longevity? Asked Long Chen, carefully digging out the medicine. Yes, that's my main goal. If the Martial Heaven Alliance can have the 4 Grand Elders supporting it, even if the times become chaotic, the Martial Heaven Alliance won't collapse. But without them, the Martial Heaven Alliance really will have lost its support. Just Master alone can't hold it up, sighed Yi Lingshan. Why are you thinking about your master first, and not you? You are the future Alliance head. This kind of thinking is unacceptable, said Long Chen. Me? That's impossible. I'm a far cry from master. Yi Lingshan shook her head. What are you lacking? You both have a head on your shoulder, so why is she capable of it, but not you? It wasn't as if the Alliance head was born the Alliance head. She also never expected to become the Alliance head. If you are constantly thinking of hiding beneath a big tree's cover, you are looking down on the sword that your master gave you. She has entrusted everything to you. That means she trusts that if she one day disappears from this world, you will pick up her burden. Long Chen's words struck Yi Lingshan deeply. She suddenly understood. The Great Era has come. In truth, this Great Era refers to our generation and most likely only our generation. The Martial Heaven Continent's chi flow has concentrated on our generation. Have you not seen how many Empyreans have appeared in our generation? Even the 4 Grand Elders were just ordinary Empyreans who didn't manage to awaken their manifestations. Even with the Great Era, they are unable to awaken their manifestations. Why? Because this era does not belong to them. They have entrusted all their hopes to us. Why can our generation fight across realms so easily? It isn't because we are so talented but because we were born at the right time. The Great Era's chi flow has descended into our bodies. In other words, the stage will belong to us. You were actually hoping for the Alliance head and the Grand Elders to hold up the sky. How foolish is that? Even if the Grand Elders were in perfect health, they would only be able to support us for a while. When our generation starts to break through to the life-star realm, their superiority will instantly vanish. So don't place your hopes on others. Think more about how to raise your own power. You've made your choice, so don't abandon it, said Long Chen. The Great Era's descent concentrated its power on only one generation. People who had missed their golden cultivation time were not affected as much. Even if people were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. An ordinary expert who encountered a celestial would have to lower their head. A celestial, no matter what rank they were, would be suppressed by an Empyrean. What would the weak bring out to fight against the strong? People who had missed this era, who were already old, and whose life accomplishments had already been mostly set in stone, were unable to soar like them. As for the junior generation, each day they grew stronger. The world would belong to them in the future. Even if their seniors wanted to push themselves, they were powerless. Seeing Yi Lingshan seem to grow solemn, it seemed she realized just how much pressure she was under. Long Chen stood and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, being a leader isn't as difficult as you imagine. Furthermore, you will definitely be stronger than the Alliance head and more suited for the position. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you her sword on the very first day. And don't you also have me? I'm also a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Whether the leader is the Alliance head or you, no matter what difficulties you encounter, my Dragonblood Legion and I will stand beside you. Thank you. However, I'll work hard to stand by myself. I'll prove to my master that she wasn't wrong. Yi Lingshan took a deep breath. She patted her chest confidently. Good. But next time, don't pat your chest, or the huge waves will make criminals of others, warned Long Chen kindly. Bastard, where do you think you're looking? Shish, there's something ahead. Long Chen suddenly shushed her. Yi Lingshan thought that Long Chen was once more messing around and trying to change the subject, but she quickly heard strange sounds ahead. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan carefully went in the direction of the sound. They didn't even know how many mountains they passed. Suddenly, they saw a giant gate, and seeing the situation in front of him, Yi Lingshan almost let out a startled cry. Chapter 1860 Within the Mountain Gate. The reason Yi Lingshan almost shouted was because she saw bloody corpses suspended in midair. Their bodies were naked, their skin stripped, revealing their bloody flesh. Surrounding the gate were countless vines. They were like sinister pythons, just waiting to devour others. Those corpses were like melons growing on the vines. Their blood didn't drip down to the ground. Instead, it flowed up the vines. This is probably the work of some very powerful tree demons, said Yi Lingshan. Those corpses hanging on the vines all possessed powerful auras. They were clearly Empyreans, but such figures hadn't even managed to escape. From this fact, it could be seen just how powerful these tree demons were. It's just a display of power. Long Chen looked at the hundreds of corpses strewn across the ground. If these tree demons really wanted to kill people, they should have hidden all this mess and launched a sneak attack. That would be easier. This appearance was clearly a warning. Let's go. Long Chen pulled Yi Lingshan over. Wait, don't we need to investigate what's going on? Said Yi Lingshan. Who has time to investigate? Just charge through. If they dare to block us, we'll kill them, said Long Chen indifferently. When the two of them approached the gate, the vines instantly began to move like vipers woken from a nap. They glared at the two of them menacingly. Long Chen ignored them, continuing forward. When he was just a few miles away, thousands of vines suddenly shot toward him like spears. At the same time, the ground behind them suddenly burst apart, and vines came flying out to surround them. HMPH, a little tree demon also dares to be arrogant. Today, there is only death for you. If I were to personally fight, it would practically be bullying. Lingshan, you kill it. Long Chen rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Stop joking, can you take a look at the situation? Raged Yi Lingshan. Originally, she had thought that Long Chen would be unleashing some kind of ultimate move to eliminate these vines, but he actually wanted her to fight instead. Yi Lingshan unsheathed her sword, and her manifestation appeared behind her. There was an image vibrating within it, and the sound of a sword came from it. Yi Lingshan's manifestation had also started to awaken. When her sword came out of its sheath, sword chi cut through the void, falling upon the vines. Although blood-colored runes appeared on the vines, they were still severed. As they were cut to pieces, a blood-like fluid splashed out of them. It was like they were bleeding. One of the thorns on the vines stabbed into the ground, piercing straight through it like it was snow. These vines weren't just tough and sharp, but they were also shockingly heavy. It was no wonder those ordinary Empyreans were unable to survive. Nice. Long Chen cheered on the sidelines. Yi Lingshan was truly powerful. It was just that normally, she was a bit hesitant. When she fought, she would immediately become courageous, even a bit domineering. It was just like Ku Jianying's style. Let's charge our way through. Don't get entangled by them, reminded Long Chen. These vines were just branches from the main body, and they came in a limitless tide. Hence, fighting them was meaningless. The most important thing was to reach the gate. If what's inside is even more dangerous, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into the trap? Warned Yi Lingshan. Without entering the tiger's den, how do you obtain tiger cubs? Let's go, riches lie in danger, called Long Chen. Yi Lingshan pressed forward, her sword chi slaughtering the vines. Blood splashed everywhere, and the vines were unable to stop her. They quickly arrived in front of the gate. Suddenly, vines thicker than a house burst forth from around the gate, forming a giant net around it and blocking the two of them. Yi Lingshan's face was cold. Her sword swung, and a sharp aura erupted. A dragon's cry came from her sword. Long Chen was startled. Yi Lingshan truly was powerful, and she hadn't activated her divine item. Instead, she had used some unknown power to seemingly compress her energy before unleashing the attack, bringing forth destructive power. The huge vines were blown apart. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan both shot through the opening, entering the gate. Once they entered, they felt their bodies lighten. It was like they had entered a different world. The spiritual chi in the air was so dense that it almost became liquid. It actually had a buoyant effect on them. They looked around. The huge vines didn't attack any longer. The broken parts on the ground began to heal. Those severed vines regrew, and the bloodstains were absorbed by them again. Everything quickly returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. The two of them immediately understood that these vines only attacked those on the outside. Once you passed, you wouldn't be attacked any longer. Heroine Yi is mighty and domineering. Admirable. Long Chen raised a thumb at Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan glanced at him before ignoring him. She carefully examined the surroundings. There was a completely straight path before them. At the end of their sight was a mountain range. Those mountains soared into the clouds. Mist revolved around them, making it so they couldn't see them clearly. Following the path, Long Chen suddenly saw something that made him pause. He bent down and picked up a withered branch. There was a mass of dead branches on the ground here. Yi Lingshan said, "These branches look like they're from a willow." "They're willow branches. It seems Chu Yao has been here and fought. These branches are cut cleanly, and even the undying chi of the branches has been severed. Since they didn't smash the branches, it means this person has condensed their power to a terrifying level. Whoever fought against Chu Yao didn't waste the slightest bit of energy. Good, it's been a long time since I've encountered the Bloodkill Hall's experts. Let's see what figures the Bloodkill Hall came up with this time." Long Chen smiled coldly. He was almost sure that the one to fight here was an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. Only they could have such sharp attacks. They continued onward. Long Chen wasn't worried about Chu Yao's safety, as there were no signs of intense battle on the ground. Chu Yao hadn't fought that person for long. She had most likely rushed in deeper in search of treasures. This also meant that the person hadn't posed a fatal threat to Chu Yao, or she wouldn't have pressed forward without doing anything about them. Both of them quickly arrived at the mountain range, and a mountain blocked their path. The path was broken here. Long Chen stopped, summoning a pair of lightning wings. He directly flew up. The mountain peak has been carried away. There was probably some treasure on it. The two of them had just flown over the mountains when they saw that the top was missing a piece. Based on the marks, it had been excavated not long ago. "Lingshan, I'm going to go find Chu Yao. Most of the treasures have been taken by others on this path. We should split up. I'll find Chu Yao, and you search for treasures. Look for places others haven't been," said Long Chen. Although he felt that Chu Yao shouldn't be in any danger, he still wanted to go find her. He didn't want to waste any of Yi Lingshan's time. She was the heir of the Martial Heaven Alliance and had to have powerful karmic luck. Her chances of finding some peerless treasure should be quite high. As for his own luck, he didn't think he had any chances of finding anything. Furthermore, he had to follow the path that Chu Yao had already taken, so they should split up. "All right, be careful." Yi Lingshan nodded. "You're the heir to the Martial Heaven Alliance, so change your attitude of trying not to offend anything. Now you need to consider your actions from the viewpoint of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Whether or not they provoke you, if they are your enemies, you should eliminate them." If anyone wants to fight over treasures with you, then they are trying to hold you back, to weaken you, which is to weaken the Martial Heaven Alliance, stalling its development and throwing it into danger. If the Martial Heaven Alliance is endangered, the lives of billions of the Righteous Path's experts will be threatened, so anyone who dares to fight over treasures with you is an enemy of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Killing them is not wrong, understood? Asked Long Chen. Yi Lingshan had been very righteous while being a loner. Long Chen needed her to be more domineering. I understand. If not for anything else, just to not disappoint my master, I would fight against the world. Yi Lingshan nodded. Then that's enough. Go, and good luck. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan split up. Long Chen rushed along a path, while Yi Lingshan hesitated before going another direction. Long Chen quickly flew over the mountains. He didn't sense any powerful magical beasts or treasures, but he did see that many of the mountains were gone. They should have just been excavated, but he had no idea what was on them for them to be so valuable. Flying through the air, Long Chen smiled. He could already sense Chu Yao's aura. Having used the wood spirit union with her, their spiritual strength was closely connected. Furthermore, this place was different from the nest of the blue-eye peacock. There was no suppression of spiritual strength, so Long Chen could already get a general sense of Chu Yao's direction. After a while, that feeling grew even clearer. The reason he smiled was because he sensed that Chu Yao had noticed him as well. As expected, after crossing a few more mountains, he saw Chu Yao standing there at the peak of a mountain, looking like a beautiful fairy. Chapter 1861 Meeting. Long Chen looked at the smiling and gentle Chu Yao. He spread his arms, embracing her. I missed you. You should be saying you missed all of us. You can't just miss me. Chu Yao also tightly held Long Chen. I missed you all, but I missed you the most. Long Chen smiled. HMPH, you're most skilled at deceiving others. Right now, we should hurry and gather treasures. This area has medicinal fields on the outside and a fruit forest on the inside. There are countless precious kinds of fruit. I've already obtained 7 of them. This trip to the Yin-Yang world wasn't wasted. Chu Yao, pleased as she showed Long Chen her harvest. Damn, silk fig, dark night crabapple, and soul-nourishing star peach. Long Chen was greatly shocked. They were all priceless. Even if they were eaten directly without being refined into pills, their effects were amazing. In particular, that soul-nourishing star peach was top tier. It could constantly nourish the soul and raise the power of a person's spiritual strength. It could also heal damage to the soul. Here, they're all for you. Chu Yao handed them all to Long Chen. These trees had yet to bloom, let alone bear fruit. However, Chu Yao knew Long Chen had a way to make them grow rapidly. It was just that she didn't know of the existence of the primal chaos bead. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust them, but he was afraid of infecting them with the karma of knowing this. In any case, they knew he had the ability, and that was enough. Long Chen immediately planted them in the primal chaos space. Where is Ruyan? Asked Long Chen. She went to drive off that irritating fellow. Some fellow from the Bloodkill Hall was here, so she had to hold him back while I searched for treasures, said Chu Yao. Is he very powerful? Tell Ruyan that we can go help eliminate him, said Long Chen. HMPH, he would cut this fellow who dared to bully his woman to pieces. Suddenly, space shook, and the icy Lu Ruyan appeared before the two of them. That fellow finally lost patience and fucked off. We can look for treasures in peace. Lu Ruyan looked at Long Chen, her face as icy as ever, still having not forgiven him for how he had suppressed her before. Was he very powerful? Asked Long Chen. Chu Yao saw that Lu Ruyan ignored him, and to avoid any awkwardness, she immediately said, that person was very powerful. Most powerful of all were his practically supernatural movement arts and his assassination arts. We had no way to beat him. The only thing we could do was attack him from all sides without leaving a single opening and defend against his assassination attempts. However, there was no way to defeat him like that, so Ruyan stayed behind to hold him back. Lu Ruyan supplemented, he's even stronger than we expected. In truth, he has yet to use 50% of his power. He couldn't find any weakness he could take advantage of, so he didn't go all out. He finally lost his patience and decided that it wasn't worth it. Long Chen nodded. Assassins relied on opportunity. They wanted the biggest gain for the smallest price. If they relied on power to win, then they wouldn't be assassins. It seemed that all the peak heavenly geniuses of the martial heaven continent had gathered in the Yin-Yang world this time. All the elites of the various powers had come. True Immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, Di Feng, Ming Jia, the 4 Fate Princes, and even top experts of the Bloodkill Hall had all come. These were just people that he knew of. Who knew how many nameless figures had come who would emerge as a new force to be reckoned with? The powers of the martial heaven continent all had their own trump cards. They normally wouldn't expose them for nothing, but this opening of the yin-yang world was definitely very enticing, enough for those powers to show the trump cards that they had hidden. Long Chen, did you encounter any powerful experts? Asked Chu Yao. Yes, I ran into a few. Long Chen gave a simple narration of his encounters with true immortal Zhaoqi, Xie Luo, Ming Jia, and the others. He also told her about what Heavenly Fate Island's Luo Tianji had exposed to him so that she would be careful. At the same time, Long Chen was trying to raise the karmic retributions for Heavenly Fate Island. Li Tianxuan had said that Heavenly Fate Island couldn't calculate anything about him. If he told Chu Yao about the Fate Princes, logically, it should infect her with a bit of his own karma, increasing the difficulty and consequences of trying to calculate anything about her. Rian, you said you felt some kind of summons. Have you found it? Asked Long Chen. It's because of that feeling that we've come here. However, upon reaching here, that feeling disappeared. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Then let's do it this way. We'll advance side by side while searching. I'll take the center, and you two take the sides. We should stay within 100 miles of each other so we can provide assistance if someone finds any big fish. You understand, right? Said Long Chen with an evil smile. I understand. Lu Ruyan was already flying off. Chu Yao couldn't help smiling. Winking at Long Chen, she also flew off. The 3 of them formed a line as they advanced. The direction was chosen by Chu Yao. When it came to picking anything random, Long Chen always had someone else do it. Damn, Chu Yao's luck really is good. I've already found a heavenly dew cherry. That's a priceless treasure. He had found a little tree emitting a bright light. Mist revolved around it. There was a formation beneath the tree, but that formation was only used to absorb spiritual chi for it. It had no defensive power, so Long Chen directly cut off this part of the mountain and sent it to the primal chaos space. He didn't damage the formation. The primal chaos space's spiritual chi surged toward the tree, nourishing it. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen found 3 precious trees just like it. Flowers were about to bloom inside his heart. This was money. In the future, he wouldn't just have plenty of fruit to eat, but he would also be overflowing with money. His business with Zheng Wenlong would be booming. Naturally, he would have to sell the fruit to Zheng Wenlong, or Zheng Wenlong would be offended. In this world, as long as you had money, anything would be easy to do. Looking at the trees growing in the primal chaos space, Long Chen sighed emotionally. The primal chaos bead was truly a cornucopia of wealth. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from Long Chen's left. We've caught a fish. Long Chen was delighted and immediately shot over. Wooden stakes flew through the air, forming layers of defense in front of Chu Yao. Before her was a 10-meter man wielding a giant hatchet. It went without saying that just based on his size, he had to come from the Zon beasts. Most likely, upon seeing Chu Yao alone, he had directly launched an attack. That Zon beast expert's hatchet repeatedly smashed into Chu Yao's wooden shield. Finally, the wooden shield broke. The Zon beast expert charged through, attacking Chu Yao. His manifestation was at full power and had reached an initial awakening. He was definitely a powerful expert. However, Chu Yao was also powerful. Each wooden shield she summoned required 5 blows from him to break. If it was in a 1-against-1, that Zon beast expert would never be able to get close to her, and with her immense stores of spiritual yuan, she could exhaust 3 of him. This Zon beast expert seemed to be very conceited, and he instantly activated his divine item, unleashing a powerful blow. However, he had just started his attack when a scale-covered hand struck him silently in the face. Without comprehending what had just happened, he was smashed into the ground, his face caving in. It went without saying that the Zon beasts had powerful physical bodies. Long Chen had landed his slap perfectly, and this expert hadn't even been circulating his spiritual yuan in defense, but his physical body was still able to endure it. If it was an ordinary human slapped with such power, they would definitely explode. Earthen bramble thorns. The Zon beast expert was dazed from the slap, and during that moment, Chu Yao activated a powerful attack. Dense thorns shot out of the ground, piercing the Zon beast expert. His body shook before becoming still. Even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. The thorns were growing within his body. In the end, his entire body became wooden. This was the terrifying ability that Chu Yao had gained when her manifestation had started to awaken. Her wooden stakes could cause a person to transform into wood once they were struck, and they couldn't escape. Suddenly, the hatchet tried to run, but Long Chen slashed Evilmoon down at it, blocking its path. He caught it and tossed it into the primal chaos space. 2 small trees appeared in the air. That was the Zon Beast expert's current harvest. Chu Yao had taken them out. He only had these few, said Chu Yao. Just 2 is decent. After all, there's also a divine item. We got it all for free, so let's not care too much about it. Long Chen laughed. There were many things on that expert that were useless to humans. They were only treasures to Zon beasts. Things had ended here before Lu Ruyan even arrived. The 3 of them continued onward, but now their luck was no longer as good. It seemed that they were crossing areas that others had already passed. He was just about to discuss whether or not they should change direction when the world shook. A beam of light shot into the sky in the distance, illuminating the world. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them immediately rushed over to that beam of light. Chapter 1862 World of Immortal Light. Long Chen, Chu Yao, and Lu Ruyan rushed over in the direction of the light. At this time, Long Chen noticed several other experts flying over as well. In the distance, there were even more people. They were like shooting stars gathering. There are actually so many people here. Chu Yao was startled. A brief examination revealed at least 100 powerful auras. The gate to this place was blocked by those vines. Without the power of an Empyrean whose manifestation had started to awaken, it was almost impossible to charge through it. If there's a fight, you should focus on protecting yourself. Leave it to me, said Long Chen. Although Chu Yao was definitely strong, she wasn't vicious enough. As for Lu Ruyan, she was definitely vicious enough, so Long Chen would prefer if the 2 of them stayed together. This place was different from the outside. Those who could enter here were all experts of a high level. If a fight started, he would be unable to look after others. As they got closer to the light, Long Chen found that this was a new world, a world of immortal light. There was immortal mist filling this area, making it like a wonderland. It was unknown if someone had activated it or if it had activated automatically, but this light was now illuminating this world, drawing over all the experts present. This world of immortal light was filled with mountains and mist. There were trees on the mountains, and their leaves touched with dew. Immense life energy could be sensed even from a great distance. There are definitely treasures inside. A shout rang out as everyone rushed over to it as quickly as possible, as if afraid they would fall behind others. There were already people present within that world of immortal light. There was no danger, so everyone was rushing in as fast as possible. Long Chen also charged into the light. The outer edge of this world of light had no defensive power, so he passed through effortlessly. Once in, a majestic immortal spiritual chi rushed over him. With just a breath, his entire body relaxed. However, at the same time, he noticed that this world was completely different from the world outside. From the outside, this world looked to be less than 10,000 miles wide. Inside, he found that it was many times bigger, and most definitely worthy of being called its own world. Just as he entered, a sharp attack followed him. Courting death, Long Chen snorted. Without looking, he smashed a fist behind him. Long Chen's fist smashed into a bronze rod, and a powerful chi wave blew Long Chen back a dozen steps. His arm was a bit numb. As for the attacker, he looked at Long Chen with surprise. Just now, he had stealthily activated the power of his divine item, but Long Chen had received it barehanded. Little ancient race brat, I'll remember you. I don't have time for you now, but later I'll settle our debts. Long Chen swung his arm a few times and shot off, a pair of lightning wings on his back. He had no time to waste. He had to search through this area as fast as possible. It wasn't just Long Chen who was thinking this way. Everyone who entered this world was searching through it without wasting any time. Some people were extremely quick, and they had reached the mountains ahead. As a result, a furious roar suddenly rang out from the closest mountain. A multicolored tiger came flying out of a cave. It's an ancient beast, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger. Startled cries rang out. The fastest expert was the unluckiest. By the time he noticed the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger, it was too late to run. Seeing it bounding at him, he let out a shout. His manifestation appeared behind him, and his sword unleashed a wave of divine power. In the face of this 12th-rank ancient beast, he had no choice but to go all out. The result was that the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger's paw slammed into his sword chi, blowing it to pieces. The expert coughed up blood as he flew back. However, that person was truly powerful. Although his attack had been broken, he left a bloody line on the tiger's paw. To receive a 12th rank magical beast's attack, he had to be very powerful. Hacking up blood, he was almost torn apart by the shockwaves. A 12th rank magical beast's power was not something that he could receive. Blessing his luck at surviving, he fled. However, just as he exhaled, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth. A transparent ball shot toward him. The ball was like a shooting star, giving him no time to dodge. He was blown to pieces, not even his Yuan spirit surviving. The cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger roared. Having been injured, it became even more berserk. It began to attack the other experts. Those experts all fled. However, the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger was too fast. Opening its mouth, another ball shot out. This time, the ball struck 3 experts. In the face of death, those 3 experts went all out, managing to block its attack. However, they paid an immense price and were sent flying into the distance. Seeing this, everyone else avoided the beast. With so many people, all of them avoiding it, in the end, it would be up to the unlucky fellow to draw its attention. Because Long Chen hadn't been in the first wave to enter, he had time to avoid the cloud-treading sword-teeth tiger. This place's aura is completely different from the outside. Is this the legendary immortal Qi? Long Chen was shocked by this majestic aura. He had never felt this kind of aura, not even in the spirit world. This aura vaguely felt similar to the spirit world's life god tree, but only ever so slightly. If there's immortal Qi, there must be immortal medicines. I have to find them. Long Chen's divine sense suddenly spread in every direction. HMPH, courting death. The experts around him felt it, and their own spiritual strength erupted, attacking Long Chen's divine sense. Scram! Long Chen shouted, and his spiritual strength suddenly burst forth. The experts who tried to stop him let out screams, almost falling from the sky. Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful, and if he had mastered spiritual attacks, they'd have died. Long Chen suddenly slashed his saber, cutting across the waste of a mountain. He tossed the portion he had severed into the primal chaos space. He had seen a strange tree that he didn't recognize, but his intuition told him that it was very likely a treasure. He would rather gather it and find out it was trash later on than let it go. He would investigate it later. He had just gathered the mountain when he sensed a sharp sword Qi silently stabbing toward him. By the time he sensed it, it was about to pierce his body. I've been waiting a long time for you, idiot. Long Chen didn't even look back. Evilmoon stabbed toward his attacker just like that. A normal sword was between 3 and 4 feet long. Evilmoon on the other hand was 9 feet long. That person would have long since struck by the time his sword reached Long Chen. A clanging sound rang out as Evilmoon stabbed that person's arm. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing a black armguard. The armguard managed to block Long Chen's attack, but Long Chen's saber had so much power behind it that it caused his arm to burst open. Blood poured out of it. However, in exchange, his sword stabbed into Long Chen's shoulder. Originally, his sword was aiming for Long Chen's heart. To a cultivator, that might not be fatal, but it would definitely greatly affect their power and reactions. Rather than aiming for the head which would cause someone to feel mortal danger, aiming for the heart was less likely to raise their guard. So assassins usually targeted the heart first. However, Long Chen's saber was stabbing into his arm, and Long Chen's body also turned. His sword ended up deviating from its original target. His sharp sword pierced Long Chen's shoulder, but after an inch, it couldn't stab in any further. Dragon scales covered Long Chen's shoulder, blocking the majority of the sword's power. The dragon scales were broken now, but strangely, the blood that Long Chen was bleeding out of his shoulder was black. Boom! Light exploded out of Evilmoon, driving that person away. Long Chen suddenly slashed his own shoulder. A hunk of flesh was torn off, and it was already turning black and corroding. This is the part of the Bloodkill Hall that I look down on the most. Even in the secular world, assassins don't put poison on their blades. The reason they're called assassins is because they like the thrill. They rely on their supreme assassination arts that give them the high of dancing on the tip of a blade. But your Bloodkill Hall will sink to such depths. You're not even worthy of being called assassins. Long Chen contemptuously shook his head at that person. The one facing him was a man in a silver mask. He slowly took off his mask with his left hand, revealing a very ordinary face. But his eyes were like a viper's. You don't even know what assassination arts are. Death shouldn't be the same every time. Only, various assassination methods are able to diversify this art, he said. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Let's not talk about such meaningless things. All I want to know is, what bloodkill number are you? Chapter 1863 Yin Yang Immortal Grass. This person gave Long Chen a sensation of great pressure. Long Chen even suspected that he was the Bloodkill Hall's strongest assassin. Rumor was that the Bloodkill Hall's strongest assassin was above the number rankings. However, the only one he knew was Dong Mingyu, who had gotten on the Devil Slaughter rankings. That name sounded like it belonged to a woman, so this person should not be her. Bloodkill 1 has been slain by you. A new Bloodkill 1 has already been born, but they are no longer qualified to assassinate you. That's why the mission for your head has been given to us. We belong to the Killing God Hall. I am one of the Killing God Hall's 3 divine emissaries. My name and title is Man Killer. The 3 divine emissaries are ranked Heaven, Earth, and Man, and I am third. I am also the one who will take your life, so remember it, said that assassin of the Bloodkill Hall. Heaven Killer, Earth Killer, Man Killer. Long Chen smiled mockingly. There really is no one that brags like your Bloodkill Hall. If you brag this much, I'll think that you're Dong Mingyu. Why hasn't she come? The assassin shook his head. Someone like you isn't qualified to have the divine daughter personally chosen by the killing god to come kill you. It's the 3 divine emissaries that will take your life. Long Chen looked at him. Pointing at Man Killer's feet, Long Chen shook his head. You're bragging so much, but you've already made preparations to run. You have no intention of fighting with me. Is there a point to your bragging? The space beneath the Bloodkill Hall's assassin was starting to shake. It formed a portal for him. He was ready to run at any moment. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins don't face people head-on. We'll just wait for a chance to kill you in one blow. No matter what time it is, as long as you relax the slightest bit, my sword will summon you to the killing god. Are you trying to play mental warfare with me? If so, you're too immature. When you attack the next time, I'll show you just how laughable your diverse assassination arts are. Long Chen laughed and turned away, leaving. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were all crafty and slippery. Their fleeing arts were even greater than their assassination arts. If Long Chen tried to fight him head-on, he would immediately slip away. The chances of killing a strong assassin were abysmal. Without catching them, there was no chance. They had their own ways of protecting themselves. Long Chen wanted to see if he could eliminate such a powerful assassin head-on, but he didn't have the time to waste. There were more important things to do here. That assassin didn't stop Long Chen from leaving. With a snort, he vanished into thin air. His movement art was inexplicable. There was no way to track him. Ignoring that so-called divine emissary of the killing god, Long Chen rushed toward the mountain range. More magical beast roars could be heard from within. They were clearly there to defend this place, but the people that had entered were all crazy with greed. These mountains had countless precious medicines growing on them. Someone plucked a fruit and ate it. It instantly dissolved, transforming into blood-colored runes that covered his body. Spiritual chi surged toward him crazily, causing his expression to change. He punched himself in the chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The runes on his body faded. However, he was delighted. This fruit was actually able to allow someone to rapidly advance. However, this place was the yin-yang world, and he was already at the peak of soul transformation. He couldn't make his breakthrough here, so he had to forcibly interrupt that fruit's effect. Seeing the people ahead obtain such priceless treasures, everyone was going crazy. They even ignored the terrifying 12th rank magical beasts, charging deeper into the mountain range. Long Chen reached out and grabbed an unremarkable little tree growing out of the cliffside. He also didn't know its name, but his intuition said it was a treasure. He had just gathered it when he saw a python swing its tail like a whip, blowing apart a powerful Empyrean. This dangerous region meant a few unlucky people would be targeted by the 12th rank magical beasts. Even Empyreans with awakening manifestations and divine items were only able to endure 1 or 2 attacks at most before being killed. After killing that person, the python suddenly shot toward Long Chen. Fuck, all I did was look at you. Long Chen turned and fled. His lightning wings were in full force, and he had no intention of foolishly fighting a 12th rank magical beast directly. The python opened its mouth, shooting out a black runic sword at Long Chen. The huge sword was incredibly powerful, but Long Chen activated the celestial lightning body blink, vanishing and reappearing at the bottom of a distant mountain. He immediately concealed his aura. The runic sword missed. The python lost its target and switched to another direction. Several experts there changed their expressions and immediately fled. Long Chen stealthily climbed the mountain, looking into the distance. He quickly saw Chu Yao's figure, but she was very low-key. She was covered in green mist so others couldn't see her clearly. She was silently profiting. Is that place the core of this world? Long Chen suddenly noticed a pillar of light in the distance. He sensed the air of primal chaos within it. Black and white runes interwove there, causing the world to shake. Within that pillar of light, he could vaguely see a mountain. There was some kind of vegetation growing atop the mountain, one that looked like a flower or a grass but was neither. That vegetation was hundreds of meters tall. It had long leaves falling from it. Each leaf was split evenly in the middle with half being black and half being white. The black was the blackest black, while the white was the purest white. Between the black and white leaves was a large pole. It was covered in black and white marks. At the top of the pole was a sphere several meters thick. It was like a fruit, but this fruit was translucent, and it was sometimes black as night and sometimes white as jade. When it was black, a burst of death energy would surge out, raising people's hair. When it was white, endless life energy would nourish the world, filling it with peace. Intertwining black and white, alternating yin and yang, it was like the world's Taos were contained within its transformations. Heavens, that's definitely a legendary yin-yang immortal grass, shouted someone. Yin-yang immortal grass, that was something said to be an undying divine medicine that could make a person rise from the dead, transcend reincarnation, and live forever, gaining a lifespan as long as the heavens. However, no one had ever seen it. It was only found in stories and myths. Even any details about it were very vague. Nevertheless, all those legends had one common point. The yin-yang immortal grass possessed alternating yin-yang energy that could topple the world. If anyone could obtain it, they could control the cycle of life and death, becoming the ruler of a world. Of course, as soon as someone shouted the name of the yin-yang immortal grass, everyone's eyes became crazy with greed. That was something that contained the power to control the world, and whoever possessed it could dominate everyone else. Even Long Chen was unable to stay calm. This strange plant truly did look similar to the yin-yang immortal grass of legends. People roared, charging straight toward that pillar of light, not even bothering to search through the mountains any longer. Long Chen, Ruyan said that there's something within the light pillar that she needs. Chu Yao's voice rang out in Long Chen's head. She wants the yin-yang immortal grass. No, there's a divine pool beneath it. That place is where all the essence is gathered, said Chu Yao. Long Chen looked carefully. Only now did he notice that the yin-yang immortal grass had taken root in a divine pool. The divine pool was turbid with the air of primal chaos. It had strange fluctuations. This was definitely a place set up to nourish the yin-yang immortal grass. Should we charge in? Asked Chu Yao. No, things aren't so simple. I keep feeling like something is off. We should be more cautious than these people, warned Long Chen. This place was too strange. He was feeling a vague sense of unease. Just at this moment, the first Empyrean managed to reach the pillar of light. He slashed his divine item into it. A slight ripple came from the pillar of light. Black chi surged out of the ripple. Get back, one of his friends shouted at him. However, it was too late. His divine item instantly turned black, following which his entire body also turned black. Then, he slowly dissipated like dust. Even his divine item blew away in pieces. Chapter 1864. The light barrier fails. All the experts were dumbfounded. A powerful Empyrean had been turned to dust along with his divine item by the light barrier. He silently disappeared from this world. That was even more frightening than being blown to bits. That was especially true when it came to his divine item, which also turned to dust without being able to resist in the slightest. That's definitely the yin-yang immortal grass. Only the power of the immortal Tao could so easily destroy a divine item. Shouted someone. Divine items were the apex weapons on the martial heaven continent. However, in front of that light barrier, it was silently turned into nothingness. That kind of power was definitely not something anything in the mortal world could do. Just as everyone paused in front of the light barrier, the magical beasts chasing them didn't pause. They charged over, immediately causing chaos. People didn't know whether they should charge through or run. Charge through, they didn't dare. After all, that person's overconfidence had cost him his life. However, they were also unwilling to leave just like that. That was the yin-yang immortal grass. If they could obtain it, the martial heaven continent would be theirs. Everyone, ignore the yin-yang immortal grass for now. We should first join forces to kill these magical beasts, or no one will benefit in the end," shouted a man in fiery red robes. This person was tall, but he didn't look particularly outstanding. However, his blood-red pupils contained dancing flame runes. His robes had a clear flame image on them, showing that he was from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace. As soon as he spoke, all the experts, whether they were from the Righteous Path, Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, Zon Beasts, or Ancient Family Alliance, joined hands to fight off the 12th rank magical beasts. 10 people should surround each beast. Focus on their vitals, and don't hold back, shouted the expert from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace, taking the lead in attacking one of the 12th rank magical beasts. He held a flame spear. The blood-red spear stabbed forward, and its power shattered the surrounding mountains. The earth collapsed. He was an extremely terrifying expert. The tiger magical beast he was facing was pierced in the abdomen, and blood-red flames enveloped the entire magical beast. It was heavily injured from just one exchange. Seeing this, the others attacked. Over 10 Empyreans with manifestations starting to awaken activated their divine items at once. Even this 12th rank magical beast wasn't able to endure it all and was slain in an instant. Beside them, another magical beast was slain. The other experts were imitating their kill, slaughtering the magical beasts. Only by working together could they avoid getting killed in one blow. Long Chen, what should we do? Asked Chu Yao, standing in the distance. She was still doing as Long Chen said, and acting like she didn't know Long Chen. If she didn't, the crowd might attack her. You should help them too, or it will be too conspicuous. However, be careful, and don't let people recognize you. I'll investigate this light barrier, said Long Chen. Chu Yao nodded. Extending her arm, a snake bone whip appeared in her hand. She joined the fray, but she was clearly not putting in any effort. On the entire battlefield, the only one not fighting the magical beasts was Long Chen. He was calmly looking at the light barrier. The expert from Pill Valley glanced at Long Chen out of the corner of his eye. He smiled coldly. Once everyone was done with the magical beasts, they could directly eliminate him. This expert was a supreme expert that Pill Valley had been hiding. He had mastered all of Pill Valley's flame magical arts. If the yin-yang world hadn't opened, Pill Valley wouldn't have exposed him. Now that he had entered the yin-yang world, his greatest mission was to eliminate Long Chen and destroy the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen could not be allowed to leave alive. Originally, he hadn't been planning on targeting Long Chen so early, as he had wanted to test his own luck to see if he could get any treasures. However, he had ended up encountering Long Chen here. If Long Chen was smart, he would have immediately fled, but he was just foolishly staring at the light pillar as if he didn't know how close to death he was. He didn't disturb Long Chen. Instead, he helped the experts with annihilating the magical beasts. Long Chen didn't even look at the intense battle raging around him. He held 2 swords in his hands. He suddenly threw one of the swords into the light barrier. When it struck the light barrier instantly turned black, and the sword, which was an ancestral item, instead turned into black bits that drifted away. Long Chen waited a moment and threw his other sword in. This time, his sword pierced into the light barrier, but when it was about to exit, the barrier once more turned black, and the sword dissipated. That expert from Pill Valley suddenly led hundreds of experts over. Each one of them was an Empyrean whose manifestation had begun to awaken. They were elites amongst elites, or they wouldn't have been able to bypass the vines at the gate. Having joined forces, they formed groups of 10 to slay the 12th rank magical beasts. It was actually very easy. After all, magical beasts were not very intelligent. After being attacked by so many experts, they were naturally at a disadvantage. They also didn't know that they should run, so they were all killed. Once killed, everyone gathered around Long Chen. Long Chen, today is the day of your death, shouted an ancient race expert. We have to make sure not to let him off too easily, added an expert from the Zon Beasts. The experts from all the various large forces had gathered to attack Long Chen. Even some of the righteous experts were shouting along, as if Long Chen was the criminal who had slain their fathers. Long Chen looked back at the group. A faint smile of derision appeared on his face. Do you see me giving a damn about you? That look of contempt immediately provoked everyone. Their divine items lit up, and their manifestations appeared behind them. Idiots. Long Chen's gaze swept over these experts. Shaking his head, he raised 2 middle fingers, turned around, and stepped into the light barrier. Seeing this, all those experts jumped in shock. Was Long Chen committing suicide? However, shockingly, Long Chen passed straight through the light barrier without harm. Did the light barrier lose its effect? Quick, we can't let him get it first. Shocked cries rang out because they all saw Long Chen speeding toward the yin-yang immortal grass. Everyone panicked. Could it be that the light barrier had a time limit, and after a certain time, it lost its effect? Several experts hastily charged through the light barrier, but as soon as they struck it, the black ripples appeared, turning them to dust. More people were hot on the first few people's trails, and they couldn't stop in time. They smashed into the light barrier, transforming into dust. 17 Empyreans were killed just like that, like moths attracted to fire. That expert from Pill Valley had an ugly expression now. Just now, he had almost smashed into the light barrier to chase after Long Chen. If his reactions weren't quick enough, he would have died. Damn it, how is this possible? Why would the light barrier not stop Long Chen but block us? Unwilling roars rang out. Unfortunately, no matter how they roared, it was useless. Long Chen had already entered, while they would be killed if they touched the light barrier. No one dared to try again. They could only watch as Long Chen flew toward the yin-yang immortal grass. There has to be a method to get in. It's just that we haven't figured out the secret to the light barrier yet, said someone. Everyone, think. If we pool our intelligence together, I refuse to believe that we can't figure it out if Long Chen could. That's right, whoever figures it out must share it. After all, if they enter alone, their chances of defeating Long Chen are low. If we enter together, we can annihilate him and avoid any accidents. Spread out. Surround the light barrier so that Long Chen can't leave. If Long Chen approaches you, shout for reinforcements. Even if Long Chen obtains the yin-yang immortal grass, he won't have time to refine it, so he won't be stronger. If we attack together, he won't have a life to enjoy his treasures, said the expert from Pill Valley. He had great prestige amongst these people, and they immediately followed his orders, surrounding the light pillar. No matter which direction Long Chen went, he would have to face at least 3 powerful experts. It should be simple for them to hold him back. The experts also began testing the light barrier just like Long Chen had. They constantly tested it, but no matter what they threw at it, everything would turn to black dust. They couldn't figure out any pattern. Even after an incense stick's worth of time later, they were unable to make the slightest progress. Chu Yao was also following along, but inside, she was laughing. Was intelligence really something that could be pooled? If a river took someone 12 hours to cross, could 12 people cross it in 1 hour? Of course not. Long Chen might not like to use his head, but when he did, only a few people could match him. Long Chen had told her not to expose herself. She simply attacked the barrier along with the others, looking closely at Long Chen. His figure was tiny now. He had finally arrived at the foot of the yin-yang immortal grass. Chapter 1865 The Bound Yin-yang Immortal Grass. When Long Chen first entered the light barrier, he looked back with a cold smile at the experts who followed him, smashing into the barrier. The reason he dared to pass the light barrier was because he had figured out how it worked. Or perhaps he should say that amongst everyone present, he was the only one qualified to enter the light barrier. This light barrier was affected by the yin-yang immortal grass. It was a special barrier, and although it looked like it had a single layer, there were actually 9 layers. The 9 layers were stacked together, but each layer was filled with alternating life and death energy. There was a certain gap between the alternating life and death energy, and if you could grasp that gap, you could enter. However, the flow of life and death energy in the barrier was not so easy to read. If you misread it and walked into the death energy, you would be instantly killed. To cross only the life side of all 9 layers was something only netherpassage experts who had comprehended life and death could do. That was why none of these experts could figure out the barrier. The reason Long Chen could do it was because he had entered the netherworld and gathered the life spirit water and death spirit water. He had a great deal of experience when it came to these 2 kinds of energy. Despite that, other than using those 2 swords as a test, Long Chen had also tossed some very fine leaves inside to figure out the barrier. Only once he was sure it was safe did he enter. However, he was truly evil. He had intentionally waited for those people to gather around him before provoking them and entering. Those people didn't even have time to consider it. Almost automatically assuming that the barrier had lost effect, they had chased, resulting in over 10 Empyreans being conned to their deaths. Past the light barrier, Long Chen saw that this space was also its own world. It was not as small as it looked on the outside. It took him a full incense stick's worth of time to get close to the yin-yang immortal grass. At this time, he finally managed to see the complete form of the yin-yang immortal grass. He also had a closer look at the divine pool beneath it. It was an enormous divine pool filled with primal chaos. It was misty and radiated a divine glimmer. The giant yin-yang immortal grass was taking root within the divine pool. On the edges of the pool, Long Chen saw runic chains. The yin-yang immortal grass's rhizome was chained by them. The divine pool was chained here, as was the yin-yang immortal grass. Looking up at the black and white leaves in the sky, Long Chen felt like an ant. The leaves completely covered the sky. This feeling of tininess wasn't just based on sight but also on his spiritual perception. He could feel a majestic aura coming from the yin-yang immortal grass that surpassed anything that he knew. That energy might really be enough to destroy this entire world. Just how am I supposed to take it? Looking at the giant yin-yang immortal grass, Long Chen felt a chill. Even with his guts, he wasn't so sure about this. The giant divine pool was chained down together with the yin-yang immortal grass. To take it was a crazy man's dream. Even if the yin-yang immortal grass didn't resist, just by it being chained to this divine pool made Long Chen powerless. Those chains definitely had some terrifying restrictions. One mistake and he would lose his little life. Hello, how are you, little human? Just as Long Chen's head was spinning with ideas as to how he was supposed to move the yin-yang immortal grass into the primal chaos space, its black and white lines quivered. Long Chen's body tightened, and he suddenly appeared at the center of the yin-yang immortal grass. At the same time, a voice rang out in his mind. Long Chen was shocked. He had been transported to the top of the yin-yang immortal grass without the slightest bit of ability to resist. He was standing on one of its leaves, on the white side that was filled with life energy. He didn't sense anything wrong with his body, but his heart was pounding crazily. Was this yin-yang immortal grass actually some kind of terrifying tree demon? "Ah, I'm doing all right," responded Long Chen. He knew that this voice was the yin-yang immortal grass communicating with him. Space shook. The large sphere growing at the top of the yin-yang immortal grass, which looked like its fruit, slowly shrunk. An elder with long facial hair actually appeared from within. The elder was half white and half black, looking bizarre. His face was lean, giving off a feeling of the immortal Tao. "Senior, you are the yin-yang immortal grass. You can control life and death. Can you make a person live forever?" asked Long Chen curiously. The elder smiled faintly. "The yin-yang immortal grass is just a name from this star field. As for my real name, well, it's not important. Life and death energy truly can be controlled, but it must be within the scope that the heavenly Tao's permit. As for living forever, that's impossible. In this world, there is nothing that lives forever." The elder looked bizarre, but his words were kind. He wasn't at all overbearing or arrogant. He was just like an ordinary elder. "Senior, what is going on here?" Long Chen pointed down, indicating the chains. "A scam, a trap." The elder sighed helplessly. "A scam, a trap? You mean the entire yin-yang world is a trap in and of itself?" asked Long Chen. "Not just that." The elder shook his head. "Not just that." Long Chen jumped. He vaguely felt a feeling of immense danger that made him very uneasy. Long Chen wanted to keep asking questions, but the elder shook his head. "Don't ask. You have something on you that isolates you from life and death energy. Even I am unable to see through your origins or your end. To have a treasure like that recognize you as its master, you must be a gamebreaker. That's why many things don't make a difference whether you know them or not. If I told you them, it would only draw karma, so it's not worth it. Little friend, our meeting is fate. If you can free me from my bindings, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." "Me? Am I really capable of that?" Long Chen was startled. This yin-yang immortal grass was absolutely terrifying, but it had been bound here. How was he, a little soul transformation disciple, supposed to help it? It should be no problem. You were able to cross the life and death barrier, so this should all be fated. If you came here but were unable to break the chains, you wouldn't be able to gain anything. That's not the style of fate. I know that you have two friends outside the barrier. One is hidden in a spiritual space, but I still sense the spiritual fluctuations of the undying race. This primal chaos divine elixir in the pool beneath me is the result of the yin-yang world's dual yin and yang springs merging together. There is life and death energy mixed in, and it is a priceless treasure to that undying friend of yours. It's enough to make it completely transform and control life and death energy. The reason I was transplanted here and chained is because every time the yin-yang fruit matures, they will come gather it and turn me into a slave. My yin-yang fruit is about to mature once more. Their plan has almost reached fruition. The great era has come again, and this might be the last time they're picking my yin-yang fruit. In other words, they will make sure to reap my life as well, said the elder. His voice was filled with helplessness, as well as a trace of hatred. There also seemed to be some kind of longing. Just, who are they? Even you are unable to handle them? Asked Long Chen. When I was caught, I was still young. I was powerless to resist. Now that I have the power to resist, I am chained and restricted. After all these years, I've learned many things. I only have one desire left, and that is to return to my home and take a look. I don't know whether my parents and brothers are still doing well, or even if that star field of ours is still present, sighed the elder. Little friend, if you can help free me, I can send the primal chaos divine elixir to your friend, as well as transmit my understanding of life and death to it. I know your human race must comprehend life and death before entering the nether passage realm. If your friend absorbs this primal chaos divine elixir and receives my understanding of life and death, then it would be easy for it to allow anyone to comprehend life and death energy. However, the first precondition is that I cannot give you the yin-yang fruit. I need to use its power to break the void and leave this world. I need it to return to my star field, said the elder. Long Chen was astonished. Comprehending life and death would be easy. Then wouldn't that mean that all the Dragonblood warriors could enter the Nether Passage realm? The Nether Passage realm was a giant dividing range in the cultivation world. Amongst 10,000 life star experts, there might not be a single one capable of comprehending life and death. That meant that they weren't even qualified to attempt breaking through to the Nether Passage realm. So the Nether Passage realm was something that made countless geniuses feel despair. However, the yin-yang immortal grass was in existence in control of life and death energy. Long Chen trusted that it wouldn't lie to him. If he really could succeed, the Dragonblood Legion would be able to dominate the martial heaven continent. Alright, I'll accept this. What do I do? Suddenly, the two of them vanished. Long Chen felt like he was falling down a tube. After a moment, his vision became bright again. They had actually appeared within the pool. There was a giant platform here from which the chains were coming out. This is the core of the primal chaos divine pool. The chains are connected in a giant formation. As long as you can break a single one, the entire formation will become unbalanced, and I can break it to regain my freedom, said the elder. Chapter 1866. No need to bow. Long Chen looked at the chain in front of him. He had no idea what material it was made of, but it looked extremely tough. Each chain was thicker than a house. To break such a chain was not easy. This chain's strength probably exceeded average divine items. I'm afraid that I won't be able to break it. Long Chen was solemn. The aura of these chains was too powerful. If he wanted to break it, he would probably need to use the seventh form of Split the Heavens. However, if he used the seventh form of Split the Heavens here, how would he face the experts outside? How would he face the other dangers here? The elder seemed to see through Long Chen's misgivings. You are the gamebreaker. You definitely have the power to do things that others cannot, to break rules that others cannot. In this I trust. Even if you must use a powerful self-harming technique, I can help you bear the cost. I won't let you suffer the slightest damage. Is that really possible? Asked Long Chen. Although I am powerless against the chains, my power can guarantee that you stay safe no matter what, promised the elder. Fine. Fuck, I'll go all out today. Old man, you better not have conned me. Long Chen raised Evilmoon. If Evilmoon was awake, then perhaps Long Chen would have confidence with its help. But it was in slumber, and everything was up to himself. His intuition told him that the elder wouldn't lie to him. Since he promised that everything would be fine, then Long Chen could test out the seventh form of Split the Heavens. A huge saber image appeared out of Evilmoon. At the same time, Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and 5 stars shone in his eyes. When he saw Long Chen's divine ring, the elder's pupils shrank. He seemed to realize something, and his mouth opened, but at this moment, Long Chen roared, slashing Evilmoon down at the chain. The saber image slashed into the chain, causing this entire underwater world to explode. Even the yin-yang immortal grass shook fiercely. At some point, the elder had placed a hand on Long Chen's back. That was a hand as white as jade, and gentle energy poured into Long Chen's body. The huge backlash from using the seventh form of split the heavens had yet to tear through Long Chen's body when this gentle energy sucked it all away. How powerful! Long Chen was stunned by the yin-yang immortal grass's abilities. If he had its assistance, wouldn't he be able to freely unleash the seventh form of split the heavens? He could directly kill whoever he found displeasing. His admiration for the yin-yang immortal grass grew stronger, and he had another thought, but regretfully, he saw that his attack did not shatter the chain. Again, Long Chen raised Evilmoon once more. In any case, with the yin-yang immortal grass helping him shoulder the injury, he didn't mind hacking at it a few more times. He was just wasting a bit of spiritual yuan. It just so happened that he could get accustomed to this technique. No need, you've already succeeded. Cracks have appeared in the chain. The elder waved his hand, his voice quivering with excitement. Little friend, thank you. There is no way to express my gratitude. I hope one day you can break this death game, and we will meet again in some other star field. Senior, you're too courteous. Furthermore, we're working together, each for our own profit. About that, I'm a bit embarrassed, but I know you're not a petty person, so. I was wondering if you could give one of your roots to me. Asked Long Chen with a thick face. The elder smiled and said, that's no problem. A single root won't affect my power much. I just need enough to break through the barrier of this world. However, I should tell you that while my root can exist on its own, it takes an enormous amount of life and death energy to nourish, or it will quickly wither and die. Other than that, even if you did have a method to nourish it, it would take an extremely long time to grow. With a human's longevity, 100,000 years is nothing to it. Don't waste time on growing the root if it distracts you from important things. The elder's meaning was clear. Long Chen should spend his time on other things rather than wasting it on growing the root. He didn't have enough time to mature it. I know. All I need is the tiniest bit. I still want to try even if I might not succeed, said Long Chen. His primal chaos space had soil filled with life energy, and the black soil that devoured all life which could represent death energy. If he planted it between the two sides, wouldn't it have both life and death energy? Alright, then it seems I was worried for nothing. The elder smiled and extended a hand. It held out over 100 roots as thin as a hair. Long Chen jumped. These roots were being compressed by a spatial law. In truth, each one of them was thicker than a foot and many meters long. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen received one of the roots, and his hand sank. That root was heavier than a mountain. At the same time, its life and death energy almost caused his palm to split open. He hastily sent it into the primal chaos space. He planted it on the border of the black soil. However, even after planting it, there wasn't any reaction. He didn't know if it would survive. I'm not in a rush to leave. That girl should be your friend, correct? The elder waved his hand, revealing an image of Chu Yao. Yes, it's her. Long Chen nodded. Space shook ever so slightly. Chu Yao, who was outside the light pillar, vanished and reappeared at the bottom of the divine pool. She was shocked and was forming a hand seal when she saw Long Chen smiling at her. Have Ruyan come out? Her opportunity has come. Lu Ruyan came out without waiting for Long Chen. Feeling the energy of primal chaos surrounding her, her icy face finally smiled. A member of the undying race. Yes, your root is very good and contains a trace of the immortal spirit bloodline. It seems your origins aren't simple. The elder nodded at Lu Ruyan with a trace of praise. Lu Ruyan greets Senior. The normally prideful Lu Ruyan actually bowed respectfully toward the elder. That display was one of respect and admiration. No need to bow. Long Chen was standing beside the elder, and he graciously accepted this bow. Bastard, are you looking for a beating? The previously respectful Lu Ruyan instantly turned hostile. Chu Yao was holding back laughter to the side. She knew that Lu Ruyan's impression of Long Chen had always been bad. After all, she had once lost to him and was very irritated by that defeat. She had always been looking to get back at him for this. However, Long Chen was a slippery scoundrel, not letting Lu Ruyan get any advantage. Each time, he teased Lu Ruyan to the point of exploding. She was already used to it. How rude. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to come here? Shouldn't I accept your thanks? Is this how the undying race repays its favors? HMPH, my eyes have been opened to the world. What? You want to bite me, ah? Long Chen suddenly shouted as Lu Ruyan really bit him. His outstretched hand was instantly taken advantage of. Lu Ruyan was an undying willow, and she transformed her teeth into wooden thorns, instantly piercing his palm. "You foolish girl, why are you learning from Guo Ran? But when he bites people, he always bites the butt ia," shouted Long Chen as Lu Ruyan bit down harder. This was a very difficult to imagine scene. A beautiful woman was fiercely biting a man's hand. "All right, both of you, stop. Do you want the senior to laugh at you?" Chu Yao pulled the two of them apart. "She's the one biting me," grumbled Long Chen, looking at his bleeding hand. "You." Lu Ruyan almost pounced back at Long Chen, but she was held back by Chu Yao. "Senior, I've made you laugh. This lowly wife of mine doesn't have experience and is rude. Please don't blame her." Long Chen apologized to the elder but pushed all the responsibility onto Lu Ruyan. The elder simply smiled slightly. "There's nothing for me to laugh at. When I was young, I also had companions like you, brothers and sisters. However, it's been far, far too long since I've spoken with them. I really envy you, and I am grateful." Only now did Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan learn that this terrifying yin-yang immortal grass was actually enslaved here by others. They both felt empathy. "Come, little girl, your power is limited, and you cannot absorb this much primal chaos divine elixir at once. I will help you. In a bit, bring out your true body and absorb as much as you can. Once you can't absorb any more, I will seal the remaining amount inside your body so you can slowly absorb it in the future. We should be quick to avoid the disturbance here drawing the other side's attention. If that happens, I might be able to escape, but the rest of you will be in danger," said the elder. Long Chen's heart shook. Lu Ruyan didn't waste any more time. Her figure vanished, replaced with a towering willow. The willow was giant but still appeared small when compared to the yin-yang immortal grass. Lu Ruyan sent her roots into the divine pool. Runes began revolving around her entire body as she began rapidly absorbing the primal chaos divine elixir. Chapter 1867 Phantom Blood Locusts. As Lu Ruyan summoned her true body and began to absorb the pool, the water level slowly fell. Her whole body was shining, and a dragon scale pattern began to appear on her bark. The air of primal chaos covered her completely, and a holy light began to shine from her, as if she had awakened as an immortal spirit, as if she no longer belonged to the mortal world. As the primal chaos energy entered her body, Long Chen saw black-white surges of energy intertwining in her branches. Chu Yao watched excitedly. This was a huge opportunity for Lu Ruyan. She would be completely transformed afterward. However, after around a quarter of the divine pool was absorbed, the water level stopped descending. Lu Ruyan was covered in immortal mist, and faint black and white marks had appeared on her leaves. She had reached her limit and could not absorb any more. "Prepare yourself. I will help you." The elder pressed his palms against each other. The leaves of the giant yin-yang immortal grass wrapped around Lu Ruyan. In front of the yin-yang immortal grass, even Lu Ruyan's true body seemed tiny. The black and white leaves had divine runes flow out of them, condensing into whirlpools that poured the divine elixir into Lu Ruyan's body. The water level rapidly sank. In just a few seconds, it reached the bottom. Only now did Chu Yao see that there were two spring openings at the bottom. White liquid like milk bubbled out of one, while black liquid like squid ink came from the other. The speed at which these two liquids came out was extremely slow. Based on that speed, it would take tens of thousands of years to fill this pool up. The yin-yang immortal grasses leaves released Lu Ruyan. She returned to her human form, but a black and white mark had appeared on her forehead. That was the seal that the yin-yang immortal grass had left in her. The remaining divine elixir was locked inside that seal so that she could slowly absorb it. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan sent a palm at Long Chen, and caught by surprise, he was sent flying into the distance. Lu Ruyan's palm had contained some kind of strange energy, and Long Chen felt his blood flipping inside him. He was about to burst into curses when Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground toward the yin-yang immortal grass, her palms pressed against each other. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ruyan was filled with gratitude for this elder. He had not just sealed the divine elixir inside her, but he had also transmitted his understanding of life and death, yin and yang, growth and decay, all his life's understanding to her. Although she was not at the level where she could understand it at all yet, she could slowly comprehend it in the future, and she would sooner or later reach that height. This was something that would benefit her for a lifetime and could already be called the inheritance of a master to a disciple. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't say anything. Lu Ruyan had knocked him away to prevent him from taking advantage like he just had. "Child, rise. I'm ashamed." This is simply my agreement with this little friend. If you want to thank someone, you should thank him, said the elder, raising Lu Ruyan up. Lu Ruyan stood. She nodded slightly to Long Chen without looking at him, and that was it. Long Chen was still waiting for Lu Ruyan to apologize, but she didn't even look at him. Rolling his eyes inside, he decided not to quibble with her. Over this, to the elder, he said, Senior. We can speak spiritually. The elder directly switched to spiritual communication. Long Chen was startled. However, using the same kind of spiritual communication, he said, I want to know what the Gamebreaker means. I've heard it several times now. He had heard this from the Ascender in the Four Nations Ancient Remnant, and Sovereign Yunsheng had also brought it up. It seemed others had also mentioned it, but even now, he didn't know what it meant. The world is like a chessboard. Everyone is a piece that has their own fate. The lines of life and death have already been set. However, some people are not within the plan but are still on the board. Such people are called gamebreakers. Then this so-called game, who set it up? Asked Long Chen. Some games are made by people, some are made by the heavens. However, no matter who set it up, the gamebreakers always bring disorder. They are not accepted by heaven or earth, and so they face endless calamities. They are fated to have lives of trouble and misfortune. For you to have grown to your current height, I'm sure you're already aware of this. Gamebreakers break the chessboard and change the fate of the world. The more the gamebreakers grow, the more they will change the world, and the more they will influence the final outcome of the board. So your path will only become more dangerous. There are only two possibilities. You will either topple this world, or the world will destroy you, said the elder. Other than that, I see something legendary on your body, so there are many things I cannot say, I dare not say. What I can say is that the board is about to reach its final stage. If you don't topple the board, you will be destroyed by the board. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly recalled that voice that occasionally appeared in his head that constantly said that the time was almost up. Was it referring to this board? Young friend, thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to return home. I will forever remember you. Hopefully, you can topple this chessboard and survive. I hope we can meet again. The elder slowly rose. His body lit up, and he merged into the yin-yang immortal grass. I'm going to break the chains. When the chains are broken, the formation will crumble. There is a horde of locusts on a mountain not far from here. They will be woken when the formation crumbles, and those locusts are more difficult to handle than the magical beasts. You should be careful. The yin-yang immortal grass's voice rang out in their ears. This was its final goodbye. The yin-yang immortal grass's whole body began quivering crazily. The chains beneath it were pulled taut, and the earth began shuddering as well. There was one runic chain amongst those countless chains that was already dim. Cracks began growing all along it. That was the chain that Long Chen had struck. That chain suddenly shattered due to the yin-yang immortal grass's power. Then a chain reaction followed. All the chains shuddered, and one by one, they shattered. Goodbye. Let me thank you once more. The yin-yang immortal grass explosively grew. It broke through the sky. The formation of the light pillar was shattered, and the entire world trembled fiercely. Mountains crumbled, the earth sank. It was like the world was about to be destroyed. Those experts on the outside had started panicking when they saw Chu Yao be summoned inside by the yin-yang immortal grass. However, now as the formation broke, they simply stood there in dumb shock. The power of the yin-yang immortal grass made them feel like a mountain was crushing them. Even moving a finger was difficult. At this moment, whoever still had any intention of snatching the yin-yang immortal grass would really be an idiot. Something on that level wasn't anything that they could touch. Only now did they find just how foolish their previous thinking was. The formation exploded, and even the stars in the sky were shaking. After that, a giant hole appeared in the void, and the yin-yang immortal grass slowly entered it. In the end, it vanished within the hole. The yin-yang immortal grass was gone, and the terrifying pressure had faded. The world was peaceful. However, after that intense shaking, the earth was sundered and the mountains had collapsed. Long Chen's still present. Kill him, he has definitely obtained some treasure. One sharp-eyed fellow noticed that Long Chen, Chu Yao, and Lu Ruyan were still present. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they knew that Long Chen had definitely gained something good. All their eyes turned red with greed. Fuck, it's been a long time since I had a slaughter. Come, my blade has long since grown thirsty. Long Chen rose into the air, Evilmoon on his shoulder. Did they really think he was so easy to bully? Seeing Long Chen still standing there, that expert from Pill Valley smiled coldly. Holding his blood-red flame spear, he took the lead in charging at Long Chen. Just as a great battle was about to erupt, the ground exploded, revealing a giant hole. A group of fist-sized locusts flew out. Their bodies were golden, but compared to ordinary locusts, they had a pair of pincers on their mouths that flickered with a cold light. While the rest of them looked like they were made of gold, only their pincers were blood-colored. "Heavens, phantom blood locusts!" shouted someone in a panic. Phantom blood locusts might normally be golden, but when they attacked, blood-colored runes would appear on their wings, making them appear scarlet. Their golden color was what they looked like normally, but once they changed color, it meant that they were infuriated. The phantom blood locusts soared out, filling the sky like a giant wave. They charged at the experts present. "Fuck, I actually forgot." Long Chen clapped his leg. He had actually forgotten the yin-yang immortal grass's warning about the locusts. Seeing these phantom blood locusts, his face turned green. These things were even more terrifying than the 12th rank magical beasts. The phantom blood locusts were incredibly quick. A powerful Empyrean was surrounded in an instant, and while he crazily fought, there were too many phantom blood locusts. One of them bit his leg, and with a scream, his entire body stiffened. Then the phantom blood locusts enveloped him, and when they left, he was gone. Not even a bone was left. Long Chen pulled Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan away, running as fast as he could. Chapter 1868 Pill Valley's Huolian. "Fuck, how can they ignore our defenses?" Startled and frightened cries rang out. The phantom blood locusts were a strange kind of insect. While they were also classified as magical beasts, they were oddities, equally as famous as the heaven-devouring ants. Even if a more powerful magical beast encountered them, they would flee. The phantom blood locust's mouth contained powerful runes that could tear through armor. A 12th rank magical beast would instantly turn into a skeleton in the face of millions of phantom blood locusts. As for human experts, unless they had armor on the level of divine items, they wouldn't even be left with a skeleton. Once bitten by their pincers, your entire body would stiffen. Your yuan spirit would freeze, and that would spell defeat. The phantom blood locusts were nightmares amongst magical beasts. Magical beasts like the phantom blood locust normally weren't called magical beasts. They were different from other magical beasts like centipedes, scorpions, or spiders. That was because they didn't have crystal cores, and all their energy was concentrated in their mouths. That was an innate kind of terrifying power. Some people joke that whatever God had made this world had made a mistake and accidentally created a few things that even they themselves didn't understand. These phantom blood locusts were one of those existences. Rumors were that they were viewed as an invasive species back in ancient times and were hunted down. The phantom blood locusts were capable of devouring all life from a world. They bred quickly, and if they were allowed freedom, a world could meet with catastrophe. In comparison, the heaven-devouring ants were a bit better. They were simply very territorial, but as long as you didn't step into their territory or kill them, they would only start hunting when they were hungry, and their main prey was underground ores. Flesh was just a portion of their diet. The heaven-devouring ants didn't randomly increase their territory, and they bred slowly. So the phantom blood locusts were far worse, a plague, a nightmare, an apocalyptic catastrophe for a world. Of course, any knowledge of the phantom blood locusts was only within some ancient murals. They were important enough to include in murals because there were several times in human history when the phantom blood locusts had appeared, causing the human race to pay a great price to exterminate them. As for now, no one had expected there to be so many phantom blood locusts sleeping underground. Like an overturned ant nest, everyone fled. However, the ground continued to explode, and phantom blood locusts came from every direction. They were extremely fast, and when they spread their wings, countless afterimages would appear. That was where the phantom in their name came from. Most frightening of all, the people had no idea just how many phantom blood locusts were still hidden underground. The ground was constantly splitting open, revealing large caves which they were flying out of. "Chu Yao, you and Ruyan go in the direction of the exit," said Long Chen. "Then what are you going to do?" asked Chu Yao. "That idiot from the Bloodkill Hall has set his sights on me. He has some kind of secret art concealing his presence. I can only vaguely sense that he is approaching me, but I can't narrow down his location. I will find some way to draw him out. He's too dangerous, so I want to eliminate him now." Long Chen had sharp senses toward the Bloodkill Hall's people, so he was never afraid of them. However, this fellow was actually able to block himself from his senses, meaning that he was definitely a terrifying assassin. Such a person was too dangerous. He wasn't worried for himself, but he was worried about the assassin targeting others. Chu Yao was a wood cultivator and had sharp senses toward assassinations. She also had Lu Ruyan. Perhaps that person was unable to do anything to Chu Yao. However, in a chaotic fight, such a person was too dangerous. He would definitely choose to target soul cultivators like Meng Qi and Sha Chen. So he was worried. Then be careful. Chu Yao nodded, knowing what he was thinking. Do you need my help? Surprisingly, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to ask. No, the phantom blood locusts are too powerful, and just one bite can be fatal. I would rather you protect Chu Yao. I will handle the Bloodkill Hall's braggart, said Long Chen. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon, and a fierce saber chi slashed a line through the phantom blood locusts. However, even this attack only created a narrow opening. Other phantom blood locusts away from the center weren't killed and were only knocked away. The path quickly shrank. The phantom blood locusts were also tough, and they would normally only die if struck by the core of an attack. Any shockwaves or such were unable to kill them. Curious. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. What is it? Asked Chu Yao. Where is Yi Lingshan? She came with me, but we split up after I went to look for you. She's not here. Even after such a long time, there was no sign of her. At first, he had thought that she was hiding, and he had been waiting to receive her at any moment. However, even when his divine sense swept through the battlefield, he didn't notice Yi Lingshan. With her power, there were only a handful of individuals capable of threatening her. Her safety shouldn't be a problem, but she still hadn't appeared. He didn't understand. Could an accident have befallen her? Asked Chu Yao. No, Yi Lingshan is also an expert who killed her way up step by step. She definitely has ways to protect herself. Perhaps she found some kind of special opportunity of her own, said Long Chen. He led the two of them through the phantom blood locusts. More and more of them appeared, and Long Chen repeatedly slashed his sword, killing a way through. Just as Long Chen was attacking, space twisted, and a sword silently pierced toward his back. It was aimed precisely for the most difficult place for Long Chen to block or dodge. HMPH, you finally can't wait any longer. Long Chen sneered. There was no time to use Evilmoon to block. A golden dragon tooth suddenly appeared in the space beside him. That Bloodkill Hall's assassin's expression changed. He hastily blocked the tooth, but he was blown back. He almost coughed up blood. While assassinating, his energy was all concentrated within himself to avoid being sensed. Even though he was a powerful Empyrean, he hadn't unleashed his manifestation, so in a direct clash, assassins were at a disadvantage. If he summoned his manifestation, then such a huge disturbance was something only a dead person wouldn't sense. How was he supposed to sneak attack like that? The Bloodkill Hall had a secret art that allowed their assassins to merge with their manifestations. However, limiting their manifestation's power like that to keep it hidden meant that they could only use 50% of its power. What the Bloodkill Hall's experts pursued was assassination arts, not power, and their defensive power was extremely low. So this dragon tooth attack almost made him cough up blood. Today, I'll see if I can beat any piss out of you. After the dragon tooth attack, Long Chen unleashed a tempest of attacks with Evilmoon. While Long Chen attacked the Bloodkill Hall's expert, Lu Ruyan formed hand seals, and willow leaves appeared, wrapping around her and Chu Yao. Those willow leaves had black and white marks on them. They emitted a sharp aura. When they smashed into the phantom blood locusts, the phantom blood locusts were forced back. It would be difficult to kill them, but forcing a way through them was enough. Following Long Chen's directions, they charged out, taking advantage of while the phantom blood locusts had yet to fully fill the surroundings, or they really would be in danger. There were just too many of them. Some of the phantom blood locusts would manage to latch onto the leaves they smashed into and bite them. Those leaves would immediately wither away into nothingness. They were practically endless, but fortunately Lu Ruyan also had many leaves to take out. She was entirely able to keep up with this. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao charged out, while Long Chen was unleashing waves of saber chi to trap the assassin. That assassin's expression was icy. With Long Chen sealing his movements, he couldn't retreat. He could only unleash his manifestation and fight all out. What surprised Long Chen was that even without his assassination arts, this Bloodkill Hall expert was still very powerful. His sword arts were sharp and vicious. Even in a head-on battle, Long Chen was unable to suppress him. Now he knew that the name of the Bloodkill Hall's 3 divine emissaries was not for nothing. They were powerful whether in terms of a head-on battle or a hidden assassination. The thing that gave him the biggest headache was that he couldn't unleash any stronger moves because those moves took time to cast. The assassin might take advantage of that opening to flee. To kill a powerful assassin required one to unleash a tempest of attacks that didn't give them any breathing room. Hence, Long Chen couldn't let up even the slightest bit, or the assassin would slip away. Next time, it would be even more difficult to catch him. Saber light and sword images repeatedly clashed, unleashing chi waves that blew back the phantom blood locusts. The surging chi waves shocked the fleeing experts. These two were true experts. They actually dared to ignore the phantom blood locusts filling this space. It had to be known that for them, just blocking the locusts was already done nervously. They were afraid of being bitten by one and losing their life as a result. However, Long Chen and this expert of the Bloodkill Hall were fighting intensely while ignoring the phantom blood locusts. Just from that, it was possible to see the difference between them. Suddenly, a mass of phantom blood locusts blew apart. A flame spear pierced through the air at Long Chen. Long Chen, I, Huo Lian, will make you die a miserable death today for insulting Pill Valley. That expert from Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace suddenly killed his way over, unleashing a frightening attack. Chapter 1869. A great battle begins. The raging flame spear pierced toward Long Chen. Its terrifying heat roasted the air and caused space to twist. Even the phantom blood locusts were blown apart. Huo Lian was surrounded by flames. His manifestation was active behind him, and within it was a person sitting cross-legged. That figure was like a god, and its divine might shook the sky. Black flames surged out of Evilmoon, and Long Chen slashed the flame spear. It was like a sun had exploded, and the surrounding phantom blood locusts were incinerated. The instant Long Chen faced Huo Lian's spear, the Bloodkill Hall's man-killer vanished. His aura was completely gone. Long Chen's expression was slightly grave. Enemies he could face openly weren't frightening. However, to have an assassin lying in wait as he fought all out against someone else was definitely dangerous. That had the possibility of killing him. Good. The Black Illusion Dragon Flame will be changing masters today. Huo Lian pointed his flame spear at Long Chen. His eyes were shining greedily. After all, Long Chen's Black Illusion Dragon Flame was something any flame cultivator would long for. If you have the ability, then come and take it, said Long Chen indifferently. He might be a terrifying expert, but Long Chen wasn't afraid of him. From the previous exchange, Long Chen had confirmed that Huo Lian was an expert on the same level as Xie Luo and the others. He hadn't expected Pill Valley to be hiding such a terrifying expert. It seemed that he had underestimated them. However, even facing Huo Lian and the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissary together, all he felt was soaring battle intent. His soul began to heat up, and the warlike blood flowing through his bones was activating. Having such a nice place as your burial grounds is your luck, shouted Huo Lian. My bones aren't so easy to bury. Of course, if you have the ability, you can try. Speaking of which, I have a question. Has the Pill Fairy come? Probed Long Chen. Shut up. The Pill Fairy isn't someone an idiot like you can touch. As soon as Long Chen mentioned the Pill Fairy, Huo Lian seemed to become an angry lion. With a furious roar, his flame spear pierced toward Long Chen. She's also not someone an idiot like you can touch. Long Chen instantly understood. Black flames erupted out of Evilmoon, transforming it into a giant black flame blade. When Evilmoon and the flame spear collided, the earth crumbled beneath them. Black and red flames surged out in every direction. This place instantly became a sea of flames that incinerated the phantom blood locusts. Long Chen's flame was ranked second on the earth flame rankings, and its power was enough to burn the sky and vaporize seas. As for Huo Lian's blood-colored flame, it was a kind of core flame. One of Huo Lian's ancestors had been the trusted general of a god, and this core flame was that god's blessing. It contained a trace of divine power. This kind of core flame could continuously refine other flames, merging them all into his bloodline. It was a bit similar to how Huo Long continuously absorbed other earth flames. Therefore, Huo Lian was a secret weapon that Pill Valley had been nurturing, and he possessed a natural advantage from birth. All kinds of earth flames had been given to him, whatever he wanted. His core flame contained the earth flames of every flame cultivator on the Martial Heaven continent. However, even though Pill Valley had done their best to create such a genius, some things just couldn't be bought with money. The black illusion dragon flame and the heaven incinerating flame in Long Chen's hands were things that Huo Lian did not possess. If his core flame could absorb the black illusion dragon flame, his combat power would instantly leap to a higher level. That was another one of Huo Lian's goals in coming into the yin-yang world. He wanted Long Chen's life, as well as his earth flame. Huo Lian repeatedly struck with his spear, and Evilmoon shuddered as it blocked. Black and red flames continued to clash, spreading spheres of flames around. Bastard, you're just trash not worth mentioning. All you relied on was luck. Do you think you're qualified to be the toad lusting after the swan? Roared Huo Lian, his expression twisted with rage. Huo Lian was the descendant of one of the Flame Divine Palace's Grand Elders, and he would be the future commander of the Flame Divine Palace. It could be said that the Flame Divine Palace was Pill Valley's secret army. Although many of Pill Valley's alchemy elders looked down on the Flame Divine Palace since they couldn't refine pills, even those elders know that the connection between Pill Valley and the Flame Divine Palace was not so simple. In the Flame Divine Palace's view, their number one expert, Huo Lian, was a natural match for the genius Pill Fairy. One had unrivaled alchemy arts, and the other had dominating combat power. In truth, even those living fossils of the Flame Divine Palace in Pill Valley hoped to see the two of them end up together. When Pill Valley arranged to bring out their secret weapon, Huo Lian, they had arranged for the two of them to meet. It could be considered playing matchmaker. Regretfully, the Pill Fairy remained indifferent to Huo Lian the entire time. Finally, Huo Lian couldn't help expressing his adoration of her. Then, he was directly refused by the Pill Fairy. She was known in Pill Valley to be a kind person who never spoke so bluntly. However, Huo Lian was the first one to face her cold disdain. She directly told him never to bother her again. Back then, Huo Lian was startled and angry, as well as too embarrassed to show himself. He was a supreme expert and felt that he was the only one worthy of her. So he asked her why she had refused him. How was he lacking? Her response was simple. She said that there was only one person worthy of her, and no one else was qualified to stand alongside him. When she said this, Huo Lian immediately walked away in a fury. He knew that the Pill Fairy was talking about Long Chen. That was because the Pill Fairy had encountered Long Chen in the Skywood Divine Palace and recognized him to be Long San, who had caused a huge mess in Pill Valley. Back then, Long San was rumored to have received the Pill Fairy's affection. After that, the news that Long San was actually Long Chen caused huge waves. During the Jade Lake pageant, Long Chen had even given the Pill Fairy a flower, telling her a beautiful and poignant love story. It was said that the Pill Fairy had cried tears of emotion at that time. Perhaps she had completely fallen in love with him. These rumors weren't just being discussed in the outside world, but it was stealthily discussed within Pill Valley as well. As a result, the elders harshly berated those gossipers, and some of them were even expelled from Pill Valley. Only then did that gossip come to an end. All of this was originally just gossip that Huo Lian had heard, but when the Pill Fairy personally confirmed the rumors, his fury soared. At that time, Huo Lian burst into curses, saying that Long Chen was garbage, a coward, and a piece of trash that he could kill with a single hand. As for the Pill Fairy, she merely smiled indifferently without saying anything. That silent disdain added oil to the fire, and Huo Lian was so angry that he had attacked the Pill Fairy. It was said that the battle had just started before it was stopped by the Valley Master. After scolding the two of them, the matter had come to an end. However, Huo Lian never forgot about it, and now the person he hated the most was before him. Originally, Huo Lian had been able to maintain the image of an expert, but as soon as Long Chen brought up the Pill Fairy, he was like an erupting volcano. It was like Long Chen had slain his father. He wanted to kill Long Chen, but he also felt like that alone wouldn't resolve his hatred. He had an urge to tear Long Chen apart, bit by bit. The matter of Pill Fairy had been the first and greatest blow in his life, and he was unable to accept it. Their spear and saber repeatedly clashed, unleashing waves of flames. The phantom blood locusts now no longer dared to get close, and they flew into the distance. The Empyreans were delighted to see this. They had been surrounded and unable to break through the layers of phantom blood locusts. Now, they were standing on the edge of the battlefield where the flames were intense. The phantom blood locusts didn't dare to get close, while they were able to resist. That was much safer than braving the millions of phantom blood locusts themselves. It had only been a short incense stick's worth of time since the phantom blood locusts had appeared, but over 30 of them had died. Their corpses were gone, and their yuan spirits were extinguished. Fortunately, a small portion of them had managed to flee in time before the phantom blood locusts completed their encirclement. However, the majority had not been able to escape. They were stuck standing on the edge of the battlefield, watching Long Chen's fight while staying on guard against the phantom blood locusts. People have been saying that Pill Valley's been hiding their true power. It seems the rumors are true. This Huo Lian was completely unknown before this, but he's so powerful. Exactly, the power of Pill Valley isn't something outsiders can see. Pill Valley has always been the main supplier of the Martial Heaven continent's medicinal pills, and their wealth is terrifying. After so many years, just how much money have they accumulated? Can the Xuantian Dao sect or the Martial Heaven Alliance even compare to them? Hehe, now I'll get to see how Long Chen dies. There's also that divine emissary of the Bloodkill Hall hiding around here. I wonder whether Long Chen will die to Huo Lian or that assassin. Just at this moment, a huge explosive sound rang out. The two of their weapons emitted blazing divine light. Chapter 1870 Power of the Dragon Teeth. The divine ring behind Long Chen shook, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. At this moment, black flames continuously spurted out of Evilmoon, and a vague dragon cry could be heard. Huo Long was also unleashing all of its power. Their weapons once more clashed. Both of them were blown back, and each of them took 9 steps to pull apart some distance. When Long Chen reached his 9th step, before even stabilizing, he suddenly slashed Evilmoon behind him. Flames exploded out of Evilmoon, sending the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissary flying. Scram, you shameful thing. Long Chen snorted. Then, the assassin really did scram. He vanished in midair. The surrounding experts were surprised that Long Chen was able to handle the assassin's sneak attack. He was one of their 3 divine emissaries, and his attack was perfectly timed, but Long Chen seemed to have expected it. Just this one swing of his saber made people feel a chill. His fame was not for nothing. Long Chen had just forced back the assassin when Huo Lian attacked with his spear. This time, his Yuan spirit was summoned. His Yuan spirit was forming hand seals, and sacred chanting filled the air. The Nirvana scripture. I know it too. Long Chen also summoned his Yuan spirit and activated the Nirvana scripture. With the two of them activating the scripture at once, it was as if countless invisible gods were present throughout this world, all chanting in unison. The world shuddered as endless flame energy surged toward the two of them. It was like oil had been thrown onto their flame energy. The entire world almost ignited. Heavens, what terrifying flame energy! Startled cries rang out as the land began to melt and the sky started to twist. How can Long Chen know the Nirvana scripture as well? Shocked cries rang out when the experts saw Long Chen use an identical move. Moreover, the majority of the flame energy was flowing toward Long Chen's side. Apparently, Long Chen once went undercover in Pill Valley under the guise of Long San. He not only caused a ruckus, but he also captured the heart of the Pill Fairy. Rumor is that the Pill Fairy taught him the Nirvana scripture personally. In truth, his Nirvana scripture was something he had obtained from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. However, once his identity as Long San was exposed, people's imaginations were unlimited. There were rumors that it was taught to him by the Pill Fairy. He's so lucky. Are all those women blind? How did they fall for him? I don't see anything attractive about him, cursed an expert from the Ancient Family Alliance. If your face wasn't so pockmarked and you could fix your cross eyes, perhaps you'd be able to compete with Long Chen, sneered someone from the corrupt path. Hearing someone so ugly actually say something like this, even the corrupt path's people weren't able to endure it. Bastard, are you looking for trouble? Raged the pockmarked man. In truth, his pockmarks weren't pockmarks. They were an innate kind of heavenly Dao rune and a mark of his inherited bloodline. As for his crossed eyes, they were a special divine ability that could overlap 2 images in the space before him. When fighting, it could throw his enemies off, and it was a huge advantage. However, this person from the corrupt path actually mocked him using the 2 things that he was most proud of. The others all retreated a step. This place had gathered people from all the large powers. The righteous path and the corrupt path were here. However, the ones from the righteous path were all experts that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Anyone who stayed loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance here had fled or been killed. This was also why when Long Chen had entered this place, he had seen all the people from the righteous path staring at him with wariness and even hostility. Just as the two of them began an intense fight in the sky, a third figure appeared within the flames. At some point, the assassin had failed a sneak attack and even been injured. Hence, he had chosen to give up on sneak attacking and was fighting openly. What he didn't know was that before this, Long Chen had scattered medicinal powder in the air that was invisible, odorless, and posed no harmful effects. However, it could sink into a person's skin without them noticing it. Relying on his mental connection to the medicinal powder, he was able to accurately pinpoint the assassin's location and give him a serious injury. The assassin had then sensed that something was wrong and switched to a frontal assault. His manifestation appeared, and there was a strange image within it. It looked like the eyes of a fiend. Each time he swung his sword, strange runes would light up in those eyes, and identical runes would flash on his sword. Each swing of his light sword was actually able to block Evilmoon. That was clearly a kind of secret art, or there was no way he would be able to block Long Chen's explosive power. "I want him alive," shouted Huo Lian, clearly to the assassin. As for the assassin, he didn't reply. He didn't agree or refuse. It was unknown what his intentions were. Long Chen forced away Huo Lian's spear with a swing of Evilmoon, at the same time dodging the assassin's sword. He sneered, "Are you planning on exhausting me to capture me alive? Your imagination really is powerful. Since that's the case, show me just what trump cards you have to be so arrogant." Long Chen's divine ring began to spin rapidly. His 108,000 stars instantly burst forth with power. A giant golden dragon tooth suddenly pierced toward Huo Lian with a blazing light. The roar of a dragon could vaguely be heard. The tooth was like an arrow, instantly arriving in front of Huo Lian. He was startled. As before this, the power of the dragon tooth hadn't been so great. He hastily blocked. His flame spear exploded, and a burst of dragon might also erupted. However, once the flames blew by, it revealed another spear within his flame spear. His flame spear wasn't actually a spirit weapon but a true divine item. It was just that it had been covered with flames. When the dragon tooth struck the spear's true body, a metallic ringing rang out. The sound of metal clashing against metal caused people to wince. Huo Lian was knocked into the distance. His expression changed slightly, as he hadn't expected the dragon tooth to possess such power. Just as Long Chen forced back Huo Lian, he swung Evilmoon with an angry roar. All his power burst forth. Split the heavens 6, killing God void breaking slash. The assassin snorted, and divine light erupted from his sword. Long Chen's saber image actually shattered upon contact with that sword light. His arms trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Fuck, it's the power of a divine item," cursed Long Chen inside. The assassin had activated the power of his divine item, which was why Long Chen was at a disadvantage. Evilmoon was still in slumber and couldn't help him in the same way. He wouldn't be able to get any advantage fighting like this. Seeing Long Chen cough up blood, all the experts watching smiled. In their eyes, Long Chen would find it difficult to flee. Everyone had spread out, and surrounded the battlefield, not giving him any chance to run. "Long Chen, there's nowhere for you to go. Your divine item is just a decoration." Huo Lian laughed. Knocking aside the dragon tooth, his spear came stabbing toward Long Chen. This time, blood-colored runes on Huo Lian's spear lit up, and divine might raged. Clearly, he had also seen the problem with Evilmoon and knew that he could take advantage of it. Normally, these experts wouldn't be willing to activate their divine items unless they had no choice. That was because they weren't Netherpassage experts. Activating their divine items not only required a huge amount of spiritual yuan, but it also exhausted the divine item's core energy. If this core energy was not replenished in a timely fashion, it would gravely affect the divine item's power. However, Huo Lian's vision was sharp, and he immediately saw through the problem with Evilmoon, so he directly activated the power of his divine item. With an explosive sound, Long Chen was sent flying again, coughing up more blood. He was unable to activate the divine power of his weapon. As he flew back, Long Chen hastily sent the dragon tooth to block Huo Lian, but Huo Lian knocked it away with his spear. He attacked Long Chen once again. Worst of all, behind Long Chen was the assassin, his sword unleashing divine light. He was facing enemies from the front and behind. "Fuck, I'll go all out." Long Chen suddenly let out a shout. Ignoring Huo Lian's spear, he actually slashed his saber directly at the assassin, seeming to want to die together with him. The assassin smiled derisively. The light of his sword shifted, and he actually switched to defense. He naturally wouldn't sacrifice his life. As long as he blocked Long Chen, Huo Lian's attack would take Long Chen's life. Just as everyone was smiling at how Long Chen was about to die, Long Chen also smiled. Starting today, the 3 divine emissaries will become 2. A cyan brick appeared behind Long Chen, rapidly expanding. At the same time, golden light filled the sky. 18 dragon teeth appeared at once. Chapter 1871 Monsters Beneath the Ground. Blinding golden light erupted. 18 dragon teeth had appeared out of nowhere, shooting toward the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissary. It happened abruptly. Just as Long Chen looked to be in desperate straits, he suddenly unleashed such a killing blow. The assassin's expression completely changed. He realized that Long Chen had been feigning being at a disadvantage. Long Chen's goal was him. For an assassin, using 50% of their power was a kind of limit. Any more and it would affect their ability to flee. However, to cooperate with Huo Lian and make sure that Long Chen had no chance to escape, he had actually launched a blow with 80% of his power. Now that Long Chen had launched such a vicious killing blow, he was caught with no way to run. A bad feeling rose in his heart, but he had no time to think about this. His manifestation shook, and the divine marks on his sword lit up. He not only activated the power of his divine item, but he also used up all his spiritual yuan to face these 18 dragon teeth. He had no other choice. Bloodkill X/. The assassin's sword swung, one time vertically and one time horizontally. Its divine light filled the air. The 18 dragon teeth smashed straight into the giant cross in the air. 18 explosive sounds rang out, but they were so crowded that it sounded like one. An explosive sound also came from behind Long Chen. Huo Lian's spear struck the heaven-flipping seal, causing it to quiver and dim rapidly. Huo Lian's attack actually exhausted all its energy. However, it had succeeded in its mission. It had blocked Huo Lian's attack. Without Long Chen having to worry about it, it had to be known that the heaven-flipping seal's item spirit was different from other divine items. It was new and independent. It could attack freely. The heaven-flipping seal had blocked Huo Lian, while the golden dragon teeth were once more flying at the assassin. What shocked the assassin was that the seemingly overbearing dragon teeth weren't actually as strong as he had expected. Watch out! People began to roar in the distance. At some point, another 18 dragon teeth had appeared behind the assassin, shooting toward him. The shouting had no use. The assassin had just sensed something was wrong, but he had no time to react. Those 18 dragon teeth blew him to pieces along with his yuan spirit. I finally got one. Long Chen took a deep breath. He had finally eliminated a slippery assassin. Assassins were the worst targets to try to kill, and failing would make it even more difficult next time. Assassins wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. The death of the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissary shocked everyone. It happened just as Long Chen was supposed to lose his life. Long Chen extended a hand, grabbing the heaven-flipping seal. He had to allow the assassin's sword to fly away as he had no time to block it. He coldly looked at the gloomy Huo Lian. Huo Lian was like a roaring volcano, with flames surging around him. Pointing his spear at Long Chen, he sneered, "Is sinister scheming your strongest point?" Long Chen had been arranging this from the start. His goal from the beginning had been the assassin. There were 2 conditions to kill him. One was to bait him into a position where he lost the ability to run, and the other was to have him block Long Chen from fleeing, thus drawing him into close range. All this had been arranged by Long Chen to win him a chance to slay a slippery and difficult target. No, when it comes to sinister scheming, who can compare to your Pill Valley? The entire continent is within your scheming. I am nothing in comparison, said Long Chen. That assassin must be quite sad. He didn't even get a chance to show off his true abilities before dying. Are you going to follow in his footsteps? The truth was that neither Huo Lian nor the Bloodkill Hall's assassin had used their true trump cards. No one was willing to expose their trump cards in front of so many people. Thus, the Bloodkill Hall's assassin was definitely sullen in death. Last time, Long Chen's scheme had failed against Xie Luo and true immortal Zhaoqi. After that, he had decided not to rely on schemes anymore, but it was like the heavens were forcing him into a position where he had to scheme. Killing an assassin was not so easy. Fortunately, he had succeeded this time. Come, the real fight can start now. If I can cut down another idiot from Pill Valley, I'll have a drink to celebrate. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. 36 dragon teeth swirled around him. Ignorant arrogance. You are just a lowly piece of trash. Do you think you can compare to me? Although the assassin had been slain, Huo Lian was not the slightest bit uneasy. It seemed he didn't care at all. As he spoke, a divine rune appeared on his forehead. When that divine rune appeared, the head of a statue appeared on his manifestation, and the divine mark was present there as well. The divine rune on the statue's head was set ablaze. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and a powerful pressure descended. Long Chen, a beggar like you can't make up for your deficit even if you were given 1,000 years. Even if a beggar sees a piece of gold, they will never gain any nobility. Huo Lian's aura changed. It gained a kind of sacred and divine presence to it. The flames surrounding him grew stronger. Long Chen knew that this pressure didn't belong to Huo Lian but his ancestors. That manifestation behind him was very likely an inherited art in his family. This was a foundation. Long Chen truly didn't possess such a foundation. After all, Huo Lian's inheritance stretched back an unknown number of millennia, while Long Chen had nothing. What about this is noble? Relying on the leftovers of your ancestors makes you a noble. To put it nicely, you inherited your ancestors' legacy, but putting it another way, you're dependent on your ancestors, bothering them day and night. The amount of wealth you can make in your lifetime is probably less than 1,000th of what you've squandered. Ignoring everything else, at least a beggar has to actually go begging to live. As for you, what have you done for your household? All you've done is hide at home for years, turning their wealth into human excrement. A vein throbbed on Huo Lian's head. Long Chen's words were like arrows piercing his heart. He had no way to retort, as he had been hidden by the Flame Divine Palace all these years, cultivating within his family. It was just as Long Chen said, Huo Lian had used an endless stream of resources. It was only through this enormous amount of resources that an expert like him had been born. Nonsense, I am the #1 genius of the Flame Divine Palace and its heir. I am Pill Valley's choice, and what I've created is a legend, an achievement that will shake the world. Shouted Huo Lian. The flames around him continued to grow stronger. You should stop trying to brag. If you want to even survive to leave the yin-yang world, you need to rely on your ancestors' protection. I won't be giving you a chance to create a legend, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the statue in Huo Liehuo's manifestation shook. The blazing rune on his forehead spread to cover his entire body, and all the flames grew explosively. The statue suddenly vanished, replaced by a gate. The gate slowly opened. Inside was a sea of flames. A pillar of fire soared out of Huo Liehuo's body. The surrounding space became a flame domain. The heavenly Daos roared as they were squeezed out of this area. This became a world of flames, and in this world, Huo Lian was king. A paragon art. It's a flame paragon art. Startled cries rang out. Only a paragon art could cause such a terrifying phenomenon. With a paragon art, who could fight him? Long Chen's definitely dead. This world of flames is Huo Lian's. How is Long Chen supposed to face him? There's also that unending stream of flame energy coming from the gate behind him. Huo Lian's energy is limitless. This place had become an isolated world, the domain of a paragon art, a world controlled by the user. Long Chen, show me just what you'll use to fight me. Having a powerful foundation is also a kind of power. A piece of trash like you without any background shouldn't exist in this world, shouted Huo Lian, his seas of flame erupting. Long Chen was about to say a few things back when the ground shook, and a long ditch split the earth in two. It was like the earth was being torn asunder. Suddenly, a slim figure flew out of the earth. It was just a few miles from Long Chen. When he saw that figure, Long Chen was dumbfounded. It was Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan's current appearance was wretched. She was pale with terror. Upon seeing Long Chen, she shouted, "Run! Monsters are about to come out of the underground." Chapter 1872 Making things more stimulating. Yi Lingshan had just appeared when she let out a shout. Surrounded by runes, she actually charged through the sea of flames. Long Chen was startled. Worried that she would be injured by Huo Lian's flame domain, he grabbed her, enveloping her in his own flames to protect her. Quick! There's no time to explain. Run! Just at this moment, Huo Lian, whose flame energy had reached a peak, threw a giant blazing flame spear at the two of them. However, at the same time, a furious roar came from beneath the ground. A giant figure larger than a mountain charged out. What the fuck? Long Chen's hair instantly stood on end. It was a giant ox-headed devil. Black chi swirled around its body as if it was a fiend from hell. Its aura gave him a bone-chilling feeling. He had no idea what Yi Lingshan had done to provoke such a beast. It was clearly after her. Long Chen hastily formed hand seals. His Yuan spirit lit up, chanting the Nirvana scripture. The flame energy of Huo Lian's paragon art was suddenly under his control. Huo Lian's expression changed. Long Chen had suddenly stripped away his flame energy. It was like there was a supreme will present. Although he had also mastered the Nirvana scripture, he had never imagined that it could possess such might. Having lost control of his own flames, he even lost connection to his own flame spear. He was about to resist with his own Nirvana scripture, but it was too late. His flame spear suddenly pierced toward the ox-head devil's head. The flame spear exploded. That was the strike of a paragon art, and it caused an immense explosion. However, that giant ox-head devil wasn't injured at all. Its head merely quivered for a moment, its movements becoming sluggish. It let out a furious roar. This attack seemed to have provoked it. Its body came charging out of the crack in the ground. Just standing there, half its body pierced the clouds. It suddenly smashed a fist at Huo Lian. It viewed that spear attack as an attack from Huo Lian. That was because of everyone present. Huo Lian's aura was the strongest, and he had flames surging out of him. He became the ox-head devil's main target. Bastard! Huo Lian was enraged. That attack had clearly been caused by Long Chen, but there was no way for him to explain that to this beast. It also wasn't giving him time to explain. Its punch was about to reach him, and it was an appalling attack. Flame Divine Wall. The flames around Huo Lian transformed into countless dragons. They twined in front of him, forming a giant barrier. The ox-head devil's punch instantly blew apart this powerful barrier. Flames roared in every direction. Run! Suddenly, the other experts noticed that the phantom blood locusts had vanished at some point. However, their fleeing speed wasn't as fast as the wave of flames. They were drowned in them. Some of the experts who weren't fast enough or weren't strong enough were instantly slain. Amongst these flames were some black runes that came from the ox-head devil. The two kinds of power were clashing and were so powerful that even these elite Empyreans were unable to resist. Once the flame wave was past, there were over 70 Empyreans whose bodies had been destroyed. Amongst those, just over 10 were able to protect their Yuan spirits as they continued fleeing. Suddenly, the ox-headed devil smashed its own chest with its fists. An ear-piercing soundwave spread in every direction. Anyone who heard it felt their soul shudder in pain. Those who only had Yuan spirits left instantly exploded. This was actually a strange attack targeted toward Yuan spirits. Huo Lian had been sent flying by the punch. As he had been the one who had borne the majority of its power, his body almost collapsed. He was furious. Just how did such a terrifying monster end up setting its sights on him? Summoning a pair of flame wings, he fled. If he continued fighting against such a beast, he really would be an idiot. Hey, what are you running for? Weren't you bragging about your legend just now? Bring out that prideful background of yours to fight against it. Long Chen had long since fled and was ahead of Huo Lian. He didn't forget to turn back and mock him. Huo Lian gnashed his teeth. His spear trembled. With almost no hesitation, he sent it stabbing toward Long Chen. Haha, many thanks for sending me off. Long Chen laughed. Black flames flowed around Evilmoon as he slashed it into the flame spear. Long Chen was sent flying, and the speed at which he was flying shot up. Borrowing the force of Huo Lian's blow, he increased the gap between them even more. As for Huo Lian, his speed dropped as he faced the power of Long Chen's saber. The ox-headed devil behind him sent a palm crashing toward him. Huo Lian's expression changed. He hastily blocked its attack again. As a result, he once more hacked up blood, his whole body almost exploding. However, he had learned from Long Chen and borrowed the force of this blow to flee. He had to get further from this terrifying monster, or he really might die here. Suddenly, the ground began to tear apart, and one giant figure after another crawled out. They were like fiends from hell. They began to slaughter the experts present. Only by personally facing these terrifying monsters did the experts learn just how strong they were. Even if they had time to activate their divine items, they couldn't block a single attack. They fled in every direction, terrified. But their speed was clearly too little too slow in the face of these ox-head devils. It was like this world had become hell. The ox-head devils were constantly slaying the experts. Even Empyreans appeared helpless in front of them. What did you do to provoke such terrifying fellows? Demanded Long Chen as he pulled along Yi Lingshan. Lightning circulated around them. He was forced to dodge the monsters as they continued to appear from underground. There were dozens of them now. He didn't dare to face them in battle, as he wasn't looking to be a masochist. Their power wasn't something that he could face. I found a sealed copper plate underground. I didn't have time to figure out what it was before I was hunted down, answered Yi Lingxian. She pulled out a fist-sized piece of copper. It was about the thickness of a chopstick and was covered in cracks. There were no fluctuations coming from it, and it looked like a piece of scrap metal. At first, I thought it was some supreme treasure. After all, it was sealed. I had to use a paragon art to break part of the formation to get it. But it doesn't seem like a treasure now. My luck is garbage. I almost got killed by these monsters. Yi Lingxian shook her head with some lingering terror. She had clearly gone through a dangerous experience underground. For her to even live to escape was already the protection of the heavens. This is. Long Chen was shocked upon seeing the copper plate. What, is it a treasure? Asked Yi Lingxian, surprised. Let's get out first. Long Chen put away the copper plate, but he was still shocked. He didn't recognize the copper plate itself, but he recognized its aura. That was the aura of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. There was no way that he was mistaken. Back then, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been nourished in his spiritual space. It had been on the verge of collapse, and it was thanks to his spiritual nourishment that it hadn't been destroyed. Later on, it had unleashed a single blow in the branch Xuantian Dao sect of the Eastern Wasteland. It had defeated enemies that he hadn't been able to defeat himself, and after accomplishing its promise, it had vanished without a trace. In all the years since, he hadn't managed to learn anything about where it had gone. This tiny bit of copper was actually a portion of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Back when he had seen it, it had been fragmented, with many missing parts. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingxian had actually managed to find one of those fragments. However, this fragment had no spirituality on its own, looking like garbage. Long Chen then placed it in his spiritual space in hopes that it could revive with the nourishment of his spiritual strength. The world was constantly shaking as the attacks of the ox-head devil slaughtered the experts present. Only a few managed to slip through them. The rest were annihilated. As for Long Chen's side, there were 3 of them. Long Chen had to repeatedly dodge their attacks. Several times they were almost struck by their palms. Yi Lingxian was pale with terror. Long Chen, maybe we should return the copper plate to them. It doesn't seem like they're willing to let us off. We can't. This copper plate is too important. We have to be able to bring it away. Don't worry, we'll reach the exit soon, said Long Chen as he pulled her away. He quickly saw the gate that he had come through. At this time, Huo Lian came flying over from another direction. However, he was covered in blood and looked wretched. You go first, I'll eliminate him. Long Chen pushed Yi Lingxian into the gate. That was where they had entered from. Huo Lian, do you want to make things more stimulating? Long Chen smiled upon seeing Yi Lingxian fly through the gate and vanish. He moved to block Huo Lian's path, a black lotus slowly condensing in his hand. Chapter 1873 Lord Brahma's Wrath. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. Upon activating the Nirvana scripture, the black flame lotus in his hand rapidly grew. Flame energy surged toward him from every direction. Bastard, if you dare to block me, you'll also die, roared Huo Lian, his expression changing upon seeing that black lotus. As a flame cultivator, he could sense its power. If it was during normal times, perhaps he wouldn't be afraid. But now, if he was blocked, the ox-head devil behind him would catch up. I don't believe that. I want to try. Seeing Huo Lian rushing over, Long Chen didn't have time for the flame lotus to grow to its peak. He threw it at him. You're courting death. Huo Lian furiously stabbed his spear at the flame lotus. He activated his divine item's power. Black and red flames exploded. The world shuddered. Flames spread out in every direction. Just at that moment, 72 golden dragon teeth pierced through the flames at Huo Lian. Huo Lian's expression was extremely ugly. 72 dragon teeth at the same time meant that he had no choice but to block them with his full power. Endless flame domain, Lord Brahma's wrath. The flame gate behind Huo Lian opened once more. A hand of flames reached out from within it, holding a giant sword. That flaming sword had just appeared when Huo Lian turned as pale as paper. This was his trump card used only for dealing fatal blows. Using it required a heavy price. The flame spear slashed into the dragon teeth. The flame sword exploded, while Long Chen's dragon teeth were all sent flying. How powerful! Long Chen was surprised. He had utilized 72 dragon teeth this time and had been thinking that they would be enough to kill him. However, Huo Lian had his trump cards as well. However, Long Chen's attack knocked Huo Lian back. Behind him was the ox-head devil, and one of its huge palms smashed toward him. Despite doing his best to block, Huo Lian was sent smashing into the ground. It was unknown if he survived. Just as Huo Lian was struck, 3 other giant palms came smashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen had no time to observe Huo Lian's condition and directly activated the celestial lightning body blink. The huge gate was behind him, and he charged in. Just as he thought that he had escaped by entering the gate exploded, and he was sent flying by a powerful chi wave. Long Chen had just appeared when he heard Chu Yao's startled cry. She, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan had been anxiously waiting for him. With the destruction of the gate, the vines protecting the gate were blown apart. The sky was torn apart. A giant crack appeared, and those ox-head devils actually tore through the spatial gate that led to their own minor world. "Get back!" shouted Long Chen. "Long Chen, what are you planning on doing?" shouted Yi Lingshan. "Just get back, I have business to handle." After saying that, Long Chen shot forward, slashing the ox-head devils with a lightning blade. This lightning blade was easily blown apart by one of their palms, but this attack was just to draw their attention. They began charging at Long Chen. Long Chen turned and fled, while those ox-head devils crazily chased him. In an instant, Long Chen arrived in the giant mountain range. Here, there were countless formations protecting them. One of them stamped straight on one of the mountains, crushing it. When that ox-head devil touched it, the formations in the surroundings lit up. A pillar of light shot out of each of the small trees growing at the peak of the mountains, and they converged together to strike the ox-head devils. Swords of light pierced through their bodies, and blood splashed. However, their bodies were giant, and these swords of light were unable to cause any fatal damage. The ox-head devils roared furiously. They began smashing their fists on the ground. Their terrifying power caused huge shockwaves that shook the grand formation intensely. Suddenly, those small trees exploded, and the formations rapidly dimmed. "Quick, gather the plants. I'll draw their attention," shouted Long Chen. Lightning flashed around him brightly, as he was worried that the ox-head devils wouldn't notice him. He began rushing in one direction. The ox-head devils roared and chased after him. They quickly caught up, but their giant bodies made them look like humongous gorillas trying to swat a fly. Chaos reigned. Long Chen danced and weaved through their claws. It was incredibly dangerous. Being struck by one would turn him into a pancake. Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan gathered the plants as quickly as they could. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao in particular were gathering them mountain by mountain, and their efficiency was extremely great. "Long Chen, we're done. Run," shouted Chu Yao. Suddenly, a blood-colored spear pierced out of the air at Chu Yao's back. At some point, Huo Lian had also arrived, and his first target was Chu Yao. Endless falling wood, undying wall. The first one to react was Lu Ruyan. The ground erupted, and one giant wooden wall appeared after another. Each wall was actually a strange tree. After taking the shape of a shield, countless roots pierced into the grounds. It was incredibly tough. The tough wooden shields exploded one by one in front of Huo Lian's divine item. In order to kill Chu Yao, Huo Lian was going all out. 9 wooden shields exploded in just an instant. In front of the spear, they appeared weak. However, once the 9 wooden shields were destroyed, Chu Yao's figure had vanished. What replaced Chu Yao was a sword shining with brilliant divine light. It transformed into a starry ray of light that pierced toward Huo Lian. Huo Lian's spear met it head-on. After blowing through the 9 wooden shields, less than half of its power remained. As a result, this clash caused Huo Lian's body to shudder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying back. He almost lost hold of his spear. Sharp thorns shot out of the ground behind him as he flew back. The wooden thorns pierced his body. Chu Yao had summoned them. Lu Ruyan had blocked the attack for her, and she had immediately moved and switched to a counterattack. Those wooden thorns were just about to transform Huo Lian's body into wood, turning him into a wooden block, when Huo Lian let out a shout. Blood flame devours the heavens. Huo Lian's bloodline power erupted. His blood was like lava, incinerating Chu Yao's wooden thorns. Having failed his sneak attack, Huo Lian had almost died. Seeing Lu Ruyan summon a giant willow tree, he wisely flapped a pair of flame wings and fled into the mist surrounding this region. He vanished. Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Lingshan were shaken inside. Huo Lian was truly terrifying. He was clearly already heavily injured but had still possessed such power. Even the 3 of them together had been unable to keep him from fleeing. Let's get out while we can. Just at this moment, Long Chen flew over. The four of them flew toward the mist together. It was unknown if the ox-headed devil beasts were afraid of the mist or had finally reached some limit, but after circling a few times in front of the mist, they stopped. After letting out a few unwilling roars, they returned to their ruined world. Inside the mist, the four of them exchanged a glance and laughed. That was the delight of escaping from death. Stimulating, definitely stimulating. It was almost stimulating to death, laughed Long Chen. He collapsed on the ground, sitting on his butt. It was definitely stimulating. I almost lost my life. When I was trapped underground, I thought I was doomed. But those angry ox-head devils actually tore apart the earth, and that's the only way I escaped. Yi Lingshan sighed deeply. These ox-head devils are terrifying. Perhaps their power can compare to peak nether passage experts. To be able to escape is definitely fortunate. As for Huo Lian, he was powerful enough to withstand their attacks. No wonder he is so arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant, said Chu Yao. She took out a set of black robes for Long Chen to change into. Long Chen's black robes were broken at his arms and covered in blood and holes. All of Long Chen's robes were personally sewn by Chu Yao. Even when she had been the princess of the empire, she had always been skilled in the feminine arts. Long Chen put on the new robes, and Chu Yao also tidied up his hair. He felt much more refreshed. Feeling Chu Yao's soft movements, Long Chen smiled. He was really powerful. That ox-headed devil actually didn't kill him in one blow. Long Chen explained how he had blocked Huo Lian and how the latter had been struck head-on. The three of them couldn't help finding it funny that a generation's genius had almost been conned to death by Long Chen. No wonder he would target Chu Yao. It's your fault, said Lu Ruyan coldly. He didn't want to kill just me, but all of us. I was just at the best angle for you, said Chu Yao. Although there was some truth to that, she was protecting Long Chen. Let's go. We should find somewhere safe to check our harvest. The four of them left this place together. Chapter 1874 Plans. The four of them left this dangerous region and found a secluded place to rest. The main thing was that Yi Lingshan was heavily injured. While underground, Yi Lingshan had faced the attacks of those terrifying ox-head devils. She had been heavily injured, but at the time, she had used a secret art to temporarily suppress her injuries. Naturally, her injuries could only be suppressed for a while. Fortunately, Chu Yao was present, and her wood spiritual energy was incomparably pure. After spending a whole day, Yi Lingshan was fully recovered. If Chu Yao hadn't been present, it would have taken at least half a month for Yi Lingshan to recover. In this dangerous place, being in an injured state could be fatal. Both Long Chen and Chu Yao knew that part of the reason why Yi Lingshan's injuries were so severe was because she had received Huo Lian's spear with her sword. In her heavily injured state, that attack had been too forced, worsening her condition. It's nice having friends. Only upon joining the Martial Heaven Alliance did I ever feel what it's like to have a family. Yi Lingshan sighed deeply when she sensed that she had fully recovered. She had always been a solitary figure, and when injured, she could only find somewhere to hide, afraid her enemies would find her. Those bitter times had been hard. Upon joining the Martial Heaven Alliance, she had been viewed as the elders' child. They all protected her and were kind to her. Now if she was injured, there was someone to heal her, someone to look after her, someone to protect her. That feeling was something that she hadn't even dared to dream of before. It might be better to join the Dragonblood Legion, probed Chu Yao with a faint smile. Yi Lingshan suddenly blushed and shook her head. Thank you, but I can't. My master told me that Long Chen is skilled at seducing others, so I have to be on guard against him. Long Chen almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Could the people closest to him not keep saying things like that? It was too hurtful. Your master's eyes are wise. She immediately saw through the unfaithful heart of a certain person, added Lu Ruyan profoundly. Don't you think that's too much? Certain people always forget favors, not even saying a word of thanks after gaining giant benefits. I'm just befuddled. Do you think such people never grew a conscience? Long Chen's face was growing darker and darker. If she didn't want to thank him, then fine. But she actually threw stones at him while he was down. Lu Ruyan also seemed to feel like she had gone a bit too far. She snorted, but she didn't retort. Chu Yao shook her head. Lu Ruyan seemed to view Long Chen as a fated enemy. However, part of this couldn't be helped. Lu Ruyan was innately an undying willow. She was a wood element lifeform, but she also possessed dark energy. Her character was prideful and cold. There was also Long Chen's flame energy and thunder force. Both of those energies represented destruction, which possessed a natural repulsive effect toward wood cultivators with life energy. Chu Yao had a deep spiritual connection with Long Chen, so that repulsive effect wasn't so great. However, Lu Ruyan was different. The two of them hadn't been friends from the start, so adding this elemental rejection, it was difficult for the two of them to get along. This time, however, Lu Ruyan had ended up owing Long Chen an immense debt. That primal chaos divine elixir would completely transform her. It was just that she needed some more time to refine it all. Considering the amount that the yin-yang immortal grass had sealed within her body, she didn't even know how much time it would take. Seeming to realize that Long Chen and Lu Ruyan didn't get along, Yi Lingshan quickly changed the subject. Long Chen, you really are powerful. You even killed that divine emissary of the Bloodkill Hall. He was a very terrifying existence. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan also nodded. Eliminating a slippery assassin was truly difficult. It was just luck. Long Chen shook his head. If he had used his full power, I would have had an 80% chance of defeating him, but less than a 10% chance of killing him. He actually died due to Huo Lian. What? The three women didn't understand. How was this connected to Huo Lian? That assassin was very crafty and skilled in scheming. He didn't want to use too much power or expose his trump cards. He wanted to bait me into a direct clash with Huo Lian and then gather benefits from the side, using the least amount of power to kill me. Actually, something similar occurred to me before when True Immortal Zhaoqi and Xie Luo both attacked at the same time. They were both scheming against each other, not wanting to expose their trump cards. I tried to kill them with something similar, but I was too greedy and didn't succeed. However, this time I managed to pull it off. Long Chen smiled. Having conned one of the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissaries to death could count as a harvest. The Bloodkill Hall's experts were very difficult to kill. Eliminating one of them on this level was something that made even Long Chen feel some pride. Then do you mean the divine emissary was even stronger than we thought? If that's the case, he'll probably be crying on his path to the Yellow Springs, said Chu Yao with a laugh. Such an expert had died so sullenly. He deserves it. Most people who die to assassins also have sullen deaths. The assassins aren't actually strong but can kill people several times stronger than themselves. Assassinating targets across realms is easy for them. To put it bluntly, assassination arts are scams, but as long as someone is fooled, they'll die. The one who lives is naturally the expert. Long Chen shrugged. Chu Yao and the others nodded. An expert on this level had died just like that due to making a mistake in his own scheme. Long Chen, what is that copper plate? How could it draw out such terrifying monsters? Asked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen took the copper plate again. Now there was a faint sheen to it that hadn't existed before. It seemed like the slightest breath of life had been breathed into it. This copper plate's origin is extremely shocking. You know of the Martial Heaven Continent's 5 supreme divine items. Are you saying, yes, this copper plate is a fragment of the leader of the 5 great divine items, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, said Long Chen. How can you know that? Demanded Yi Lingshan. Because I met it and had a business transaction with it. Its body is fragmented, and this is one of the fragments. I just don't know why it would be sealed here. Its divine essence has essentially been sucked dry. Most likely, it was absorbed by the altar. As for who did it or their goals, we can't know. Back when I asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell why it had fallen to such a point, it wouldn't tell me. Lingshan, this copper plate is on its last breaths and requires a huge amount of spiritual strength to nourish it. Please leave it with me. I might be able to use it, said Long Chen. He rarely asked others for things, but this copper plate was too important. Just take it. It's useless to me, said Yi Lingshan magnanimously. Long Chen nodded gratefully. Yi Lingshan's words were naturally false. How could a fragment of a supreme divine item be useless? However, she gave it to him without hesitation. Thank you. Don't tell anyone about this copper plate, including your master, warned Long Chen solemnly. Because the implications are too big. When I met the Eastern Wasteland Bell, I could vaguely sense that something was off. Just think about it. The leader of the 5 supreme divine items was almost destroyed. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is an existence that maintains the karmic luck of the entire Martial Heaven continent. As for the other 4 supreme divine items, there's no news about them. It repeatedly told me not to ask what had happened, because the karmic burden was too heavy. That's why you shouldn't draw the Alliance head into this matter. Yi Lingshan suddenly had a thought. Looking at Long Chen, She said, but then you. I've already met the Eastern Wasteland Belle, so I don't mind adding on this bit of karma as well. When have I ever been afraid? Long Chen smiled. Thank you. At this point, Yi Lingshan realized that Long Chen was bearing the karma for her, while he made it seem like he was the one who owed her a favor. Yi Lingshan knew that any supreme existence was related to the heavenly Taos, and being involved with them could easily cause the heavenly Taos to sense them. Some karma would be settled during heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Taos would silently increase the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation, turning it into heavenly punishment. It was unknown how many people had been killed like this without even being aware of what had happened. That was karma. As for the Eastern Wasteland Belle, it was the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. If she kept it without any preparations, her heavenly tribulation might transform due to the matter of the Eastern Wasteland Belle. She might die if she wasn't aware. We're a family, so no need for words of courtesy. What plans do you have now? Asked Long Chen. Plans? I'm planning on searching for more treasures, said Yi Lingshan with a confused look. Seeing Long Chen's bitter smile, Yi Lingshan didn't know what she had said wrong. Looking at her oddly, Long Chen asked, as the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance, have you not noticed anything? I didn't see anything. Long Chen sighed. Fine, I'll tell you. The board of the Martial Heaven continent is about to completely transform with the opening of the Yin-Yang world. If you do not grasp this opportunity, the Martial Heaven Alliance will shatter. Chapter 1875. The baby face reappears. Long Chen, do you think I'm stupid? Yi Lingshan had a bitter smile. No, you're not stupid. You're just a tiny bit foolish, comforted Long Chen. Scoundrel, how could you say such a thing? Chu Yao pushed Long Chen. Hee, it was just a joke, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan shook her head. I feel very foolish, especially compared to you. It feels like it was a miracle I could live until today. Long Chen said there was a crisis, but she didn't see anything. Long Chen, don't keep us in suspense. I also don't see the danger you're talking about. Tell us, urged Chu Yao. Long Chen cleared his throat. Actually, you've also seen it, but you aren't thinking far enough. The current righteous path has a portion leaning toward Pill Valley. You saw it in the battle. There were no other experts from the righteous path. They were all on Pill Valley's side. That means that the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance had been cleared before we arrived. In other words, they were either scared away by the other experts there or killed. That's why the remaining people were all our enemies. The righteous path, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, the Bloodkill Hall, they've all banded together. It's a kind of hidden scheme or perhaps even an open scheme. Pill Valley has essentially expressed its attitude. It wants to gather all the powers on the continent to target the Martial Heaven Alliance. The people that have not joined Pill Valley's side become isolated forces. If they are allowed to be picked off bit by bit, it will be a fatal blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance. The ones still standing on the sidelines will all end up throwing themselves on Pill Valley's mercy. Even the powers belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance will be rattled. You saw the situation there. All those people were from different forces, yet they didn't attack each other. They only targeted those righteous experts who didn't submit to their side. Now you should understand the crisis. Only then did Yi Lingshan and Chu Yao realize just how serious things were. Just how were the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts supposed to handle so many powerful enemies? If when the Yin-Yang world closed, the majority of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had died, it would definitely be the final nail in the coffin for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then what should we do? Asked Yi Lingshan hastily. Not us. It's what you should do, said Long Chen. You are the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. At this time, it's up to you to decide the fate of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Alliance head has already left that authority to you. Long Chen pointed to the sword on her back. That was the significance behind Ku Jianying giving it to her. But I can't handle something like that. Yi Lingshan's voice quivered. She had always been a solitary figure. All right, since you're too foolish, I'll explain it to you another way. I ask you, if the Martial Heaven Alliance was about to be destroyed, would you be willing to sacrifice your life to win a chance for the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked Long Chen bluntly. His bluntness caused Chu Yao to glare at him. His words were hurtful. Of course, I would be willing, said Yi Lingshan without any hesitation. Long Chen nodded. Good, then you can start risking your life now. How? Against who? Asked Yi Lingshan. Of course, not against me. Go fight your enemies. If there are no enemies before you, then go find them. This is the best era and the worst era. The Martial Heaven Alliance's opportunity lies in this moment, said Long Chen. Chu Yao suddenly clapped her hands together, exclaiming, I understand. Long Chen is saying that since the Martial Heaven Alliance is in a time of great crisis, the ones harboring sinister intentions have already joined Pill Valley. There is another portion that is still standing to the side, so those that can still stand together with the Martial Heaven Alliance are essentially all loyal. It's like this tribulation is a giant wave washing away the sand, leaving only the gold. Long Chen is saying that you should gather the bits of gold together and have them become the Martial Heaven Alliance's solid backing. With the crisis upon us, you should step forward and lead the people loyal to you. Show yourself fighting bravely on the front lines, show yourself uniting the righteous path. Make a rallying call and strike back. I'm sure many experts of the righteous path have suffered quite a bit of bullying. If you call out to them, they will naturally answer. Only once everyone is united can they fight back. This is a rare opportunity. Born in the imperial palace, Chu Yao was naturally more familiar with the art of war. She understood Long Chen's words quicker. But, will I really be able to do that? Yi Lingshan still lacked confidence. Aren't you unafraid of dying? So why be afraid of failing? Lingshan, leaders aren't born but made. When Senior Ku Jianying led the righteous path back in the day, she slaughtered the corrupt path, terrifying them. At that time, she wasn't much older than you, and her cultivation base wasn't higher. To be a leader, you need courage and resolve. What is confidence? It's something piled up bit by bit. Right now, you need to accumulate the experience of succeeding once. Don't go looking for more treasures. Starting now, gather the righteous experts. Save them from being besieged from all sides. Start rolling the snowball now, and it will grow bigger and bigger. If you want to be a successful leader, you need a particular charisma. One of the most charismatic things a leader can do is to risk their own life for their people. That will make others willing to entrust their lives to you, encouraged Long Chen. After hearing this, Yi Lingshan's blood began to heat up. Scene after scene appeared in her mind. In those scenes, she was leading countless righteous experts against their enemies in battle. Blood dyed her robes as she fought valiantly. Thank you, Long Chen. I understand. I won't disappoint my master. Although I still feel like you are better than me, I will definitely do my best. Even if I have to lose my life, I'll live up to the sword on my back. Yi Lingshan suddenly stood. She seemed like a completely different person. Long Chen smiled. We're different. You walk the King Dao, I walk the Hegemon Dao. There's a fundamental difference between them. Before this, you had to put your life on the line just to survive. Starting today, you will put your life on the line for others. You will find that there's an immense difference between them. Only when they're protecting something dear to them can someone unleash their greatest power. Yi Lingshan bowed slightly. Many thanks. I'll leave right now. Wait, I'll go with you, said Chu Yao suddenly. Long Chen was startled. Could it be that his words had been so persuasive that even Chu Yao wanted to go? That wasn't in his plans. Big sister, you. Yi Lingshan was also startled. Chu Yao smiled. Ruyan needs to focus on refining the divine elixir. Without her, I would be at a disadvantage against people on the level of the Bloodkill Hall's divine emissaries. I would rather go with you while Ruyan stays in seclusion. With two people, it won't be so lonely. Yi Lingshan was naturally delighted. Chu Yao was a terrifying wood cultivator, perfect for controlling the rhythm of a battle. With Chu Yao's defense and Yi Lingshan's offense together, the two of them wouldn't fear anyone. Many thanks. Yi Lingshan happily pulled Chu Yao away. As for Lu Ruyan, she was now in seclusion in Chu Yao's spiritual space. Long Chen, don't get into too much trouble. Chu Yao's voice rang out from a distance. There was a faint laughter along with it. Long Chen had an urge to cry. Originally, he had been wanting to stimulate Yi Lingshan's will, having her take this opportunity to become the leader of the righteous path. However, even Chu Yao had been seduced by his words. Fine, I'll do my best. Long Chen bitterly smiled. If Chu Yao was with him, then with her wood spirit union, he would have an ocean's worth of spiritual yuan to use. Wouldn't he be able to dominate his enemies then? However, that was all a dream now. When he thought about it, he supposed that this was good as well. With Yi Lingshan and Chu Yao together, they had top offense and top defense. Yi Lingshan even had a paragon art. Even if they encountered people like True Immortal Jiaoqi or Xie Luo, they wouldn't be in danger. Long Chen examined the copper plate in his spiritual space. After being nourished by his soul for a while, there was the slightest fluctuation coming from it, putting him at ease. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was the leader of the 5 supreme divine items. For it to recover its original divine might, it would need to regather its fragments. This piece in his hands was very important. It was just that he had no idea where the Eastern Wasteland Bell was. Back when it was leaving, it said that it was going to regather its body. Even after so many years, there wasn't the slightest news about it. Hence, Long Chen had no idea how much it had managed to regather. He then turned to look at Evilmoon. It was still in seclusion, and Long Chen could not communicate with it using his divine sense. He would be unable to activate its divine power during this time. Long Chen stood and patted off some dust. He was about to leave when an arrow of light suddenly pierced into the clouds in the distance. Divine light exploded, blowing away the clouds. This aura. It's him. Long Chen's expression changed. He hastily rushed over in that direction. Rumbling rang out, and divine light exploded. Saber images and sword chi raged through the air. There were actually multiple people activating the power of their divine items in a crazy battle. Mo Nian, I bet you never thought such a day would come for you. With death at hand, have you ever thought of digging your own grave? Long Chen rushed over and saw over 100 people crazily attacking a cloaked man. Upon seeing that man with his face that still had a bit of baby fat, Long Chen smiled. Even after all these years, it seemed that this fellow had yet to change. Chapter 1876 Corpse Poison. The person being besieged from all sides by over 100 experts was one Long Chen hadn't seen in several years, Mo Nian. Mo Nian had a bow in hand, and his manifestation was present behind him. Long Chen could see 2 figures within his manifestation. They were both standing there, their hands in a seal. Divine light flowed through them and into Mo Nian. Mo Nian was covered in blood. It was unknown if it was his or someone else's, but he looked to be in a bad spot. His aura was fluctuating intensely. It seemed as if he had been gravely injured. What was shocking though was that even in this state, even against experts who were activating the power of their divine abilities, the 5-colored bow in Mo Nian's hand was able to resolve all the attacks he faced. Even in his heavily injured state, he wasn't defeated. That bow. Long Chen saw all the attacks actually rebound off the bow. With Mo Nian's aura in a chaotic state, he was practically on his last legs. He was relying entirely on that bow in his hand. Mo Nian, you've committed too many sins. After grave robbing all day, your retribution has finally come. Sneered someone. The majority of these experts were from the Ancient Family Alliance, and the others were from the Righteous Path, Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, and Zon Beasts. Clearly, they had formed an alliance. Long Chen's guess was not wrong. Pill Valley was finally bearing its fangs. Even facing over 100 experts, Mo Nian cursed back, "Fuck off, it's not grave robbing. Did your masters die early? Have you not heard of a term called archaeology? I, Mo Nian, am searching through ancient remains for the legacy of the human race. I am enhancing the current cultivation world civilization. As a pioneer of the archaeology field, I will bring the world to an unprecedented future. What qualifications do you have to act like you're better than me? I know the heavens, I know the earth, and I know the air in between. I am one who explores the limits of the world, not a group of blind ants like you." What bullshit. To describe grave robbing so honorably, your face really is thick. Maybe no one else can compare when it comes to that, roared someone else. That person was especially angry because his family's tomb had been robbed by Mo Nian. It wasn't just him. Amongst the ancient families, most of them with a certain level of power or ancient inheritance had had their ancestral tombs robbed by Mo Nian. HMPH, when it comes to the thickness of one's face, I'm a far cry from Long Chen. Are you blind? Cursed Mo Nian. What the fuck, even when I'm not there, I get shot by you. If you want to be shameless, fine, but don't bring me into it. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it anymore and jumped in. 72 golden rays of light shot through the experts attacking Mo Nian. Long Chen could see that Mo Nian was heavily injured, and he was forced to conserve his power to suppress his injuries. If he continued to do that, he would be worn down slowly. Knowing Mo Nian, if he was forced to that extent, he might do something crazy. The dragon teeth struck suddenly, catching the attackers off guard. By the time they reacted, the dragon teeth had reached them. Divine items shattered as those who clashed with the dragon teeth were blown apart. The majority of these people only had quasi-divine items, and they were unable to block the attack of the dragon teeth. They were instantly annihilated. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you came at a good time. Help me annihilate these bastards. Seeing Long Chen, Mo Nian was revitalized. Taking advantage of the chaos, 5-colored divine light came from his bow. Rays of light shot out, each striking their target. After Long Chen's attack, only 35 experts had survived relying on their half-step divine items. Those people were all elite Empyreans, but even so, Long Chen's attack had cost them half their lives. They were still hacking up blood when Mo Nian's arrows arrived. The arrows pierced through their heads, and their accuracy was amazing. 35 arrows flew by, and 35 experts were slain. Not one escaped. Even Long Chen was stunned. Mo Nian's archery was practically godlike. Long Chen waved his hand, grabbing the now masterless divine items. Before they could fight back, he tossed them in the primal chaos space. Several explosions erupted within the primal chaos space. Some divine items resisted and were annihilated by the primal chaos bead. It was the smarter ones who immediately went still and didn't dare to resist. Long Chen moved quickly, but he was still a bit too slow. The majority of the intact divine items managed to flee. He only managed to grab 17 swords. 5 of them exploded, but 12 of them submitted. Those 12 had comparatively more intelligent item spirits, so their quality was a bit higher. 12 divine items was quite the harvest. Ha ha ha, Mo Nian, it's been a while since I saw your fat face. Only then did Long Chen fly over to Mo Nian. He gave him a fierce embrace. After parting in the eastern wasteland, it had been many years. He had been concerned about him and hadn't expected to meet like this. Ha ha ha, your mouth is still the same. For you to have lived until today really is a miracle. PFFT. Mo Nian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, making Long Chen jump. What happened? Are you injured? Long Chen hastily took out a healing pill for him. He investigated Mo Nian's body, and his expression suddenly changed. Mo Nian's body was filled with death qi. It was like he was turning into a corpse. Swallowing the pill, Mo Nian waved his hand. It's fine, I won't die, it's just an occupational disease of my archaeology. Quote. This is clearly the invasion of corpse poison. You've been within tombs for too long, and the corpse poison has even invaded your soul. If this continues, you'll lose your life. Long Chen shook his head gravely. Fuck, isn't it all because of that idiot Di Feng? Originally, this corpse poison was only irritable, and I couldn't erase it, but it wasn't able to cause me any harm. In fact, I could even give some of it to others when I wanted to. But that Di Feng kept attacking me. We have fought 3 battles since entering the yin-yang world without deciding a winner, but each time, the corpse poison would flare up. The 3rd flare was especially bad. But it's fine, my body already has a certain resistance to the corpse poison, and as long as I have time, I can slowly erase it. This time, I was just unlucky. I found a good place but ended up encountering that Di Feng again. With the corpse poison still flaring, I had to run. He wanted the treasures from that place, so he sent some troops to irritate me. HMPH, it's fortunate you came, or I really might have died, said Mo Nian hatefully. You found a good place but were driven away by Di Feng. Exactly, let me tell you, based on my years of gravitic cough, archaeology, I'm sure that place is an absolute treasure. Declared Mo Nian, it's just that I can't suppress my corpse poison yet. Otherwise, if the 2 of us went, we'd annihilate them. Quote. Your corpse poison, I have a way to get rid of it. You'll have to endure some pain though. Long Chen placed a hand on Mo Nian's back. You can do that. This is no ordinary corpse poison. It's a kind of defense left behind by some terrifying experts after they died. It contains their will from when they were alive. Thunder force suddenly surged out of Long Chen's hand and into Mo Nian's body. Mo Nian's hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out. How can your thunder force be so domineering? Exclaimed Mo Nian. He found that this thunder force was erasing the will within the corpse poison. It was like snow melting in the sunlight. My thunder force comes from tribulation lightning and is perfect for erasing your corpse poison. Endure it, it will definitely cause you some harm while expelling the corpse poison, said Long Chen. It's fine, come, this bit of pain is nothing to me. If I make a sound, it'll count as my loss. Mo Nian suddenly let out a cry as Long Chen's thunderforce transformed into needles that stabbed his spiritual sea. That intense pain came out of nowhere. You lost. Quote. Fuck, you're still a conner. Raged Mo Nian. You're the one who started bragging first. Doesn't hitting your own face hurt? laughed Long Chen. This was a reprisal for Mo Nian for saying his face was thicker. Long Chen's thunder force worked quickly. The thunder force itself was unable to erase the corpse poison, but it wiped away the will contained within it. With the will within it gone, it was easy for Mo Nian to get rid of the corpse poison. Consuming 2 pills Long Chen refined for him, the corpse poison was quickly expelled. He then focused on healing his injuries. Ha ha ha, I, Mo Nian, am resurrected. Di Feng, just wait, I'm going to beat your ass. Let's go. As soon as Mo Nian was recovered, he dragged Long Chen off in a certain direction. Chapter 1877 Taking Action. Long Chen and Mo Nian rushed off. Long Chen asked, "You fought with Di Feng. How strong is he?" Long Chen didn't know anything about Di Feng's power. All he knew was that he was one of Di Long's sons, Di Xin's big brother. He was also the secret successor of the ancient family alliance. As they would be mortal enemies, learning a bit more about him would be good. He's very powerful, almost frighteningly so. Having fought him 3 times, I know he was still hiding some powerful trump cards. Without absolute assurance in killing me, he refused to expose his trump cards. Furthermore, he is the secret weapon that Di Long cultivated. He's someone created through all the resources of the ancient family alliance, and he has at least 3 top-grade divine items. If you encounter him, you have to be careful. He's also someone who schemes deeply, and he's ruthless. He's a very dangerous person, said Mo Nian. In their 3 battles, while it looked like they had used up everything, he knew that Di Feng had held back. As for himself, because of having to divert power to fight Di Feng, the energy he had been using to suppress the corpse poison had weakened, causing it to flare up. In the end, Di Feng hadn't hunted him down personally because he had found a place of supreme treasures. Otherwise, he would very likely be a corpse. Now that Mo Nian's corpse poison was cured, he would no longer be distracted by it. However, there was no real way to determine which of them was stronger, and Mo Nian was not confident in beating Di Feng. He was truly powerful. You had 3 battles with him already. And then the 4th time you ran into each other, your corpse poison was flaring. It seems Heavenly Fate Island has also been scheming against you, said Long Chen. What? Ah, now that you say that, I understand. I was always wondering how Di Feng and I managed to run into each other 4 times in a place as large as the Yin-Yang world. So it was caused by those bastards from Heavenly Fate Island, said Mo Nian hatefully. Are your grandpa and the others doing well? Asked Long Chen. They're all well. They're in a very hidden and safe place. No one can find them. That place is special and isolates them from the lines of fate. Even Heavenly Fate Island can't find them, said Mo Nian. Long Chen nodded. It was good that they were safe. However, why didn't Di Feng target you instead? You killed his little brother and slapped his father in the face. His enmity with you is greater than with me. Mo Nian suddenly looked at Long Chen. Because your face is bigger. TCH, it's definitely because that bastard thinks I'm an easier target. The ancient family alliance is in chaos because of me, so he wants to kill me to put himself in a perfect position to succeed his father as their leader. Tell me, why do you spend all day grave robbing? Asked Long Chen. He was curious. Was such a thing addicting? Satisfying? It's archaeology, corrected Mo Nian. Fine, even if it's archaeology, why are you doing it? I have no choice. You probably have heard that my Mo family was the leader of the ancient family alliance. However, the Di family relied on underhanded methods to get the other ancient families to betray us. They usurped us, and one of their main goals was our inherited divine item, the 5-element sun-hunting bow. In truth, after that battle for power, my Mo family was almost destroyed. Only some of the branches managed to escape, and they concealed their identities, hiding throughout the land. However, the great power of the 5-element sun-hunting bow that was unleashed in that battle threw the lines of fate into chaos, so no one could read where we went. Due to exhausting all of its power, the 5-element sun-hunting bow fell into a deep slumber. It was secretly buried in our ancestral lands, waiting for a descendant to awaken it. It was only upon obtaining the 5-element sun-hunting bow that I realized that when it unleashed its divine power back then, it not only screened us from the lines of fate, but also buried a portion of its power within the strongest experts present at the time. Those experts weren't aware of it, but it wasn't long before they all died one by one. Even in death, they didn't realize that they were dying because of the divine seed that the 5-element sun-hunting bow had buried within them. Those people were the top experts of their time. When they died, They were buried in their family's ancestral tombs. You should know that the large families always place their ancestral lands in the places with the best feng shui. That's to condense more karmic luck for their descendants. However, they didn't know that their ancestors' heroic spirits were consumed by the divine seeds, turning their ancestors' corpses into fertilizer. Those divine seeds sucked away the karmic luck within those tombs to strengthen themselves. In order to allow the 5-element sun-hunting bow to recover its strength, I need to slowly absorb those divine seeds. That's why I have to go grave robbing perform archaeology. At first, I didn't have much experience, so I dug a lot of useless holes. Later, I learned more and worked hard. My technique improved, and the facts prove that as long as a person works hard, they can master anything. Now, my technique is practically perfect. Furthermore, I have great attainments and rich practical experience when it comes to the art of archaeology. It seems we've gone off topic. Let's get back to it, said Long Chen. This fellow's eyes always lit up when he brought up grave robbing. Oh, later I excavated the corpses of the people who had surrounded my Mo family back then. I used the 5-element sun-hunting bow to absorb the divine seeds, allowing it to gradually recover. That's why I've been focused on researching the field of archaeology all these years. Through my work, I can recover the lost inheritances and history of the cultivation world, said Mo Nian proudly. To turn robbing tombs into such an outstanding line of work, perhaps only you are capable of that, said Long Chen. Hee, I knew that you wouldn't understand my archaeology. But I don't blame you. Mo Nian laughed, seemingly undaunted by Long Chen's words. Long Chen's mouth curled, but inside, he was filled with shock. So the 5-element sun-hunting bow had sent its power throughout its enemies, and by having someone in the future excavate their tombs, it was possible to take revenge and obtain benefits. By scattering those seeds and reaping them when they were ripe, it was possible to get a huge return. That was a big move. His predecessors had planted the trees, while Mo Nian was reaping the benefits. Was it a coincidence, or had the Mo family's ancestors really calculated that things would turn out this way? If it was the latter, then their scheming ability was terrifying. If they had even managed to calculate the timing of the great era coming, then it would be even more terrifying. This kind of scheming was even more amazing than Heavenly Fate Islands. It looked like a coincidence, but if the Mo family had not meticulously arranged for all of this, it was impossible for there to be such a result. If the Mo family had been suddenly struck by a sneak attack and rushed, how could they plan things so perfectly? However, if they had known about the attack and prepared such a perfect backup plan, why hadn't they resolved the danger in the first place? Why allow the Mo family to be damaged to such an extent? It seemed somewhat contradictory. It seemed that even Mo Nian didn't know what his ancestors were thinking back then. Right now, his main goal was to continue robbing tombs to absorb those divine seeds, restoring the divine power of the 5-element sun-hunting bow. Long Chen, I should tell you that I noticed a treasured land of great feng shui. There are 9 dragon veins in the surroundings. It is a supreme place where the karmic luck of 9 dragon veins gathered to one place. Furthermore, a natural mountain passage leads into it, while its back is against a beautiful pool. It is clearly a blessed land, but actually, within this peaceful appearance lies a trace. Stop talking about things I can't understand. Even if it is a land of treasures, Di Feng entered before us. Any treasures would have been taken away by him. If we rush over, perhaps we can do something, but if you keep yapping, things will be over by the time we get there. Said Long Chen. Di Feng, tch. Mo Nian snorted disdainfully. That fellow knows nothing of archaeology. Figuring out that place will definitely take him a few days. We should have time. The two of them flew quickly. Suddenly, they heard muffled sounds in the distance, and the ground shook slightly. What's going on? Could Di Feng be trying to rely on brute force? Mo Nian's expression changed. They weren't far from the place he wanted to go, so this shaking made him uneasy. The two of them flew toward the sound, and they quickly saw explosions of divine light. There were experts fighting. Demon woman, let's see where you run this time. It's Di Feng, exclaimed Mo Nian. Long Chen was also startled, and he quickly saw a mass of people surrounding a battlefield. At the center of the battlefield was a large man wearing a golden crown on his head. He was fighting barehanded against a woman, actually receiving a divine item's attacks without a weapon. The woman didn't have a manifestation, but there was a divine mark on her forehead, giving her endless energy. Each slash of her sword made a tearing sound, as if space was a cloth being torn apart. However, even going all out, that woman was suppressed by the barehanded man. That man clearly hadn't used his full power yet. It's someone from the original devil race, wondered Mo Nian. When Long Chen saw that woman, his heart pounded. That woman was Yu Xiaochen, and she was currently facing Di Feng. Di Feng had actually forced her to the point of unleashing the mark of the original devil race, exposing her status. Attack together to kill Di Feng. Long Chen had already shot off. Alright, Mo Nian didn't care too much. As soon as it came to killing Di Feng, he was energized. A 5-colored arrow shot out of the 5-element sun-hunting bow. The arrow had just left his bow when it almost instantly reached Di Feng many miles away. Chapter 1878 Decisive Clash with Di Feng. Di Feng was fighting intensely against Yu Xiaochen, but he wasn't using his full power. He had seen that Yu Xiaochen's status could not be low within the original devil race, so he wanted to capture her alive. He hoped to learn the whereabouts of the original devil race from her. The original devil race was the enemy of the entire continent. If he could really obtain the location of their headquarters, he could gather a giant force to annihilate them. He also knew that Long Chen had a definite relationship with the original devil race, but they had never managed to find any proof. If he could capture Yu Xiaochen alive, then it didn't matter whether or not Long Chen admitted it. He had plenty of proof, or at least ways to make proof that Long Chen was the puppet of the original devil race, that he had betrayed the human race. Then Long Chen would also become the enemy of the whole continent, and even anyone related to Long Chen would be annihilated. That was why he didn't want to use his full power. He wanted to find a chance to capture her alive. For him to defeat her wasn't very difficult. The current Yu Xiaochen was in a strange condition and unable to disguise herself as an Empyrean. Since she was also unable to use heavenly Tao energy, she was relying entirely on her divine mark. However, this place was not the skyscraping world. Although she wasn't suppressed here, she wasn't supported either. So she was at an immense disadvantage fighting here. Despite that, her power was still extremely great. To capture her alive was something even Di Feng couldn't do without an opportunity. Suddenly, Di Feng's expression changed. He swung his arm, and a spear emitting an ancient aura appeared, stabbing behind him. Mo Nian's arrow struck the spear, causing a huge explosion. The surrounding experts jumped in fright. They all turned to see who had attacked, but all they saw was a streak of lightning. A saber pierced through the air, and it was like all the killing intent in the world had been condensed within it. Di Feng had no choice but to give up on Yu Xiaochen. His spear faced Long Chen's Evilmoon. Long Chen's spear contained the power he had been accumulating on his way rushing over. He crashed into Di Feng like a shooting star. Before this, Mo Nian's aura had only knocked Di Feng back. But Long Chen's saber sent Di Feng flying into the distance. The air Di Feng passed through rumbled. It was like space was unable to bear the impact, and Di Feng was unable to stabilize himself. Long Chen was truly infuriated. He wouldn't allow anyone to attack his women. Long Chen was covered in dragon scales, his divine ring was spinning behind him, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. Di Feng was startled, having never encountered such explosive power. His manifestation appeared behind him as he attempted to stabilize himself. However, space continued to rumble as if it was about to explode. He was unable to force Long Chen off. "It's you." Di Feng finally recognized Long Chen. "How dare you injure my brother? I'll make sure to get justice for him," shouted Long Chen, killing intent overflowing out of him. Mo Nian was startled. Since when had this fellow been such an upholder of justice? No, he was definitely just using him. When Mo Nian saw Yu Xiaochen's expression, he instantly realized that Long Chen was making an excuse for himself. Suddenly, Long Chen sent out a kick at Di Feng's abdomen. Di Feng snorted and also sent a kick to meet Long Chen's attack. Both their bodies shook, but just at this moment, a ray of light pierced through the air, instantly reaching Di Feng. Di Feng had no choice but to twist his body away, and the arrow narrowly flew by his cheek. However, Di Feng's expression was still calm. He was already familiar with Mo Nian's attacks. After dodging Mo Nian's attack, Di Feng's spear lit up, about to unleash an attack to force Long Chen away. Now that Long Chen was at such a close range, he was unable to unleash the full abilities of his spear. However, just as he did this, a hand came from a strange angle and smacked him in the face. Di Feng had managed to dodge Mo Nian's arrow, but he wasn't able to dodge Long Chen's slap, which was timed perfectly with the arrow. As a result, Long Chen sent him flying away. The sound of this slap resounded through the air, shocking the surrounding experts. How is that possible? Hundreds of experts stared in dumbfounded shock. Their jaws dropped. Even having personally witnessed it, they couldn't quite believe it. The future leader of the ancient family alliance, a peak expert, had actually been slapped in the face. Heavens, isn't that Long Chen? And that's Mo Nian. Everyone, attack! Someone finally reacted. Weapons began to blaze with light as hundreds of experts prepared to activate their divine items to kill Long Chen and Mo Nian. However, the majority of them went after Mo Nian. One reason was because they were confident that Di Feng could kill Long Chen on his own, while another was that they hated Mo Nian more. The majority of the experts here were from the ancient family alliance. All of them had a deep enmity with Mo Nian. Long Chen, die! Di Feng suddenly roared. The sound waves alone were like a giant wave crashing through the world. He was fully infuriated. His manifestation changed, and a crowned figure appeared within it. That figure's hands were in a seal, and divine light flowed out the seal. When its palms separated, they actually opened a gate before it. Immortal light flowed out of the gate and into Di Feng's body. With the support of this immortal light, Di Feng seemed to become an immortal king. He looked both wise and powerful. However, his aura didn't match with his sinister expression. Die! Di Feng's spear pierced through the air at Long Chen. Immortal light sealed heaven and earth. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at the spear while also dodging to the side. As a result, his saber image instantly shattered. Although he managed to avoid the spear, the shockwaves blew him back. He almost coughed up blood. This is a paragon art. Boom! Di Feng's spear tore through the ground, splitting the mountain range. The power of his attack was appalling. With Di Feng using a paragon art, Long Chen couldn't tarry. His Yuan spirit formed hand seals, and thunder force gathered throughout the world. Thunder rumbled and a berserk aura rose. Lightning filled the world, immersing Long Chen. Upon extending a hand, a lightning spear appeared in Long Chen's grasp. The two spears collided. Long Chen's lightning spear actually exploded. This is just a quasi-paragon art. You aren't even connected to another world's energy and are still suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. You think that's enough to resist a true paragon art? What a joke, sneered Di Feng as he attacked again. Does your face not hurt? Sneered Long Chen, another lightning spear condensing in his hands. He once more threw it at Di Feng. Yet again, his spear was shattered. Die! Di Feng's spear was merciless and pierced toward Long Chen. However, his expression quickly changed. Long Chen was now forming hand seals himself. A lightning dragon had appeared around him, and it formed a swirling lightning portal. As the portal was forced open, a torrent of terrifying lightning burst out of it, pouring into this world. Long Chen's lightning spear condensed once more. He smiled. When Long Chen connected to the Morning Dao lightning field, he felt a powerful surge of thunder force pouring into his body. He had limitless energy. His spear pierced forward, and the lightning domain behind him gave him immense power. This time, an ear-ringing explosion occurred when the two spears collided, blinding people. Both of them were blown back by the immense power. The instant those two spears collided, amongst the endless lightning, 72 dragon teeth silently pierced toward Di Feng. Di Feng was startled. Long Chen's attacks came one after another. He didn't even know when those dragon teeth had appeared, as they were hidden in the lightning. The huge figure within Di Feng's manifestation suddenly formed a hand seal, and rays of immortal light shot out like flying swords. As the dragon teeth collided with the flying swords, the void shook and exploded. Immortal light filled the battlefield, making it so people were unable to see what was going on. Di Feng suddenly let go of his spear. Floating in the air, he formed hand seals rapidly. The figure within his manifestation followed his movements exactly. As Di Feng formed those seals, his spear seemed to awaken. It blazed with light, and the immense power caused space to twist. The runes on the spear began to light up one by one according to some kind of sequence. When the final rune lit up, the spear grew in size, becoming a giant heavenly spear. Void-breaking Overlord spear. When the spear's power reached a peak, the clash between the flying swords and dragon teeth was coming to an end. With a roar, Di Feng sent his giant spear piercing forward. Just as the spear shot forward, on the other side, the endless lightning domain also vanished. All that lightning had been compressed into one spear. Long Chen also let out a shout as the two of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Chapter 1879, A Battle Between Giants. Boom! The two spears collided in the air, and then it was like the world exploded. Endless divine light exploded. Long Chen and Di Feng both coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cracks covered their entire bodies as they were almost blown apart by that terrifying power. Again, Long Chen roared, and Thunder Force condensed behind him. With his last attack, all the Thunder Force he had summoned had been used up. Now he summoned forth more power from his lightning world. A lightning spear rapidly condensed in his hand. Thunder Force surged out of the portal behind him. Long Chen launched an attack once more, just as berserk as the last, an attack with the power to destroy the land. In fact, it was even stronger than his first attack. Di Feng snorted. He also unleashed the same attack as before. A powerful explosion shook the world again. This was a clash of brute power, between paragon arts. It was the simplest collision. Yet again, the two of them were sent flying and coughed up blood. Again, Long Chen let out a crazy roar. A new lightning spear was born in his hand. What the fuck? What's he doing? Even Mo Nian jumped in shock as he crazily blocked the attacks of the other experts. Long Chen was being truly vicious right at the start. Yu Xiaochen's sword was dancing in the air as she blocked a portion of the expert's attacks. She kept an eye on Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a furious battle god. The sight of him like that made her emotional. This viciousness toward Di Feng was because of her. She couldn't help being moved, especially since this person going crazy to protect her was also the person that she loved. A third clash of paragon arts exploded. The world had been ruined beyond recognition. The ground was turned to rubble, and lava spurted out in various places. Those experts that had come with Di Feng were pale with fright. Now they were seeing the terror of the Eastern Wasteland's Demon King. Right off the bat, Long Chen unleashed his strongest attack over and over again. That kind of undefeatable will gave them chills. Again, Long Chen extended a hand, and another lightning spear appeared in his hand. Di Feng's expression finally changed. After 3 intense clashes, he couldn't hold on. He didn't have Long Chen's powerful physical body anymore, and his body would be in danger of exploding. Di Feng formed rapid hand seals and flew back. The figure in his manifestation clapped its hands together. Rays of immortal light shot out of it in an attempt to interrupt Long Chen's paragon art. Long Chen snorted, and 72 dragon teeth appeared in front of him. Those rays of immortal light exploded upon contact with them, unable to break through. The lightning spear once more shot out. The immortal light crumbled in front of it. Di Feng rapidly formed hand seals as he retreated, unleashing more divine light to form barriers in front of him. The lightning blasted through his immortal light. Di Feng had summoned 27 barriers, all of which were destroyed by the lightning spear. However, it was also starting to dim. Finally, Di Feng stabbed his spear forward. After having most of its energy exhausted, the lightning spear was easily dealt with. A powerful paragon art was handled just like that. You've fallen for it, die. Suddenly, a grim voice rang out behind Di Feng. A wild lightning spear stabbed toward his back. Di Feng was shocked. At some point, Long Chen had appeared behind him, so he hastily swept his spear toward Long Chen. Divine power raged. He had actually activated the power of his divine item. However, what Di Feng hadn't expected was that this lightning spear was actually incredibly weak. It lacked any power. It was like he had smashed an egg with his spear. There was no resistance at all. Not good. Di Feng's expression completely changed. He sensed something behind him, but he had no time to look back. A lightning spear silently pierced his back. It struck him directly, and the lightning spear's power exploded like a volcano. A powerful explosion rocked the sky, smashing Di Feng into the ground like a meteorite. Di Feng coughed up 3 large mouthfuls of blood. His robes were wrecked, revealing a scale-like skin. That wasn't his skin but a tight-fitting armor. It looked like it was made of scales, but those scales were actually divine runes that interconnected. At this critical moment, Di Feng had activated this armor's divine power to block Long Chen's attack. If it hadn't been for it, he would have died. Before Di Feng could even stand up, a giant arrow shot toward him. Di Feng was startled and infuriated. He swung his spear in front of him, and his armor lit up. These 2 divine items were actually able to link together to form a great defensive shield. The arrow struck a shield of divine light, and the world shuddered. Di Feng once more coughed up blood and tumbled back. Just wait. Di Feng suddenly took out a golden jade talisman and crushed it. He gave one final glare at Long Chen and Mo Nian. Boom. Long Chen's lightning spear and Mo Nian's arrow both ended up missing. They struck the land, filling the sky with dust. Di Feng had used the jade talisman to flee. Kill Di Feng's dogs. Even with Di Feng having fled, Long Chen's gaze was cold. The thunder force behind him scattered. He sent the 72 dragon teeth to the appalled experts. Those experts' expressions completely changed. Even Di Feng had fled. How could they resist both Mo Nian and Long Chen? Experts fled in every direction, while Long Chen's dragon teeth cut them down. Mo Nian also shot his arrows. Each of them took an expert's life. Miserable screams rang out. Divine items filled the air, and Long Chen flew back and forth, gathering them. Yu Xiaochen was standing to the side, not doing anything. Long Chen had already told her not to participate. In order to take the divine items, Long Chen was slower with his attacks. In the end, it was Mo Nian killing people and Long Chen gathering the divine items. However, these people were very strong with powerful trump cards. Some of them were able to block one of the attacks of the dragon teeth, and some fled so quickly that they were gone in the blink of an eye. Everyone who had fled was gone, while those who hadn't fled would never be going anywhere. Only then did Long Chen slowly come to Yu Xiaochen's side. "Sorry, I might have implicated you," apologized Yu Xiaochen. This time, she might have caused a huge calamity. Long Chen would be hunted down by the entire world. "How did you implicate me? By the way, who are you? I wasn't fighting just now because you're beautiful, but as vengeance for my brother. I'm a particularly righteous man. For my brother, I would stab myself, and for a beauty, I would stab my brother. Beauty, do you want to try it? As long as you kiss me, I'll demonstrate it right now." Long Chen smiled. "You bastard, we barely reunited and you do this to me. Shameless," cursed Mo Nian. Yu Xiaochen was crying but smiling as well hearing his words. This was why Long Chen had shouted that he was getting revenge for Mo Nian at the start. He had arranged his way out from the beginning. If someone said that he was colluding with the original devil race, he would refuse to admit it and say that it was for Mo Nian. He would say that he had no idea who she was. Although his enemies wouldn't believe it, Long Chen was already familiar with this move. "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Mo Nian. Just like me, he's an evil fellow," said Long Chen. "Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm actually a good person." Mo Nian quibbled. "Do you even believe yourself? Would a good person go grave digging every day?" snorted Long Chen. "At least, it's better than you tricking someone into drinking bull milk." He drank it himself. It has nothing to do with me. Alright, I won't waste my time with you. We're not far from the treasures. Let's talk while we walk. Mo Nian pointed in a direction. The three of them set off, and Long Chen asked how Yu Xiaochen had encountered Di Feng. The truth was that Yu Xiaochen had also sensed that this place's terrain was special. She felt it was likely a giant tomb with some terrifying existence buried within it. That was why she had entered. Who would have thought that as soon as she entered, she would encounter Di Feng and the others who were at a loss? They had been wondering how to get in. She had tried to slip away, but Di Feng had noticed her and wanted her to stay behind. As a result, she was forced to expose her divine mark to keep him at bay, exposing her identity. If Long Chen and Mo Nian hadn't come, she would have been forced to kill herself. This was also one reason why Long Chen was so infuriated. He knew that Yu Xiaochen would rather die than let others learn the secrets of the original devil race from her body. That would bring a calamity to the original devil race. "Hehe, we've arrived. Now, how do we get in?" They arrived at a giant, man-made cave in a mountain. "Wait, I suddenly have a brazen idea." Long Chen suddenly had an evil thought. Chapter 1880 Giant Tomb. "You mean we should arrange something special?" Mo Nian's eyes lit up. "What do you think?" Long Chen wriggled his eyebrows. "The main thing is that I don't have anything good," said Mo Nian helplessly. "What about this?" Long Chen took out the blazing dragon cauldron. There were quite a few giant ants trapped within it. "My god, heaven-devouring ants. Hehe, do you think they're enough?" "They're definitely enough." Mo Nian was delighted as if he was looking at a treasure. "What are you two talking about?" Yu Xiaochen looked at Long Chen and Mo Nian blankly. Long Chen said, "If nothing unexpected happens to him, Di Feng will quickly return. We're thinking of preparing a welcoming gift for him." Di Feng had been at a disadvantage before, pressed from both sides by Long Chen and Mo Nian. He had had no choice but to run. However, his injuries weren't too bad. The majority of the impact had been absorbed by his armor. His spiritual yuan would also quickly recover with his manifestation. Di Feng had entered this cave, but he hadn't found the way deeper. He had been roaming the outside, which was how he had encountered Yu Xiaochen. He had wanted to capture her before continuing to research the cave. Before opening the cave, he was unwilling to leave. Long Chen's guess was that he would gather other experts. As long as he found another expert on his level, he would immediately rush back. With Long Chen and Mo Nian both present, the scale of the battle would definitely be on a greater level if he returned. So Long Chen wanted to prepare something first. Any ideas on how to prepare it? Asked Mo Nian. Long Chen shook his head. I'm sure you're better at traps. You've been doing archaeology for a long time, so you definitely know many mechanisms. You do it. All right then. Mo Nian nodded and took out an elegant little trunk from his spatial ring. When he opened it, Long Chen saw countless unique tools. There were chisels, claws, axes, rulers, as well as runic seals, silk, etc. Are they all part of your profession? Asked Long Chen with surprise. But of course. As a pioneer of the archaeology world, the successor of the human race's inheritance, how could I not have this little bit of ability? Said Mo Nian unashamedly. He took out a single strand of silk and pulled it over the ground. It's actually the runic silkworm's inscription silk, exclaimed Yu Xiaochen. You know it. Now it was Mo Nian's turn to be surprised. She even knew of such a thing from an isolated branch of knowledge. Long Chen smiled. Yu Xiaochen was extremely erudite. This had always been one of the points he had admired about her. Seeing that Yu Xiaochen merely smiled faintly, Mo Nian sensed that she didn't like talking, so he continued with his work. He slowly arranged the silk. This silk was very miraculous. When it met the ground, it actually merged into it. This silk was very precious. It needed to be branded with runes, and to brand runes to silk was a technique that had been lost with the years. Mo Nian had found this kind of silk in ancient tombs. Fortunately, with the protection of the runes, these strands of silk hadn't corroded, so he could reuse them. In truth, Mo Nian had learned many things from his years of grave robbing. Many experts like to leave some of their inheritances within their tombs. Some of those inheritances were brought into their coffins. That was why some inheritances might be lost in the outside world but still exist within some ancient tombs. So Mo Nian did have some truth to his words when he said that he was continuing lost cultivation culture. With Mo Nian at work, Long Chen pulled Yu Xiaochen to the side and asked her about the original devil race. Through her explanation, he learned that the original devil race was doing well. Their disciples were using the foreign magical beasts as whetstones for themselves. They were getting stronger day by day. Things were going even better than expected. The only worrisome thing was that even now, they hadn't managed to find any trace of Wild. It was unknown where that child had run off to. Yu Xiaochen hadn't been planning on entering the yin-yang world originally, but these were the directions of the Great Prophet. Only now did Long Chen learn that the Great Prophet had passed on. However, before leaving, she had told Yu Xiaochen that she had to enter the yin-yang world. As for why, she hadn't said. The Great Prophet was already gone, so Yu Xiaochen could only follow her instructions. Hey, have you made some mistake? I'm working myself so hard, but you are flirting with a girl. Long Chen, can you have some shame? Cursed Mo Nian once he was about done. Yu Xiaochen immediately blushed, while Long Chen indifferently shrugged. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Mo Nian was done. There were no signs left on the ground. Even with spiritual strength, it was impossible to sense anything odd. It went without saying that Mo Nian was truly skilled at grave robbing. The threads of silk had merged with the earth. When a strong enough expert stepped into this region, they would be triggered. Long Chen took out the heaven-devouring ants from the blazing dragon cauldron. Knocking them out one by one, he handed them to Mo Nian. Mo Nian took out a thumb-sized pot. That pot contained its own space, and he sent them inside. The heaven-devouring ants would be wrapped in runes when he moved them in, and they would rapidly shrink. After arranging that, Mo Nian took out a stone tablet and placed it at the cave entrance. However, looking at it, he felt that it was lacking something. Long Chen, you should say a few words, said Mo Nian. What words? Whatever you think will anger Di Feng. Long Chen thought about it and wrote a quick line with his finger. A line of bold words appeared. Di Feng, does your face hurt? Ha ha ha. Mo Nian laughed. These words definitely contained killing power. Di Feng would go crazy as soon as he read it. Mo Nian left a formation disc on the ground. Once the formation disc was activated, this place would be covered by an illusion, concealing the cave entrance. From a distance, it would be impossible to see anything odd about this place. This was because Mo Nian was worried about someone other than Di Feng arriving first and activating the mechanism. Only Di Feng's group knew this exact location, so this illusion would only be unable to fool them. After arranging all this, the three of them walked into the cave. They reached the end in just a few miles. There was a giant stone wall at the end with ancient runes on it. Paths had already been forcibly created to the two sides of this stone wall. These idiots don't know anything. This place isn't the entrance. Even if they searched for a decade, they wouldn't be able to get in. As for the wall's formation runes, as long as they aren't suicidal, they wouldn't dare to attack it. Mo Nian smiled. He suddenly took out a bizarre boat. The boat was 10 meters long and had a drill at the front. Come, get on. Mo Nian brought Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen aboard and then activated the boat. It began to dig straight down. The drill rapidly spun and pierced the ground. Amazing. Who would have thought that after a few years apart, Mo Nian would learn so much? Long Chen raised a thumbs up at him. Hehe, this is what I used to eat. I should tell you that I've explored tens of thousands of ancient tombs now, and I've been busy every day. I can do over 10 on a good day, and it's all thanks to this little fellow. This place is a giant tomb, and the entrance should be 400 miles below here. This place is the life-facing gate. In ancient times, most large tombs were structured this way, said Mo Nian confidently. I don't think so. The runes on the wall are swallowtail runes, something that only appears at the end of the tombs. If that's the case, this place isn't the entrance but the exit. Most exits are located at the bottom of the tomb. A yang tomb is different from a yin tomb. Their entrances aren't the same, said Yu Xiaochen. What? You can read those runes? Mo Nian stared at Yu Xiaochen with absolute shock. He had seen such runes many times, but he had never learned their names. As they spoke, the boat pierced through the ground. They had already reached the location that Mo Nian had indicated. They were like rats digging into the ground. They used divine sense to probe their surroundings. It really isn't an entrance. Curious. Mo Nian felt himself blushing. He was actually mistaken. This isn't the martial heaven continent. The tombs aren't the same. Perhaps the master of this tomb isn't even human, said Yu Xiaochen to comfort him. That's reasonable. Then let's test things according to your theory, said Mo Nian. He continued controlling the boat to dig. Not long after, some explosions came from the rear of the flying boat, causing the earth to crumble. Long Chen smiled, knowing that Mo Nian was making it more difficult for anyone who followed them. The pressure of this giant tomb greatly limited their divine sense. If they tried to enter the tunnel Mo Nian had made, they would be forced to slow down. Every little bit could help stall them. They continued descending for 2 hours, not even knowing how many miles they had gone. In any case, even Mo Nian's boat was starting to find it taxing. However, Mo Nian finally managed to see some familiar runes. He knew that they were approaching a way into the tomb. Putting away the flying boat, Mo Nian touched the runes. After examining them and searching some more, he actually found a stone gate. He took out a talisman and placed it on the gate. What, is this to ward off evil? Asked Long Chen. TCH, what evil? This place is the exit, so for us to enter from here requires going against the flow. Considering how old this tomb could be, who knows what's inside? Who knows how much baleful qi has accumulated? Those things could harm our yuan spirits. I'm testing the concentration of baleful qi inside right now. Oh, there's actually very little. How curious. Well, be careful. I'm going to open the gate. Mo Nian took out 8 talismans and placed them in different locations. They made a strange picture on top of the stone gate. Open. Mo Nian let out a quiet cry. The 8 talismans lit up, and the gate's runes also lit up. Light flowed out like a spiderweb. The stone gate slowly opened. Chapter 1881 Heaven Flowing Sacred Water. Less than an hour after Long Chen's group of 3 entered the ground, countless experts arrived. They were led by Di Feng, and beside him was a large expert. It was true immortal Jiaoqi of the Zan beasts. Furthermore, not far from true immortal Jiaoqi was a mysterious man wrapped in a black cloak that covered most of his face. His skin was pale like a woman's. He held a short staff just over a foot long. This man was one of the corrupt path's 3 kings, the one that Long Chen had not met yet, Gui Can. Speaking of Gui Can, he actually had a slight connection with Long Chen. The corrupt expert that Long Chen had previously slain, Gui Yan, had been a disciple of the same family as Gui Can. However, the two of them had never met. Other than the three of them, they brought over 2,000 other disciples. They were all powerful Empyreans, and they had completely locked this region down. HMPH, did they think a little illusion formation could block us? Sneered Gui Can. His voice was sharp, and it didn't sound like a man or a woman. It raised goosebumps. He waved his staff, and the air shook. The illusion faded away, revealing the true appearance of the cave. The three of them advanced. They had just approached the cave entrance when a flash of light came from within that caused them to raise their guard. However, after that flash of light, nothing else happened. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. Di Feng, does your face hurt? What does that mean? True Immortal Jiaoqi frowned in confusion. Boom. Di Feng slammed the stone tablet with a hand, blowing it to bits. Di Feng was ashen. He knew that Long Chen and Mo Nian were intentionally humiliating him. This stone tablet was no mechanism. They had made him lose face in front of everyone. The stone dust of the tablet spread through the air, covering everyone. It had the slightest odor to it. However, seeing how furious Di Feng was, no one said anything. They didn't know that danger had already enveloped them. True Immortal Jiaoqi and Gui Can also didn't say anything. They had clearly guessed something. Someone, go inside and take a look. If you find Long Chen and the others, don't attack. Send out a hidden transmission, ordered Di Feng darkly. A dozen experts immediately charged into the cave. They quickly found the cave that Mo Nian had left. They followed the loose soil downward. Upon seeing that path, Di Feng's expression improved slightly. At the very least, this meant that Long Chen and Mo Nian were searching for the treasures. With such an army searching for the two of them, they wouldn't be able to escape. When they saw that Mo Nian had purposely erased their path to stall them, Di Feng was even more at ease. This was perfect. It meant Mo Nian was still rushing and trying to slow them down. They quickly dug down, eventually finding the gate to the tomb. Di Feng smiled cruelly. True Immortal Jiaoqi and Gui Can also smiled. Their biggest goal in coming to the Yin-Yang world was Long Chen. Now they had finally trapped him. How could they not be delighted? True Immortal Jiaoqi was especially delighted. Last time, he hadn't managed to get a single feather in the nest. He had even been attacked by black hands protecting the nest and had almost been killed. His hatred of Long Chen had reached a peak. Let's go. Has Long Chen jumped into his own tomb? Di Feng led the path into the gate. The stone gate slowly opened for Long Chen's group of three. What greeted them wasn't an aura of death and decay. Instead, the air was tranquil and vibrant. Following the path, they saw a verdant forest in just a few miles. Birdsong and wild flowers were everywhere. It was a land of beauty. This is actually its own world, exclaimed Mo Nian. Even with all his experience, this was his first time encountering such a scenario. This kind of minor world should normally collapse after the death of its master, but there is one scenario that can let it exist for longer, said Yu Xiaochen as she looked around. By burying everything within the minor world, turning it into a natural cycle of the heavenly Taos, said Long Chen, his heart skipping a beat. Yes, most likely. Otherwise, this kind of minor world would not be able to exist on its own, and all life within it would have withered. The master of the tomb created their own cycle of reincarnation, allowing life to die and be born again. They exist within an unending cycle, said Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen knelt down and extended a hand to a squirrel carrying an acorn. It looked at her curiously and actually jumped onto her hand. However, just as Yu Xiaochen was going to gently pet it, it nimbly jumped away, vanishing amongst the trees. Continuing deeper, they arrived at a lake. There was a floating bridge leading to an island on the lake. There was only one path through this minor world, and the three of them followed it. When they approached the lake, Yu Xiaochen's expression suddenly changed. She hastily shouted, "It's heaven-flowing sacred water. Be careful." However, her warning was too late. Long Chen had already stepped onto the bridge. Huge ripples spread through the lake, and Long Chen immediately became still. Mo Nian was startled. He was about to pull Long Chen back when Yu Xiaochen stopped him. It's useless. He's already activated the heaven-flowing sacred water. He is seeing the future now. What? It's possible to see the future? Exclaimed Mo Nian. Yes. This expert was most likely someone proficient in the heavenly fate Tao. After dying, they merged their soul with this world, having this world enter its own reincarnation cycle. It can count as an undying state. This heaven-flowing sacred water is like a mirror. If you aren't on guard, you might see your future. For a person to see their own future can cause the collapse of their Tao heart. I wonder how Long Chen is doing. Yu Xiaochen was a bit worried. The significance of life was that it was full of possibilities, full of unknowns. People thirsted to learn the future, but once they knew it, there was no longer any delight in living. When a person learned how and when they were going to die, it might dishearten them completely, which could be a fatal blow to one's Tao heart, which was why people should never try to read their future. Once they did, they would lose their drive and end up completely crippled. Then let me see who my future wife is. That should be no problem. Mo Nian smiled and actually spread his consciousness toward the lake. Once again, ripples spread across the lake. Mo Nian was suddenly filled with bitterness. It's over. There's no hope for me in this lifetime. Suddenly, the lake erupted and 9 whirlpools appeared, making Mo Nian and Yu Xiaochen jump. Those 9 whirlpools caused the lake water to rapidly sink. In just a breath, all the water vanished. At this point, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes with a smile. What is it? Are you fated to be a bachelor for this lifetime? Fuck off. How could a handsome man like me end up being a bachelor forever? Oh, you're alright, asked Mo Nian. Were you worried? Long Chen shook his head. Did you not see the end of your life? Asked Yu Xiaochen. Without any guard, everyone would long to know their future. They wanted to know how long they would live and how they would die. I did. I saw endless darkness, endless death, a world of eternal darkness without the slightest shred of light. TCH, did I need it to help me see that? Once people are dead, their eyes stop working, so isn't it naturally pitch black? I was hoping to see more through the darkness, but then everything vanished, said Long Chen helplessly. Hearing that, Yu Xiaochen sighed with relief. The thing she had been worried about the most was Long Chen seeing his own death, or seeing his brothers and lovers die. That would become a nightmare for him. Mo Nian, what did you? Asked Long Chen. Lu Zongying, said Mo Nian bitterly. Both of you are childhood sweethearts. Isn't ending up together very good? Why be so sad? The main thing is I'll only have her in this lifetime. My dreams of having 3 concubines and 4 wives are over. Cried Mo Nian. Is such a matter worth crying over? Long Chen shook his head. That's easy for you to say. You have women to hold on your left and right. I, on the other hand, get beaten all day. Don't cry. This is a tomb, and you're not a descendant of the person buried inside, said Long Chen. We're at the end of the path. Where should we go? How am I supposed to know? This isn't the structure a tomb should have. It's all messed up. Let's just walk around randomly. It seemed Mo Nian had not yet recovered from the impact. Alright, fate is something you hold in your own hands. Something like this is just a scam used to trick children, said Long Chen. Did you really fall for it? Ah, that's right. My Mo family needs to grow and spread its wings. For my Mo family's future growth, I will definitely overcome my fate and marry even more women than you. Declared Mo Nian. It's my first time hearing someone capable of making sex sound so pure. Long Chen shook his head. The two of you should stop messing around. I can sense movement above us. Di Feng has probably returned, so we should hurry up, said Yu Xiaochen. We shouldn't view this place as a tomb. This place is clearly a garden. We should quickly look around and see if the senior left behind any inheritances. Furthermore, there are no mechanisms here, so the master of the tomb is clearly waiting for a destined person to enter. We should see which one of us is that destined person. Long Chen and Mo Nian became more serious. The 3 of them spread out, flying around. However, their surroundings were just mountains and lakes. Everything was thriving with life. They didn't see anything special. There's a building up ahead. Suddenly, they saw a tall mountain. Clouds revolved around the mountain. They could vaguely see a palace within the clouds. Chapter 1882A2 Man Khan Group. The exterior of the palace was simple and elegant. It was 300 meters tall and was built at the peak of the mountain. It was surrounded by immortal mist, and there was a certain sound coming from within it. It seemed to be the music of a grand Tao. The 3 of them hastily rushed over to the palace. When they were standing in front of it, they found that every brick and tile had runes flowing through them. It was a majestic and grand sight. These are formation runes that lead to the outside world. They're absorbing some of the outside world's energy to maintain this world's reincarnation. Clearly, the master of this world was not at the level of creating a completely independent and complete world, said Yu Xiaochen after examining the runes. Mo Nian and Long Chen nodded. This palace was emitting an aura identical to the outside world. It was absorbing the outside world's energy to nourish this world. This was why the master of this world had placed this minor world within a place of such great feng shui. They walked over to the gates and found that no matter how they pushed, they couldn't open them. There was a vast energy preventing them from entering. This is troublesome. These gates have a mechanism, and it requires a huge amount of pure spiritual yuan to open. The three of us combined don't have enough spiritual yuan, said Mo Nian after studying the runes. Yu Xiaochen nodded. These are the 9 Drake gate locking runes. To open the gates requires a huge amount of spiritual yuan, and there's no way the three of us have close to enough. Hee, I've got it. Long Chen and Mo Nian looked around. Their sights fell on 2 divine statues. A wicked chuckle rang out. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, Gui Can, and all the experts that they had brought charged into this minor world. As soon as they entered, they were dumbfounded. They had thought that this place was a tomb, but it actually appeared full of life. When they arrived at the bridge, someone said, "There used to be a lake here, but the water's gone." It seems that Mo Nian and Long Chen have already taken it. It doesn't matter. They'll have to spit it out in the end. We've already placed a formation on the exit. They won't be able to escape, sneered someone else. Other than Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can, there were 2,400 Empyreans. They were all experts amongst experts, on the level of Empyreans who had begun awakening their manifestations. Long Chen and Mo Nian would only be faced with death once they were surrounded. These people were mostly Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can's followers. The three of them viewed these people with favor, so their power was definitely great. Not only was there a grand formation protecting the place that they had entered from, but there were 300 experts left guarding it. Even a fly wouldn't be able to escape. Let's go. We won't let those bastards ruin the treasures. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can rapidly advanced and quickly saw the palace. With a shout, all the experts surrounded it. They had just arrived when a beam of divine light soared into the sky from the palace. It was like it had sensed their arrival and come to life. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can immediately became still, circulating their spiritual yuan in defense. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Xiaochen was on top of the 2 mythological beast statues in front of the gates to the palace. The devil character was shining on her forehead, and the light from it enveloped her, Long Chen, and Mo Nian. She was using a secret art of the original devil race to conceal them. Mo Nian's hands were pressed against one of the statues. His spiritual yuan activated its divine runes, causing the palace to light up. It was like the palace was greeting the newcomers. The Grand Tao is formless, the Grand Tao is emotionless. Those who pass these gates must have destiny. The formless Grand Tao shines brightly at its end, the emotionless Grand Tao is one and separate. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can had just arrived when divine chanting filled the air. The music of a Grand Tao rang out. The voice continued to ring out through the air. Those who pass my gates must show their karma. Good or evil, right or wrong. Mo Nian was constantly sending spiritual yuan into the statue. As he watched Long Chen spout nonsense to Khan. These people, he almost laughed. Despite knowing it was clearly a con, he almost believed it himself. On the other hand, Yu Xiaochen was tense. If these people noticed something off, the 3 of them would be doomed. Long Chen's voice was not actually his own. It was going through the heaven flipping seal, making the voice deeper, stronger, and divine sounding. A few experts immediately tried to push open the gates. As a result, the gates' runes lit up, forcing them back. Just at this moment, Long Chen's divine voice rang out once more. The destined people have already entered. Others are lacking destiny and require spiritual yuan to activate the 9 Drake gate locking runes. If you cannot open the gates, then you have no destiny at all. If you can open the gates, be devout of heart and pay respects to the divine statues to accept your blessing. 9 Drake gate locking runes. Those are ancient type divine runes. They require a huge amount of spiritual yuan to open, said an expert from the Ancient Family Alliance. It seems Long Chen and Mo Nian have already entered. We can't wait any longer. If the 2 of them obtain a complete inheritance and gain the protection of the tomb, it will be difficult to kill them here, said Gui Can darkly. Di Feng frowned. He felt like something was off, but he couldn't say what exactly. True immortal Jiaoqi waved his hand, and the experts from his side came out. The first one pressed his hand against the stone gate, while the second pressed his hand against the back of that person. Forming a chain, all those experts began to pour their spiritual yuan in. Following them, Gui Can's experts also took action. Seeing that, Di Feng could only gesture to his subordinates to follow along. Other than their own followers, others had also come. Those people had come with the purpose of killing the experts stubbornly clinging to the Martial Heaven Alliance out of loyalty. This was an opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance. As for the treasures, they would obtain them conveniently. Over 2,000 experts began pouring their spiritual yuan into the gates. Their runes lit up, growing brighter and brighter. With everyone working hard, the gates slowly began to shudder. More, the gates are about to open. Shockingly, these gates, which had looked to open left and right, were opening upward. The gates slowly began to rise. Why is it so slow? That person's voice quivered. Quite a few people were sweating. Their spiritual yuan was rapidly being sucked away. In just a couple breaths' time, they had used up the majority of their spiritual yuan. Activate your manifestations. All the experts activated their manifestations, sucking up the energy of heaven and earth to replenish their spiritual yuan. However, there were so many of them that there wasn't much energy for each of them to absorb. Hold on, it's about to open. There was almost a foot-thick opening now. A bit more and it would be possible to squeeze through. However, true immortal Zhaoqi's expression was dark. His body was too big to enter such a small hole. When the opening was 2 feet wide, Di Feng and Gui Can were capable of entering, but they didn't yet. It wasn't because they were righteous, but because they were worried that Long Chen and Mo Nian were inside, waiting to sneak attack them. Waiting for all 3 of them to enter was safer. The experts were pale. Some of them were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of midair, charging through the 3 feet wide opening. It's her. Upon seeing that figure, Di Feng's expression changed. He immediately recognized that it was Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen had just entered when 2 figures rapidly followed. They were so fast that it was impossible to see their faces. Long Chen, Mo Nian. Both true immortal Zhaoqi and Di Feng let out startled cries upon recognizing them. It's been hard on you. Let me give you a gift as thanks. Mo Nian laughed, his bow appearing in his hand. An arrow exploded in front of the gate. Those closest to the gates were directly blown to bits. With those experts slain, the others lost their connection to the gates, and the flow of spiritual yuan came to a stop. The gates instantly shut, shaking the entire palace. Bastards! We were duped. Di Feng clenched his teeth furiously. He had felt that something was wrong, and now he knew that Long Chen and Mo Nian had been conning them. They had actually used all of them to open the gates and snuck in. Fuck! One of the Zon Beast experts roared furiously. His divine hammer viciously struck the gates. Be careful. Di Feng's expression suddenly changed, but it was too late. Light exploded out of the gates. The divine item in that expert's hand exploded. The fragments of the divine item blasted through the surrounding experts. Their spiritual yuan was almost exhausted, and caught off guard, they were struck. Over 30 experts were slain by the fragments combined with the divine power of the gates. Di Feng, true immortal Zhaoqi, and Gui Can's expressions darkened. This was a naked insult. Have the people guarding the entrance come over. Also, send out a request for reinforcements. Di Feng gave orders grimly. He had to hurry. Chapter 1883 Profound Spirit Tao Scripture. Long Chen and Mo Nian high-fived, laughing. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Long Chen, this con of yours almost made me believe it too. Amazing, praised Mo Nian. It's all thanks to your cooperation. To make all the runes of the palace seem to echo my voice, that's really amazing. Long Chen chortled. Mo Nian's cooperation had made things practically seamless. It was only as good as you. You're too courteous. The 2 of them began to laugh again, as if they had just had a major victory. Seeing them like this, Yu Xiaochen also couldn't help smiling. These 2 were like children, acting like conning others was some particular accomplishment. Hee, I really want to see what the 3 of them look like now, said Mo Nian. That's right, who was that fellow who looked not man nor woman back there? Asked Long Chen. Mo Nian's lips curled. That fellow is Gui Can, one of the corrupt path's 3 kings. He's an irritating fellow. He specializes in spiritual attacks and is very difficult to deal with. I once had a fight with him, and he actually raises evil bugs within his body. I almost ended up vomiting. He's just that disgusting. Let's not talk about him, I can't bear it. Just be careful of his spiritual attacks. Long Chen nodded. So he was one of the corrupt path's 3 kings. No wonder he had been capable of standing alongside Di Feng and true immortal Jiaoqi. Now he had seen all of the three kings. Xie Luo, Ming Jia, and Gui Can. It seemed that the corrupt path viewed killing him as a must this time. They had sent 3 experts on that level at once. As the 3 of them entered the palace, the originally dim palace suddenly lit up, revealing a statue. It was a statue of a thin man who looked to be a scholar. His face was relaxed and content, as if he stood aloof from the world of mortal affairs. "It's an ascender," exclaimed Yu Xiaochen. The so-called ascenders were ones whose souls had left the coils of their mortal husks to become gods or immortals. This statue was surrounded by divine light, giving off a holy feeling. He almost looked like a real person, but his skin had a jade-like luster to it. "Having entered my home, you must have destiny with me. It's nice to meet you, little friends." Suddenly, the statue transformed into motes of light. Within that light was the scholarly man. He looked alive and spoke to them. Long Chen, Mo Nian, and Yu Xiaochen all jumped, looking in shock at him. "Senior, can I ask if you are an ascender?" asked Yu Xiaochen. "Ascension? No, I didn't have the power to ascend. Because I was sick of everything about this world, I buried myself here. I left a portion of my inheritance, leaving a strand of my soul to guard it." "What you are seeing is just a wisp of my soul," said the scholarly man. He smiled, but that smile seemed a bit forlorn. "Senior, I heard someone say that ascension is a scam. Is that true?" asked Long Chen. The scholarly man looked at Long Chen calmly and didn't reply immediately. Instead, after a moment's observation, he suddenly smiled. "So a gamebreaker has come to my place. How unexpected. Then there's no need for any trial. I'll give you my inheritance." The scholarly man closed his eyes and suddenly transformed into golden dust that surged toward the top of the palace. From that location, a pillar of light descended right through the center of the palace. At the same time, chanting began to ring out. "This is the profound spirit Taoist scripture. It can absorb heaven and earth's energy and transform it into any other kind of energy," exclaimed Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen was delighted. "Then you should hurry and accept the inheritance. That way, you'll be able to use your full power even outside the skyscraping world." But Yu Xiaochen looked at Mo Nian. She wasn't so shameless as to automatically accept this treasure. "This kind of technique is useless to the two of us. You should hurry up," said Mo Nian. This cultivation technique truly didn't suit the two of them, but it was extremely important for her. Most importantly, she even knew the name and origins of this inheritance. She was clearly the best pick. Yu Xiaochen nodded and walked into that pillar of light. Soft light enveloped her. She sat down within it. Bursts of light transformed into a lotus flower throne for her to sit on, making her look like a goddess. Suddenly, the gates blew open. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can came charging in. "Long Chen, Mo Nian, face your deaths." Furious roars rang out as powerful experts charged over to the two of them like an angry flood. There were over 3,000 of them now. They had sent out a call for reinforcements that had summoned all the nearby experts. These 3,000 experts had managed to fully open the gates and charge in. Upon seeing Yu Xiaochen within the light, their eyes turned green. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can were about to unleash powerful attacks when they suddenly became still. Divine light had wrapped around their bodies, and their cultivation bases were sealed. They were unable to unleash any magical arts or battle skills. True immortal Jiaoqi had been the furthest. He had unleashed a powerful punch at Long Chen, and Long Chen had been planning on receiving it with his own fist. However, just as the two of them were about to clash, divine light enveloped and separated them. A no-fighting zone. Everyone was shocked. It was actually impossible to use martial might within this space. This kind of restriction was something they had only heard of in legends. One of the corrupt experts tried to charge into the pillar of light, but it rejected him, sending him flying away. There was no way to enter the light. Long Chen and Mo Nian were delighted by this. They had been worried about others trying to disturb Yu Xiaochen, but now it seemed that they didn't need to worry about it. "Ha ha ha, how coincidental to run into you here. Are you all doing well?" Mo Nian waved to Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can as if they were old friends. The 3 of them were ashen with suppressed fury. What coincidence. All of them had been conned outside. They wanted to tear Mo Nian and Long Chen to pieces. Seeing them smiling so brightly, they felt like their lungs would explode. "Long Chen, Mo Nian, you're actually colluding with this demon woman of the original devil race in an attempt to topple my ancient family alliance. From today onward, there will be no place for you two on the martial heaven continent. Anyone related to you will be annihilated. I wonder if you'll still be able to smile then," shouted Di Feng. That's right, the Martial Heaven Alliance might very well have participated in this collusion, and of course, there's no doubt that the Xuantian Dao sect was part of it. They must be destroyed, killed to the last, roared true immortal Jiaoqi. Following their lead, the other experts added in their own comments. Long Chen and Mo Nian became the targets of everyone's criticism. "You're so laughable, why can't I smile? The two of us chased down this expert from the original devil race for the safety of the Martial Heaven continent. We spilled so much blood and sweat, risking our lives to defeat her. To do this, we've crossed high mountains and deep lakes, torn our way through thistles and thorns, and finally trapped her here. Just as we're about to succeed, you come barging your way in. What, are you trying to take our success? Nice try," sneered Long Chen. "Bullshit. You're clearly with that demon woman. You're the one spouting bullshit. Do you have any proof?" Long Chen turned his nose up in disdain. "Just the fact that you would save her is proof enough. When did I ever save her? I attacked Di Feng because he bullied my brother. It was revenge. Once Di Feng fled like a dog, we started chasing her down. Did you ever hear me say a word to her? Did you see me fight alongside her? No, you didn't, but did you see her enter first and us chase after her? People like us, handsome men overflowing with looks and intelligence, wisdom and heroism, loyalty and righteousness, style and elegance have actually been turned into fiends that want to topple the continent by your words. It seems all your hearts are filled with darkness, selfishness, wickedness, and resentment. To actually want to slander us, two brothers, the only thing that can be said is that you're all trash." Quote. "Brother, your words are entirely correct. I'll testify for you. Don't worry, we won't be affected by such shaky evidence. No, it can't even be called evidence. Anyone who tries to slander us is insulting the concept of justice and committing blasphemy against the heavenly Taos, a betrayal against the martial heaven continent. It's being disrespectful to the gods." Mo Nian was even more exaggerated, turning the two of them into god-like existences. "Shut up, who do you think you are to compare to gods? No matter what you say, the 3,000 of us all say that you are colluding with that woman of the original devil race. It's iron proof," roared an expert from the Zon beasts. He wanted to turn the two of them into pulp, but there was some kind of mysterious energy making it impossible for them to use martial force. Even their divine items were restricted. Otherwise, they would have long since torn through the two of them. "Long Chen, no matter what lies you spout, it's useless. We all saw it, and that's our evidence. This is reality, and even if it's not the truth, it becomes the truth," sneered true immortal Jiaoqi. "Did you record that?" asked Long Chen. Mo Nian nodded. "Yup, it's all recorded." Quote. Clearly, the two of them had just been waiting for true immortal Jiaoqi's words. This was admitting to framing them. Hearing this, true immortal Jiaoqi was infuriated. He had been used again. He was about to burst into curses when the entire palace shook. The pillar of light enveloping Yu Xiaochen grew even brighter. Chapter 1884 Mo Nian singing. Within the pillar of light, Yu Xiaochen actually began to chant an ancient scripture. She had no control over the matter. As she chanted, her voice was like immortal music shaking people to their deepest core. Each of their minds quivered. At the same time, immortal runes began to appear in the air, echoing her voice. It was like a grand Tao had descended. It bathed people's souls, increasing their comprehension. This is a precious scripture. Quick, try to comprehend as much as you can. The experts present were delighted. Just hearing a few words had made them feel like their hearts had been purified. If they could comprehend any part of this scripture, it could benefit them endlessly. Long Chen looked at Yu Xiaochen. She was in a strange state, unaware of what was happening outside. By chanting this scripture, she was essentially making a portion of it public knowledge. Long Chen and Mo Nian exchanged a glance. With a slight nod, Mo Nian immediately began a loud ruckus. "Fellow countrymen, young and old, during this special day, I will give you a grand display. Everyone, clap along, shed your fetters and dance." As he spoke, Mo Nian suddenly took out a string of bells, hanging it all over his body. These bells were actually a divine item he had obtained from a corrupt expert. He had a total of 18 bells. This divine item was used for bewildering other people's minds and souls. Each shake would release an ear-piercing sound straight into a person's soul. Mo Nian had used quite a bit of effort killing that corrupt expert. Because these bells were too irritating, he had been unable to concentrate. He had ended up missing his first 2 shots before killing him with his 3rd arrow. After obtaining them, Mo Nian hadn't known what to do with them. But now he knew. Mo Nian began to dance, and it was less than impressive. He was like a spasming duck. The bells hanging off him released a sonorous sound that stabbed into people's ears like needles. Their heads became dizzy. Mo Nian seemed uncontrollably excited and began to sing, beat the drums and strike the gongs. Let's all be happy. Today is such a beautiful day, a perfect day for dancing and singing. Mo Nian wasn't a singer from the start. As soon as he opened his mouth, the rhythm and tune were so far off that they were in the eastern wasteland, but it seemed like he himself didn't notice at all. He was immersed in the delight of performance. As he sang, he was accompanied by Long Chen's special musical combination. He had an axe in his left hand and some claws in his right hand. He ground the claws against the axe, releasing a screeching sound. That sound was enough to make a person's soul flee from their body. People howled as they covered their ears. Let alone trying to comprehend the scripture, they even felt like their heads would explode. That's right, everyone stand and dance. We're all friends, so release your emotions. Scream and shout to your heart's desire. The heavenly Taos might be emotionless, but people aren't. Jump and dance. Everybody, dance. Mo Nian pointed at the infuriated experts, encouraging them. Dance. Mo Nian sang and danced while Long Chen accompanied him. Long Chen's own body was quivering as he was almost unable to bear it. The sound of these claws dragging across the axe was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, seeing these people be so infuriated that their eyes were scarlet, Long Chen felt like everything was worth it. Their cooperation was practically a dance of devils, a wail of ghosts, and a howl of wolves. Other than Yu Xiaochen within the light pillar who wasn't affected, everyone else was going insane. Fuck, I'll go all out. Finally, someone lost their patience and charged at Long Chen. He wanted to snatch away the 2 divine items in his hands. The noise coming from them was enough to kill someone. After all, the rubbing of divine items contained its own divine power. Closing the senses was useless. That sound made people feel like there was a cat scratching the inside of their heads. It wasn't exactly painful or itchy, but it was enough to make people want to die. Over 10 experts charged over, wanting to put a stop to the 2 of them. However, as soon as they got close, they were forced back by a mysterious force. Finally, the atmosphere's getting better. Yes, just like this, dance and shout. Use your emotions to show the world your hot blood. Use your lives as a recollection of your lost innocence. Mo Nian excitedly urged them on upon seeing them being blocked. Someone finally reached their limit and coughed up a mouthful of blood. These 2 were clearly trying to cause trouble, but there was nothing they could do. Long Chen, do you not want to hear the immortal scripture? No, it's fine if we don't hear it. It's all good as long as you do. The 2 of us will make sure to create the right environment, while the rest of you comprehend the scripture. No need to thank us, just do your best. We do it voluntarily, so there's no fee. Long Chen paused for a moment to say this before continuing his accompaniment. Bastards, I'll kill you. You pieces of shit, if you don't want to listen then fine, but how can you not let others listen? Furious roars rang out. That immortal scripture's significance was extremely great, capable of changing their lives. However, this opportunity was being ruined by Long Chen and Mo Nian. The 2 of them completely ignored their rage, continuing to put on a performance that made them dizzy. They immersed themselves in the immortal music. Long Chen, the fact that we could become brothers was truly fortuitous. We work so well together, I feel like our music is even on the same level as the Zither fairies, said Mo Nian proudly. When it comes to technique, we're still a bit inferior. But when it comes to pure innovation and originality, we've reached the peak. I feel like we're definitely 1 level greater, said Long Chen. Fuck off, I can't bear it any longer. Finally, someone admitted defeat. He actually ran out of the palace. As soon as he was out, he began to vomit. His head was spinning, and he almost collapsed. Mo Nian and Long Chen's performance could practically be called soul-devouring devil music. People with weak spiritual strength were quickly reaching their limit. This wasn't all just thanks to how amazing Long Chen and Mo Nian's music was. It was also due to the power of the divine runes hanging in the air from Yu Xiaochen's scripture chanting. The power of those runes was surging into their minds to help them comprehend the scripture. Originally, the master of this world was very peaceful and didn't like fighting. He wished to deliver this world from its suffering. The scripture being chanted right now was part of the inheritance he had given to Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen was in a meditative state and unaware that she was chanting the scripture to benefit everyone present. If the palace was peaceful, people would gain quite a bit from this opportunity. This was the good fortune the master of this place had left behind. However, this fortune had been ruined by Long Chen and Mo Nian. At the same time as it became easier to receive the immortal scripture, it also became easier to receive their ruckus. It was like a person wanted water to drink, and when they opened their mouths, a clear stream flowed in along with muddy water. There was no way for them to reject or isolate the sound coming from Long Chen and Mo Nian. Those with weak spiritual strength were about to flee. Even those with strong spiritual strength were dizzy, feeling like their heads would split open. More and more experts ran from the palace. As soon as they were out, they felt much more comfortable. Bastards, I refuse to believe that they can hide inside for a lifetime. Once they come out, I'll definitely take my bite out of their flesh. Outside the palace, the immortal scripture and the ruckus were blocked. The sounds only affected the people inside the palace. With each passing moment, more and more experts were forced to run out. Unable to comprehend the scripture, no one was willing to stay within and torment themselves. All who left were gloomy, flames about to spurt from their eyes. They looked at Long Chen and Mo Nian who were still performing, and furious veins bulged on their foreheads. They sat down, waiting for the two of them to come out. Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can were peak experts with powerful spiritual strength. However, even though they could resist the noise coming from the two of them, they were unable to calm down enough to comprehend the scripture. The three of them coldly glared at the two before also leaving. They didn't say a word, but the killing intent in their eyes was starting to condense frost. If looks could kill, Long Chen and Mo Nian would have died 1,000 times over. Seeing Di Feng, true immortal Jiaoqi, and Gui Can all leave, the 1,000 experts that were still bitterly enduring lost any motivation to hold on and also left. Long Chen's axe and claws fell to the ground. Mo Nian also put away his bells. The world returned to calm. In all my life, this is the first time feeling silence is such a blessing, sighed Mo Nian. Agreed. Long Chen bitterly smiled. If it hadn't been for those people's furious gazes, he himself wouldn't have been able to endure so long. This kind of work wasn't for humans. Yu Xiaochen's voice was also fading. The runes in the palace began to dim. In the end, the light pillar also faded. The palace lost its original grand aura and rapidly decayed. It seems we're about to have to work. Mo Nian looked at the cracks slowly spreading across the walls. His lips curled. Suddenly, the ground caved in and the entire palace collapsed. A giant figure charged in with a halberd. Long Chen, I'll tear you to shreds, roared true immortal Jiaoqi. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.